Chapter 1 Sign-in System, get the limited edition silver supercar. 1 million. If that's not enough, give me another 100 million.
Xinhao leaned on the bed, holding the phone in his hand, and spoke very firmly. The person on the other end of the phone was also stunned.
Sir, what do you do? You are borrowing so much money at once, and we can't take it out.
After all, we are all engaged in microloans, and we just made a phone call to try our luck.
Unexpectedly, we met a big boss. Ha, you don't even know what I do, and you dare to call me? Then listen carefully to me. I am joking.
After saying this, Xinhao hung up the phone without giving the other party any chance to respond. I don't know what is going on lately, but calls about loans, large sums of money to have a child, and high-paying jobs have all come to me at once.
Does Xinhao lack these? Xinhao lacks money.
When he goes to work later, he has to deal with that client. If he fails to do so, then Xinhao will be fired directly because his performance this month does not meet the standards.
When he thought of this, Xinhao got a headache.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining the sign-in system.
You can get various props by signing in. Did you really get the system, and it's a sign-in system?
Xinhao took a look and saw a series of virtual images appearing in front of him, with various props in the virtual images. Luxury cars, silver, Koenigsegg, Bugatti, Bentley. Life skills, cooking, martial arts, singing skills, negotiation skills.
Other skills, deterrence, personal charm.
As he continued looking, Xinhao also found real estate, various villas, and luxurious commercial centers.
Xinhao started drooling as he spoke. He was just a small office worker. Were all these things really his, Xinhao's? Sign in first.
I don't know what good things I can get by signing in on the first day. Just click to sign in, and then the reminder tone will sound.
Ding, sign in successfully, get the limited edition silver supercar worth hundreds of millions.
Seeing these words, Xinhao was very suspicious.
Xinhao knew about this car of Zilbi.
Even the cheapest car among them is worth tens of millions. Now that he is suddenly given such a good car, Xinhao just wants to say, I don't want to work hard anymore.
Drive to discuss business.
As Xinhao spoke, he walked downwards. Below, there is a streamlined body and a gorgeous appearance, with many people gathered around it.
Wow, what a cool car. It must cost at least several million, right? Millions, are you kidding me? This car is worth hundreds of millions. If you touch it casually, you will lose decades of salary. Then you have to be careful. It's worth hundreds of millions, a luxury car.
Hey young man, please get away from this car.
If you hit it, you won't be able to pay for it.
Someone spoke to Xinhao, and Xinhao smiled slightly.
It's okay. You don't have to pay for any damages because this car is mine.
Xinhao's words made these people very suspicious.
Does the car belong to Xinhao? How is it possible?
This young man is really humorous.
Xinhao looks like a working man, so how could a car like this belong to him?
Xinhao touched his pocket and took out a uniquely shaped key. With a light press, a pleasant sound is heard before your eyes. The car door opened, and everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this.
Oh my god, he really is the owner of that car. Xinhao, don't go, let's be friends.
Yes, she's soft, sweet, cute, and a bed warmer.
Please take a photo, rich brother. It is impossible to stay as Xinhao has to go and discuss business quickly.
But now Xinhao is not so anxious. Anyway, Xinhao now has the car, so even if the business is not successful, Xinhao does not have to worry. However, on the first day of signing in, Xinhao was given a limited edition supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan.
What else would Xinhao be given later? Xinhao was actually very much looking forward to it. Why haven't you come yet? Do you have any sense of time?
At this time, in the Paris Time Cafe, Tang Gang was sitting there, feeling very unhappy. He was the one who discussed business with Xinhao, and this time he planned to rent a shop. He liked the one from Xinhao, but the ones offered by others were also good, so Tang Gang planned to invite them all over and let them compete on their own. But at this time, the people around Tang Gang all gathered there and talked to Tang Gang.
Boss Tang, you must not pay attention to them.
They are small companies with no strength.
That's right, Boss Tang. The standard equipment for our company's managers is BMW or above. What's that kid capable of?
These people planned to use all their skills to persuade Tang Gang. This time, Tang Gang was somewhat convinced.
After all, he is a person with a strong sense of time,
and Shinhao was delayed for so long that Tang Gang was really unhappy. Just when Tang Gang made up his mind and was about to sign, the sound of a car braking was heard not far away. You can tell from the sound that this is not an ordinary car. Tang Gang is also a car lover, and he could tell at a glance that the car was extraordinary. Silber's limited edition supercar? Tang Gang's words stunned everyone else. Whose car is this? Just as I was thinking about it, a person walked out of the car. This person was none other than Shinhao. Shinhao was dressed like an ordinary office worker. And combined with Shinhao's lazy state, it gives people a very different feeling. His misty eyes were so charming. This man who was as quick as the wind attracted the attention of the whole audience as soon as he appeared on the stage. After looking around, Shinhao finally set his sights on Tang Gang. This is the person who discussed business with Shinhao. He clearly made an appointment to discuss business with me, but he called so many people over at once. What does this mean? Shinhao was very unhappy and walked over directly. Boss Tang, you are late. We had an appointment before. Are you going to sign this contract or not? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. When he spoke, there was a bit of cynicism and indescribable casualness. After the words were spoken, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Tang Gang was a little overwhelmed, especially when he heard those people say that their company managers all drove BMWs. But now it seems that an ordinary small company is driving a limited edition silver supercar. How can we compare? There is no way to compare. When Tang Gang saw Shinhao looking so confident, he immediately came over here. Okay, Mr. Shinhao, I'll sign this contract. It was as if he was afraid that Shinhao would reject him. His attitude was completely different from before. When others saw the scene, they were also completely dumbfounded. After Shinhao signed the contract, he nodded and said, okay, since the contract has been signed, then when the time comes, Boss Tang, you can go to the company to handle it yourself. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Having said that, Shinhao stood up and left without looking back. His action was extremely cool. Chapter 2 The Beauty CEO's Keenness, Shinhao's Answer. Okay Mr. Shin, take care. Tang Gang spoke with a flattering look, looking at Shinhao's back. This attitude is completely different from before. If it was before, Shinhao would have acted in a flattering manner, but the key is that Tang Gang might not buy it. But now it's different. What kind of car is Shinhao driving? Is it possible that an ordinary person could afford such a car? Outside Shinhao's car, there was another large group of people surrounding it. Wow, this car is so cool. Of course, this car is a limited edition supercar from Zirbai, worth 100 million. It's so expensive. I wonder what kind of person this car owner is. I really want to meet him. Some beautifully dressed women, who are quite confident in their looks, are secretly pondering here. For others, it's just a wealthy son-in-law, but this is not just as simple as a wealthy son-in-law. It would be a real shame if we don't see such a good opportunity. Shinhao stood there, taking in the expressions of these people. But unfortunately, after putting on makeup, these girls only scored over 70 points, and very few scored 80 points. It would be quite difficult to get Shinhao to choose them. Just work hard, I believe you will find the man who belongs to you sooner or later. As for me, I'm the dad you can't have. Just a little naughty, very happy. This is how Shinhao feels now. It seems that this sign-in system is really good. In just one day, the attitudes of the people around him towards Shinhao have changed drastically. Shinhao is actually very handsome, but the problem is that Shinhao has no money, and women nowadays are so realistic. Sir, please wait a moment. Shinhao was just about to open the car door, but a very pleasant voice came from behind him. Shinhao slowly turned around and looked at the person who was speaking. This is a very beautiful woman, it is difficult to even describe her as beautiful. If the previous scores were only 70 or 80, then at first glance, Shinhao felt that he could give this woman 92 points. As for the remaining 8 points, it is to let this beauty not be too proud. She is also a woman with a strong aura. Such women are usually either company executives or heads of small businesses. What's wrong? Shinhao frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. This is a limited edition supercar from Zirbai. It's hard to buy this car even if you have money. But you actually thought of borrowing this car to facilitate this deal. I have to say, you are a talent. Lin Wanqing's eyes moved slightly, she looked at Shinhao, and suddenly spoke. Lin Wanqing's words made Shinhao feel a little confused. What is going on? The beautiful girl actually said that the car was rented?
But the problem is, this car belongs to Shinhao. Excuse me, beautiful lady, this car is mine. Shinhao was very calm. It was impossible for the beautiful woman to tell that Shinhao got the car by signing in, right?
At this time, Lin Wanqing continued to speak.
I often come here for coffee, so I've seen you often before.
As Lin Wanqing was speaking, Shinhao suddenly stopped talking.
Is this woman so free that she has time to come here and drink coffee? Or has she been noticing Shinhao for a long time? Or maybe, he is Shinhao's pursuer?
However, what he said later was all nonsense. Shinhao could understand the real reason without him having to explain it.
Then what?
Shinhao raised his eyebrows, and Lin Wanqing handed over a business card. On the business card, the 4 big words Lin's Group are particularly eye-catching. Especially the name of this beauty, Lin Wanqing, whose position is the president of Lin Group.
What, the president of Lin Group? In fact, as long as you are in Jiangzhou, you will definitely be familiar with this identity. There are several Lin Groups in Jiangzhou, but the most famous one must be the Lin Group, the #1 enterprise in Jiangzhou. Shinhao was a little surprised that Lin Wanqing was actually the president of the Lin Group. I'm impressed by your planning ability. If you're interested, you can come to me and I can make you a business manager. As for the treatment, I think the 4 characters of Lin Group can explain everything.
Lin Wanqing is a very confident woman. When she said this, her aura suddenly increased to its maximum. This is a career-oriented woman, but Shinhao believes that if she lives at home, she will definitely be a very good woman. I just don't know who will be able to unlock Lin Wanqing's state in the future. Lin Wanqing looked at Shinhao like this, she looked like she was sure of winning. It seemed to Lin Wanqing that Shinhao had been completely conquered by her. At this moment, Shinhao in front of him slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Wanqing.
Shinhao smiled slightly. Sorry, you think too much.
President Lin, I did not have a good life before, but in fact, I just came here to experience life.
What?
Lin Wanqing was a little surprised.
Unexpectedly, Shinhao's answer was like this.
Lin Wanqing stared blankly at what was in front of her, suddenly not knowing how to answer. The handsome man in front of me was clearly dressed in ordinary clothes, but he had an indescribable confidence. This, in turn, caused a trace of doubt in Lin Wanqing's heart.
Could it be that she had really seen it wrong?
It was the first time that Lin Wanqing had such a feeling, and the first time she met a man whom she could not see through.
President Lin, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I look forward to seeing you next time.
Shinhao said this, smiled slightly, and turned to leave.
One of the 36 strategies for picking up girls is playing hard to get.
Shinhao couldn't quite understand it before, but now he understands it very thoroughly. It turned out that it wasn't that Shinhao didn't understand, but that Shinhao didn't have enough experience at the time. Shinhao now feels that he has entered a completely new state. But now, Shinhao still has to go back to the company first. He opened the car door, started the fuel tank, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away like lightning, disappearing in front of everyone in a moment. At this time, Shinhao's cell phone rang. This call came from Shinhao's company. This is Zheng Jun, the manager of Shinhao's company, a man in his 40s with Mediterranean hair.
His favorite thing to do is to touch the female employees in the company.
So people in the company hate him very much. Now that he suddenly called Shinhao, what it meant was undoubtedly obvious.
Hey, manager, what's going on?
The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone sounded very angry.
Humph, Shinhao, what are you doing? You lost that order, and you haven't completed your performance this month. You can just wait to be fired. This month's performance, is that a joke?
Oh, manager, Boss Tang has already signed the contract.
I'm sorry that your wish has not come true. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Chapter 3 No more trouble, go home and inherit billions of assets. Damn it, Shinhao actually dares to brag here.
Zheng Jun thought this matter was very serious. If Shinhao is not taught a lesson, he will not take Zheng Jun seriously.
What are you looking at?
Why don't you get back to work? Zheng Jun frowned, looked at the female employees who were watching by the window, and spoke directly.
Wow, what a cool sports car. He's coming towards us. He's a big customer. We have to get him quickly. Stop talking so much, I need to go in and touch up my makeup first. Most of the women working in the agency are relatively pretty. If they are lucky enough to meet someone who is a little more capable, then they won't have to worry about their lives anymore. At this time, Zheng Jun actually had his own ideas. These women are fine normally,
but when they meet these wealthy people, their true colors are revealed.
It seems that we need to find some time to give these women a good education.
Zhang Jun gritted his teeth and looked at what was happening in front of him, his heart burning with anger. But when Zhang Jun looked up at the luxury car in the distance, a different thought came to his mind. Such a big customer must be treated well, and then everything will be his. Xinhao got off the car and returned to his workplace, but he didn't notice anything different.
It doesn't matter anyway.
Xinhao has already made up his mind. This time he is here to solve these problems.
Xinhao, you are late.
Zhang Jun planned to teach Xinhao a lesson and let Xinhao know how powerful he, Zhang Jun, is. Xinhao was a little confused, and then he suddenly understood.
Okay, I get it, and now what?
Xinhao looked at what was in front of him, shrugged his shoulders, and looked nonchalant. Seeing this, Zhang Jun was very unhappy.
Xinhao, what's your attitude? You are late today and have not completed your performance.
As long as I say one word, you will leave here immediately.
Do you believe it?
Zhang Jun looked up at Xinhao, very angry. After all, he is the manager of Haojing Group, but now Xinhao completely ignores him. So Zhang Jun wants to teach Xinhao a lesson.
Oh, I see. Okay, no need to bother. I'm here today to resign. Because soon, I will go back to inherit billions of dollars.
Xinhao said it calmly, but Zhang Jun in front of him was suddenly stunned.
Inherit billions? As soon as you hear it, you know it's impossible. What is going on with Xinhao? Doesn't Zhang Jun know? Because he knew it very clearly, Zhang Jun knew that Xinhao was a moonlighter.
He has to send part of his monthly salary back home, and Xinhao uses the rest to get through to next month's salary payment, and then it will be all over. If a person like this quits his job, what will he use to fight against himself?
Are you kidding me? Now, I can give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me, I will consider.
Zhang Jun thought that Xinhao was trying to scare him. But Xinhao was very calm. No need, just deal with it quickly, but remember, give me my share.
Profit sharing? What profit sharing?
Zhang Jun looked at what was in front of him, feeling very confused.
Manager, we have already negotiated the deal with Boss Tang. What? Zhang Jun was stunned. Who negotiated this?
Zhang Jun came back to his senses and suddenly asked. But in front of him, the assistant beside him said to Zhang Jun, "It's Xinhao."
Xinhao. Many people were stunned.
After all, this matter was much more direct than they had imagined.
How could this be negotiated by Xinhao?
It was originally Zhang Jun's way of showing Xinhao his power. Thinking about what happened before, Zhang Jun was stunned.
I didn't expect that what this kid said was true.
Zhang Jun said this, and the people around him pointed outside. Hurry up and look at that luxury car.
Luxury car, what's wrong?
When these people looked over, they realized that the owner of the luxury car was none other than Xinhao. Oh my god, this limited edition supercar from Zirbai is worth hundreds of millions.
Is this car Xinhao's? I didn't even notice it. Is it too late to take action now?
As these people were talking, Zhang Jun was suddenly stunned. Obviously, Zhang Jun had not expected this at all. After Xinhao left, he didn't have any attachment to what was in front of him. Anyway, Xinhao now has this limited edition Zirbai supercar. Does Xinhao still worry that he won't have a good life? However, Xinhao doesn't have much money at the moment, and the lottery will have to wait until tomorrow. He doesn't know what will happen tomorrow, so he has to deal with today first.
Or, why not drive a taxi?
Xinhao thought about it, so he registered an account online and joined the luxury car rental business. The registration was approved almost immediately. After all, there are not many people who drive the limited edition Silby supercar for taxis.
Oh, you got an order so soon? Xinhao took a look and smiled slightly.
The order was not far from here, so Xinhao drove towards the destination at lightning speed.
Jing, what's wrong?
Where's your boyfriend? At the entrance of a business company, some girls asked half-jokingly. The girl standing in the middle was 1.7 meters tall, wearing black high heels, and had a very tall figure. Liang Jing had been pursued by the son of the company's chairman. In desperation, Liang Jing said that she already had a boyfriend. But she had never met her boyfriend, so this rekindled the young man's desire for Liang Jing and started a new round of pursuit.
He will be here soon.
As Liang Jing was speaking, a young man in his 20s stood there, looking at Liang Jing and smiling slightly.
Jing, what's wrong? Are you alone? Otherwise, why don't you just take me back?
This young man was Liu, the son of the chairman of the trading company. Although Liu is good looking, he is a real playboy who changes girlfriends at least a dozen times a year. Jing naturally knew what kind of person he was, so she would definitely not agree to this. No, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Jing was very calm and answered directly.
Boyfriend?
Before, Liu could be fooled, but now, Liu doesn't think so. It's okay, let's go together, my new Porsche is big and spacious.
If you like, you can do a lot of things in there.
As Liu spoke, he looked at Jing meaningfully.
Jing was very anxious.
What should she do? But at this time, the girl next to her looked at what was in front of her and said excitedly,
"Wow, come and look, what a beautiful car."
As he spoke, the others looked at what was in front of them.
Liu took a deep breath and said, "Serb limited edition supercar?"
At this time, the car stopped in front of Jing. Sorry, I'm late.
Chapter 4 It's you.
Hao, the man driving the limited edition Zerbai supercar, had just opened the door, and everyone was surprised.
This man is really handsome.
Compared to him, Liu seemed a bit like an ordinary person.
Wow, Jing, your boyfriend is so handsome. That's right.
He drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions.
His assets must be at least tens of billions. No wonder Jing looks down on young Master Li.
This guy is the real rich man. Compared with him, young Master Li is a little bit deflated.
Many people were talking around Jing. Liu was also a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Jing's boyfriend to be so powerful.
This made Liu put away the thoughts in his mind. If Liu had known this would happen, he would not have pursued Jing. After all, for a family with a net worth of billions, destroying a family like Liu is as easy as playing. Hao felt very strange. The beauty in front of him was indeed very beautiful and gave him a bright feeling.
But why do others mistakenly think she is Hao's girlfriend?
Forget it, let it be a misunderstanding anyway. Hao just continues driving his taxi.
Hurry up and get in the car.
Hao smiled slightly and spoke to Jing. In front of him, Jing nodded and got into Hao's car. Jing originally just wanted to order a luxury car, and thought that a BMW or other car worth 1 or 2 million would be enough.
But what about now?
He drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and the driver, Hao, was so handsome. This immediately touched Jing's heart.
Thank you so much for just now. That man is the son of my company's chairman. He pursued me, so I.
Jing was too embarrassed to say the rest. After all, it feels like using Hao as a shield.
Although this is indeed the case, Jing is too embarrassed to say this now. It's okay, I understand.
Anyway, Hao will just drive his car and wait until tomorrow to sign in to see what reward he can get. As for these things, in fact, in Hao's opinion, they are not that important at all.
Okay, it's here. It's a total of $150. Actually, at $150, it's not too much to ask.
After all, the gas money is there, but Jing feels that time is passing too fast.
It has only been a short while and they have already arrived? Oh, I see.
Jing nodded, a little confused.
After paying the fare, Jing mustered up the courage to say, "Can I add your WeChat? It will be more convenient next time you take the bus." Is it really convenient to take a bus, or do you have any other ideas?
Boys, please be careful when you are outside. Especially someone like Hao who is handsome and rich needs more attention.
Okay, I'll add it.
Anyway, it doesn't matter if Hao adds it. After all, he has nothing to do in the future and can just drive a taxi casually. Now that he had regular customers and she was good looking, it wasn't a bad thing for Hao. After delivering this order, Hao started to kill time, but not long after, another order came in.
After taking a look, Hao drove straight over not far away.
Hao was lucky, as the person who took the taxi this time was still a beautiful woman.
"Hello, it's a pleasure to serve you."
Hao smiled slightly and spoke to the beautiful woman. When the beauty saw Hao like this, she nodded at him.
"Hello, please take me to this place."
The beauty didn't expect that such a handsome boy would come.
Hao was a little curious. He didn't know why the beautiful woman would rent such a car.
Anyway, I'm bored, so there's nothing wrong with chatting for a while.
After chatting for a while, Hao finally understood everything.
The beautiful girl is called Yuro, and she is a teacher at Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School. She has outstanding abilities, but she has been very depressed recently because her family has been urging her to bring a boyfriend back home.
Tang Yuro didn't want to, so her family arranged a blind date for her.
Tang Yuro wanted to suppress the other party in terms of momentum, so she planned to rent a luxury car. It just so happened that Tang Yuro had a colleague who rented cars quite often and the points could be exchanged for a points card. The points card can be used to pay for fares at a 10% discount.
I think so. Actually, your conditions are here.
This is not bad. When Xinhao saw Tang Yuro like this, he spoke incoherently.
Tang Yuro set her sights on Xinhao.
Xinhao looked quite good.
Moreover, the two men looked about the same age, so Xinhao naturally became the most suitable candidate. Look at it more positively, there will be many more things like this in the future. Xinhao said this to Tang Yuro.
In fact, he also had the same feeling, but Xinhao's family conditions were not good, so naturally there were not many people he could find.
But now that Xinhao has a sign-in system, does he still need to worry so much? This point does not exist at all. I've thought about it. I've made up my mind.
Tang Yuro seemed to have come to terms with it and spoke directly to Xinhao.
Xinhao was stunned and looked at Tang Yuro, a little confused. What's wrong? What have you decided? Why are women nowadays so casual? No wonder they say, don't try to guess what a woman is thinking.
You'll never understand it no matter how hard you try.
I've decided. It's you.
As Tang Yuro was speaking, Xinhao suddenly froze in place.
Why choose Xinhao? I decided that you would pretend to be my boyfriend. What is going on?
Xinhao was just driving a taxi, and the woman before had always wanted to contact Xinhao. The second one is better, just let Xinhao pretend to be her boyfriend.
How could this happen? What did Xinhao do? Isn't it just driving a limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions? Apart from being handsome, what other advantages does Xinhao have?
No, Xinhao felt that he had no advantages at all. If everyone chose him, Xinhao would be in a difficult position.
Okay, little brother, I'll go in first, wait for me for a while. Tang Yuro said as she strode in. Not long after, Tang Yuro came out. So soon?
Xinhao felt that the speed was a bit fast. It felt like Tang Yuro had finished the job in less than the time it took to drink a glass of water.
Yes, it's that fast, little brother, thank you very much, please send me back first, and we'll contact each other next time when we have time.
Xinhao nodded, drove the car, and returned to the place where Tang Yuro had got in the car before at lightning speed. The car had just stopped when the people around looked at them with envy and jealousy. Of course, after seeing Tang Yuro, they were speechless.
Tang Yuro's beauty made them pale in comparison. Xinhao looked at his phone and suddenly received a text message. Xinhao, it's time to pay the rent. Chapter 5, sign in for the second time, reward 10 school district houses. Xinhao, why are you so slow? If you're any later, I'll throw your things out.
At the door stood a man with a face full of flesh. When he spoke, he didn't care at all what Xinhao was thinking. But when Xinhao saw the man in front of him like this, he smiled slightly.
Landlord, how much is it? $800. In fact, 800 yuan is not a lot. But this location is really not good.
It's fine during the day, but at night, the ground shakes and the sounds of various unlocking postures can be heard continuously. On the other side, they were just arguing, with all kinds of witty and quintessential Chinese sayings constantly popping up. Xinhao has lived here for more than a year, and he doesn't even know how he managed to get through this period. But now, Xinhao no longer needs to worry so much. Because Xinhao will leave here soon, as for what will happen here next, it has nothing to do with Xinhao.
Oh, 800 yuan, landlord, please click. There are only 8 red heads. Do you need any more? Just take a look and you will know.
However, Xinhao just wanted to discuss the landlord.
Every time I collect rent, I always collect it 10 days or half a month in advance. Otherwise, why is Xinhao's money never enough?
But soon, Xinhao will move out of here.
Okay, nothing else, I'm leaving now. Xiao looked at Xinhao and nodded, looking very satisfied. However, Xiao was satisfied, but Xinhao was not. Brother landlord, please wait a moment. I'm moving out. Please rent this house to someone else. What's going on? Xiao didn't react for a moment. Xinhao was moving.
You know, Xiao thought Xinhao was easy to bully, so he always collected rent from him 10 days or half a month in advance. But now, Xinhao is leaving.
Where can Xiao find someone so easy to bully in the future? Shinhao, are you sure you want to leave? Don't blame me for not reminding you, the rent here is very low. Where can you find such a suitable price? Xiao looked at Shinhao, raised his eyebrows slightly, and spoke to Shinhao. But Shinhao found it a little funny. This Xiao is really a bully. Does he really think that Shinhao doesn't know about what he did to him? It would be fine if he bullied people once or twice, but every time Xiao would raise the electricity meter a little bit, or do other things. Now he wants Shinhao to continue renting the house? No, I have to go back to inherit billions of dollars. I don't like your place anymore. After saying that, Shinhao stood up and left without looking back. There were not many clothes in the room, so Shinhao packed up quickly and left. Xiao thought it was very funny. Shinhao, I know what your conditions are. Who are you trying to fool if you go back and inherit a billion-dollar fortune? But if you're willing to go out and come back next time, it won't be solved with 800 yuan. I'm telling you in advance. Xiao sneered and watched Shinhao leave, finding it a little funny. At this time, the tenants around were looking at what was happening and became excited. Wow, that car is beautiful. This is a limited edition Zerbai supercar. This car is worth hundreds of millions. I think the person driving it is Shinhao. I didn't expect Shinhao to be so rich. If I had known this, I would have done something with Shinhao even if it meant risking my life. It's a pity that Shinhao left without saying a word. Others felt it was a pity, but Xiao felt like he was screwed. What he said before about going back to inherit billions of dollars in assets turned out to be true. At this moment, Xiao thought about what he had done to Shinhao and suddenly felt a little regretful. If Xiao had been nicer to Shinhao earlier, maybe if he was happy, he would invest a little. Wouldn't Xiao make a fortune? Now, there's no point in saying anything. Shinhao drove the limited edition Zerbai supercar and began to think about life. What should I do next? Go to work? It's impossible for me to go to work. I will never go to work in my life. Driving a taxi? If Shinhao's car were used as a taxi, it would definitely be popular. After all, this is a limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions. Wouldn't it be cool to drive it out? I looked at the time and realized it was already past 12 o'clock. I said I was a little sleepy. Shinhao yawned and suddenly remembered that it was already the second day. Could he sign in? So Shinhao started signing in directly. It's already the second day. What kind of reward will Shinhao get? Ding, you have signed in successfully. You will be rewarded with 10 buildings in the Jiangzhou Zhujian Yujing School District. Please check them carefully. Royal view of the Pearl River? The school district housing there is very expensive, at least more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, one apartment would cost more than 1 million yuan, and a building is planned to have 11 floors, with 2 households on each floor, which means there are 22 households in a building. This is more than 20 million, and 10 buildings are more than 200 million. Shinhao took a deep breath. He didn't expect that when he signed in the next day, he would get more than 200 million yuan in one go. In the future, Shinhao will be a rent collector and make a lot of money. If you calculate the monthly rent for a house as 4,000 yuan, the monthly rent alone would be over 1 million yuan. Shinhao didn't expect that he would earn 1 million a month so soon. Shinhao is looking forward to the rewards for signing in later. I wonder what the next reward will be, a luxury car or a mansion. As for luxury cars, Shinhao wasn't really looking forward to it. Now Shinhao thinks that a villa or something like that would be a pretty good option for the next step. Or you can have shares of some company, such as Pony Ma's company, or the companies of some other big guys. 30,000 renminbi has been credited to my Alipay account. Due to the plot, the upper limit of the amount that can be credited to my Alipay account has been modified. 30,000 renminbi has been credited to my Alipay account. 30,000 renminbi has been credited to my Alipay account. What's going on? Shinhao looked at his phone. If you don't know, you might think that the tape recorder was turned on. Fortunately, we were in the car. If we were outside, those women would probably go crazy. But since he suddenly had so much money, Shinhao naturally had to find a better hotel to rest for a night. I found a 4-star hotel nearby and spent more than 20,000 yuan to book a master suite. When checking in, the beautiful lady at the front desk looked at Shinhao with an infatuated look on her face, and she almost asked Shinhao if he needed any special service. If he needed any special service, she would come in person. He rejected it directly and decisively. Shinhao had no great interest in girls with scores below 90 points. If there are any special skills, the score can be lowered, but the minimum is not less than 87 points.
Just as he was thinking about it, Xinhao's cell phone rang.
The call was from Rinyu, Xinhao's best classmate. Hey, Howsy, are you coming to the class reunion the day after tomorrow? Class reunion, and the day after tomorrow?
I haven't seen you all for over a year.
So I'll just join in. Okay, send me the address and I'll be there on time.
Chapter 6 The beauty is too enthusiastic, it is hard to refuse her kindness.
What is your dream? Yes, my dream is the whole world.
Xinhao began to ask himself and answer himself.
There was no other way. He had a car and a house, he was handsome, young, and rich. In this situation, Xinhao really wanted to ask, who else?
So from now on, Xinhao felt that he could no longer live such a mediocre life. After all, he is a person with a system, so from now on, Xinhao sets a small goal for himself, such as becoming a rich man on the list of the best or worst ones. Next, several more payments arrived, and when added together, the total was more than 200,000. After watching for a while, Xinhao suddenly felt that he had found his goal.
Becoming the richest man in the world was a bit far away. Find a closer target and become the richest man in Jiangzhou first? This is possible.
The goal of becoming the richest man in Jiangzhou is very close. Judging from the speed at which Xinhao can get rewards by signing in, it won't take long to become the richest man in Jiangzhou. At this time, Xinhao really wanted to say to Jiangzhou's richest man, little boy, you have to work hard.
I will catch up soon. However, Xinhao now has a car and a house, what else does he lack?
That's right, what Xinhao lacks now is a set of clothes. He went straight to a nearby brand clothing store and bought a set of Italian men's clothing. After matching them together, Xinhao became a little suspicious.
How could this handsome guy opposite him be so handsome? The more I look at him, the more he looks like an international superstar.
Compared to him, those young handsome guys in China are far behind. After taking a closer look, Xinhao realized that it was actually a mirror, and the handsome guy he had just seen was Xinhao himself.
Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Nonsense, how can you say he's so handsome?
He's so handsome that I suddenly want to have something happen with him.
You are all so vulgar, how can anything happen?
I want to marry him, little brother, don't leave. A group of well-dressed young ladies rushed towards Xinhao. Seeing this, Xinhao quickly sped up.
What a joke!
If he stayed here any longer, Xinhao wasn't sure if anything would happen. In fact, Xinhao was somewhat disappointed. After all, the scores of these young ladies were all below 85 points, which was very disappointing to Xinhao. Just as he was thinking about it, Xinhao's cell phone rang.
Hello, are you the landlord? Landlord? The voice was very nice.
Although it couldn't be described as a baby voice, as soon as Xinhao heard it, he suddenly thought of his college life.
Hello, landlord.
I plan to rent a house in Zhujiang, Jing. I saw your rental information, so I decided to come and take a look.
So that's it. Xinhao nodded. Okay, I got it. Wait for me. I'll be here soon. What a joke, someone came here to look at the house, of course Xinhao had to be more proactive. Xinhao wondered what was wrong with him. Was it because he had been working as a real estate agent for too long and had developed an occupational disease?
At the same time, at Zhujiang Yujing, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s turned around and spoke to the young and beautiful girl in her 20s who was dressed very beautifully.
Yushuan, why did you come to this small place instead of going to the Magic City? And you have to rent a house.
Let me tell you, in a place like Jiangzhou, most of the people who rent houses are uncles in their 40s or 50s.
They like young girls like you, so you have to be careful.
Xin couldn't help but speak when she saw Lin Yushuan like this. Lin Yushuan is very good looking and is also a student with specialties in art.
The term school belle seems to have been frequently used to describe Lin Yushuan since she started school until now.
Therefore, some people with ulterior motives must have ideas about Lin Yushuan, and dealing with these crazy people is what Xin has done most over the years. Over the years, Xin has thought about finding one for her daughter. But unfortunately, Xin has not found such a person until now.
Mom, I know. I'm so old now, don't I know this?
You know, Lin Yushuan has been learning ballet and taekwondo for many years.
Lin Yushuan is so powerful that even a black belt taekwondo coach cannot beat her.
So if you really encounter this kind of thing, there is no need to say more, just take action. Seeing Lin Yushuan like this, Xin nodded heavily.
Very good, very nice. It seems that my plan is quite successful. Speaking of which, why hasn't the landlord come yet?
He has no sense of time at all.
Xin was very unhappy.
When she thought about the scene of those middle-aged landlords in their 40s or 50s seeing her daughter, she felt unhappy no matter how she thought about it. Not far away, a limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan sped at lightning speed, did a beautiful drift, and stopped directly in the parking space outside Zhujiang Royal View. Seeing this, Xin's eyes lit up immediately. What a beautiful car.
Mom, that's a limited edition supercar from Silby, worth hundreds of millions.
Seeing Xin like this, Lin Yushuan added a sentence.
Worth hundreds of millions? Is that so amazing? If this landlord is really that powerful, then being a little older doesn't seem to matter, right?
When Lin Yushuan thought of this, she just felt that her mother must be thinking about those imaginary things again. The car door opened, and a sunny and handsome young man walked out of the car. He looked no more than 23 or 24 years old. Xinhao looked around before finally set his sights on Lin Yushuan. Xinhao walked over slowly, and Lin Yushuan's heart was beating fast.
He's coming over. Such a handsome guy, is he really the landlord? If this is true, then I am so happy.
I don't know why, but Lin Yushuan had a feeling in his heart that he must win over such a little brother.
Excuse me, are you the one who rented the house? Xinhao looked at the two of them and suddenly asked.
Lin Yushuan was very excited and grabbed Xinhao's hand. At the side, Xin was also very happy and said to Xinhao, "Yes, you are the landlord. I didn't expect that you were such a handsome man."
There are not many such outstanding young people these days. Is Xinhao very good? Well, if you say so, just be happy.
Anyway, Xinhao found it very enjoyable.
He looked at Lin Yushuan beside him.
Lin Yushuan held Xinhao's hands tightly with both hands, staring at Xinhao with a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water, and suddenly said, "Hello, little brother, I wonder if you have time to wait a moment. I want to ask you for a favor."
Help? Why does Lin Yushuan look a little weird? This beautiful lady is so enthusiastic and it's hard to refuse her kindness. What should Xinhao do? Waiting online, so anxious. Chapter 7 Pick whatever you want, these are all mine.
Xinhao was very confused, but he still went to the sales office of Zhujiang Yujing and told him about the matter. So next, Xinhao looked at the whole sack of small notebooks and was a little surprised.
Are these all Xinhao's houses? There are so many property certificates that I need to use a sack to put them all.
But at this time, Xinhao still came out and put all these in his car. Seeing this, Xin said to Lin Yushuan beside her, "Daughter, see, this is a high-quality man. I, your mother, have seen men for so many years, but I have never seen anyone better than him. Anyway, when the time comes, Mom will see your name appear in his family's household registration book, so you have to figure it out yourself." When Xin finished speaking, Lin Yushuan's cheeks turned red.
All of this is said so bluntly, is this really a good thing? Mom, how could you do this?
Lin Yushuan blushed a little. She had never been in a relationship for so many years, so naturally she didn't understand these things. However, Lin Yushuan's intuition told her that she had to take the initiative.
Okay, Mom won't tell you. If Mom doesn't tell you later, you have to take the initiative.
After Xin finished speaking, Lin Yushuan nodded slightly.
Not long after, Xinhao arrived.
Just now Xinhao wanted to figure out where all the houses he had on hand were located, and after taking a look, he immediately understood.
Zhujiang Royal View has the best location and consists of 10 connected houses.
All 10 houses belong to Xinhao alone.
Okay, sorry to have kept you waiting. Come with me.
Xinhao was a real estate agent before, so he quickly picked out a house that was very suitable for Lin Yushuan and took her into it. When I opened it, I found that the room was very large, more than 120 square meters, which was very spacious. Everything feels just right, and makes people want to stay here and never leave.
This place is nice. I am very satisfied. Xin nodded. She was very happy.
Compared with her home, this place was not inferior to it, and was even better. I didn't expect that this handsome young man is quite capable.
Xin kept winking at Lin Yushuan beside her, signaling Lin Yushuan to seize this opportunity. Lin Yushuan misunderstood and said, "Little brother, can you take me to see something else?" Lin Yushuan was thinking, if he agreed now, wouldn't Xinhao just leave when the time comes? So, taking advantage of the opportunity to look at the house, I can get in touch with Xinhao more and get to know him better.
Lin Yushuan's idea was very simple, which was to spend more time with Xinhao, and then slowly move Xinhao and become Xinhao's woman.
Xinhao didn't think too much about it.
He used to work as a real estate agent, so he naturally understood what the customers were thinking. He thought they wanted to look at a few more properties for comparison. Okay, then you guys just take a look here. Xinhao pointed at the building in front of him and spoke to Lin Yushuan. Xin was also a little confused.
What was going on? Did Xinhao want to buy it right away after he saw what he liked? That's great.
I just like young people who are straightforward and direct in doing things.
If I see someone I like, I'll just get him right away.
Lin Yushuan was also a little nervous.
Could it be that Xinhao was planning to confess his feelings directly?
Oh, I don't know what's going on. Lin Yushuan suddenly felt that he was not ready yet. What should he do?
You can pick whatever you want here. These are all mine. If you like anyone, we can sign the contract.
As Xinhao spoke, Xin was stunned. Lin Yushuan was also suddenly stunned.
What, these 10 buildings are all yours?
Xin used to think that Xinhao was just a young man from Jiangzhou whose family had a little capital and who drove a luxury car every day. But now it seems that Xin feels more and more that she has underestimated Xinhao.
Xinhao is definitely not an ordinary person. Xin has now realized this. Are these 10 buildings all owned by Xinhao? If that is the case, how rich must Xinhao be?
Now, Xin felt even more that Xinhao was a treasure.
I see. Then let's go with the one from before.
Lin Yushuan's cheeks turned red and she said to Xinhao. Xinhao was puzzled. Why did this girl blush so easily for no reason?
Could it be that she was attracted by Xinhao's handsome appearance and high net worth?
That being said, Xinhao had to be careful. After all, he was different now. Xinhao felt like he was Tang Monk's flesh now, and all the other demons and monsters were staring at him, wanting to eat him. And all the other good-looking female donors were thinking about having something happen between them and Xinhao. So, it still means that boys must protect themselves well when they are outside. Xinhao has a firm belief in his heart. You guys chat, I'll clean up and go buy some food. When Xin saw Xinhao and Lin Yushuan standing here, she suddenly said something and closed the door directly.
What is going on? Are they planning to put on a good show? Oh no, what should I do?
Xinhao's heart was touched. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, Xinhao should actually do something.
But Xinhao thought, since this was their first time meeting, wasn't he a bit too fast? Then
Lin Yushuan raised his head, staring at Xinhao with a pair of bright eyes like autumn water, giving people a feeling of fanciful thoughts. Xinhao felt that he could not remain silent any longer. As a man, he must have his own stance and be firm.
Some other day. It's not convenient today.
Lin Yushuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then little brother, can you sit here first?
I want to ask you for a favor? Let Xinhao sit here and help Lin Yushuan.
Xinhao was a little doubtful. He was lying on this soft sofa.
Should I help you, or should you help me? Women nowadays are too unreserved. In this situation, what should Xinhao do? When in doubt, ask Baidu.
But at this time, Baidu gave Xinhao the words 36 and 72 styles. Xinhao was a little embarrassed. How should he choose? Forget it, just remain constant in the face of ever-changing situations and turn passivity into initiative.
Let us wait and see the situation.
If the other party's intention is not particularly strong, Xinhao will just leave. If the other party has strong intentions, then Xinhao will not be embarrassed. Xinhao can do this kind of heavy work himself. Soon, Lin Yushuan came with a piece of paper and some watercolors in her hands.
It's ready, we can start. Watercolor? So much fun?
Xinhao remembered that back then, the most exciting thing they played with was just candles.
Are women nowadays as good at playing with candles? You city people really know how to have fun.
You come from poor families, but you get to take the lead.
Chapter 8 You guys continue, I'll come back later.
I think you're a good guy, so I want to.
Lin Yushuan lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. You don't have to think about it, just let me think about it now.
This is not the car to the kindergarten, Xinhao needs to go home quickly.
I want to draw a picture for you, little brother. Is it okay? Drawing?
After Xinhao understood, he felt relieved. It turned out to be a painting.
I thought it was a painting, but I didn't expect it to be a painting. It was a false alarm.
Xinhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke to Lin Yushuan.
Ah, little brother, you don't like it. In fact, besides painting, other things are also possible? What is that other thing?
Just now Shinhao was planning to leave, but now, Shinhao wanted to move a small stool and sit here for a while to listen to what this beautiful woman described.
It should be a very exciting thing. So now, referee, please return to the referee's seat, and beauty, please start your performance. For example, little brother, are you hungry? I'll cook you a bowl of noodles.
Lin Yushuan had never cooked before, but she was pretty good at cooking noodles, and this was the best skill she had so far.
Ah, cooking noodles?
Shinhao suspected that Lin Yushuan was driving, but he had no evidence.
Could it be that Lin Yushuan also knows that men are carnivores who like to eat first and then do something meaningful? Well, that should be the case. This girl has an amazing figure and it is obvious that she is definitely not an ordinary person. Why don't I teach her well and stimulate her potential? Let's talk about painting. How do you think we can do it?
As Shinhao spoke, he sat there upright. If the conversation went on, Shinhao was worried whether the story could continue.
Okay, little brother, just sit there.
I'm going to start drawing.
Don't worry, little brother. I will draw your most perfect side.
Lin Yushuan said this and started painting with his brush. In fact, Lin Yushuan could also do a sketch, but a sketch seemed unable to reflect Shinhao's characteristics, so Lin Yushuan thought that he might as well do a sketch and a watercolor painting.
It looks perfect like this.
Shinhao felt that he was very handsome, especially now that there was a woman offering to draw for him.
Shinhao felt that he was even more handsome. How could such a handsome guy think about inappropriate things all day long? As for cooking noodles, watercolor and the like, don't think about them at all. Just be handsome quietly.
The more Lin Yushuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Oh my god, I just thought that little brother was handsome before, but now the more I look at him, the more I think he is perfect. Lin Yushuan finished the sketch very quickly, and he couldn't let it go when he held it in his hand.
The next step is watercolor painting. Watercolor painting is the time to show a painter's true skills.
Lin Yushuan feels that he is now in the most perfect state. Lin Yushuan's painting speed is not very fast, but every step is very delicate.
Shinhao couldn't sit still anymore.
After all, he kept maintaining a handsome posture for too long and it was a bit tiring. Therefore, Shinhao planned to continue to look handsome in another way.
Otherwise, Shinhao felt that this was a bit weird.
It feels like the proud emperor in ancient times, waiting for the stunningly beautiful woman to come and serve him meticulously. Although Shinhao knew that the current situation was not like this, but from the current perspective, it seemed to be almost the same. Little brother, please wait a moment, it will be done soon.
The school requires you to draw a person you think is the most perfect. Some people drew handsome Lu, some drew Kaishukuan, but Lin Yushuan thought they were vulgar.
She feels that these cannot represent the most perfect person.
Who is the most perfect person?
In Lin Yushuan's view, the most perfect thing is the feeling of being able to control the world with just a few gestures.
Shinhao obviously has such a temperament. Okay. Shinhao nodded slightly, suppressing the urge to drive.
But now, this scene, this plot, no matter how you look at it, looks like the scene of a major car accident.
Shinhao just hoped that this would end quickly. Okay, little brother, it's done. Would you like some juice? I'll get you a bottle of juice. Juice, that's good stuff.
It can supplement vitamin C, which is essential for both men and women.
Little brother, I'll unscrew it and give it to you to drink.
Lin Yushuan is already at the black belt level in Taekwondo, but now, after meeting Shinhao, Lin Yushuan feels that she can transform into a cute girl in a matter of minutes.
Shinhao nodded, thank you, I can do it myself.
It was orange juice, which looked good, and Shinhao happened to be a little thirsty. But maybe it was because he used too much force. Lin Yushuan unscrewed it directly, and the juice splashed directly onto Shinhao's expensive shirt. This shirt costs at least several $1,000s. Lin Yushuan also realized that he had made a mistake. Oh, I'm sorry, little brother, I didn't mean it.
Don't move, I'll help you. Let Shinhao not move. Okay, then just don't move. It's actually quite nice to enjoy the service of a beautiful woman occasionally. It looks like this, and it feels a bit weird from the outside. However, whatever you fear will come true.
At this moment, the door outside was suddenly opened. Xin had just come back from buying groceries, and was suddenly stunned when she saw this scene.
Then, what replaced it was an indescribable excitement on his face. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry to bother you, please continue.
At this moment, Xin seemed to become very open-minded. But Shinhao was speechless. This matter was really not what he saw.
Why didn't anyone believe it?
Xin was still muttering here. I didn't expect that my daughter finally realized it.
Lin Yushuan's cheeks turned red, but she didn't explain anything.
No matter how I explain this matter, I can't explain it clearly.
But Xinhao almost cried. Come back quickly. This matter is not what you imagined. I think I should go too.
As Xinhao spoke, Lin Yushuan was slightly stunned.
Are they leaving now? How could this be possible?
Lin Yushuan felt that he had not finished his work yet. Xinhao felt that he couldn't stay any longer, otherwise he might just be driving at first, but something might happen later.
Okay then, little brother, come and see us more often if you have time. Let's add each other on WeChat.
Lin Yushuan said this, and then added Xinhao's WeChat.
After successfully adding, Xinhao got up and left.
In fact, Xinhao felt that from now on, he should find a way to find someone to manage this place for him.
After all, the rent of more than 1 million yuan a month is impossible for Xinhao to handle it by himself, right? But now is not the time to talk about this, let us go back first and think of a solution.
At this time, Xinhao's cell phone rang. Chapter 9 The school beauty is here. Li Feifei is shocked.
This Xinhao is really something.
He said he wanted to give me a special surprise. At the airport, Li Feifei was wearing a white dress and shoulder-length hair. She looked back and smiled, and she looked like a goddess in the hearts of thousands of men.
In fact, Li Feifei was Xinhao's college classmate and one of the 3 campus beauties during Xinhao's college years.
In fact, Li Feifei once had a crush on Xinhao, but Xinhao's family conditions were not very good at that time, so he did not have much contact with Li Feifei.
This time Li Feifei came here early to attend the class reunion. Beautiful lady, could you please give us a chance to get to know each other?
At this time, in front of Li Feifei stood a young man who was about 1.78 meters tall and wearing a white shirt. The young man looked polite, but even so, Li Feifei could still see the passion in his eyes.
This made Li Feifei very unhappy.
She felt that Xinhao was actually a good guy.
Compared with them, Xinhao was good in every way.
The only difference was that Xinhao didn't have much money and he didn't dare to confess his love to Li Feifei.
Excuse me, my boyfriend will pick me up later.
Li Feifei refused directly. After all, she didn't want to have contact with these people. When Li Feifei said this, Xinhao suddenly came to her mind.
Could it be that, subconsciously, Li Feifei has already regarded Xinhao as her boyfriend?
I don't know why, but when I thought about this, Li Feifei suddenly blushed. Sun Liang thought that Li Feifei was moved and was just pretending to be reserved. Sun Liang must win over such a beautiful woman. Your boyfriend, it's not very convenient to get a taxi around here. If your boyfriend comes here, it will probably be difficult to get a taxi.
Sun Liang looked at Li Feifei and spoke directly. Ah, is it difficult to get a taxi here? What should I do? Seeing Li Feifei like this, Sun Liang smiled proudly, took a step forward, and calmly showed his Porsche car keys. My Porsche is parked over there. Let me give you a ride later. It's on the way anyway, so anything is fine.
As Sun Liang spoke, he looked at Li Feifei, as if he was about to succeed.
Just now, Li Feifei was still pondering secretly, but now seeing Sun Liang like this, Li Feifei understood.
Forget it, let's wait until my boyfriend comes.
As Li Feifei was speaking, she suddenly found someone standing in front of her. This man is 1.84 meters tall.
Compared to Sun Liang, he is more handsome and more charming. Compared to before, Li Feifei felt that he was even better. His whole body exudes a powerful aura, which undoubtedly makes people feel more shocked.
My boyfriend is here.
Li Feifei turned around and spoke softly to Sun Liang.
It looks like he's talking, but actually he's showing off. My boyfriend is better than you and much more capable than you.
Xinhao felt something was strange. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time, so why was the school beauty so enthusiastic towards him?
Could it be that my excellence also attracted the school beauty? If that's true, then it's actually not bad. Who is this here, the school beauty's boyfriend?
Sun Liang turned and looked at Xinhao. He instinctively felt a sense of pressure, not only from his height, but also from other aspects. However, Sun Liang still managed to force a smile and came to Xinhao. I am Sun Liang, the manager of Food for Heaven.
I don't know what this brother's name is?
As Sun Liang spoke, he looked at Xinhao intentionally or unintentionally, as if showing off.
Xinhao raised his head and looked at Sun Liang, naturally understanding what he was doing. Xinhao was very calm. My previous job was a salesperson at a real estate agency, but now. How are you now?
Not only Sun Liang, but Li Feifei was also interested. After all, he was the male god that Li Feifei had a crush on before, and she still likes him very much now.
Now I can only go home and inherit billions of dollars. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm leaving now. Shenhao didn't want to bother with Sun Liang and went straight to Li Feifei. I'll get it for you. Li Feifei didn't have much luggage, so Shenhao simply picked up the suitcase and left. Shenhao used to work as a real estate agent. Later, the company forced them to go to the gym opened by the company's leaders, so Shenhao's body was very well trained. Besides, the thing was not heavy, so Shenhao just picked it up. Sun Liang felt that he had made a real mistake. This guy lied to me and said he would inherit billions of dollars. He must be a pauper. Thinking of this, Sun Liang said to Li Feifei, "Beautiful lady, won't you let me give you a ride? After all, it's hard to get a taxi over there. Taking a taxi does not exist at all." Shenhao didn't know where this guy got the confidence from. He actually dared to speak to Shenhao in that tone. "Oh, of course we won't take a taxi. I'll drive a car, but if you want to take a taxi, you should go somewhere else. It's really hard to get a taxi here." Shenhao said this, took out the key and pressed it lightly. Not far away, the limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions made a slight sound. Silver supercar? Sun Liang is also a car lover and he could tell it right away. This car is worth hundreds of millions, but the problem is that you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. But now, Shenhao drove out directly. Compared with Shenhao, what is Sun Liang's Porsche worth millions? Although Sun Liang knew it, Li Feifei who was beside Shenhao couldn't see it. She just thought that Shenhao's car was very beautiful. "Wow, this car is so beautiful, Shenhao, you actually bought a car? Are these expensive?" Li Feifei was talking to Shenhao, but Shenhao was very calm. "It's not much money, it just looks better." If other people heard this, they would probably vomit blood. The limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions is just for looks? However, once she got in the car, Li Feifei felt very comfortable. Especially when sitting in the car with Shenhao, this feeling became even stronger. "Shenhao, I didn't expect that you were doing so well after not seeing you for a few years." Li Feifei didn't know what to say. She was not a woman who despised the poor and loved the rich, but when she met the male god whom she once had a crush on and still liked now, she had to find something to talk about. "Nothing, just fooling around. But you, the school belle, are still very beautiful." As Shenhao spoke, Li Feifei's cheeks turned red. "Thank you. Has this car been bought for a long time?" "No, I just bought it." "You are the first beautiful lady to ride in this car." First, is this a hint to Li Feifei? Li Feifei raised her head and looked at Shenhao. The little thought in her heart became stronger and stronger. Chapter 10 progresses a bit fast, directly to the hotel. "What's wrong? Are you too tired? Then take a rest first. I'll call you when we get there." Shenhao spoke to Li Feifei and continued driving. In fact, Shenhao also had feelings for Li Feifei. After all, she is so beautiful, has good academic performance, and is very capable in all aspects. Moreover, among the girls Shenhao knows, Shenhao feels that Li Feifei is a beauty with a score of more than 95 points. "I just saw her coming over with a suitcase. Could she be here to work?" In fact, Shenhao guessed right. Li Feifei really thought so. "No, I don't want to rest. Let's chat for a while." Shenhao and Li Feifei talked about a lot of things, including college life, some interesting stories from the past, and their respective experiences in the past few years. Finally, Li Feifei suddenly asked Shenhao, "So, do you have a boyfriend?" After Li Feifei finished speaking, Shenhao's eyes widened. Li Feifei was a little confused. What was wrong? Why was he looking at her like that? Shenhao was very curious. "School beauty, I am a normal man, why am I looking for a boyfriend?" After Shenhao finished speaking, Li Feifei realized that she had said the wrong thing. I wonder if this will make Shenhao have a worse impression of her. But Shenhao still said, "I am single now, and I have devoted myself to my career over the years." After all, there is nothing to hide about this matter. Shenhao's family conditions are not very good. Shenhao had some thoughts about what Li Feifei said before, but he did not dare to take action. Why? Because Shenhao's family is poor. In front of her, Li Feifei looked at Shenhao and said with a red face, "I don't have a boyfriend either." What does this mean? Is he hinting something to Shenhao? But at this time, the car slowly stopped. Yamingzu is the highest-end theme hotel in Jiangzhou.
As for why we stopped here, it was mainly because I had heard from customers several times before that this place was of the highest quality.
It shouldn't be too bad to bring old classmates here, right? Li Feifei was confused.
She looked up at Xinhao with some surprise.
Xinhao, look, we are progressing a little too fast, aren't we? It's not just a little fast, it's like a rocket.
As soon as you get off the bus, you will reach the hotel directly.
Moreover, this kind of hotel looks to be of high quality. What's going on fast?
I'll arrange everything for you first and then take you around.
Xinhao was a little dazed, but still talked to Li Feifei. It turned out that it was to settle Li Feifei. This made Li Feifei think too much. How could Xinhao, such an upright person, do such a thing? However, Xinhao did not do this to Li Feifei, and Li Feifei felt a little disappointed instead.
In fact, if Xinhao really did this, then I believe the relationship between the two people would be a natural progression.
Oh, okay, thank you. Li Feifei nodded and spoke to Xinhao.
Xinhao went straight to the front desk of the hotel because he had stayed there before. Especially for a man as outstanding as Xinhao, he would never forget him once he met him.
Hello, sir. Arrange a room for me. The theme should be one about friendship among classmates. Xinhao felt that Li Feifei was his college classmate, and the friendship between classmates should be the most appropriate. Li Feifei didn't think so much about it, because now she was wholeheartedly devoted to Xinhao.
This time she came to Jiangzhou for work, and secondly, to be closer to Xinhao. The hotel receptionist checked and said to Xinhao, "Sir, the room with the theme of classmate friendship has been booked. If you think it's okay, we also have the room with the theme of couples."
If you think it's okay, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. The friendship between classmates is gone? What are these people planning?
Xinhao wanted to seriously criticize them for driving casually in the name of class friendship.
But there are only couple-themed ones left, so should I just book this one? Old classmate, you see there are only couple-themed ones left, why don't we? Xinhao said. Li Feifei nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Listen to Xinhao, what else can Xinhao say? Does he want to check with Li Feifei whether the hotel's various equipments are complete?
Of course, Xinhao still didn't say these. Little Tiger bot document anti-piracy, find books machines people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits.
Okay, then open a room for me, the most expensive one.
Anyway, Xinhao is rich now, so it won't cost much even if he opens one. As Xinhao spoke, everything was soon arranged here. I entered the room with Li Feifei, and as soon as I entered the room, I felt as if the whole room was filled with a sea of flowers.
In fact, these flowers are all paper flowers. To be precise, they are made by crushing flowers. Even so, these flowers are not cheap. The cheapest one online costs more than 200 yuan each.
In fact, if you calculate carefully, the layout here will cost at least more than 10,000 yuan. Of course, the room rate here is not cheap either, it costs more than 1,000 yuan a day. This price is actually not very expensive in the theme hotel sector. After all, many people come to theme hotels and only stay for a few hours. No one will stay here for several days. But not long after, Xinhao saw some equipment in the couple-themed room. In short, there are all kinds of things and all kinds of flavors, and they are all available here.
What's wrong with you?
When Li Feifei saw Xinhao like this, she bit her lips lightly and asked Xinhao.
It felt like as long as Xinhao was willing, Li Feifei would agree.
After all, the person she once liked was Xinhao, and it is still the same now.
Nothing, I'll take you out for a walk later. Xinhao looked at Li Feifei and spoke to her. Li Feifei nodded.
In fact, she came here this time with the intention of reporting directly to the company.
This situation was just right.
Li Feifei also happened to be reporting to the new company, so this was actually the best scenario.
Wait a minute, where are you going first? As Xinhao spoke, Li Feifei thought about it carefully. Let's go to Liberal Cosmetics. Li Feifei is going to report and we'll talk about some situations by the way. But Xinhao didn't think anything of it.
He nodded and motioned Li Feifei to join him. We got in the car and drove straight to Liver Cosmetics Company at lightning speed. This is a big brand, at least it is very famous in China, and the fact that Li Feifei can come to work here shows that she has good abilities.
But at this moment, a photo suddenly appeared on Xinhao's mobile phone. The photo was of none other than Xinhao and Li Feifei coming out of the Night Pearl theme hotel.
The person who sent the photo was Xinhao's college classmate Rin Yu. Brother, you're progressing a little too fast.
Did you win the school beauty right away? Chapter 11 Old classmates meet. What have you done over the years?
I may have something to do later, so I won't be able to be with you. Li Feifei looked at Shenhao and spoke apologetically.
Shenhao nodded. Okay, I'll go find Rinyu later. Shenhao raised his cell phone and spoke to Li Feifei.
For some reason, when Shenhao took out his cell phone, Li Feifei felt it was very good. After all, it can be seen that Shenhao is very serious.
He is so outstanding, but he doesn't do anything messy. He chats with good friends. Well, be careful on the road. After Li Feifei finished speaking, she went straight into Liver Cosmetics Company.
Shenhao leaned against the car, looked at his cell phone, and started replying to text messages.
Where are you? Old classmate, I'm delivering wine.
My company has a partnership with the Night Pearl Theme Hotel.
Can wine be delivered here?
Shenhao felt something was strange, but now was not the place to talk.
Tell me a place, I'll come find you later.
Shenhao typed out a series of messages and sent them directly. Renyu also smiled slightly. Okay, there is a food stall over here at Yumingzu, let's meet here.
Food stall?
Shenhao rushed at lightning speed and arrived directly at the food stall. When parking the car, many people at the food stall found it a little unbelievable.
Look, a luxury car.
This car looks very expensive, and its shape is so beautiful.
If I can have a car like this, my life will be worth it. Don't dream. You may not be able to buy this car even if you have money. The limited edition supercar of Zirbai is worth hundreds of millions. I just checked it.
Many people were talking there, but Shenhao ignored them.
He just stopped the car and walked towards the location not far away. Shenhao and Rinyu are college classmates.
Although we live in the same city, we seldom see each other. At most, we met each other sometimes when passing by, but then left in a hurry without even a chance to say hello.
This is Shenhao. Rinyu waved at Shenhao, motioning Shenhao to come over.
Shenhao raised his head and looked into the distance, where Rinyu was sitting. Compared to when he was in college, Rinyu seems more mature.
Actually, it's true.
After so many years of experience, and he is in the alcohol sales business, so he is even more tired.
Boss, the ones you ordered before can be served now. Howsy, you are good enough. We are meeting old classmates. What have you done over the years, Shenhao? Renyu punched Shenhao and said to Shenhao.
Shenhao was a little confused.
What did he do? Nothing, I still go to work when I need to.
It seems that there is no change from before.
But recently, I resigned.
As Shenhao spoke, Renyu nodded repeatedly.
You're right to quit. If I were you, I would quit too. Our boss's car is not as good as yours. I really can't make it any further. I will have to come to you for help in the future.
Renyu said this, and Shenhao smiled without saying anything. In fact, Shenhao didn't know what to say about this matter.
The sign-in system itself is a mystery, so I can't go into detail. Old classmate, how are you doing lately?
Shenhao didn't intend to talk about his own affairs, but instead talked about Renyu.
Alas, I'm not that good.
I'll just do this for a few years.
Then my family will introduce me to a matchmaker.
Renyu sounded somewhat helpless. The two of them clinked their glasses and then chatted a lot more. Shenhao really wanted to help this old classmate, but he didn't know where to start.
We can only wait and see when there is a chance.
When I sign in, I will see if I can get a job with some company and let Rinyu go there to be the general manager.
It will be much more comfortable than it is now. What are your plans for the future? Shenhao asked Rinyu, and Rinyu shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet.
I may do this business in the future, but I have figured out the channels now.
Then I'll open a small winery and go it alone.
That's right, this is the Rinyu that Shenhao knows.
Never give up, and never compromise with anyone. If you need any help, just let me know. Count me in then, I'll buy in.
Shenhao didn't say anything, but he thought it was also a help to Rinyu.
Okay, one goes first.
The two men clinked their glasses and Shenhao drank it all in one gulp. After 3 rounds of drinking, Rinyu said to Shenhao, but you have to be careful. Li Donghang, that kid, has always been obsessed with Li Xiao. I told you at the beginning that you and Miss Li are a perfect match.
I didn't expect that you two would end up together, right?
As Rinyu spoke, he looked towards Shenhao, as if to say that it was all my credit. Seeing Rinyu like this, Shenhao smiled and said, don't worry, I won't forget you.
If I have a wedding banquet, I will invite you first. Okay, you said it, and you invited me first. I'll remember it.
Ren Yu and Xinhao had a great chat. It had been a long time since they had such a pleasant time. And Xinhao remembered that he would be able to sign in again soon.
This is very interesting. What kind of reward can this bring to Xinhao? Xinhao is looking forward to it. Boss, check out. Xinhao stood up to pay the bill. Ren Yu shouted, I told you to come here. What are you paying for?
They ate a lot at this meal, which made Xinhao spend a lot of money, and Ren Yu felt bad.
Why are you saying so much? We are all family. Next time you treat me, I won't be polite to you.
Xinhao thought secretly that next time, he must find a way to help Ren Yu. They are classmates, and Ren Yu's family conditions are actually not much better than Xinhao's. But Ren Yu is very optimistic, but not as obviously as Xinhao seems.
Ren Yu nodded, okay, old classmate, it's up to you.
There will be a class reunion in a few days, and then I'll see you show off your skills.
Come on, don't be polite.
What a joke, the word polite does not exist when applied to Xinhao.
Xinhao didn't know what being polite meant.
Since the other party has come to his door, it would be bad if Xinhao didn't do something. My friend, why don't you stay at your own place and come to my territory to make trouble? I'm sorry, even if your father is Liu Kai, this won't allow you to do that.
I checked and saw that there were only a few minutes left until the next day. Xinhao was very much looking forward to it.
This was the moment that Xinhao was most willing to see because Xinhao could finally sign in.
But what kind of surprise will this bring to Xinhao? For some reason, Xinhao suddenly felt a little excited. Okay, time's up. Now, let's start signing in. It's the third day of signing in. Congratulations on winning. Chapter 12 Day 3 Sign in, Huan Yu Commercial Building. Sign in on the third day, Huan Yu Commercial Building 1.
Looking at the familiar words, Xinhao always felt that this universal commercial building sounded so familiar. As if he had seen it somewhere before, Xinhao took out his cell phone to check. The most luxurious commercial building, with a market value of over 3 billion. Many companies have their offices here, so it can be said to be a true feng shui treasure land.
Not to mention anything else, the rent collected every year alone is several hundred million.
Thinking of this, Xinhao felt that, in fact, since this is the case, he might as well go over and take a look first.
Drive directly towards the Universal Commercial Building.
At this time, on a certain floor of the Universal Commercial Building, Liu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a teasing look on his face. He had one thought in his mind, he must win this woman over.
Before, Liu thought Liang Jing's boyfriend was the top rich second generation.
So Liu did not provoke him, but later, Liu discovered that nothing happened. Liang Jing was still alone, and he suddenly had an idea.
Liu, I told you, I already have a boyfriend.
So, let's keep our distance from now on, otherwise my boyfriend will be unhappy if he finds out. When Liang Jing thought of Xinhao's handsome face, her heart was even more touched. When Liu saw Liang Jing like this, he said to her, "Ha, you don't have to be like this.
I already knew that he's not your boyfriend at all. And who knows, maybe he borrowed this car."
Liu said this directly, and after he finished speaking, Liang Jing suddenly didn't know what to say. Before, Liu thought Xinhao was scary, but now that he thought about it, he might not be that powerful.
Thinking of this, Liu was still thinking about what to do next. This woman must be taken down.
But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind.
What are you doing?
The person who said this was none other than Xinhao. Xinhao just felt that this woman looked very familiar. Where had he seen her before? By the way, this is Xinhao's first customer, but she didn't expect that he would suddenly come to her company.
Honey, why are you here?
Liang Jing looked at Xinhao and blinked twice, as if hinting at something. At this time, Liu also felt that this matter was a bit strange. For some reason, at this moment, Liu felt that this matter should be resolved as soon as possible.
Boy, I already know about your affairs. You're not his boyfriend, are you?
He spent whatever he paid to invite you over.
I'll spend double.
Liu looked at Xinhao and spoke directly here. Xinhao was not angry and continued to listen to Liu talking here.
Actually, Xinhao didn't think there was anything wrong with this matter. So you are rich?
Xinhao really wanted to see how much money this young man had.
If we have to force it, we can get 100 million or 200 million.
Liu was showing off his strength, but after he finished speaking, Xinhao found it very funny.
1 or 200 million, is that a lot? Xinhao's limited edition Zerbai supercar is worth over 100 million yuan. And the problem is that you can't buy it even if you have money now.
Those 10 school district houses are worth more than 200 million yuan. Of course, the most expensive thing is the Huang commercial building under Shenhao's feet, which is worth 3 billion yuan.
Let me ask you, who was so stupid as to want to compete with Shenhao to see who is richer? However, Shenhao was not worried. Since they wanted to compete, then just go ahead.
Shenhao also wanted to see if Liu had the capital.
Liu looked at Shenhao, raised his head and asked, "What about you? That limited edition silver supercar should be everything you have, right? And I found out that you drive a taxi in the luxury car rental industry. How can you compare with me?" Shenhao found Liu's words very interesting.
"That's great, young man. I didn't expect you to know more than I did. In this world, there is always a group of people who care about us silently. It's just a pity that Shenhao's orientation is very normal and he has no interest in this young master."
Liu looked towards Shenhao, raised his head, and said directly to Shenhao, "What's wrong? Don't you have anything to say?"
"If I were you, I would be ashamed." Liu raised his head towards Shenhao, as proud as a general returning from a victory.
Shenhao yawned and wondered in his heart, why hasn't he come yet?
Just as Shenhao was wondering when he could come over, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over from a distance. When he saw this middle-aged man, Liu's eyes lit up and he went straight to greet him.
"Manager Feng, why are you here?"
This man is called Feng Yuqiang and he is the manager of the Huang commercial building. Usually, all their rent and other matters are discussed with manager Feng Yuqiang. But today, Feng Yuqiang did not look at the young man, but walked quickly to Shenhao.
"Boss, why are you here?" Feng Yuqiang received the information in the morning, and he knew Shenhao's information very well.
Knowing that this young man in his 20s is his new boss, he naturally has to curry favor with him.
"Old boss?" Liu couldn't believe it.
He must have seen it wrong. Liang Jing was the same.
She took Shenhao's taxi last time, but she didn't expect that Shenhao was actually the owner of the Huang commercial building? This plot is even more ridiculous than any novel for women, and she actually encountered it?
Feng Yuqiang nodded. "Of course, Mr. Shenhao is the new owner of the Huang commercial building. You must be more polite to our boss Shen in the future." As Feng Yuqiang spoke, Shenhao turned and looked at Liu.
Liu was very proud just now because of his status.
His father is the chairman of a trading company and his family can still come up with 100 million or 200 million. But now, Shenhao is different. Not to mention anything else, he can earn hundreds of millions a year just from rent.
No matter how capable Liu was, he knew he had hit a wall this time.
Shenhao came in front of Liu, looked at the terrified Liu, and patted him on the shoulder gently.
"Don't be so scared. I won't do anything to you. Tell your parents to come over later. I want to have a good talk with them about something."
Chapter 13 The child is a good child, but too arrogant. Liu looked at Shenhao with his pupils contracted, feeling very worried.
How is this possible? No matter what, don't let Liu's father know about this. If he knew about this, he would definitely beat Liu to death.
If he had known this would happen, Liu felt that Shenhao should have settled the matter with him.
Shenhao looked at Liang Jing beside him and said directly, "What are you still standing there for? Come with me quickly."
Liang Jing came to her senses and followed Shenhao obediently. How could Liang Jing not know that this time it was all thanks to Shenhao? If it weren't for Shenhao, Liang Jing knew that she might be in danger. She found it very strange that Shenhao, who looked like a boy next door before, now seemed like a domineering president.
Moreover, this made Liang Jing's heart beat fast. Following Shenhao, we went directly to the top floor of the Universal Commercial Building. "Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll just take a look."
Shenhao said something to Feng Yuqiang who was attentive beside him. Feng Yuqiang felt relieved and stood up and left. As for Liang Jing's words, she still felt a little uneasy.
"Don't be scared. There's no need to be so nervous. I know what happened before. It has nothing to do with you. This is fate for us."
As Shenhao spoke, Liang Jing felt relieved.
Thank God, Shenhao was not angry. After all, it would be bad if Shenhao thought Liang Jing was using him. "You shouldn't work there anymore." Shenhao stared at Liang Jing and said directly. Liang Jing's heart skipped a beat. Was he planning to settle the score with herself? The next moment, Shenhao changed the subject. "From now on, you will work here. Your job is to sort out these archival materials here and report to me when I arrive." Admittedly, it's a pretty easy job. Even this level of ease was completely unexpected.
Liang Jing was full of gratitude to Hao, and outside, a middle-aged man didn't care about anything else and just barged in. Hao didn't know the middle-aged man in front of him, but Liang Jing did.
Chairman.
The middle-aged man in front of him was the chairman of the company where Liang Jing used to work, Li Tai, Li Yu's father.
Before, Hao asked Li Yu to call his father over, which was a teasing move in itself, but he didn't expect that the other person would actually come.
Thinking of this, Hao shook his head helplessly.
But in fact, Hao couldn't explain this issue in such detail.
Hello, Mr. Shin, I am Li Tai, Li Yu's father. At this time, Li Tai was still very nervous, as if he was being called over by the school teacher.
How is your son at home? Is he doing anything naughty? Li Tai couldn't help but do so.
After all, this time he was facing a big shot like Hao. Well, hello, Chairman Li, it's okay, no need to be so reserved, just sit anywhere.
Hao waved his hand.
He didn't like the situation where he had to sit while others stood and listened to him talk. It feels like others are staring at me and finding mistakes in me. Hearing what Hao said, Li Tai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down.
Mr. Shin, my son was wrong. If you have any dissatisfaction, please tell me. I will teach my son a lesson.
When it comes to the word education, Li Tai grits his teeth.
He even wanted to go back and give Li Yu a good beating. Who is Mr. Shin?
He drives a limited edition Zerbai supercar and owns the Universal Commercial Building.
Do you think you can mess with him?
But Hao was still here, so Li Tai never said his words. At this moment, Hao looked at Li Tai and smiled faintly. Don't be so nervous, my dear, the child is a good child, but he is too arrogant.
I'm actually a very easy person to talk to. He provoked me this time, and I can let it go, but what if he provoked someone else next time?
Hao is not the kind of person who takes things too seriously, and this time, it is just a small matter in itself, and Hao does not intend to make a big deal out of it. It is said in The Godfather that a person with real charisma is one who influences others with every move he makes, rather than relying on those means to make others submit. Before, Li Tai thought that Hao might come to settle accounts with them this time. Li Tai was prepared for a heavy loss, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Li Tai felt better about Hao, and even wanted to work for Hao.
Hao waved his hand, appearing very calm.
Okay, if there's nothing else, go back first. After Hao finished speaking, Li Tai looked at Hao, as if he suddenly thought of something.
Mr. Shin, our company's lease contract is about to expire, and I want to renew it.
Li Tai looked at Hao and spoke directly. Hao looked at Li Tai and waved his hand. Just talk to them about these things. Also, this Liang Jing has some relationship with me, so I plan to transfer her here in the future.
Chairman Li will not have any objection, right? No, how could there be any objection to this?
Besides, Hao had shown leniency to Li Tai's son Li Yu, which was already a great favor. How could he ask for anything else? So Li Tai nodded repeatedly.
No problem. Of course I agree. It's her honor to work in front of you, Mr. Shin.
It would be a waste of her talent if she were to work in our company. Li Tai is considered an old hand, and he is very shrewd in handling these matters, so there is no problem at all.
Hao nodded. Okay, in that case, Chairman Li, you can go back first. If there is anything we need, just tell them. Hao is a hands-off boss. If he needs anything, he can just go to these people.
As for Hao, he just wants to be a handsome man quietly.
Okay, thank you Mr. Shin, I'll go back first.
The big stone in Li Tai's heart was gone, and he felt much happier. But Liang Jing was worried. The appearance of Hao disrupted her peaceful life. Although Liang Jing's life was not very peaceful originally, it became different because of Hao.
Thanks. Liang Jing looked at Hao and spoke sincerely. Just thank you, without any practical action? Hao looked at Liang Jing, raised his eyebrows and said.
In front of him, Liang Jing looked at Hao, as if he had thought of something, and slowly unbuttoned the first button of his shirt, preparing to unbutton the second one. At this moment, the door opened. Feng Yuqian was about to report the situation to Hao, but when he saw the scene, he was so scared that he immediately shrank back.
Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, I forgot to take a document. Chapter 14 It's not 1 or 200 million, it's 1 billion.
In fact, Hao wanted to say that everything you saw was not true.
Stop it, put on your clothes, I'm not that kind of person. Even if you really can't help wanting to do this, let's go somewhere else. Hao looked at Liang Jing and spoke repeatedly.
They had not known each other for long, so Hao felt that it was not a good idea to do this.
Ah, what are you talking about? I wanted to give you this amulet.
This amulet has been with me for more than 20 years.
You have helped me so much. I have no way to repay you. I can only.
Jing said this, looking towards Shenhao, her cheeks turning red. At this time, Shenhao looked at Jing and felt something was strange.
You can't accept it, especially the one he has worn since childhood. To a certain extent, if Shenhao wears it, doesn't it mean he has to accept Jing?
Although she is a girl with a score of over 90, Shenhao doesn't think about these for the time being.
If you have the 20 million, take out a few million and tell everyone later. Just treat it as a bonus from your new boss.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Jing watched Shenhao leave, and the thought in her mind became stronger and stronger.
Shenhao stayed in the company for a while and felt that it was actually boring.
Instead of this, Shenhao might as well go out for a walk first. At this time, he happened to meet Li Tai, who was downstairs teaching his son a lesson.
You know, we are lucky that Mr. Shen didn't blame us this time. Otherwise, how can we compete with Mr. Shen?
You know, if Shenhao asks them to move out, Li Tai's company's business will be greatly affected.
Here, it's not just about the rent, it's also a symbol of strength.
The Universal Commercial Building itself has a feeling of being a leader among the crowd, and the companies that can enter here are all well known.
At this time, Liu also realized, Dad, you are right, I know I was wrong.
This time, his own company was almost implicated. Liu of course understood this, and at the same time, he admired Shenhao even more. I didn't feel anything before, but now that I think about it carefully, I feel more and more that Shenhao exudes an aura of dominance. This feeling may seem like nothing at ordinary times, but now it seems obvious that it is not the same as what they imagined. At this time, Shenhao slowly raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. After looking for a while, Shenhao suddenly smiled. Chairman Li, it's good that the child knows he is wrong.
You should give him some face.
Hearing Shenhao say this, Li Tai nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Shen, you are right, I will listen to you.
Li Yu also said, Thank you, Mr. Shen.
I will definitely change my ways and never make such a mistake again. Shenhao smiled slightly, thinking secretly in his heart, whether you make mistakes or not, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, all Shenhao needs is to have money every month, that's all. Sitting in his limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions, Shenhao began to think about life. I now drive a supercar worth hundreds of millions, own 10 school district houses, and now own a commercial building.
Excuse me, who can tell that I used to be a real estate agent? Ha, this reversal caught me off guard. Shenhao was thinking secretly in his heart, now that he suddenly became so rich, what should he do?
If he continued like this, Shenhao felt that he would become more and more lost. If so, please let Shenhao continue. Shenhao thought this was pretty good. Shenhao is so rich now, although he still wears very simple clothes, Shenhao can say that it is because he likes it.
Money can't buy my happiness.
But if you are poorer, it's different. Why do you buy such simple clothes? If your answer is what I am happy with, then congratulations.
Girls will definitely laugh at you, probably because you are poor.
This is a world where looks matter, and similarly, it is also a world where money matters. Just as he was thinking about it, Shenhao's cell phone rang.
Looking at the incoming call notification, the balance on your card. Shenhao counted them, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of millions, 10 billion. Why is there so much money in the card all of a sudden? Could it be that I transferred it to the wrong place?
Shenhao took a look and felt that he should call Jing to confirm the matter first. At this time, Shenhao took out his mobile phone and called Jing directly.
Hello, Mr. Shen. Jing was very polite. After all, she was now Shenhao's employee. Shenhao really disliked this title. From now on, just call me Shenhao.
Shenhao was very serious as he spoke to this side. It was only after Shenhao finished speaking that Jing realized it. Yes, if I don't change my wording, Jing will feel very inferior if I end up with Shenhao in the future.
Shenhao.
Jing said this. Shenhao smiled slightly and spoke directly to Jing.
How come there is an extra 1 billion in my card all of a sudden?
If it's the rent here, it would only be 100 or 200 million at most.
Shenhao asked and Jing shook her head. No, Shenhao, you are wrong.
It is not 1 or 200 million, but 1 billion. The land around Huang commercial building is very expensive now, and the estimated output value has reached nearly 4 billion.
So, nowadays, a billion yuan in annual rent is quite normal. 1 billion? It was simply unbelievable.
The more Liang Jing thought about it, the more surprised she felt. It seems that Shinhao does not have to do anything and easily makes 1 billion yuan a year. There are probably very few people who think they are geniuses and want to earn 1 billion on their own. It can be seen that Shinhao must have suffered a lot. After all, the way he treats people shows that he has worked hard in society, and I suddenly felt inexplicably distressed.
I like Shinhao even more.
Shinhao didn't know what Liang Jing was thinking, but now Shinhao was wondering, now that he suddenly had such a large sum of money, how should he spend it? Oh, Shinhao suddenly thought of it.
Didn't Rinyu say he wanted to change jobs? In that case, I'll come and help him. Liang Jing, can you help me find some people who are particularly knowledgeable about wine? I plan to invest in a winery. As for the price, it's within a few hundred million. You can do whatever you want.
After Shinhao finished speaking, Liang Jing took a deep breath.
Several hundred million, all invested?
Indeed, doing business still requires this kind of courage.
Okay, I happen to know something. I'll go down and arrange it right away. Chapter 15 Old classmate, please come over right away. Has it been arranged?
Shinhao asked Liang Jing beside him, and Liang Jing nodded repeatedly.
That's right, Shinhao, what do you think?
Shinhao took a look and found it was indeed very good, and the location was also very good. The previous seller wanted to sell this place mainly because it had expired and their focus had shifted. This manor and the factory behind it cost more than 300 million yuan. Shinhao originally thought that if he continued to spend like this, it would be at least 500 to 600 million yuan, but he didn't expect it to be just a little more than half of that. This made Shinhao begin to sigh that it was too easy to make money these days, but it was really difficult to spend money.
Okay, that's it, just sort everything out here, and then I'll make a call. Shinhao said this and called Renyu directly. Hey, Howsy, what's wrong? I'm delivering goods here.
Renyu is delivering goods, and what he is currently doing is the most miserable wine delivery man. He is responsible for his own sales and delivery, and part of the commission he gets will be taken away by his upper-level agent.
So the money Renyu earned was actually not that much. Oh, so I want all your stuff. Now I have something very serious to tell you. Old classmate, please come over right away.
Shinhao thought, it doesn't matter who he leaves this to, he would feel more at ease if he leaves it to Renyu. So at this time, Shinhao's decision was actually made after careful consideration.
Okay, wait a minute, I'll be there soon, tell me the address. Renyu said, and the address was sent to him soon.
When Renyu saw this address, he felt something strange.
Strange, if I remember correctly, there seems to be a big manor right here. Renyu's dream is to own such a manor.
In this way, Renyu's career will be able to reach a higher level. When Renyu arrived at the place, he briefly explained his situation and was then taken to the manor.
Renyu's eyes lit up when he saw the manor's high-end equipment. Look at other people's working environment and then look at your own, you can't help but feel jealous. Renyu.
Shinhao shouted over here, and Renyu also noticed Shinhao.
Howsy, why are you here?
Thinking that Shinhao wanted to discuss business here, Renyu planned to introduce him to the person in charge here.
Renyu was moved. However, if this were to happen, Shinhao wouldn't know how many favors he would have to sacrifice.
I came here to tell you that you don't have to go to work in that small winery of yours anymore. After Shinhao finished speaking, Renyu's heart skipped a beat.
Sure enough, I guessed right. Howsy, I know you are doing this for my own good, but right now
Just as Renyu was about to speak, Shinhao pointed in front of him and said, we are currently short of a general manager.
You will be the general manager here from now on.
When Shinhao said this, Renyu was suddenly stunned.
General manager?
Even Renyu was like this, but he still couldn't recover.
How come I suddenly became the general manager?
Liang Jing, prepare all the things that the general manager has assigned to general manager Renyu. If he is not satisfied, give him money and let him buy it himself. After Shinhao finished speaking, Liang Jing nodded heavily, and when she looked at Shinhao, she felt a warmth in her heart. He is indeed a man who values friendship and loyalty. He has developed himself and has not forgotten his classmates. This kind of character is exactly what Liang Jing admires in Shinhao.
Ah, general manager?
Even if he didn't come here to work, Renyu would have been very satisfied just selling alcoholic beverages.
But now suddenly tell him that you are here to be the general manager? Yes, you heard it right. You are now the general manager here. I can call your side right now and you don't have to do your work there anymore.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Runyu nodded and said through gritted teeth.
Okay, I didn't want to do it anyway. Wait, I'll make a call right away.
Runyu said this and directly dialed his boss's number. At this time, a middle-aged man's unhappy voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Runyu, what are you doing?
Calling me at this time, don't you know I'm talking about business?
In fact, everyone in the company knows exactly what business they are discussing.
Liang Shichang, listen to me. I'm calling you to tell you that I quit.
Runyu's words made Liang Shichang's scalp tingle.
As the most capable employee under Liang Shichang did not treat Renyu well.
Instead, he found excuses to deduct Renyu's money every now and then. But Liang Shichang knew that Renyu could not do without this job.
Who would have thought that he would just quit it?
Renyu, you have to think it over carefully.
If you leave me, you won't be able to continue working in this industry. Liang Shichang has certain connections in the Jiangzhou wine circle.
If he says a word, Renyu will have no chance of getting by.
Xinhao smiled. Renyu, tell him loudly who you are now. Identity? Liang Shichang found it funny. What kind of identity could a lousy wine salesman have?
Renyu nodded, raised his head and said, then listen carefully, I am now the general manager of Wu Manor, and I am the agent of all the red wine in Jiangzhou.
It's fine if we just part ways amicably, but since you said that, don't even think about having a bottle of red wine in your house from now on.
Renyu spoke to Liang Shichang angrily.
Liang Shichang found these words even more confusing. Is this a threat to myself? Just you? Liang Shichang felt that Renyu was joking. But not long after, Liang Shichang received a phone call.
The red wine that Liang Shichang had sold before was fine, but from now on, Liang Shichang would not sell a single bottle of red wine, otherwise they would be in trouble.
How could this be such a coincidence? Could it be that what Renyu said is true? Who could have imagined that a previously inconspicuous wine salesman with no identity and no background would suddenly become the general manager of the famous Wu winery in Jiangzhou? Renyu, there were some misunderstandings about what happened before.
Liang Shichang was extremely servile, but Renyu smiled.
You're thinking of begging for mercy now, right? It's too late. You and your winery should slowly exit the Jiangzhou stage.
After Renyu finished speaking, he hung up the phone without caring about anything else. Xinhao saw this and smiled slightly. Renyu, that's the right thing to think about. I'll leave this place to you from now on.
I believe you can handle it with your ability. Go buy a car first. Even a car worth millions is fine. I want to see a different Renyu. Chapter 16 Your classmates will arrive at the battlefield one day later. Howsy, look quickly, the group is so lively.
Renyu said this, taking out his cell phone and talking to Xinhao. I took a look at the group and it was indeed very lively.
Meng Liang, the class reunion is in one day. Have you chosen the place? Li Donghang, do you need to choose now? When the time comes, just find the most expensive one. Brother Hang, you are not short of money. Below, several classmates left messages. Brother Hang is mighty and domineering. That's right. It looks like Brother Hang has come out on top again this time. As these people talked, the envy on their faces was self-evident. Even through the phone screen, Xinhao could feel how they were licking his ass. This Li Donghang is really too much. This time, Renyu couldn't stand it anymore. Li Donghang was their classmate. His family was rich, so he was very arrogant in school. And he changes girlfriends one after another, but there is nothing you can do about it, he is still very popular, after all, he is rich. However, there are still some classmates that Li Donghang cannot beat, such as Li Feifei. Li Feifei was the school belle, and Li Donghang had pursued Li Feifei no less than 10 times. However, Li Feifei just refused. Howsy, you have to be careful this time. Li Donghang must have come here for the school beauty. Renyu spoke to Xinhao anxiously, as if he was going to beat him to death if he dared to steal my brother's woman. But here, Xinhao was very calm. If it was before, maybe Xinhao would really be touched. But now that he thought about it carefully, Xinhao seemed to have nothing to worry about. In terms of looks, Xinhao is definitely more handsome than Li Donghang. After all, the campus idol of Jiangzhou University back then was not just a casual title. In terms of wealth, Xinhao's current assets are definitely more than Li Donghang's family assets. What's more, Xinhao also has a sign-in system. I just don't know what I'll get by signing in next. Xinhao actually hopes that if possible, he could be given shares in a certain company. If it belongs to Xiao Ma Ge or someone else, that would be great. The group was more lively than before.
Li Dongheng sent out more than a dozen red envelopes in succession, totaling several thousand yuan.
Naturally, many people in the group cheered.
Ren Yu looked very angry. Damn it, Shenhao, look at how cocky this guy is.
I'm going to give out red envelopes right away. We can't let him outshine us.
Ren Yu was very loyal, especially when he was in school. He had a very good relationship with Shenhao. So when encountering such a thing, Ren Yu was naturally very excited.
Shenhao waved his hand. It's okay, no need, let him be proud for a while, and when he comes to Jiangzhou, let him feel the hospitality of our Jiangzhou people.
No matter how he listened to Shenhao's words, Ren Yu felt that there was something malicious in them.
Okay, let's wait until they get here. We are old classmates.
We haven't seen each other for such a long time.
How can we not have a good chat? Ren Yu clenched his fists, looking like he was ready to take action at any time.
In short, the messages in the group give people a feeling.
Your classmates will arrive at the battlefield in one day, please be prepared. Shenhao appeared to be very calm. To him, these things were no problem at all. Of course not. But, how should Shenhao get back at this place?
Shenhao pondered secretly, and at this moment, Shenhao's cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and it turned out to be from Li Feifei.
Shenhao, do you have time? Let's have a meal together.
It happened that Ren Yu also saw this. He patted Shenhao on the shoulder and spoke excitedly.
Haozi, why are you still standing there? The school beauty asked you out, just go.
Hearing Ren Yu say this, Shenhao smiled faintly. Since Ren Yu said so, it would not be good for Shenhao not to go.
Okay, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first.
Shenhao said this, then stood up and left. Looking at Shenhao's departing figure, Liang Jing suddenly felt a pang in her heart, as if something was missing.
How could Liang Jing not like a high-quality man like Shenhao?
However, Liang Jing was not discouraged, but instead a fighting spirit was ignited in her heart. I have to work hard, and then Shenhao will notice me sooner or later. Liang Jing thought secretly, and Ren Yu beside her felt it was very strange. But this woman looks very beautiful.
I just don't know if she has a boyfriend. This beautiful lady, I want to ask, do you have a boyfriend? Ren Yu smiled slightly and asked Liang Jing. Sorry, I haven't.
Liang Jing thought Ren Yu was pursuing her, so she interrupted Ren Yu's answer.
But the next moment, Ren Yu sighed. Oh, what a pity. If you hadn't had me, I would have been planning to bring you and Haozi together. Liang Jing. Is this true?
If Liang Jing had known that this was what Ren Yu was going to say, wouldn't it have been better for her to just say no?
Come to think of it, I do feel a little regretful.
However, Liang Jing decided not to think about these things for the time being and just focus on her work. Shenhao was driving at lightning speed, heading to the agreed location. But at this time, a familiar figure stood there. Shenhao subconsciously stopped and looked carefully.
Wasn't this woman Tang Yuro, the girl who had taken Shenhao's taxi before?
Shenhao opened the car door. Beauty, what a coincidence to meet you here. Tang Yuro was also surprised, not only because of Shenhao's limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions. The main reason is that Shenhao is handsome. As the saying goes, being handsome can overcome everything. Yeah, what a coincidence, long time no see, you are still so handsome.
Tang Yuro looked at Shenhao and spoke excitedly. Listen to what the beautiful girl has to say.
Shenhao likes girls who are beautiful and like to tell the truth.
I'll take you wherever you're going.
As Shenhao was talking, Tang Yuro said, I'm going to happy hour.
Happy hour, is that a coincidence? Going on a blind date again? Shenhao was a little curious and asked Tang Yuro. No, I don't want to find a partner for now. I want to talk about something. But what about you? Why do I always feel like you're going on a date with a girl? It's so accurate. There is absolutely no mistake in what Tang Yuro said. Shenhao was even beginning to doubt it. Could it be that she studied psychology in college? How could she be so accurate in her judgment? Let's not talk about this. Get in the car. I'll take you flying. Shenhao drove the car again without paying attention. Tang Yuro's face was gloomy, and she subconsciously said, how should I answer now?
Should I hold your arm and say, brother, I love you so much, please take me flying?
Shenhao touched his chin. Actually, this was really possible. Chapter 17 Li Feifei's hint, fake play becomes real.
Brother, you looked really great just now.
Next time, I'll be anxious again.
Having said that, Tang Yuro got out of the car, turned around, waved to Xinhao, and left reluctantly. Only Xinhao was left stunned.
What was Tang Yuro saying just now?
It would be fine if there was something going on between the two of them, but the problem is that just now, Xinhao was just driving a car. The result described by Tang Yuro was that Xinhao was driving a car. These two cars are not the same car at all.
Forget it, I can't explain it. Just say it's okay.
Anyway, I was just driving. Xinhao could only comfort himself, get off the car and enter the happy time.
I found a seat in a corner and sat down.
After waiting for a while, Li Feifei came over. Li Feifei is still very beautiful, but she has been so busy lately that she is almost exhausted.
Fortunately, Xinhao rented the Night Pearl theme hotel for Li Feifei, so that Li Feifei at least had a place to live. The key issue was that it was actually not far from Li Feifei's workplace.
Xinhao, I'm sorry, you've been waiting for a long time, right?
Li Feifei still feels the same. This is the man of her dreams. Li Feifei doesn't want Xinhao to have any bad impression of her in his heart.
It's okay, I just got here. Xinhao was very calm, but when he looked at Li Feifei like this, he always felt something was weird. For some reason, Xinhao felt that something must have happened to Li Feifei.
What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Xinhao thought it would be better to ask.
As Xinhao finished speaking, Li Feifei, who was standing in front of Xinhao, raised her head and looked at Xinhao. She hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke to Xinhao.
My family arranged a blind date for me.
After Li Feifei finished speaking, Xinhao stood there in a daze. His eyes moved and he looked towards Li Feifei.
What, Li Feifei is going on a blind date? Doesn't this mean that Li Feifei will soon become someone else's woman? But I didn't agree.
Seeing Xinhao like this, Li Feifei was very satisfied and said to Xinhao.
Actually, I have another idea, which is. As Li Feifei spoke, Xinhao breathed a sigh of relief.
But Xinhao felt very strange.
What kind of method was this that Li Feifei was talking about? What is the solution? Xinhao looked at Li Feifei, a little anxious. Actually, the method is that I told my parents that I already have a boyfriend.
Li Feifei looked at Xinhao, feeling a little shy. Xinhao's head was buzzing.
What, Li Feifei actually has a boyfriend? Who is it? Xinhao wants to have a good chat with him.
I told my parents that my boyfriend's name is Xinhao. Looking at Xinhao like this, Li Feifei blushed and spoke to Xinhao. It turns out that he has the same name and surname as him.
Xinhao nodded.
But Xinhao quickly realized that this was actually talking about himself.
If you don't agree, forget it.
At this time, Li Feifei looked towards Xinhao and said to him.
Well, okay, I'll help. After all, we're classmates, so I'll definitely help. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Xinhao waved his hand and spoke calmly. Li Feifei's cheeks turned red.
In fact, this method was mentioned to her by a colleague before. Li Feifei felt that there was only a small gap between her and Xinhao. So, Li Feifei came up with this idea, and now it seems to be very good.
Okay, let's not talk about this for now. You know about the class reunion, right? As Xinhao spoke, Li Feifei nodded heavily.
Of course she knew it, and not only that, Li Dongheng had been pursuing her relentlessly before. This made Li Feifei very annoyed, so she wanted to quickly establish a relationship with Xinhao. This situation also made Li Dongheng give up.
I know.
If Li Dongheng dares to cause trouble for you, I will handle it. Xinhao said this very domineeringly. Li Feifei nodded, and her heart felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey.
Next, Xinhao chatted with Li Feifei for a while.
When he learned that Li Feifei would be leaving for the branch soon, Xinhao was still a little disappointed. However, Li Feifei told Xinhao that she would be back soon to deal with some issues. Xinhao then nodded to show that he understood, but Xinhao noticed that not far away, in front of Tang Yuro, there were several middle-aged men in suits. It was obvious at first glance that these people were either rich or noble, and they were extremely respectful to Tang Yuro. This made Xinhao suddenly feel that he seemed to have underestimated Tang Yuro. Next, after chatting for a while, Li Feifei took a photo and sent it directly to Li Dongheng. Originally, Li Dongheng's face was full of anticipation, but after seeing the photos, Li Dongheng suddenly lost his composure. Xinhao, he is actually with my goddess.
Li Dongheng was furious and even wanted to cut Xinhao into pieces. What's so good about Xinhao? Apart from being handsome, what else does he have?
Li Dongheng felt that he was richer than Xin Hao. As the saying goes, money represents justice. Li Dongheng felt that how could Xin Hao compare with himself? The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. "Brother Hang, what's wrong?" Meng Liang walked over to Li Dongheng and asked him. Now Li Dongheng has returned to the Li family and become the president of the Li family, while Meng Liang is Li Dongheng's lackey. When one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. Thanks to Li Dongheng, Meng Liang is now the business manager of the company. So Meng Liang would naturally not miss anything about Li Dongheng. Li Dongheng turned around, glanced at Meng Liang beside him, and sighed. "Meng Liang, look, Feifei is actually with Xin Hao." Li Dongheng now wants to kill someone, especially Xin Hao. How can he be with the goddess when he has no money? I don't know how Xin Hao got her. Thinking of this, Li Dongheng was very unhappy. At this time, Meng Liang, who was beside Li Dongheng, smiled. "Brother Hang, Xin Hao does have some tricks up his sleeve, but Brother Hang, you are so powerful. This class reunion is a good opportunity for us. When the time comes, after the goddess sees our strength, will she throw herself into your arms?" Meng Liang's words made Li Dongheng nod repeatedly. Yes, why didn't Li Dongheng think of this? If that was the case, Li Dongheng became impatient. I really hope that the class reunion can come soon. In this way, Li Dongheng can show his strength well. This Xin Hao, I'll let him know how powerful I am. Chapter 18 Fourth Sign-In, Food for the Heaven Shares. The first thing I do when I wake up every day is to sign in by shouting. In the past, Xin Hao was not very enthusiastic about things like signing in. But now it's very different. Signing in seems to have become a very beautiful thing. This time, Xin Hao directly clicked to sign in. This is your fourth sign-in. Congratulations on obtaining 30% of Food Heaven's shares. Food is the most important thing? Why does this name look so familiar? If you have any questions, ask Qiandu. Xin Hao began to search on the computer and found all the information about Shui Tian clearly. Food is the most important thing in China. It is one of the best restaurants in China, with more than 1,000 branches in the country. In terms of market value, it is probably around 6 billion. If it is 30%, that would be more than 2 billion. Although the value is not as much as before, the problem is that the identity of the second largest shareholder of Shuaishan Company sounds very impressive. At this time, Xin Hao's phone rang. It was a string of unfamiliar numbers, which made Xin Hao somewhat confused. It doesn't seem like a sales call, so there's nothing wrong with answering it. There were so many calls received that Xin Hao could tell at a glance whether the call was a normal call or a sales call. The call was connected, and a man's voice came from the other end. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xin Hao?" "It's over." Xin Hao regretted it. He had been on guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but he didn't expect that he was still unable to prevent them. "Yes, what are you selling?" Xin Hao said directly with a stern face. "I'm free anyway, so I might as well have some fun." "It's nothing. Food is the most important thing." The words came out almost without thinking on the other end of the phone. Food is the most important thing? This is a big brand. These scammers are so hateful nowadays. Before, they would just pretend to be a small company. I didn't expect that in just a few days, he already dared to pretend to be the food of heaven. Wait, Xin Hao suddenly realized something was wrong. Food is the most important thing. Am I not a shareholder there? Are they really looking for me? Xin Hao thought that no matter what, he should first ask what the business here is. "Mr. Xin Hao, I'm the assistant of Food for Heaven. I just got the news that you have become the second largest shareholder of Food for Heaven, so we have arranged a shareholder welcome meeting for you. May I ask you?" When the person on the other end of the phone continued speaking, he actually hoped that Xin Hao would attend the shareholders meeting. However, Xin Hao was very direct. "No need, just do what you want, and tell the major shareholder that I only want to make money, and I don't care about other things." These words caused excitement on the other end of the phone. That's great. In fact, what they needed was what Xin Hao said. It would be bad if Xin Hao intervened. Xin Hao just stood by and watched, not involved in the matter, which was actually the greatest support for the major shareholder. "Mr. Xin Hao, thank you so much. Our boss said that you will be the second person of Food for Heaven in the future. If there is any problem, our boss will come forward to help you solve it." What I mean is that Xin Hao is not the second largest shareholder? Or, similar to other shareholder meetings, the third brother is planning to take over from the second brother? But forget it, Shinhao shouldn't think about it anymore.
Nothing else, I'll hang up.
Shinhao waved his hand and spoke directly to the person in front of him. After saying that, Shinhao hung up the phone.
This incident was a bit inexplicable. On the other end of the phone, a very beautiful woman asked the person next to her, "How is it? What did he say?" "He said he would not interfere and would absolutely support you, boss."
When the assistant beside her spoke to this very beautiful woman, she slowly raised her head and looked in front of her. This happened just in time, so they don't need to worry anymore. We have 40% of the shares, plus the second largest shareholders 30%.
Now even if others join forces, they can't threaten us. It depends on them. If they are fine, that's fine.
If they want to die, I don't mind fulfilling their wish. As the beautiful woman spoke, she looked completely confident about what was happening. As the woman finished speaking, the people around her were even more shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that what the woman said was very good. Obviously, other people are very clear about what this incident brings. However, this shareholder is our trump card.
Let's talk to the others later. We need to show our appreciation to him. This shows our sincerity.
When the woman said this, the people around her nodded repeatedly. This was undoubtedly a good thing, and the others went down to make arrangements. Shinhao didn't know what was going on, his cell phone kept ringing.
Strange, what's going on?
Shinhao looked at what was in front of him and was slightly shocked. A 150 square meter house and a Porsche 911 worth several million. Italian suit design master Carl decided to design clothes for Shinhao himself, and designed several suits for Shinhao in advance as regular styles for other times.
Seeing this, Shinhao pondered for a moment, these scammers, are they crazy? With such a huge cost, can they make back the money? Could it be that Shinhao's identity has been leaked? Shinhao thought about it carefully. How could his identity, which was worth tens of billions of dollars, be leaked?
No, after looking carefully, it's not my identity that has been leaked.
Isn't this arranged by Sherwei Tian?
It seems that food is the heaven has gone to great lengths to please me. However, after Shinhao took a look at the house of 150 square meters, he thought it was worth accepting. Porsche 911, Shinhao has no use for this car. Shinhao took a look and saw that Renyu seemed to need a car. He had not had time to buy one yet, so he sent it to him first.
Shinhao thought about it and dialed the phone. "Hello, is this Renyu? Howsy, what's wrong? I'm busy here. It's really inconvenient without a car. If I have nothing to do in a few days, I'll go buy a car."
Shinhao gave Renyu an annual salary of several million, so he should be generous to himself and buy him a car. And Shinhao smiled slightly. "Renyu, I will send you an address and give you some gifts."
"Gift? What kind of gift is it? Howsy, we are all grown men, why are you doing this?"
Renyu wanted to say that there was no need for that, but Shinhao was very calm.
"It's okay. It was given to me as a gift. I can't use it, so I'm giving it to you. Work hard." "What? What on earth is this?" Renyu was a little confused.
Then, Renyu answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Renyu, we are from Food for Heaven. Mr. Shinhao has told us to send the Porsche 911 to you.
Please send us your address." "Ah, Porsche 911, send it to Renyu, is it a real car?"
Chapter 19 It's settled, let us choose the highest grade. Howsy, this Porsche 911 is real. After washing for a while, Shinhao felt puzzled.
What is going on? There are even fake Porsche 911s on the market now?
Then Shinhao must pay close attention.
Could it be that his limited edition Zerb supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars is also fake?
When he has time later, Shinhao will go and check it out carefully.
Of course, it's just a joke. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there a problem?
Shinhao spoke to Renyu calmly, and Renyu suddenly didn't know what to say. But that was a Porsche 911.
However, when Renyu thought that Shinhao also had a limited edition Silby supercar, he knew.
No problem, Howsy, Li Donghang sent a message in the group.
Let's go online and see what evil this guy is up to. Shinhao nodded. This matter really needs to be paid attention to.
Just open the phone and you will see 999 plus messages.
Shinhao took a rough look and figured out what was going on here.
It turned out that Li Donghang had already started to get angry and asked about where we were going. At this time, Li Donghang began to call out names. Shinhao, you are in Jiangzhou, where do you think we should choose?
Which place to choose?
This was a bit of a sudden attack. Choose, of course, choose the best. Xinhao sent a message to the people in front of him. With Xinhao's current wealth, let alone choosing the best, even if he lived and ate in a hotel for a month or two and held cocktail parties every day, it would not be a problem for Xinhao. Li Dongheng suddenly laughed. That's right, it's settled, let's choose the highest grade. Xinhao, you won't have any problem, right?
There is a problem. What a joke. Of course not. No problem, I'll just wait for you guys to come.
Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and spoke directly. When Xinhao said this to the person in front of him, Li Dongheng smiled and said, Xinhao, don't be so stubborn.
At worst, we can just split the bill.
As Li Dongheng spoke, he invisibly hurt the hearts of many people.
Although everyone graduated from Jiangzhou University, many of them did not come from well-off families. But it's okay. It's all my turn then. Remember to be there. Anyone who doesn't show up is showing no respect to me. Li Dongheng was very proud and said a few more words there. Xinhao looked at it and was too lazy to reply. Renyu called Xinhao and said, Haozi, this guy is so arrogant, why don't you say anything?
On this side, Renyu just felt that Xinhao should refute it. Xinhao was looking up information on his computer when he received the call.
He said to Renyu, nothing. Let's study what Li Dongheng's family does. I have some spare money on hand, so I plan to have some fun. Play around?
These words startled Renyu. No matter how I listened, I felt that Xinhao was using his ultimate move.
Haozi, are you going to take action? Renyu was a little shocked and couldn't help but speak to Xinhao. Of course, Xinhao looked at the information in his hand and said to Renyu, what do you think would happen if I acquired Li Dongheng's family company?
Well, Renyu felt like he was going to collapse if he continued talking. Renyu was just thinking about how to get his position back, while Xinhao was already considering an investment of several hundred million.
And the first thing Xinhao did now was to acquire Li Dongheng's family company. In fact, the Li family's investment failed and they are in urgent need of money.
I asked Liang Jing to take care of it and buy his company with 100 or 200 million yuan. When Xinhao finished speaking, Renyu took a deep breath.
Oh my god, what happened to Xinhao? Is it getting out of hand? Okay, you are very strong. Li Dongheng is going to cry this time.
Renyu smiled proudly. If Li Dongheng thought about his company being acquired, he wondered if he would still be so cocky. Xinhao chatted with Renyu for a while, and finally called Liang Jing.
Hello, Xinhao. Liang Jing was very excited. Why did Xinhao call her so early in the morning?
However, while Liang Jing was still thinking about it secretly, Xinhao said, I'll send you some information. When the time comes, you can bring some people over to negotiate and take over this company as quickly as possible.
Hearing Xinhao say this, Liang Jing took a deep breath. Is Xinhao planning to use his ultimate move again?
Thank you for your hard work.
When you come back, I'll treat you to a feast.
Xinhao's words were very useful to Liang Jing.
Okay, then I'm waiting for your feast.
In fact, Liang Jing was secretly thinking that it would be best if she could eat Xinhao as well, that would be perfect. Liang Jing was thinking this secretly in her heart. At this moment, Xinhao seemed to feel something.
Why do I always feel that Liang Jing has some other ideas?
Xinhao was very worried.
Could it be that Liang Jing was planning to eat him? So, a person cannot be too outstanding. A man who is too outstanding, like Tang Monk, will always be remembered by various beautiful female donors. Beautiful female donor, keep it in mind and mark the key points for the exam. These things are nothing and can probably be arranged quickly. Xinhao thought it was a good idea. The next step was to wait for the class reunion. A philosopher once said that every class reunion is filled with swordplay.
I don't know which philosopher said this, but it's different for Xinhao. Just put on a handsome suit and get ready to face the challenge. Xinhao also got the property certificate and keys of the 150 square meter house.
The Italian suit, although not designed by Master Carl, is not bad now.
Master Carl will design it personally based on the data provided by Xinhao.
And then, Xinhao felt a little bored. What should I do this early in the morning? A rich person's day is so boring. All you think about is how to use your limited time to make money.
But Xinhao is different. All he thinks about is how to make money, which is indeed a problem. Thinking of this, Xinhao suddenly smiled.
Well, that's a good point.
Xinhao nodded, but he was thinking differently.
Xinhao was just thinking about how to get through the day. Which place is better to go for consumption, a 5-star hotel or a high-end shopping mall? No, this cannot go on. Shinhao has to find something meaningful to do.
Shinhao has to be a person who is free from vulgar interests. Just as he was thinking about it, Shinhao's cell phone rang.
Hello, Shinhao, do you have time? Tang Yuro's call came at a very timely moment. Time and place.
This woman called at the right time.
Shinhao wanted to go over and see if Tang Yuro needed any help. Chapter 20 Tang Yuro's question, arrival of classmates.
Beauty, you are so beautiful, do you want to date me?
On the street, beautiful women always attract special attention.
A man who thought he was handsome and had some capital stood in front of her and spoke to her. The woman looked at the man in front of her who thought he was handsome and said calmly, "No appointment, my boyfriend will be here soon."
Boyfriend?
The young man in front of him found it very interesting. "I am in my 20s and I drive a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million yuan. Among my peers, I am considered to be pretty good.
Who else has the capital to compare with him?"
Just as I was thinking about it, a limited edition Zirbai supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars came speeding towards me from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had stopped in front of the Mercedes-Benz. The young man covered his face and suddenly felt pain in it. This slap in the face was a bit too fast. The car door opened and a handsome young man walked out. He was wearing Italian brand men's clothing and his entire body was worth at least 1 million. The clothes alone were comparable to his Mercedes-Benz, and the young man was suddenly stunned.
"My boyfriend is here." Tang Yuro was very happy and spoke to the young man beside her.
Shinhao came directly towards Tang Yuro. At this moment, he seemed to be the most dazzling new star on the field and looked so dazzling. Compared with Shinhao, those around him pale in comparison.
Shinhao came directly to Tang Yuro and said, "Yuro, I'm here."
"Are these all your friends?"
"No, it's not important." Tang Yuro was very calm, but suddenly, it seemed as if a powerful aura emanated from her.
The moment before, she was still that intellectual and gentle beautiful teacher. But now, she is like a business queen, with such a strong aura that people are intimidated.
"Oh, let's go then."
As Shinhao spoke, he got up and left with Tang Yuro.
Shinhao was a little curious. "By the way, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I want to rent a house nearby, so I want you to help me find a suitable one."
Tang Yuro asked Shinhao, but she didn't just want Shinhao for reference, she actually wanted to ask Shinhao out and take the next step with him.
Shinhao could see it, but he didn't say anything. In the adult world, there is no pure friendship between men and women.
All of this is just to get to know each other more deeply.
Shinhao didn't say anything, but suddenly, Shinhao remembered. "Isn't my 150 square meter house right here? You want to rent a house, right? I happen to have one nearby. If you don't mind, come with me to take a look." Shinhao looked at Tang Yuro and smiled calmly. If someone else said this, Tang Yuro might never agree. However, after Shinhao finished speaking, Tang Yuro did not have the slightest hesitation in her heart. "Okay, let's go." Tang Yuro said this while holding Shinhao's hand. And the friends who were chatting up Tang Yuro behind her were about to cry. "Oh my god, this is so unfair. I drive a Mercedes worth over $1 million, but I still can't woo the woman I like." The companion next to him said inappropriately, "Dude, don't be sad, it's not that you are not good enough, but that others drive a limited edition silver supercar worth hundreds of millions. Compared with them, our car is just a little brother." Tang Yuro felt a little touched. Was Shinhao hinting at something by this behavior? But what Tang Yuro didn't know was that Shinhao actually thought the same way in his heart. This woman, what on earth does she want to do? Shinhao felt that Tang Yuro must have the same thoughts about her body as other women. You can't blame Tang Yuro. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame Shinhao for being too outstanding. "Okay, take a look over here, what do you think?" When I opened the door, I saw that this place was fully decorated, so all these things had been tidied up. When Tang Yuro opened it and saw this, her heart skipped a beat. Why is it here? Thinking of this, Tang Yuro turned around and looked at Shinhao beside her, wondering what she was thinking. At this time, Shinhao didn't know what Tang Yuro was thinking. Seeing Tang Yuro like this, he was a little curious. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is this okay?" After Shinhao finished speaking, Tang Yuro nodded heavily. "Okay. Of course, the environment here is so good, and it is only a few steps away from my school, Zhangzhou University. Okay, I'll give you the key. You can live here from now on." Shinhao's words made Tang Yuro feel a little lost. "How much is it?" I'll give you the rent. Rent? Does Shinhao lack this? It's okay, no need, just live in peace. Shinhao waved his hand, very calmly. Does he still need money? What does he need the money for?
Tang Yuro was embarrassed. I know that if I really rent a house like this, the monthly rent will definitely not be less than 6,000 yuan.
So from now on, you come here and I'll cook for you.
After hearing what Tang Yuro said, Shinhao understood.
Okay, I will.
Don't worry, I won't be polite with you.
Shinhao was very calm.
Such a good opportunity was indeed great. Although I don't have money, I can still enjoy a lot of happiness.
At this time, Shinhao received a call. Hello, what did you say? Have you arrived yet? Okay, I know I'll be there soon. Shinhao said this, standing up and preparing to go out. What's wrong, are you leaving?
Tang Yuro felt reluctant to leave as she had just arrived.
At this time, Shinhao nodded. Yes, my classmates are here, so I have to go pick them up. As Shinhao spoke, Tang Yuro felt a little regretful. Is that so?
Then next time when you come over, I'll cook for you. In fact, Shinhao had no interest in eating, but he was very interested in Tang Yuro who cooked.
Okay, I'm leaving now.
Having said that, Shinhao stood up and left. Looking at Shinhao's departing figure, Tang Yuro seemed to have thought of something, took out her cell phone and made a call.
After the call was connected, Tang Yuro asked, Have you dealt with everything? Boss, the matter has been dealt with. The person on the other end of the phone looked very respectful, fearing that Tang Yuro might be dissatisfied.
When Tang Yuro heard what was said on the phone, she nodded.
Okay, I know.
Please help me investigate something. I didn't know much about this matter before, so please send me his information now. Tang Yuro was talking, and soon the information was sent over. After taking a look, Tang Yuro suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that they are all true.
Chapter 21 Why don't you even have a car? Concern from old classmates. Shinhao and Li Feifei made an appointment and arrived at Chaiwaishan in advance.
When two people arrived, the others had not yet arrived.
It looks like no one else is here. Why don't we go shopping for a while? There are actually a lot of fun things here at Food is Heaven.
After Shinhao and Li Feifei walked around here for a while, they found that someone had come over. Li Donghang and his people had already been ready here.
Li Donghang seems very proud now. I think he doesn't know yet that his father's company has been acquired by me, right?
Shinhao had already received the news before, so now, Shinhao understood all of this very clearly.
Shinhao, what's wrong with you?
When Li Feifei saw Shinhao like this, she couldn't help but ask.
Shinhao waved his hand. Nothing, let's go over there. It's a class reunion, and they chose such a high-end venue. Shinhao just wanted to say, okay, young man. Your own house has been bought out, and you're still hanging around here? Li Donghang didn't know and was still talking to others. But from a distance, I saw Shinhao and Li Feifei walking towards this side. Li Donghang was very happy and said, Shinhao, Feifei, you are here? Hey, why don't you even have a car?
At this moment, the concern comes from old classmates.
Shinhao seemed very calm. It's okay, it's not far anyway, just walk for a while. It's not Li Donghang's fault.
In fact, the most important reason is that these people were not there when they arrived, so they didn't see it. At this time, the waiter inside came to everyone very enthusiastically.
Mr. Shin, Ms. Li, you are here. Please come in. Yours.
Originally, the person in front of him wanted to return Shinhao's car keys to him.
It feels great to drive a limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions. But at this time, Li Donghang was a little unhappy. I say, do you understand the situation clearly? Don't you know who is the primary one and who is the secondary one? Why don't you take us in quickly?
Li Donghang wondered if the waiters here didn't understand the situation clearly. After all, Li Donghang looks like the rich man, and the others are just supporting roles. The waiter was about to say something, but Shinhao smiled and said, Yes, Brother Hang is right.
We all listen to Brother Hang.
When Shinhao said this, it sounded like he was vilifying Li Donghang.
Okay, let's go. Who else is missing?
Yu is still missing. Li Donghang was a little angry. He is Shinhao's man again. Yu has a good relationship with Shinhao, and all the classmates know it. So in Li Donghang's view, Yu is also the target he needs to step on carefully this time. But when they saw Yu getting out of the Porsche, everyone else was shocked.
Wow, is this Yu's car? It's a Porsche 911. It must be worth several million, right?
I didn't expect that in just a few years, Renyu has done so well. Indeed, I didn't expect it either, but no matter how powerful Renyu is, he can't compare to brother Hang.
At this time, these people were talking. But Renyu didn't think anything of it. He came over directly.
After seeing Shenhao, he was a little surprised.
Howsy, why don't you drive over here? Drive your car out for everyone to see.
Renyu knew that as long as Shenhao drove the car over, these people would be ready to tremble.
Li Donghang was a little surprised. This Renyu, wasn't he in the same group with Shenhao before? Why is he saying that now?
Renyu was really trying to help Shenhao, but was misunderstood by Li Donghang and the two of them broke up.
But it's true. Renyu is driving a Porsche now.
He doesn't look like he is on the same level as Shenhao. Now, I can consider taking Renyu as my younger brother. Li Donghang felt that this was a good opportunity. So, a large group of people went directly into the Shiwaishan hotel, and Shenhao was intentionally or unintentionally left out. Even Li Feifei was surrounded by many people, but Shenhao didn't think anything of it.
Anyway, we are just here to have a meal. This is the only time you will act like this. Let's just do it this way from now on.
Entering the hotel, the environment is quite good and the private rooms are very spacious. Not to mention accommodating dozens of people, even if there are more, it can accommodate them. After sitting down, Meng Liang, Li Donghang's #1 younger brother, was the first to start trouble.
Shenhao, handsome guy, what have you been busy with these years? Why haven't you even bought a car? Buying a car, you're kidding.
Shenhao got one on the first day he signed in, and it was a limited edition Zirb supercar worth hundreds of millions.
But is it necessary for Shenhao to explain this matter to others? Obviously, this is unnecessary.
As for me, I used to work as a real estate agent selling properties, but then I quit and then. Later, Shenhao became rich, but the people around him all spoke in a serious tone.
Shenhao, we are the ones who are saying this, but people should be good at adapting. Look at how you ended up like this. A bank clerk said to Shenhao. Some other people who were doing well also spoke up. Shenhao, we are classmates. How about I introduce you to a security guard in our company?
I won't say how much money you will make, but it will definitely be better than your current situation.
That's right. If you start as a security guard, maybe you can become a security captain in the future. That's pretty good.
The most handsome security guard, this gimmick sounds pretty good. At this moment, these people were talking to each other in front of him. Shenhao just looked at the people in front of him calmly and said, "It's okay, just continue talking. I just think that you are jealous of the rich. I know you can't stand the fact that I'm so rich, so I'll give you a chance to say a few more words." Shenhao was very indifferent.
These people must be jealous of Shenhao.
Let them say a few more words. Otherwise, they will not have this opportunity next time. At this time, outside the box, many people began to get busy. Because they have learned one thing, that is, the second largest shareholder of Shiwaishan is inside. The specific information of this shareholder has been sent to them. One of them, holding the document tightly in his hand, read it for a long time, and suddenly froze. "Oh my god, I just drove the car for the second shareholder." At this time, these people knew that what they needed to do now was to quickly establish a good relationship with this shareholder.
But at this time, a young man came over and said, "What are you doing here? Why are you standing here? Hurry up and get busy. I will entertain those distinguished guests inside." Chapter 22 Sun Lang's ridicule, Shenhao's true identity. The door of the box opened and Sun Lang walked in.
Of course he knew Li Donghang's identity, a wealthy young man from a wealthy family.
If he treated him well, he would definitely get a lot of benefits.
But at this time, Sun Lang's eyes fell on Shenhao. "Brother Hang, you are so honorable that even the manager of Food Heaven came out to entertain us personally." Beside Li Donghang, Meng Liang suddenly smiled and spoke to Li Donghang. Li Donghang looked up and waved his hand when he looked at what was in front of him.
He said lightly, "Ha, it's nothing. My family is a little bit powerful, so it's nothing."
Renyu felt unhappy when he saw Li Donghang's arrogant look. Looking at his appearance, if you don't know him, you would think his family has hundreds of millions of dollars.
But Howsy, won't you take action?
When Renyu saw this, he felt a little unfair for Shenhao. He is clearly the most capable one in the whole venue, but now, he can't say anything. This made Renyu want to say it out loud, but Shenhao didn't say anything, so Renyu couldn't just go up.
"Why are you here?"
Sun Lang turned and looked at Shenhao, frowning slightly.
Sun Lang always remembered that he had been overshadowed by Xinhao before.
I didn't think much of it at the time, but after some investigation, I found out that Xinhao was just a real estate agent. Such a person is nothing special, so Sun Lang thought that Xinhao was just pretending to be stupid.
Manager Sun, do you know Xinhao?
Li Donghang was talking here as if he had discovered a new world. Others also paid attention here.
Of course, this kid.
Sun Lang told Xinhao about his previous encounter with him at the airport.
Of course, Sun Lang deliberately omitted some of the details.
This of course caused other people to think that Xinhao was overestimating himself by trying to snatch the girlfriend from the manager of Wei Tian.
Xinhao, this is wrong.
You actually thought of using such a crooked method to deceive people.
I really want to know which girl fell for your trick.
Li Donghang looked at what was in front of him, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery as he spoke. Li Donghang said this, and the others were also looking forward to it.
At this time, Li Feifei couldn't hold back any longer. Actually, this person is me.
I have liked Xinhao for a long time. He is my boyfriend now. After saying this, the people around were stunned.
Li Donghang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Sure enough, this matter was almost what he thought.
But Li Donghang could not accept this at all. Why should such a poor boy be worthy of competing with him?
Xinhao, don't you know that I like Feifei? People should have self-knowledge.
You should understand that with your conditions, you can't afford to support Feifei at all.
Li Donghang said this and straightened his coat. But I'm different. I'm Li Donghang. As Li Donghang was talking, Ran Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer. That's enough.
With your ability, you are not even worthy of carrying Haozi's shoes.
You rely on your father, but Haozi relies entirely on himself. What else could Xinhao say? He relied on the sign-in system. But now that it's been brought up, let's just add fuel to the fire.
Xinhao raised his head and looked at Li Donghang. Brother Hang, I can let go of what happened before, but you keep putting me down and lifting yourself up.
Is this what friendship is? And all of you, ask yourselves, have I, Xinhao, ever offended you?
Of course, if being handsome also counts, then Xinhao already feels that he is hopeless. After living for so many years, the word handsome can actually fully summarize him.
You didn't offend our brother Hang, you just offended everyone. You don't have money, so you have no right to be with us. Don't you know who you are?
I feel ashamed to sit with you. Mang Liang pointed at Xinhao and spoke directly. Although Sun Lang didn't say anything, he felt very happy in his heart. It's already great to see Xinhao get humiliated. But at this moment, the door of the box opened. Those who were walking towards him were all senior executives of Shiwaishan. When these senior executives came here, their eyes fell on Xinhao. Mr. Xinhao, this is really too rude. I don't know how sorry you are for visiting our food is heaven.
What exactly is going on here is totally incomprehensible.
Xinhao certainly knew why these people were like this, but others didn't.
Sun Lang asked, Manager Han, Manager Huang, what are you doing?
After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in front of him subconsciously looked at Sun Lang, snorted twice and said, Humph, you don't even know the second largest shareholder of our food for heaven.
Sun Lang, you are derelict in your job. What, the second shareholder? What on earth was going on? Sun Lang was completely confused. The same goes for others, food is the first priority, the second shareholder?
That means Xinhao's net worth is at least tens of billions. As for the claim that it is fake, that is even more impossible. After all, so many high-level executives of Shiwaishan are here, how could it be fake?
Li Donghang still couldn't believe it. It had only been a few years since they last met, how come Xinhao had become so powerful? No, that's absolutely impossible. You must know these people, so you all colluded with each other. At this time, Li Donghang had become a little irrational. He pointed at Xinhao and spoke bluntly. After all, the woman he loved was snatched away by Xinhao, so it was nothing. Now, Xinhao, a poor boy in school, has transformed himself into the second largest shareholder of Shiwaishan, with a net worth of billions. While Li Donghang was still thinking secretly, outside, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard. Then, a woman walked towards this side. The moment this woman walked out, everyone was amazed. This woman is very beautiful and also very charismatic. Especially now, these people feel as if they are about to be suppressed and unable to breathe. When the others saw this woman, they all became respectful. Director Tang. This woman is actually the chairman of Food Heaven? This was extremely terrifying.
but only Shinhao, staring at the woman in front of him, couldn't help but gasp.
Tang Yuro?
This woman was Tang Yuro, the second customer that Shinhao received when he was driving a taxi.
But at that time, didn't she say she was a high school teacher? How come he has suddenly transformed into the chairman of Xiao? This change is really big.
Mr. Shen, thank you for investing in our food heaven. I knew you were coming today, so I came here specially to thank you.
Chapter 23 is not enough, Li Donghang, you lose.
It's just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect. As Tang Yuro spoke, she motioned to the people around her to bring up the red wine.
Hennessy, Johnny Walker, Chivas Regal. Moreover, a lot of good wines were served one after another afterwards.
If it were just these, it would not be enough. The dishes are all top-notch, and Shi Wei Tian himself is a descendant of the imperial chef Zhang Dongguan. Zhang Dongguan didn't even know that the person who improved the Manchu Han banquet had also been featured in a TV series. Of course, as for the other imperial chef, Zheng Baiwei and his son Zheng Baochu, they were the golden knife imperial chef and silver knife imperial chef among the imperial chefs of that time.
Oh my god, this isn't Food for Heaven's 3-crown signature dish.
It's said that Food for Heaven produces no more than 500 servings of this dish every year. Xiao has thousands of branches across the country.
500 servings is definitely not a lot. This is a testament to the effort put in.
I didn't expect Shinhao to be so powerful.
He is also the second largest shareholder of Food for Heaven. I never expected that.
These people don't care who Li Donghang is now. Since Shinhao is so powerful, of course they have to cling to Shinhao. As for those people who had trampled on Shinhao before, they now felt embarrassed.
Security, which company's security is so good? Even if Shinhao really goes to apply for a job at that company, would that company dare to hire him?
The title of the second largest shareholder of Xiao can directly put pressure on those small companies to the point where they are almost breathless.
As long as they dare to ask for it, their company will not be able to continue operating. Shinhao, I didn't expect that I would lose to you. You are more skilled than me. You win this time, let's go.
Li Donghang is too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Staying here will only make people laugh at him. But Shinhao was very calm. Don't be in such a hurry to leave.
There is another guest coming later. Don't you want to meet him?
After all, what you see now is not enough in my opinion.
Shinhao thought, is this enough?
Since he was going to come, he might as well do it thoroughly. Shinhao wanted to let Li Donghang know that this time, Li Donghang, you lost, and lost completely. As for Li Donghang, it was a bit strange.
What did Li Donghang want to see as Shinhao's guest? Doesn't Li Donghang feel ashamed yet?
At this time, the door of the box outside was opened again. A middle-aged man in his 40s was walking towards me.
He was wearing an expensive suit and looked very anxious.
When he saw the middle-aged man, Li Donghang was suddenly stunned. Dad, why are you here? Li Lianshan was also suddenly stunned.
What was going on?
But Li Lianshan still said, Mr. Shinhao asked me to come. After I learned that Mr. Shinhao was here, of course I had to come.
Li Lianshan said this with a very serious look.
At this time, Shinhao was very calm. It's okay, these are what I should do. After all, brother Li Donghang and I are classmates.
How can I watch something happen to my classmate's family?
Shinhao spoke very calmly, and there was no sign of anything wrong at all. But Li Donghang still looked at the situation in front of him with gritted teeth.
He originally wanted to cause trouble for Shinhao, but now, it turned out like this?
Thinking of this, Li Donghang felt a stabbing pain like a thorn in his back.
Mr. Shen, thank you so much. Come, let me toast you. Today's debt is all on me.
Li Lianshan said this directly, but after he finished speaking, Tang Yuro smiled.
Sir, I'm afraid this meal is not that simple. Isn't it very simple?
Li Lianshan didn't look carefully just now, but when he looked at it now, he was completely stunned.
These are all top quality items.
This meal will cost you hundreds of millions. After Li Lianshan finished speaking, everyone around him was so shocked that they were speechless.
Is it that powerful? They had never imagined that it would turn out like this.
At this time, Li Lianshan said, Eastern Airlines, come quickly to meet Mr. Shin.
You are all classmates.
You must thank Mr. Shin very much this time.
As Li Lianshan spoke, Li Donghang almost wanted to kill someone. But now I have to come over to thank Shinhao, but I can't do it. Ran Yu was standing aside, watching and wanted to laugh. Li Feifei also found it very interesting.
Shinhao was too lazy to embarrass Li Donghang and waved his hand. Okay, forget it.
This time I came here just to meet you. From now on, you can do whatever you want. What I want is the result.
After Shinhao finished speaking, Li Liangshan nodded repeatedly.
Yes, Mr. Shin is right.
In that case, we will go down first. After Li Liangshan finished speaking, a waiter quickly came to Shinhao with a bunch of keys in his hand.
Mr. Shin, this is the key to your limited edition silver supercar worth hundreds of millions. I've sent it to you.
When the man in front of him finished speaking, Shinhao nodded and took the key.
Yeah, very good, thank you.
When Shinhao finished speaking, the waiter looked proud.
The other students were all stunned as well. They couldn't believe it. Oh my god, this is too strong. The limited edition Zirbai supercar is worth hundreds of millions.
What Renyu said before is true.
Renyu is still the best.
He has a good relationship with Shinhao.
Look how well he is doing now.
Just now, someone asked Renyu beside him indirectly, and of course Renyu told him the whole cause and effect of the matter. But when Renyu told everyone about his job as general manager at War Winery, everyone else was shocked.
Will Manor, that is worth hundreds of millions, was it also invested by Shinhao?
If calculated in this way, Shinhao's assets would be more than tens of billions, and it is very likely that they have reached hundreds of billions. He was young and rich, so why didn't they see it at the time?
Some female classmates who were very confident in their looks kept winking at Shinhao. They hoped to attract Shinhao's attention, but how could Shinhao not know who they were?
This time Shinhao came here only because of their former friendship as classmates. By then, Shinhao will be Shinhao, and they will be them.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Renyu, please entertain me. Someone had to stay.
Renyu nodded and said, okay, Haozi, don't worry.
Leave this to me.
After Renyu finished speaking, Shinhao stood up and left.
He was still a little confused and wanted to ask Tang Yuro. Li Feifei was also a little worried. Shinhao, where are you going?
I have something to discuss with the first shareholder.
Please wait for me. I will be back soon.
Shinhao said this, and stood up and walked towards Tang Yuro's office.
Chapter 24 I am so distressed. My ideal is to be a teacher. You probably have a lot of questions to ask me. It's okay. Just ask.
At this time, in the huge office, Tang Yuro leaned there lazily and asked Shinhao. Shinhao raised his head and met Tang Yuro's eyes. Originally, Shinhao did have many questions he wanted to ask about what was going on.
After all, isn't Tang Yuro's real identity a high school teacher? How did he become a shareholder of Shiwaishan in the blink of an eye? By the way, how did you become the largest shareholder of Food for Heaven? Shinhao looked at Tang Yuro in front of him with a hint of curiosity on his face.
Seeing Shinhao say this, Tang Yuro sighed. Alas, in the final analysis, this has to start from the time when my family was demolished.
Demolition, what's there to say? Is it the second generation? Shinhao looked at Tang Yuro with curiosity.
He was very curious, how much would it take to be able to buy this place and become the largest shareholder of Shiwaishan?
Actually, my family had a large factory at the time. You know the industrial factory in the north of the city? It was mine.
Tang Yuro said this to Shinhao, and after she finished speaking, Shinhao suddenly froze there. If that factory building is demolished, it seems that there are indeed quite a few.
Besides, the place is not small. There were at least a dozen small factories there in the beginning.
If they were demolished, plus some other things, without exaggerating, it would be no problem to make at least several hundred million. Then my parents asked me to invest, saying that if I failed, I would go back and inherit the family fortune.
Tang Yuro spoke very calmly word by word.
Shinhao saw it and was completely stunned.
It's just a casual loss of several hundred million. How rich is Tang Yuro's family?
You don't know that after you become rich, you are actually not happy at all. Every day, my cell phone keeps ringing with text messages, my mailbox is always full, and I don't have a single moment of free time. Next, Tang Yuro talked about how she gathered the shares of those small shareholders and gradually became the largest shareholder. Originally, Shinhao's shares belonged to a major shareholder of Shiwaishan overseas. Tang Yuro felt that this shareholder occupied the shares of Shiwaishan, so she wanted to take back his shares, and eventually the shares fell into Shinhao's hands.
Well, I'm really curious, how did you do it?
It took Tang Yuro a year to reach her current level. But looking at Shinhao, it seemed like he only took one day. However, Xinhao would never tell Tang Yuro about this. At this moment, Xinhao subconsciously raised his head and looked at Tang Yuro and asked her, "So what are your plans next?" Xinhao asked this question very cleverly, but after Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Yuro sighed. "I'm so distressed. Actually, my ideal is to be a teacher, not a major shareholder of a company." Tang Yuro talked about the next strategy of food is heaven. The next goal of Food for Heaven is to gradually expand outward, first occupying Asia, and then slowly expanding outward. In fact, Xinhao thinks this is very reliable. "Xinhao, I'm actually very curious. You were unknown before, how did you get to where you are now?" Tang Yuro's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She looked at Xinhao curiously and asked Xinhao. As Tang Yuro finished her words, Xinhao, thinking back on this incident now, still felt that it was all like a dream. Thinking of this, Xinhao sighed even more. "Well, actually, this matter all started from the phone call I received that morning." Xinhao slowly told the story, of course hiding the system part. After all, no one would believe this if it was told to others. Xinhao was very clear about this in his heart. So at this moment, Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and suddenly smiled. "Finished?" Tang Yuro felt something was strange. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that what Xinhao said was unreliable. But looking at Xinhao's expression, Tang Yuro knew that Xinhao was unwilling to say it. "It seems that it is still related to your parents. But it doesn't matter. You can handle this matter yourself when the time comes." Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao and spoke to him. Next, I said a few more things, but they were all related to the sequel of Food is the Heaven. When Xinhao went out, Li Feifei sat outside waiting. "Xinhao, are you done talking?" In fact, Li Feifei was in great pain just now. After all, Li Feifei actually didn't know what had happened here. So now, Li Feifei forced herself to rush in. But fortunately, Xinhao finally came out, and Li Feifei could put this idea behind her. "Okay, let's go first. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to rent a house? I'll go with you to look at houses." "House viewing, okay." Li Feifei didn't know why, but she suddenly thought of the matter between two people. "Why does it feel like I'm looking at a wedding house?" But Li Feifei received a call at this time, and her beautiful eyes moved slightly. "Hello, okay, I got it." Li Feifei turned around and looked at Xinhao, and spoke to him apologetically. "Xinhao, I'm really sorry. Something happened in the company. I may have to go back first." "Is that so? Then I'll take you there." After all, there is no way to avoid such things. If one day, Xinhao becomes a shareholder of Li Feifei's company, then Xinhao has the right to let Li Feifei stay. But it's hard to say about such things. There will always be an opportunity when the time comes. "Then I'll take you back to the company first." As Xinhao spoke, Li Feifei nodded heavily. "Well, okay, thank you for your hard work." Xinhao didn't think it was hard at all, as it was on the way anyway. However, the one who worked the hardest was Renyu. Renyu had to entertain other students. If there was a chance, Xinhao would compensate him well. However, Renyu probably also enjoyed it. After all, this was what Renyu wanted to see. Xinhao knew that Renyu seemed to be interested in a classmate in the class, and this classmate was also here today. I hope he can be successful from the start, but Xinhao himself is bored. Renyu was not there and Li Feifei had gone to work. What should Xinhao do then? Is the life of rich people so boring? I don't know what if you are the one is like. Xinhao is bored, so why not go on a blind date? Of course, I'm just saying this casually. That show was so fake, especially that big bald guy who brought a bunch of women out to fool people. It looked so fake no matter how you looked at it. Just wander around. Wait, who is that? Chapter 25 Encountering an old colleague, Xinhao takes action. Hello sir, let me know about Tianhao Fitness. On the street, Chen Lingling started distributing flyers. A man in his 30s in a suit and tie narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Lingling in front of him. Such a beautiful woman is really rare. This beautiful lady is handing out flyers here. As a company manager, Zhang Yi naturally has a certain vision. Such a beautiful woman, handing out flyers here, must have been fired by the company. She must be having a hard time now. As long as I lend her a helping hand, then will I still worry that she won't throw herself into Zhang Yi's arms? If you think about it carefully, an idea suddenly popped up in Zhang Yi's mind. My beautiful lady, I can tell from your current state that if you agree to be my woman, I can guarantee that your life will be much better than it is now.
Well, think about it.
If Zhang Yi didn't take such a stunning beauty right away, he might have something wrong with his brain. Chang Lingling bit her lip and looked at Zhang Yi. Sir, please be respectful.
Ha, respect, that's ridiculous. How much is respect worth? If I complain about you, you won't even be able to get this job distributing flyers.
Zhang Yi stood there, looking up, with a very arrogant look on his face, and spoke directly to the person in front of him. But after Zhang Yi finished speaking, Chang Lingling fell silent.
What should Chang Lingling do now?
Chang Lingling instinctively didn't want to agree to Zhang Yi, but given the current situation, if she didn't agree, Chang Lingling didn't know what Zhang Yi would do next. But while Zhang Yi was still looking at Chang Lingling as if his plan had succeeded, at this moment, not far away, a tall figure moved with the trend and arrived in front of Zhang Yi in almost an instant.
Humph, you are too proud of yourself. This person was Xin Hao.
Xin Hao slapped Zhang Yi in front of him hard. This time, Zhang Yi covered his cheek, feeling a pain, and looked up at Xin Hao.
Boy, you dare to hit me?
As Zhang Yi was talking, Xin Hao stood there, very angry. Humph, I not only dare to hit you, I also dare to do other things. Do you want to try it? As Xin Hao spoke, Zhang Yi covered his face and looked at Xin Hao in front of him with pain.
Well, you are cruel, but I won't let you go.
After saying this, the man in front of him stood up and left.
Chang Lingling stared blankly at the man in front of her, Xin Hao. Chang Lingling has been interested in Xin Hao since she was working at Jing real estate agency.
But at that time, Xin Hao looked like he didn't care about anyone, so even though Chang Lingling liked him, she didn't dare to get close to him. But now, when Xin Hao stood up for Chang Lingling, the feeling at that time came to his mind again.
Xin Hao, thank you so much.
Chang Lingling was very grateful, but Xin Hao looked at it and felt a little confused.
Are you doing this kind of work now? Having worked with Chang Lingling before, Xin Hao is very familiar with Chang Lingling's abilities.
According to Xin Hao's estimation, even if Chang Lingling had found a real estate agency to continue working, things would not have turned out like this.
Yeah, that's right.
Zhang Jun had contacted his colleagues before, so I just sent my resume over and they rejected it directly.
What? How can this be? Xin Hao was really angry. He had previously thought that even if Zhang Jun was a bad guy, he wouldn't be so thorough. But now, Xin Hao really underestimated him. So this is what you do?
Xin Hao frowned slightly and said here. But after Xin Hao finished speaking, Chang Lingling in front of him nodded heavily. Yes, because this job allows you to come and go more freely, and it is also based on commission. As Chang Lingling finished her speech, her voice became quieter and quieter.
After all, right now, this job is not particularly good, there is no doubt about that. If you don't mind, then I'll introduce you to a job. As Xin Hao spoke, Chang Lingling felt secretly delighted. Xin Hao is going to introduce a job to Chang Lingling, which means that Chang Lingling can get closer to Xin Hao.
Thinking of this, Chang Lingling nodded to Xin Hao. Thank you.
There's nothing to thank me for. This is what I should do. There is no one managing the 10 school district houses that Xin Hao owns in Zhujiang Yujing.
Now, it's a good opportunity to let Chang Lingling go there to take charge of the management. After all, with Chang Lingling's ability, it would be no problem for her to manage it well.
Moreover, Xin Hao and Chang Lingling were colleagues before, so they knew each other well, so it would be easier.
Chang Lingling nodded and was about to agree, but at this time, a young man in his 20s came over. Chang Lingling, what are you doing?
Are you being lazy here?
Why don't you work faster? After the young man finished speaking, Xin Hao looked at him and suddenly found it very funny.
What kind of work is this? She doesn't want to do this job anymore.
Xin Hao pointed at Chang Lingling and spoke directly.
When Xin Hao finished speaking, the young man looked at Xin Hao, raised his head and said proudly.
Ha, if you don't do it, that's no problem, but you have to pay me 3 times the penalty. The young man said this very proudly. As he said this, Xin Hao looked at the young man in front of him and suddenly found it funny.
Triple liquidated damages. May I ask if you have signed a contract before?
After Xin Hao finished speaking, the young man was suddenly stunned.
Of course not. It's impossible to say that the big boss behind the young man told him to do so.
Therefore, we should think of a way to delay it first. As for other things, we will see how to deal with them when the boss behind the scenes comes.
The young man had a good idea, but at this moment, Xin Hao raised his hand and slapped him hard. Get out of here. No one can stop me from taking someone away.
After Xin Hao finished speaking, he knocked the man to the ground.
Chang Lingling followed Xin Hao and felt very safe.
The young man who was knocked down just now took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, boss, I'm sorry, I failed.
What? how is that possible? You're useless. You can't even keep an eye on one person. Where are they going now?
The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone frowned slightly and suddenly asked. The young man thought about it for a while, then said, they seem to have said that they would go to Zhujiang Yujing.
Pearl River Royal View? What a coincidence. Okay, I understand. I'm at Zhujiang Yujing now.
I'll take care of it when the time comes.
The woman I like, she won't be able to escape. Chapter 26 Shenhao's recruitment, Chang Lingling's little thoughts. Shenhao, is this car yours? Chang Lingling's pupils contracted and she looked at Shenhao in front of her with some disbelief. Shenhao nodded, feeling somewhat curious. Yeah, what's wrong?
Shenhao felt very curious, but Chang Lingling was just admiring it. The car in front of me looks very beautiful at first glance, and it is a sports car model, which doesn't look cheap at all.
These aren't cheap.
I didn't expect you've gotten so good after just a few months of separation.
Chang Lingling looked at Shenhao with a very surprised look.
At this time, Shenhao saw Chang Lingling like this and said calmly, this car doesn't cost much.
It just looks impressive, but it's actually very cheap. Considering Shenhao's current net worth of 10 billion yuan, the car in front of him is actually not that expensive. After all, this car only costs 100 million. But that's not the case. This car is hard to buy even if you have money now.
Chang Lingling thought that the car was only worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. If she was lucky, she could sell 1 or 2 houses and then take out a loan, and she would still be able to buy it.
When I have money, I will buy one like this. Chang Lingling was very excited and spoke to Shenhao with full confidence.
But after Chang Lingling said this, Shenhao felt that it would be better not to reveal the truth.
After all, it's a good idea for Chang Lingling to have this idea. You have to work harder. I believe you can do it. Then, Shenhao brought Chang Lingling directly to Zhujiang Royal View. Chang Lingling used to be a real estate agent, so she knew what the houses in Zhujiang Royal View were like.
I didn't expect that Shenhao could actually take an order here. In fact, this also shows Shenhao's means.
Shenhao, how many houses have you taken over while you are here? Chang Lingling thought Shenhao was a second-hand landlord, so she asked Shenhao. How many sets?
When Shenhao heard Chang Lingling say this, he understood. But Shenhao found it very interesting.
10.
Shenhao looked at what was in front of him and spoke lightly.
Oh, 10 sets. Chang Lingling nodded and was about to speak, but suddenly she was stunned.
Because at this time, Chang Lingling suddenly realized that what Shenhao was talking about was not 10 sets, but 10 buildings.
You know, houses here are extremely expensive.
If there are 10 buildings, just buying so many houses would cost several hundred million.
If the original landlord just rents out the property, it would cost at least 1 million yuan a month. However, if Shenhao were to be a second-hand landlord, he would earn at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a month. That's more than 2 million a year. Chang Lingling was very excited. Shenhao, congratulations, you've made it. That's fine.
If you work hard here, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month.
What do you think? Shenhao didn't know what Chang Lingling was thinking, so he asked directly. 10,000 yuan a month? So many?
You have to know that Chang Lingling used to work in a real estate agency, and she only earned 7 or 8,000 a month after working so hard. Now Shenhao gave her so much at the beginning, which made Chang Lingling feel a little embarrassed.
Shenhao, isn't that too much? 5 or 6,000 would be enough.
Chang Lingling and Shenhao are so familiar with each other, she believes that Shenhao will not treat her unfairly. But Chang Lingling would not take advantage of Shenhao for no reason. Shenhao offered her such a high salary, and even if he recruited a few more people, Shenhao would not make much money by then.
It's okay. If I give you 10,000 yuan, it's just the beginning. I'll increase your salary later.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Chang Lingling suddenly froze in place.
There will be a salary increase. Shenhao only collects about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan in rent a month. Where does he get so much money?
Shenhao was about to tell Chang Lingling that these houses all belong to him.
With over 1 million a month, what's wrong with paying Chang Lingling 10,000 a month?
At that time, let Chang Lingling recruit a dozen people and pay each of them 5,000 yuan, which is actually only a few tens of thousands of yuan. However, Shenhao felt that Chang Lingling could open a small supermarket here, and as for the profit, they could split it equally. Shenhao felt that this approach should be able to motivate them.
Shinhao told Cheng Lingling about this matter, and Cheng Lingling nodded repeatedly. That's fine, but Shinhao, isn't 10,000 yuan a month a bit too high?
Cheng Lingling was very worried, fearing that Shinhao would suffer a loss. Shinhao felt helpless. He wanted to explain things to this side, but when the words came to his lips, Shinhao suddenly didn't know where to start. If Shinhao were to tell his colleague that he was now worth tens of billions, his colleague would probably be scared to death. As Shinhao was speaking here, at this time, not far away, a man in a suit and tie locked his target on Cheng Lingling.
She's really beautiful. If you don't get a woman like this, wouldn't it be a big loss?
This man's name is Li Jing, and he was the one who had been arranged to control Cheng Lingling. Now, after seeing this situation, Li Jing felt that it was time for him to take action.
Cheng Lingling.
Li Jing came here and shouted to Cheng Lingling.
Who are you?
Cheng Lingling is Shinhao's person now, so Cheng Lingling doesn't need to bow down to anyone.
Me? I'm the owner of the gym. You've breached the contract, did you know that? But it doesn't matter. In fact, I have always liked you.
If you can agree to be my woman, not only will I not blame you, but I will also give you a large sum of money.
What do you think?
As expected, no one has money. Li Jing also thinks so.
At least, Cheng Lingling should not reject Li Jing.
But Cheng Lingling raised her head, looked at Li Jing in front of her, and said directly, I'm sorry, sir, how much money you have has nothing to do with me.
Not everyone in this world is after money. If nothing else, I'll go to work.
Cheng Lingling said this and turned around to leave.
However, Li Jing was very unhappy with Cheng Lingling's behavior.
No one has ever dared to refuse Li Jing. Thinking of this, Li Jing frowned slightly and asked directly to Cheng Lingling in front of him.
Do you know who I am? I am from the Li family. You dare to reject me? Don't you know what the consequences will be? Li Jing spoke very directly and Cheng Lingling couldn't break free.
But not far away, Shinhao had already come over. Let her go.
Oh, who do you think you are to dare to talk to me, Li Jing?
Li Jing is determined to win the woman in front of him. So in Li Jing's opinion, no matter who it is, no one has the qualifications to stop him.
Oh, then I'd really like to see who you are.
Chapter 27 If you continue to pretend, I will definitely watch carefully.
Li Jing was very angry that the woman he liked was actually with a young boy.
So this made Li Jing feel that he should take this opportunity to teach Shinhao a lesson. Thinking of this, Li Jing raised his head and looked at Shinhao in front of him and spoke directly. Boy, I advise you to get out of here first.
Some people are not someone you can afford to offend.
Li Jing's words sounded very ridiculous to Shinhao.
Are these words directed to Shinhao?
Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Li Jing in front of him. Li Jing felt very strange.
Why was Shinhao looking at him like that? Was there something wrong with what he said? It's okay, just keep pretending, I will definitely watch carefully.
Shinhao looked at Li Jing and spoke in a cold voice. Beside Shinhao, Cheng Lingling looked at him with some worry.
Shinhao, are you really okay like this? It was obvious that Cheng Lingling was very worried. After all, Li Jing looks like a rich man no matter how you look at him. As for Shinhao, he was the same as himself before. Although he had made some fortune during this period, it was still far behind the Li family in Jiangzhou.
It's okay, don't worry, let him come.
What a joke, Shinhao owns 10 school district houses in Zhujiang Royal View.
No matter how capable Li Jing is, if he has the ability, just let him buy 10 school district houses. Shinhao also wanted to see for himself whether the other party had this ability. However, as Shinhao was secretly thinking about this matter here, this time, in front of Shinhao, Li Jing nodded, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, is this Manager Yan? The person on the other end of the phone immediately became terrified when he heard Li Jing say this.
Mr. Li, is there anything I can help you with?
When Yan Tao spoke, he kept a very humble attitude. But here, at this time, Li Jing changed the subject and said, it's like this, I met a blind guy here, who tried to steal my woman.
I don't know how this guy got in such a luxurious place like Zhujiang Royal View. I hope you can deal with it.
On the other end of the phone, Yan Tao nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Understood, Mr. Li, don't worry.
I will definitely handle this matter properly for you.
What a joke, it would be the best thing to establish a relationship with the Li family just by doing such a small thing. So from now on, in Yan Tao's opinion, regardless of anything else, at least here, this kind of thing undoubtedly needs to be properly resolved.
Manager, what's wrong?
The security guard next to him noticed that Yan Tao's expression was a little strange, so he stepped forward and asked. Yen Tao turned around and looked at the people in front of him. But when his eyes fell on this side, Yen Tao talked about this matter. After he finished speaking, Yen Tao waved his hand and said, "Go and call a few more brothers to come with me to do something." When these people heard Yen Tao say this, they nodded repeatedly. Even in their view, solving this problem is still very obvious so far. Seeing this, Yen Tao said subconsciously, "I don't know which blind guy dared to offend Mr. Li." As Yen Tao said this, he rushed over with a large group of people. Xinhao stood there and watched calmly. These people are really fast. Normally, if an average person encounters any problems when buying a house, it would probably take a long time for these people to come over. But now, as soon as Li Jing called them, they came over. Their attitude of bootlickers was self-evident. At this time, Yen Tao came to Li Jing and said, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I'm late." Seeing these people like this, Xinhao suddenly laughed. "How can it be late? It's only been 2 or 3 minutes since I finished the call. It's not too late." Xinhao's words were like a hard slap in the face of these people. This made these people's faces turn pale and blue. Obviously, these people also suddenly realized the existence of the problem. Seeing this, Li Jing said, "It's him, making trouble here, hurry up and kick him out. If you do well, then I will consider buying a few houses here as investments." "Several houses? The houses here are not cheap. One house costs more than 2 million. If you have several houses, that would be tens of millions. With such a transaction price, they would get a lot of commission. Therefore, when they meet such a big customer, they naturally have to be respectful, for fear of any offense or neglect." "Mr. Li, what are you talking about? These are our responsibilities." Yen Tao said this and turned to look at Xinhao. "Don't blame me for daring to cause trouble in Zhujiang royal scenery." Yen Tao said this and asked the security guards around him to surround Xinhao. Xinhao looked at the scene in front of him calmly, with a faint smile on his face. In fact, to Xinhao, such things didn't seem to matter at all. But just here, this time, when Xinhao slowly looked in front of him. At this moment, Xinhao's attention was focused on what was in front of him, and he spoke directly to this side. "It's okay, how could I blame you? Are you the top person in charge here? Where are the senior executives of Zhujiang Yujing? Why haven't they come here?" Xinhao spoke indifferently, and his indifferent attitude even began to arouse suspicion on this side. Who exactly is Xinhao? He behaves so indifferently, as if all of this is nothing in front of him. Such a person is definitely not an ordinary person. Even Chang Lingling behind him had sensed it. "Xinhao, he's so charming." However, Chang Lingling didn't know how Xinhao was going to deal with this matter next. Li Jing stood there, very calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But Li Jing wanted to watch the fun. In fact, for him, seeing Xinhao make a fool of himself seemed to be a very good thing. Seeing this, Yen Tao waved his hands at the people around him and said, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get on with it." After saying this, the people around Yen Tao swarmed towards him quickly. It was here, at this moment, that the security guards around Yen Tao came quickly towards Xinhao. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Everyone, stop it. Chapter 28. This is a big customer, why are you here? Mr. J, why are you here?" Yen Tao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, a little shocked, and asked subconsciously. Others were also very surprised. Zhou Wenhua, vice president of Zhujiang Yujing. They had only heard of such a great man, but had never seen him? But now, such a big shot is standing in front of them, which makes these people feel a little nervous. They didn't know what Zhou Wenhua was doing here. Yen Tao was about to drive Xinhao away, but Zhou Wenhua came to Xinhao's side. "Were you planning to drive this gentleman away?" Zhou Wenhua said this, and the others nodded. "Yes, that's it. Is there anything wrong with it?" Since Xinhao offended Li Jing, they naturally wanted to drive Xinhao away. But the next moment, Zhou Wenhua said, "This is a big customer, how can you drive him away? Mr. Xinhao, why are you here?" Zhou Wenhua was very polite to Xinhao. In fact, it's not that Zhou Wenhua wanted to be polite. After all, Xinhao was really powerful and bought 10 school district houses at once. Even Zhou Wenhua has to please such a big client. At this time, Xinhao was very calm. "Nothing, I bought a house here, so I plan to come and take a look." When Chang Lingling saw this, she immediately felt that Xinhao was truly amazing. "What place is this?" "It's the Pearl River Royal View. Any house here costs more than 2 million. And Xinhao actually bought a house here, so one can imagine his strength.
Li Jin snorted twice. Humph, you just bought a house here, can you offend me just like that? I thought your Zhujiang royal view was pretty good before, but now it seems like it's just so-so. As a member of the Li family, Li Jin naturally would not take these people seriously. Moreover, Li Jin's primary goal is to drive Shen Hao away and then get Chen Lingling. As for the rest, it's actually not important to Li Jin.
Shen Hao stood there, looking in front of him with an indifferent expression. In fact, no matter what the situation here is, it doesn't matter to Shen Hao at all. Slowly, Shen Hao raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shen Hao smiled and said, 1 or 2 sets. Li Jin frowned slightly when he heard Shen Hao's words. Could it be that, instead of 1 or 2 sets, there are 3 or 4? Such a person can be considered to have some strength. But if that's all, it won't work as it would offend Li Jin. Yan Tao thought so too. Yes, how much did he buy? Zhou Wenhua seemed to know what others were thinking. At this moment, he suddenly said, Mr. Shen bought 10 school district houses here. TSK, only 10 buildings? This time, Li Jin was completely surprised. It's not 1 or 2 sets, not 3 or 4 sets, and certainly not 10 sets, but 10 buildings. There are 10 buildings. 1 building would cost more than 60 million, and 10 buildings would cost more than 600 million. Being able to buy a house in Zhujiang Royal View only proves that you have the ability to do so. However, the fact that he can spend hundreds of millions of dollars to purchase real estate in Zhujiang Royal View shows that this person is very powerful. Oh my god, more than 600 million, that's incredible. Sir, I apologize for what you did just now. We were blind and did not recognize the great man. Just now I felt that the gentleman had an extraordinary temperament. Now it seems that he is indeed extraordinary. At this time, the security guards around him began to praise Shen Hao. That flattering attitude was as if they were not the ones who wanted to fire the person just now. However, Shen Hao didn't think anything of it. Instead, he turned around and looked at Li Jin, who had a dazed look on his face. Now, do you have anything else to say? As Shen Hao spoke, Li Jin's face turned pale and blue. After all, this incident made him lose face. So now, Li Jin just wants to leave here as soon as possible. But Shen Hao raised his head and looked at Li Jin. Someone is making trouble here and is planning to do something to my girlfriend. Shouldn't Zhujiang Yujing give me an explanation? Now the situation has completely changed, and Shen Hao is in the dominant position. Shang Lingling's cheeks were so red that they were about to bleed. She was still thinking about what Shen Hao had just said. Was Shen Hao serious or joking just now? Just kidding, it doesn't look like that. If she was serious, Shang Lingling would feel a little embarrassed. Shang Lingling was very conflicted and didn't know what to do. This time, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. At this time Zhou Wenhua nodded. Manager Yan, do you know what to do? Zhou Wenhua is a smart man and he would never do anything that would offend others. So there is only one person who can do such a thing, and that is Yan Tao. Yan Tao was very conflicted deep down. What should he do? But now that Shen Hao has said this, Yan Tao knows that he can no longer hesitate. Security, throw Li Jin out quickly. Remember, it is to be thrown away. So the security guards rushed up and grabbed Li Jin. What are you doing? I am from the Li family. If you dare to deal with me, aren't you worried that the Li family won't let you go? Li Jin looked at the security guards around him and spoke fiercely. However, Li Jin's words had no effect at all at the moment. These security guards don't care who you are. They will listen to whoever pays them. And now, the vice president and manager of Zhujiang Yujing have spoken, so there is nothing for them to refuse? They can just take action. Shen Hao, I. Shang Lingling looked at Shen Hao and suddenly felt very pressured. No matter who it is, if they suddenly find out that their former colleague, or the person they like, has suddenly become a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of millions, they will probably not be able to accept it for a while. Shang Lingling's current condition is actually pretty good. At this time, Shen Hao certainly understood what Shang Lingling was thinking. Boss Xiao, and the manager, from now on, all the houses here will be handed over to this beautiful lady Shang Lingling to take care of. If you need any help, just look for these two. Shen Hao waved his hand and spoke there. Zhou Wenhua and Yan Tao nodded again and again. No way, these are what we should do. Mr. Shen, you're welcome. As long as you are satisfied, we will be very happy. These people have their own way of talking. Shen Hao was dumbfounded. No wonder the man was the leader of a large real estate company, while Shen Hao was just a real estate sales agent before.
This person is indeed more shameless than Shinhao. Okay, you guys can handle it when the time comes. If you need anyone, go find them. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chapter 29. First thing, you should find a partner. Shinhao is so rich now. He thought for a while and decided that he should save some money and go home. Before, it was several thousand yuan every month, and his parents saved it all for Shinhao. Now that Shinhao is so rich, he might as well send more money back. How much should I bet? It's not good to bet too much. It would be better to bet 10,000 first, Shinhao estimated, and then slowly bet more later. As a result, Shinhao accidentally typed an extra zero and directly transferred 100,000 yuan. Well, I'm not sure if my parents will be suspicious of transferring so much money at once. Sure enough, just as Shinhao was still thinking about it, the phone rang. It was Shinhao's mother who called. When Shinhao picked up the phone, he heard his mother's voice coming from the other end of the line. Hey Haozi, have you sent money back again? Shinhao nodded, yes, Mom. Shinhao was a little embarrassed and suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, he had only bet a few thousand yuan before, but now he bet 100,000 yuan all at once. What if his mother misunderstood? Sure enough, I heard my mother asking on the other end of the phone. Haozi, why did you transfer so much money this time? Just now, Shinhao had already thought of his excuse. So here, Shinhao said directly, Mom, don't talk too much about this month's bonus. I sent it back home. You can just buy more things. I'm not short of money here. Of course I'm not short of money. From today on, I'll officially say goodbye to Shinhao about being short of money. But now, Shinhao can't tell all this to his parents. The old people are not in good health. They said that Shinhao has so much money and they are worried that their hearts can't take it. After chatting for a while, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly asked, Haozi, do you have a girlfriend? Girlfriends and such don't exist at all. Shinhao is so handsome and so rich. As long as Shinhao is willing, his girlfriends will come in groups. Shinhao is still confident about this. Hearing that Shinhao didn't say anything, Shinhao's mother on the other end of the phone spoke to Shinhao. Haozi, no matter how busy you are at work, you have to find a partner. It just so happens that your third aunt has found a girl for you today. I'll send you her number later. Shinhao's mother spoke to Shinhao with a happy face, as if they were meeting now and she would be able to hug her grandson in the future. Of course, if this is really the case, Shinhao would not dare to want such a woman. But how could Shinhao let down his mother's kindness? Shinhao pondered for a while, and then said to his mother, Okay, Mom, I will go meet that girl later. Hearing what Shinhao said, the person on the other end of the phone nodded to show satisfaction. That's right, Haozi, you better hurry up. In our hometown, kids around your age can run around now. Your third aunt said that this is a good girl, so you have to seize the opportunity. Finally, Shinhao's mother chatted with him for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Not long after, Shinhao's cell phone rang. That was a text message sent to him by Shinhao's mother, which included his cell phone number and WeChat ID. Shinhao took a look and was slightly stunned. Every family has its own problems. But Shinhao is not a child anymore, so he can find a girlfriend now. But the question is, with so many women around Shinhao, does he still need to consider finding a girlfriend? But on second thought, this is after all a token of my mother's love. No matter what, Shinhao couldn't let his mother down, right? Thinking of this, Shinhao felt more and more that, in fact, the current situation was quite good so far. I took out my cell phone and called the number directly. Soon, someone answered the phone. The sound is not pleasant, but it is not particularly bad either, just average. Hello, I'm Shinhao, and I was introduced to you by my third aunt Li Tsuaping. Shinhao's third aunt is called Li Tsuaping, so when Shinhao finished speaking, the girl on the other end of the phone nodded, yes, I understand. Hearing this, Shinhao didn't know why, but he could suddenly imagine what the scene was like on the other end of the phone. A slightly plump girl holding snacks and watching TV. When he thought of this, Shinhao instinctively felt a little touched and felt that it was inappropriate. But no matter what, Shinhao had to go and meet him, and even if the words were inappropriate, he had to say them. Okay, that's it. Let's meet at Starbucks later. There was an overbearing voice coming from the other end of the phone. When he heard this voice, Shinhao instinctively wanted to say no, but in the end he just nodded and hung up the phone. At this time, Dang Wei snorted coldly, TSK, poor bastard, you want to date me? After Dang Wei finished speaking, the people around her looked at her. Wei Wei, are you going on a blind date again? Whose boss will you be this time? Next to Deng Wei, a close friend was talking here.
As she said this, Deng Wei snorted twice. He was introduced by my hometown.
He's a poor fellow. But in order to please my family, I think I still have to go over there.
As she said this, Deng Wei revealed a hint of helplessness. When the young ladies around saw this, they obviously felt that this was very surprising.
But the little sister still said, "What are you doing now?"
Now, of course, we should go shopping first.
When we are almost done shopping, then we can go over there.
Deng Wei looked at what was in front of her and spoke casually. But the little sister in front of him opened her mouth wide.
Oh my god, but you have an appointment with someone, wouldn't it be bad if you don't go?
The little sisters around her saw Deng Wei like this and asked with some concern.
Deng Wei waved her hand and said, "Oh, it's okay.
As a man, it's nothing for him to wait for a woman for an hour or two."
Could he still get mad about this?
At this moment, Deng Wei said casually, just stood up and left. The sisters around me felt a little sympathetic towards that person and wondered what had happened to him.
But since Deng Wei has already said so, then it's naturally nothing.
At this moment, Deng Wei's mobile phone suddenly sent a text message.
How long do you have?
Seeing this, Deng Wei became a little impatient and quickly replied, "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." As she spoke, Deng Wei began to put on makeup and pack up, then took her little sisters to go shopping. Anyway, this is not the first time Deng Wei has done such a thing.
Okay, let's go. Chapter 30 Yulong blind date. This beauty is very good. Shen Hao is bored. What is he doing?
He said nothing and seemed quite perfunctory. I guess he didn't like Shen Hao, but he wanted to leave Shen Hao alone so that he could feel his presence. However, Shen Hao still arrived at the agreed place early. After arriving at the place, Shen Hao directly sent a message to Deng Wei, "I'm here, where are you?" On the other hand, after seeing the message, Deng Wei suddenly found it very funny.
Haha, is this guy really here?
Well, just say a few words to him casually. When Deng Wei thought of this, she directly sent a message to Shen Hao.
I'm here too. Take a look inside. I'm the prettiest one.
Deng Wei's message was sent over, and after a careful look, there was nothing wrong with it.
After confirming, Deng Wei went shopping with her sisters. The most beautiful one? Are you sure?
Shen Hao looked around the coffee shop and finally fixed his sight on the woman in the corner. This woman is very beautiful and has great temperament.
Could it be that this is the one?
Shen Hao was thinking secretly in his heart and was about to walk over. But when he was still a few steps away from here, Shen Hao was suddenly stopped by someone. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses shook his head at Shen Hao. "Don't go over there."
What is going on here?
Shen Hao looked at the man wearing glasses with a blank expression, his face full of curiosity. The man wearing black-rimmed glasses said to Shen Hao, "I also thought this woman was pretty, so I went over to chat with her. In the end, no one paid any attention to me. So I think that even though you are more handsome and have better conditions than me, the chances of being rejected are still quite high." Hearing this from the man wearing black-rimmed glasses, Shen Hao became more determined in his idea. If she was just an ordinary and superficial woman, Shen Hao would not be interested in her.
That's not bad, if you put it that way.
Shen Hao nodded slightly, smiled faintly, and spoke to the person in front of him.
Yeah, it's really good.
The boy wearing black-rimmed glasses nodded and looked at Shen Hao with a teachable look.
But the next moment, Shen Hao resolutely went away. Hey, man, why are you?
He just didn't listen to the advice and the words were stuck there and he didn't say them at all.
Nowadays there are always people who won't turn back until they hit the wall. They think that just because they are handsome and have some money, they can do whatever they want?
If Shen Hao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell that person resolutely that yes, it is true that having money really allows you to do whatever you want. Tang Gang sat there. She encountered some troubles. However, sitting in this small coffee shop every day would help Tang Gang's bad mood recover a little. So here, Tang Gang's mood recovered a little. Just now someone came over to talk to her, but Tang Gang was angry, so she decisively rejected that person. But at this moment, a very handsome young man sat in front of Tang Gang.
This little brother is too handsome.
Shen Hao sat there and said to Tang Gang, "Hello, my name is Shen Hao, we made an appointment before." Shen Hao's words did not cause any disgust in Tang Gang, but made her very interested. Not bad, he was concise and to the point at the beginning, and he brought us closer together.
This little brother is outstanding.
It seems like you should have read the guide to picking up girls before coming here.
Why do I feel so nervous? Am I attracted to you?
Tang Gang looked at Shinhao and her heart was beating fast. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are one in a million. Tang Gang is only 27 years old and owns a cosmetics company. It can be said that Tang Gang has met countless young talents. But Tang Gang had an indescribable feeling towards someone like Shinhao. He clearly has a noble and elegant temperament, and it can also be seen from his clothes that this man is clearly not short of money. It would cost at least hundreds of thousands to buy one. But he just has the feeling of those office workers living at the bottom of society. Such a man is very contradictory in himself, but in the midst of the contradiction, he gives people a very familiar feeling. It's like someone who is very familiar in life, maybe the handsome neighbor boy you had a crush on when you were a child.
Hello, little brother, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
If people who knew Tang Gang knew what she said now, their jaws would probably drop in surprise.
Would Tang Gang be nervous?
She was a queen, a well-known strong woman. She said she would be nervous, just like a top student taking the college entrance examination saying that he couldn't even solve elementary school questions. At this time, Shinhao waved his hand and said, "It's okay, don't be nervous. We are all young people, just treat it as making friends.
Just tell me about your situation, and I'll tell you about mine."
After Shinhao finished speaking, Tang Gang began to speak.
Well, my name is Tang Gang, you can just call me Xiao. As for me, I currently work in a cosmetics company.
Tang Gang almost planned to say that she was the president of this company, but fortunately she pulled back in the end.
If you say it so directly, what if the little brother is scared away? What should you do then?
Therefore, Tang Gang felt that she should take it step by step. As for Shinhao, he also felt that he could not tell others that he was worth hundreds of billions, so he decided to keep a low profile.
I'm currently working as a salesperson at a real estate agency.
After Shinhao finished speaking, Tang Gang's eyes lit up. Turns out to be a sales guy, not bad.
I just don't know if this sales guy can provide 3 guarantees. If it is possible, that would be great.
Tang Gang thought that she should just think about this idea. It would be terrible if she said it out loud and scared the little brother away.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, here's my phone number. I'm going back to the company now. Let's talk next time. Tang Gang wrote her phone number to Shinhao.
Since he was the president, he always carried this kind of signature pen with him. Shinhao nodded, but when he thought about it carefully, this woman seemed so domineering on the phone before, but she seemed quite nice when they met.
Well, okay, then you go ahead and I'll go back first. Shinhao and Tang Gang left talking and laughing, which made the man with glasses confused. Strange, what on earth is going on? How did he do it?
Chapter 31 I am very satisfied, let us get in touch again.
Hey, Howsy, how do you feel?
Not long after Shinhao came out, the phone rang. After answering the phone, Shinhao directly told the person on the phone about the matter. Just after Shinhao finished speaking, at this time, on the other end of the phone, Shinhao's mother, Huang spoke to Shinhao with an anxious look on her face.
After all, this is about Shinhao's lifelong event. If it is decided, Huang will start to make arrangements. I am very satisfied. Let's keep in touch.
Shinhao couldn't say it so bluntly, so he was a little reserved.
But Huang on the other end of the phone was very happy.
Okay, I get it, Howsy, just focus on your work. After saying this, Huang hung up the phone, and no one knew what she was busy with.
Shinhao was a little curious and didn't understand what was going on.
Seeing this, Shinhao's phone rang.
The call was from Deng Wei.
After answering the phone, Deng Wei said directly to Shinhao, "It will take me a while to get there.
Please wait for me." Shinhao found it funny what Deng Wei said.
She's already been late for more than half an hour.
Is that still reasonable?
Oh, it's okay, I'll wait.
Shinhao said this, which actually changed Deng Wei's impression of Shinhao a lot.
After all, at least Shinhao was willing to wait for such a long time. Deng Wei felt that she should give Shinhao a chance.
Okay, I'll come find you right away when I'm done here. As Deng Wei was talking, Shinhao could already hear the sounds of shopping over the phone.
It turned out that the woman was shopping.
But it would be fine if she just bought things, but she also made an appointment to meet Shinhao?
This made Shinhao very unhappy. Thinking of this, Shinhao suddenly smiled. Well, you go ahead and do your work, we'll talk later. After saying that, Shinhao hung up the phone. I originally thought that the woman just now was the one who had a blind date with Shinhao, but when I thought about it carefully, it seemed not right.
Is this meeting the right person at the wrong time? Xinhao packed up and prepared to go back.
However, before going back, Xinhao thought about it and decided to send 300,000 yuan back to his family. Mom, I just negotiated a deal and made over 300,000 yuan.
I'll transfer the money to you first. If there's anything you want to buy, just buy it. Your son is not short of money.
Xinhao replied and left with satisfaction.
As for the meeting with Deng Wei, it never happened.
This woman had clearly made an appointment to meet me, but she ended up going out to buy something.
If Xinhao really gets together with Deng Wei in the future, wouldn't that be very tragic?
At this time, Xinhao suddenly laughed.
I am so rich now, why should I live such a humble life?
Thinking of this, Xinhao decided to go back first. At this time, Xinhao received several calls one after another. Ren Yu asked Xinhao what to do next as the winery had a large order. This order is worth approximately over 7 million. Xinhao directly gave the order that for orders below 30 million, Ren Yu could make the decision on his own without asking Xinhao. Afterwards, Liang Jing made some inquiries and found out that all the bosses wanted to meet Xinhao and express their gratitude in person.
However, Xinhao directly asked Liang Jing to handle it.
A rich man should have the pride of a rich man. Some things should be dealt with the way they should be dealt with.
Chang Lingling said that she had completed the recruitment and could start work at any time.
Xinhao asked them to handle it themselves and prepare the report at the end of the month and bring it to Xinhao for him to take a look. After arranging all these tasks, Xinhao felt even more relieved.
Oh, this job is really not easy to do. I need to let them develop an independent attitude in the future. Otherwise, if they report to me one by one, I will be annoyed to death.
While Xinhao was still making arrangements, Deng Wei came back.
Deng Wei looked around but didn't find anyone in the coffee shop.
This made Deng Wei feel a little weird.
What was going on?
The more she thought about it, the weirder it felt.
Strange, didn't we agree to be here? Why is he gone?
Thinking of this, Deng Wei called Xinhao directly.
The call went through and Deng Wei was very angry. Hey, Xinhao, didn't we agree to meet here?
I'm here, where are you? Deng Wei's words made Xinhao feel a little strange.
What on earth is this woman doing? Didn't I just tell you that if it doesn't work, we'll do it next time? Next time?
Deng Wei finished her shopping and was about to come back to take a look, but suddenly found that the person was gone.
Ah, I'm back, come here quickly.
As Deng Wei spoke to this side, Xinhao felt that this woman was really too self-righteous.
You really think you are so great, why did you agree to come? Too busy, maybe next time.
Xinhao was very indifferent. After all, there was no need to do this now. Anyway, there are still many girls who want to get in touch with Xinhao, so why does Xinhao still want to be with Deng Wei? So thinking of this, Xinhao smiled slightly and looked at what was in front of him. He found this matter quite interesting. I've been waiting here for more than half an hour, and you went shopping.
But now that you're back, why should I go over there?
Xinhao said this in a cold voice, and Deng Wei suddenly didn't know what to say. But here, in front of Xinhao, Deng Wei still felt that it was not good for Xinhao to do this.
Xinhao, you are not a man. Deng Wei was very angry.
She had never seen such a man before. He has no idea of respecting women.
What's wrong with waiting for half an hour? Even if you have to wait for an hour or two, you can't complain. And now, Xinhao actually just left? For a woman as beautiful as Deng Wei, it's okay to wait a while, right? Xinhao, I order you now, come back quickly. Otherwise, you just wait.
Deng Wei held the phone and spoke to Xinhao very excitedly. But after Deng Wei finished saying this, Xinhao found it funny.
Okay, in that case, I'll wait. I want to see what you can do to me.
Xinhao smiled faintly at the scene in front of him and spoke to the other end of the phone. After saying that, Xinhao didn't intend to waste any more time talking nonsense and just hung up the phone.
Deng Wei was very angry.
This incident had caused a lot of trouble.
If she didn't get back at the wit's end, she would be even more furious. At this time, Deng Wei called, "Hello, Wei Wei, they said they are very interested in you and would like to get in touch with you more."
What?
We've already talked about that much, why are you suddenly saying you're interested in me now?
Chapter 32 The lion's mouth is wide open, 800,000, not a cent less.
What, why did you agree again? After all, Deng Wei hasn't met Xinhao yet, so why does she agree now?
The person on the other end of the phone seemed very happy.
That's right. I didn't expect that. Wei Wei has agreed. Do you have anything to say now? This is a good opportunity, ask for more and don't treat yourself badly.
The person on the other end of the phone was talking to Deng Wei, and at this time, Deng Wei thought about it carefully. This is actually a good opportunity, Deng Wei thought about it and said. In that case, the betrothal gift is 800,000 yuan and a 3-story villa. And the car has to be worth more than 500,000 yuan.
Not a penny less is acceptable.
When Deng Wei finished speaking to this side, the person on the other end of the phone nodded and said, "Okay, I'll tell them about this." After saying this, the person on the other end of the phone told Wang Guiqin about the incident.
Wang Guiqin told Shinhao about this matter and said anxiously, "Haozi, what should we do about this matter?"
The fact that they wanted so much money undoubtedly made Shinhao feel a little weird.
This incident made Shinhao wonder, how could this happen?
The bride price is 800,000 yuan, and the 3-story villa is really shameless. As Shinhao spoke, Wang Guiqin on the other end of the phone became a little anxious.
"Haozi, what should we do about this matter?"
"Our family can afford 800,000 yuan, but as for the villa, they said it must be in the city, not in the countryside."
When Wang Guiqin said this, she was very anxious.
But at this time, Shinhao smiled.
"Mom, who are you talking about? Is it you who introduced me to him or?"
Shinhao didn't know what was going on here, so he thought it would be better to ask first. As Shinhao finished speaking, Wang Guiqin nodded on the other end of the phone.
"Yes, that's it. Didn't you say it was good?"
When Wang Guiqin was talking to this side, at this time, Wang Guiqin thought that since Shinhao thought it was okay, then just arrange it. But Shinhao found it very interesting that this misunderstanding was going on and on. Thinking of this, Shinhao said to the side, "Mom, if it's this, let alone 800,000, even if it's 8 yuan, I won't give it." After Shinhao finished speaking, Wang Guiqin was very anxious.
"How can that be possible? You can't say such angry words, kid. If you say that, you will make the person angry and leave. Didn't you say that the person is a good person?"
When Wang Guiqin said this, Shinhao smiled. This matter is interesting, but Shinhao thinks it is better to explain it clearly to his mother.
"Mom, don't worry. I can find a way to deal with this matter."
When Shinhao said this, Wang Guiqin felt even more relieved. After all, this incident was caused by some misunderstandings.
Shinhao hung up the phone directly.
It seemed that this matter needed to be properly resolved. Shinhao found the previous phone number and felt that he still had to talk to this side. Soon, Shinhao made a phone call. The call was made and the call was connected quickly. When Shinhao's call came directly, Shinhao said to the side, "Hello, beautiful lady."
Deng Wei answered the phone and said, "What's the matter? You called me to discuss the betrothal gift? I tell you, not even a penny less."
When Deng Wei spoke to Shinhao very angrily, Shinhao felt something was strange.
If this problem is not explained clearly, how can it be solved? I think you may have misunderstood. Shinhao was talking on the phone.
At this time, Deng Wei was very angry.
"How could I misunderstand? Didn't you say you liked it?
I'm such a beautiful woman, but I'm asking you to pay these conditions.
Do you think it's too much?" Deng Wei was very unhappy and said to Shinhao, "What makes you beautiful?"
Shinhao didn't even see the shadow of the person, and he didn't know how the other party had the nerve to say that he was beautiful.
800,000 for a 3-story villa, and a car worth another 500,000? Is Shinhao a person who is short of money? But the problem is, the whole thing was caused by the other party, and now he is asking for a huge amount of money? I'm sorry, I don't think it's much at all. What you said is not a problem.
As Shinhao was speaking, Deng Wei on the other end of the phone became a little excited.
Are you telling the truth?
This time, Deng Wei's tone softened a little. If Deng Wei had known this would happen, she would not have done this.
Anyway, let us get married first.
After a while, Deng Wei will divorce Shinhao, and all these will belong to her, Deng Wei. At this time, Shinhao was very calm.
It's true.
As Shinhao spoke, Deng Wei looked touched, then let's go and register quickly.
I am actually quite satisfied with you. Deng Wei's words made Shinhao feel very funny. This Deng Wei is quite interesting. Shinhao has never even met her, and now she is telling Shinhao all this?
However, based on what she had done before, Shinhao would never agree to it even if she was as beautiful as a fairy. What I said is indeed true, but I have money, a car, and a house. Why should I pay so much to find a woman like you? Before you find a partner, please learn how to be a good person first. Shinhao said this and hung up the phone.
Deng Wei was very angry. Shenhao was really going too far.
Seeing Deng Wei like this, the little sisters around her were a little curious. Wei, what's wrong with you? Deng Wei explained the matter to the people around her. I just asked him for a dowry of 800,000 yuan, a 3-story villa in the city, and a 500,000 yuan car.
Is my request too high? As Deng Wei spoke, the girls around her kept shaking their heads. No, how can it be high? I think it should be at least doubled. Let's leave him alone for a while, let him know that he regrets it, and then we can take the opportunity to make these demands to him. After hearing what the little sister next to Deng Wei said, Deng Wei also thought so. Yes, that's right, Deng Wei thinks it's very good. She is indeed my best friend, always on my side in everything. Deng Wei also felt that since he loved her, he should agree to these conditions unconditionally. Deng Wei clenched her fists, looking unhappy. Shenhao, you'd better not let me see you, otherwise, I will let you know how to write the word regret. Deng Wei said this, then angrily went online to read some inspirational articles. After reading it, Deng Wei felt more and more that all men are bad, and what's the point of women just asking men for these things? Never mind all that, let's go to sleep first, and I'll settle the score with Shenhao when I have time. Chapter 33 Fourth Sign-in, Li Wei shareholder?
Shenhao was in a good mood and felt that he had slept very comfortably. Moreover, Shenhao had never imagined that he would be so looking forward to the arrival of the next day.
Because a new day is the beginning of the day when Shenhao can sign in.
If he signs in, Shenhao will know what he will get today.
However, what will Shenhao get today?
Thinking of this, Shenhao rubbed his hands.
Start signing in.
On the 4th day of signing in, I received 20% of the shares of Li Wei Company and became the 3rd largest shareholder of Li Wei.
Li Wei? Isn't this the cosmetics company where Li Feifei worked before? In fact, Shenhao knew something about this cosmetics company.
As for assets, it is probably over 3 billion.
If it's 20%, that would be 600 million. Actually, it's not bad. Becoming a shareholder of Liver Cosmetics Company is not just about money. What is more important is identity.
When Liver Cosmetics Company was just starting out, it was short of funds and needed financing. It would still be possible to become a shareholder in that situation, but now, Liver Cosmetics Company is thriving, and each year's profits are much higher than the previous year. In this situation, it is not easy to become a shareholder.
So, from now on, I will be Feifei's boss.
Shenhao straightened his coat and looked in front of him. Shenhao thought about it and wondered whether he should call Li Feifei and show off to her.
After all, no matter what, Li Feifei is Shenhao's pretend girlfriend.
If you perform well at that time, you can become a regular employee at any time. So Shenhao was of course looking forward to Li Feifei's performance.
But not long after, Li Feifei called. Hello Shenhao. Shenhao picked up the phone, a little confused. Feifei, what's wrong? Why are you calling me so early in the morning?
After Shenhao finished speaking, Li Feifei on the other end of the phone said to Shenhao, Shenhao, the company has made a temporary arrangement and I have to go on a business trip during this period.
It will probably take half a month before I can come back. So long?
Shenhao remembered that Li Feifei had only been in the company for a few days.
Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty to arrange it so hastily?
Shenhao was still thinking about this matter in his heart, but at this time, on the other end of the phone, Li Feifei spoke to Shenhao with an apologetic tone.
I know, this is a bit unfair, but I will make it up to you when I come back.
Now, Li Feifei is becoming more and more able to act like a qualified girlfriend. When going out, he would take the initiative to report to Shenhao.
Shenhao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, by the way, Feifei, do you know who the 3rd largest shareholder of your company is?
The 3rd shareholder should be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s.
Why are you asking this out of the blue? Li Feifei thought for a moment and said to Shenhao. A man in his 40s or 50s?
Shenhao imagined that scene in his mind. It was so beautiful that he couldn't even bear to look at it anymore. However, Shenhao has now become the 3rd largest shareholder of Liver.
Should Shenhao go to Liver Cosmetics Company to take a look first?
Shenhao thought about it and felt that this was very necessary. At the same time, Tang Gang was sitting in the office of the president of Liver Cosmetics Company. She felt that what she had encountered this time was extremely tricky.
The company's 2nd largest shareholder is planning to join forces with other small shareholders to seize control of the entire company.
If they really succeed, Tang Gang will lose control of Liver Cosmetics Company, and those people will definitely kick Tang Gang out of the company directly.
This is what Tang Gang doesn't want to see.
After all, Tang Gang had spent a lot of effort to develop this cosmetics company to its current size.
How could she possibly give it up to someone else now? Now, what's the situation outside? Tang Gang felt inexplicably irritated and asked the female assistant beside her.
At this time, the female assistant beside Tang Gang looked at her, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated.
The situation outside is much worse than I imagined. But the problem is that the female assistant didn't dare to say it. Okay, I get it, you go down first.
Looking at the expression of the female assistant beside her, Tang Gang actually already knew it. In fact, during this period, the second largest shareholder took the lead and instigated other small shareholders and employees.
The entire liver cosmetics company was in a panic.
Fortunately, Tang Gang had noticed some clues before, so during this period of time, she had transferred out some of the good seedlings she thought were good.
In fact, this is also to preserve as much manpower as possible.
If Tang Gang was really driven away, she could still make a comeback with the help of these talents. Among them, Tang Gang's favorite talent is Li Feifei, who is very knowledgeable about various businesses, and she is very down to earth and never takes credit for herself.
Boss, something terrible has happened. There's a commotion outside.
Just as Tang Gang was still secretly estimating the specific situation here, the female assistant ran in anxiously from outside.
What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?
Although Tang Gang had guessed something in her heart, at this moment, the person who should not panic the most was actually her. When the female assistant beside her saw Tang Gang like this, she said to her,
"Outside, the second largest shareholder has come with a lot of people. It looks like they want to kick you out, President."
This time, when the female assistant beside her spoke, she looked very anxious.
The female assistant has followed Tang Gang for many years and is loyal to her.
So at this time, Tang Gang was naturally taken into consideration. Tang Gang thought about it and decided that since the other party was already here, it would be no use for her to just stay here.
Go out and take a look.
Tang Gang suddenly stopped talking and said, "By the way, when I go out, you guys should contact the third shareholder immediately. If the third shareholder stands by us at this time, then we will be able to win the game." Tang Gang knew that this idea was somewhat unlikely.
But how will you know if you don't try? I'm going to go out and meet him. I really want to see what he can do to me now.
After Tang Gang finished speaking, she stood up and walked outside. Outside, a large group of people were standing there, and the man in the front had a smile on his face.
President Tang, you finally came out. I thought you were going to continue wasting time. Chapter 34 She is my woman, do you think it has anything to do with me?
Tang Gang stood there, her eyes moved slightly, and she looked in front of her, feeling anxious for no reason.
After all, now, Li Weier's second largest shareholder, Zhang Lianhua, is standing there with some of Li Weier's small shareholders and the company's technical staff, looking like they are cheering.
And now the way they are acting, it is clear that they are doing one thing, which is to make fun of Tang Gang. If Tang Gang was afraid or retreated, then their wish would be fulfilled.
What are you doing?
And you don't know the company's rules and regulations. If you don't go to work today, you will be deducted from your salary. But forget it today.
It won't happen again.
Tang Gang looked at these people and spoke lightly.
While these people didn't make any trouble, Tang Gang wanted to give them a warning. Sure enough, after Tang Gang finished speaking, these people hesitated.
But Zhang Lianhua is different.
He is the second largest shareholder of the company.
If the company makes serious mistakes, Zhang Lianhua has the right to lead these shareholders to hold a shareholders' meeting to elect or impeach the original chairman. At present, the company's largest shareholder, Tang Gang, has made serious mistakes in the direction of her investments in the past 2 years.
Although the amount of loss was not mentioned, it caused Liver Company to lose opportunities many times, so other shareholders have long been dissatisfied.
Chairman, it will be of no use for you to show off to these employees. Everyone has actually been dissatisfied with you for a long time, so now, everyone has only one goal, which is to hope that you step down from the position of chairman and hand over this position to someone more capable. Zhang Lianhua spoke directly to the person in front of him, and the more he spoke, the more he felt that this was a very good thing. However, Tang Gang was very angry. "I'm afraid this capable person is talking about you." When Tang Gang finished speaking, Zhang Lianhua in front of her couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect it to be discovered, but the impact it has on the present is actually not that big." At this time, Zhang Lianhua looked at the scene in front of him and waved his hand. "Now, kick her out first." As he spoke, the security guard beside him came over and planned to ask Tang Gang to leave. But right before his eyes, a voice suddenly sounded beside him.
Wait a minute, it's not good for so many of you to bully a weak woman.
When this voice sounded, a handsome man came towards the side not far away. Looking at the figure in front of them slowly walking towards them, the people around were also very puzzled.
Who is this handsome guy? He is so handsome. Let's invite him to be our spokesperson.
Nonsense, the person who came to endorse is Feng, but Feng is not as handsome as this handsome guy.
I will never get tired of looking at him for the rest of my life. Everyone, make way and let the handsome guy in.
At this time, the people around began to actively maintain order here. Tang Gang looked at the handsome guy in front of her, and a faint smile appeared on her face.
You're here?
The person in front of him was none other than Hao. Seeing Tang Gang like this, Hao smiled and said, "Yeah, come and see me if you have time."
Nonsense, what do you mean by coming here for no reason? It must be because you miss Tang Gang. But Tang Gang didn't expose it. It felt really good to be remembered by a handsome guy.
Seeing this, Zhang Lianhua looked in front of him and said directly, "Boy, this matter has nothing to do with you, you'd better leave quickly." The matter was already a sure thing, and Zhang Lianhua did not want to add any more trouble. So now, Zhang Lianhua still hopes to kick Hao out as soon as possible.
Oh, this is my woman, do you think it has something to do with me?
As Hao spoke, he put his arm around Tang Gangshua's slender waist and spoke to Zhang Lianhua. The people around were completely dumbfounded.
Oh my god, they are such a perfect match, I can't even hate them at all. What should I do? I'm waiting online anxiously.
Seeing Hao and Tang Gangshua like this, Zhang Lianhua's face immediately drooped.
It's absolutely ridiculous. You don't even know where you are. You actually do this kind of thing here.
Zhang Lianhua's face changed and he suddenly spoke.
Tang Gangshua smiled, General Manager Zhang is not afraid of losing face, so what do we need to worry about?
This kind of thing should be discussed in the meeting room, after all, there are many employees outside.
It doesn't matter if they saw it, but if it gets out, what will others think of Liver Company? You.
Zhang Lianhua pointed at Tang Gangshua and was speechless for a long time. As for those shareholders behind him, they are really not helpful.
Don't they see the situation here? Why haven't they said a word for such a long time? Let's go to the meeting room first. If you want to swear like a shrew here, we'll keep you company.
Hao pointed out the matter directly in one sentence. Anyway, there are only two people, Hao and Tang Gangshua, while the other side has a group of people. If the news gets out, no one knows which side will be more embarrassed.
At this time, Zhang Lianhua snorted twice, "Humph, go to the meeting room. Just go to the conference room. What are you yelling about? It's not like Hao can't hear you."
Hao has decided that he will never get involved in the company's affairs in the future.
Leave professional matters to professionals. As for Hao, he doesn't need too much.
When he has nothing to do, he goes around the company and enjoys the awe-inspiring looks from others.
It's pretty good this way.
Tang Gangshua turned and looked at Hao, and said to him with gratitude, "Hao, thank you so much."
It's okay, it's nothing, but didn't you say you were just an employee of a cosmetics company? How did you suddenly become the chairman? Hao was a little curious.
He stared at Tang Gangshua and asked curiously. At this moment, Tang Gangshua felt a little embarrassed.
Aren't you just an ordinary real estate agent? Are you kidding? Can an average real estate agent afford to drive a limited edition silver supercar?
Not to mention Hao, even the boss of Hao's previous boss behind the real estate agency might not be able to afford it. After all, the price is there, and there is nowhere to buy it even if you have money. At this time, Hao smiled faintly, "My identity will not be revealed for now."
You will know it at a critical moment.
As Hao was talking, Tang Gangshua sighed, "Alas, if I fail this time, I might go bankrupt."
You have to take care of me then. Seeing Tang Gangshua like this, Hao waved his hand, "It's okay, it's nothing. Come to my place in the future, I will support you and provide you with enough food." There is enough food, but why does it feel like Tang Gangshua is being treated like a pig? Chapter 35 I'm sorry to disappoint you, I am the third shareholder. It was not very formal just now, let's be more formal now.
Zhang Lianhua looked at Tang Gangshua and spoke directly. It turns out that it was not very formal just now.
Zhang Lianhua only realized it now?
He called a bunch of small shareholders and his own direct relatives over here. Those who knew thought it was a shareholders' meeting, while those who didn't think it was just a bunch of people arguing with a weak woman like Tang Gangshua.
Shinhao couldn't understand what Tang Gang had done wrong. Did she destroy the planet? Why were so many people bullying her? Please start your performance. Shinhao waved his hand, signaling Zhang Lianhua to continue. Please. This disrupted Zhang Lianhua's rhythm. What was he going to say just now? Why is he always so forgetful at his age? Nonsense, how could Zhang Lianhua be old? Last night, there was a young girl saying that Zhang Lianhua was amazing, how could he be old?
Zhang Lianhua coughed twice and said, we shareholders all agree that you, Tang Gang, are no longer suitable to manage the company. Don't worry, if you step down, I won't make things difficult for you, and I will even reserve a share of the shareholder dividends for you in the future. Zhang Lianhua looked at Tang Gang and spoke directly. At that time, Zhang Lianhua would think of other ways and directly short the accounts of Liwei Company. In less than a year or two, you can transfer all the company's accounts yourself. Then they put the blame on Tang Gang. It was perfect. Shinhao didn't care about these. In fact, in Shinhao's opinion, he should be able to win this time.
Wait a minute, what's the point of you saying so much? Do you really think you can win for sure?
Shinhao looked at Zhang Lianhua in front of him and spoke directly.
Why can't we win for sure?
I own 25% of the shares, Tang Gang owns 30%, and the other shareholders together own 37%.
Tang Gang's shares are lower than mine.
As for the third shareholder, I can't contact her now.
How do you think she compares with me?
At this time, Zhang Lianhua was very arrogant. Tang Gang clenched her hands in anger, her fingernails piercing her skin, leaving blood marks, but she was completely unaware. But Tang Gang knew that what was said over there was all true.
There is no way to change this. You said it very clearly. Under normal circumstances, you would have won the game. So many people support you.
But there is one thing you may not have considered so thoroughly. Shinhao said this and straightened his clothes. It's not hot here, but the way Shinhao adjusted his coat gave people a very stable feeling.
What do you mean?
Zhang Lianhua himself felt that he was sure to win, but now the feeling that Shinhao gave him seemed very dangerous.
It's nothing. I think your judgment just now was wrong. You only own 37% of the shares, and you dare to be so arrogant? Actually, I want to tell you.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am actually the third largest shareholder. When Shinhao was speaking to the people in front of him, at this time, the people around him all looked at Shinhao. After all, the news that Shinhao said was really shocking. Now, it completely caught everyone else off guard. After all, the shock this incident brought to the present moment was completely unexpected. Are you the third largest shareholder? Zhang Lianhua was a little overwhelmed, and so were the others. This handsome guy said he is the third largest shareholder.
Is that true? Maybe it's true. After all, he's so handsome. How can a handsome guy's words be false? So, aren't we on the wrong side? Originally, these people wanted to take advantage of this opportunity because the third shareholder was not there. The third shareholder's attitude was unclear, so they didn't dare to take action. So this time, they are actually taking a risk. But now Shinhao suddenly appeared, and this change inevitably caught people off guard. Are you really the third largest shareholder? Seeing Shinhao like this, Zhang Lianhua calmed down and asked Shinhao, what evidence do you have? Yes, these people were too anxious just now, and no one of them thought about this matter. As a result, these people now came to their senses. What we just heard was all Shinhao's one-sided statement. What evidence does he have? At this time, Tang Gang's mood slowly calmed down. If that's the case, it's not bad. After all, Shinhao has not taken out anything now. But Shinhao stood up for Tang Gang, which made him better than most people. Evidence? Not yet. Maybe there will be some soon. When signing in before, he only told Shinhao that he had become the third largest shareholder of Liwei, but did not give Shinhao any certificate. Of course Shinhao knew it was true, but what should Shinhao do now? In fact, now Shinhao looks very panicked on the outside, but he is as calm as an old dog on the inside. The sign-in system will never put its owner in an embarrassing situation. It is estimated that the person who delivered the certificate should be here soon. What's wrong? Can't you speak? Seeing that Shinhao stopped talking, Zhang Lianhua felt that his chance had come. You little brat, you still want to fight with me? Weren't you very arrogant before? You were very arrogant in your heart. Now, you continue to be arrogant and domineering. Aren't you young and handsome? You continue to be handsome. Zhang Lianhua was very proud in his heart.
Since Xinhao no longer has any power to refute, Zhang Lianhua will of course seize this opportunity and take action.
Humph, you're wasting my time.
From now on, all irrelevant people, please leave this meeting room. This meeting room does not welcome outsiders. Zhang Lianhua succeeded in one move and showed no mercy at all.
Tang Gang sat there, a little anxious. How can this be possible?
He is my boyfriend, he must stay here.
In desperation, Tang Gang even told her boyfriend.
But at this time, Xinhao was very calm.
Why was he so anxious? This is how life is.
It always catches you off guard without you noticing, and then catches others off guard without you noticing.
In short, it's either you or me. No one can escape this. When you are in the world, who can avoid getting hurt?
You stab me, I stab you, no one can escape. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Soon, the door that was originally closed was suddenly opened. A man in a suit and leather shoes walked in from outside. He looked at what was in front of him and suddenly said, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Xinhao?
Here is a share transfer agreement. Please sign it, Mr. Xinhao." Chapter 36 I am really the third largest shareholder. Do you believe it now? What equity transfer agreement?
Zhang Lianhua looked at what was in front of him, feeling a little puzzled. In front of him, when Zhang Lianhua was talking, Zhao Dongxing stood there and said directly, "Li Weier's third shareholder agreement transfer letter."
What? How is this possible?
Zhang Lianhua's pupils contracted as he looked in front of him, his face full of disbelief. But Xinhao did not say anything, but continued to look at the agreement in front of him. The agreement contains a lot of information, so Xinhao of course has to read it carefully.
Zhao Dongsheng was unhappy. What do you mean impossible? Are you saying there is something wrong with this agreement, or is it that there is something wrong with me? I suspect there are problems.
Zhang Lianhua felt that this matter must have been a collusion between Xinhao and the man in front of him.
The others also looked at Zhao Dongsheng without saying anything. Although Zhao Dongxing wore glasses and looked gentle and refined.
But no matter how you look at him, his physique gives people the feeling that he is a fitness coach.
So it was so obvious, how could Zhang Lianhua not see it?
Even from Zhang Lianhua's point of view, he felt more and more that his guess was correct. But at this time, Zhao Dongxing was very dissatisfied. "Humph, then you should take a closer look.
This is my lawyer's certificate."
This agreement was also signed by Mr. Li and Mr. Xinhao. Zhao Dongxing took out his lawyer's license.
Everyone gasped when they saw this. Oh my god, it's all true, and he's a lawyer at Yangqing Dongxing law firm? Isn't he one of the top 10 lawyers in Xia country? It's him. Why is he here? Doesn't that mean that this guy is really the third largest shareholder?
At this moment, everyone realized the problem and looked up at Xinhao in front of them. Xinhao had finished signing and stood up to look at the people in front of him. The most important thing is to look at Zhang Lianhua in front of him. "I am really the third largest shareholder.
Do you believe it now?"
After Xinhao finished speaking, the people around him couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, this matter is actually quite a big deal. Xinhao raised his head and looked at Zhang Lianhua in front of him, and said directly, "More than 40% of the shares is indeed a lot.
I wonder how much my shares and yours, in Xue, add up to."
Xinhao turned around, looked at Tang Gang and asked directly.
55%. Tang Gang answered directly.
Although her voice was not loud, everyone in the conference room could undoubtedly feel it.
Yes, all of them together only account for about 40%.
Of course, there are also some people who simply abstained from voting in order to protect themselves. But even if all these people are added together, it is only 45%. It is also not as much as Xinhao and Tang Gang, so it is useless.
You know what? You are good in every way, except for one thing, you are too ambitious.
Xinhao raised his head and looked at Zhang Lianhua in front of him and said directly. These words were like a slap in the face. At this time, Xinhao turned around and looked at Zhao Dongxing beside him. "Lawyer Xiao, you have worked hard on this matter. You should take a rest first. By then, I have other business that I want to discuss with you in detail." Zhao Dongxing nodded heavily. After all, Xinhao's order was indeed a lot of money. So it is very worthwhile for Zhao Dongxing to do this. "Okay, Mr. Xin, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go read a book first." In fact, when one reaches Zhao Dongxing's level, he has basically become famous, and the next thing to consider is making money. In the south, it is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Dongxing is a household name. But in the north, Zhao Dongxing's fame seems to be much weaker. So this time, Zhao Dongxing is actually also opening up the northern market. And Jiangzhou, which Zhao Dongxing has chosen now, is a good springboard.
Now, I wonder if I am still qualified to sit here and have a good talk with all of you.
Xinhao's words made the people around him speechless with silence.
Of course they are qualified.
Not only that, but they feel that in front of Xinhao, all of them pale in comparison. Standing here, at this time, Xinhao found a seat and sat down. Now, I agree to hand over my shares to Chairman Tang Gang for management.
I wonder if this is okay.
Xinhao still has the right to dividends, but Xinhao does not participate in the voting. But no matter what, Xinhao knew very well in his heart what this matter meant to Tang Gang.
There is still 12% away from the 67% absolute control of the company's shares.
At that time, I will take the opportunity to buy back some of these people's shares. Zhang Lianhua is such a bad guy, I must find ways to drive him out. From now on, Xinhao has actually planned all of this in his mind. Now that Zhang Lianhua is like this, Xinhao will certainly not let him go.
Humph, even if that's the case, what does that mean? Boy, you're ruthless this time. Let's go.
Zhang Lianhua said this and stood up and left with the people around him. At this time, Tang Gang looked at the shareholders around her and suddenly said, "If you don't want to end up in a miserable situation, you should stay here. Explain your affairs clearly." Tang Gang's words made these people suddenly stunned, but they still stood there. They didn't know what was waiting for them next, but Xinhao suddenly smiled.
Actually, I'm a very generous person.
I'll let it go for all the fun you guys had made of me before. You'd better tell us the truth.
Otherwise, we have lawyers here.
These lawyers all have their own special channels. If they want to investigate something, they just need to say a word and there will be plenty of people willing to help them investigate. So now, after Xinhao finished speaking, all these people were panicked. What should they do?
Now, no matter how I look at it, I always feel that it seems a little weird.
Seeing these people in front of him like this, Xinhao was very calm, but Xinhao knew that if these people said nothing, it would not work. At this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him.
Finally, someone stood up.
"Chairman, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I confess." When this person was speaking, other people around him also confessed the matter. After these people finished speaking, Xinhao raised his head and looked at them. "Well, what you said is right. In that case, then you should sign the share transfer agreement and hand over the shares." Chapter 37 Xinhao takes action. Zhang Lianhua wants to run away.
Chairman,
After all, these people are the veterans of the company. Now, if they are asked to hand over their shares, they are still reluctant. But Xinhao was worried that Tang Gang couldn't bear to do it, so he said,
"For the development of the company, you have to do this. Moreover, taking back the shares now is actually to protect them.
What they did before is now exposed." When Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Gang, who was originally a little hesitant, suddenly became serious.
"Okay, uncles and aunts, please hand over your shares.
I will buy them back at a price higher than the market price.
Add to that the money you've earned over the years, and I believe you won't have to worry about the rest of your life." As Tang Gang spoke, these people sighed. Now that things have come to this is the only arrangement we can make.
Zhao Dongxing had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw this, he signed many contracts in one breath. After all, Zhao Dongxing is acting in accordance with the contract. The more things that are solved here, the more commission Zhao Dongxing will get. After all, the market value of the liver group is several billion. Even if it is calculated at 0.03%, it would still be several million. With just this trip, the money Zhao Dongxing earned was enough to buy a house in the capital.
How could such a thing be bad for him?
However, Zhao Dongxing did not forget the most important thing. All the shareholders signed the transfer agreement, and Zhao Dongxing said, "Mr. Tang, Mr. Xin, here is a document for you to take a look at." Zhao Dongxing said this and handed the information to Xinhao. Xinhao took it and looked at it carefully for a while. At this moment, Xinhao couldn't help but feel that this matter was completely beyond his expectations. "I didn't expect that Zhang Lianhua would go so far as to kill Mr. Li's son. If we take out this information, then Zhang Lianhua will be dead." This time, when Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Gang's eyes lit up.
"In that case, let's make arrangements quickly."
"Of course we have to arrange it quickly, it's such a good opportunity. When hitting a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part, and this blow will definitely leave the opponent with no power to fight back. Xinhao was actually somewhat clear about this point.
Well, now, hurry up.
Tang Yingxue was very excited and turned to look at Zhao Dongsheng.
Lawyer Xiao, thank you for your help.
Hearing Tang Yingxue say this, Zhao Dongsheng nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will be in charge of arranging this matter when the time comes. As Zhao Dongsheng was speaking, Xinhao looked ahead. Seeing this, Xinhao was very much looking forward to it.
How would Zhang Lianhua deal with it next?
While Xinhao was still pondering secretly, on the other side, Zhang Lianhua's face turned dark.
What did you say? They all handed over their shares?
Zhang Lianhua felt that these people had no bottom line. After all, if this matter continues like this, it will obviously be disadvantageous to them. Zhang Lianhua suddenly said, at this point, we have no choice but to arrest Tang Yingxue.
As long as Tang Yingxue cannot be contacted for a period of time, who do you think will get the shares?
As Zhang Lianhua spoke, the people around him raised their heads and looked at Zhang Lianhua in front of them. They were completely shocked. This matter was even more powerful than they had imagined. Indeed, this method is good. Zhang Lianhua felt that if that was the case, they could take action now. However, just as Zhang Lianhua finished speaking, his men came running over anxiously. General Manager, something terrible has happened. Mr. Fan has been arrested.
What happened? How did he get caught?
Zhang Lianhua was a little confused. Looking at what was in front of him, he suddenly thought of something.
Could it be that the incident was exposed?
Back then, Zhang Lianhua had someone kidnap his son in order to obtain the third shareholder's shares by using coercion and inducement.
As a result, the third shareholder's son was accidentally killed.
Only a few shareholders including Zhang Lianhua and the third shareholder knew about this at the time. Now that he has been reported, that means Zhang Lianhua will be arrested soon.
So what should we do?
Zhang Lianhua looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a little confused. The people around him patted Zhang Lianhua on the shoulder and said, "Old Zhang, stop talking so much.
Pack up your things and run quickly.
If you don't run now, you won't have a chance. So it would be best to escape from here quickly now.
Hurry up and catch them all."
At this time, a group of uniformed and fully armed people rushed in and started arresting people. All these people were caught in one fell swoop, and no one could escape.
Xinhao parked the limited edition Silby supercar aside. That's great. Such a nice house in a good location.
Tell me, if he hadn't done such a heinous thing, how carefree would his life be? After Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Yingxue beside him looked at this scene and nodded heavily.
Yes, Xinhao, this time it's all thanks to you.
Xinhao turned around and looked at Tang Yingxue and couldn't help but smile.
This Tang Yingxue is quite interesting.
Now that she has got all this, she shouldn't worry so much.
It's okay, these are what I should do. But don't forget my share. Remember to give it to me when the time comes. I'm leaving now.
Having said that, Xinhao returned to the car and prepared to leave. But at this time, a pair of white and tender arms were placed in front of Xinhao. Xinhao raised his head and looked in front of him. The owner of these hands was none other than Tang Yingxue. Xinhao was a little confused.
What was going on with Tang Yingxue?
At this moment, Tang Yingxue looked at Xinhao and said softly, "I have thought about it.
I am 26 years old now.
I have met many excellent men, but few of them made my heart beat faster." After Tang Yingxue finished speaking, Xinhao suddenly realized something. At this time, Tang Yingxue slowly approached Xinhao, and a faint fragrance filled the air in the Zilby limited edition supercar. When Xinhao saw Tang Yingxue in front of him, he became extremely nervous.
Tang Yingxue suddenly asked, "By the way, how is your kung fu?" "It should be pretty good, I haven't tried it much."
Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. Seeing this, Xinhao was about to speak, but Tang Yingxue had already come over.
"Hey, what are you doing? Why do you come here without saying anything?"
Xinhao was about to react, but Tang Yingxue did not give him the chance. Not long after, the car body began to shake slightly. Xinhao knew that this night was wonderful.
Chapter 38 You are an unfaithful person. Give me back my youth.
When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than anything else in the world. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, the flowers have fragrance and the moon has shadow.
Well, the evening is a very good opportunity to study.
Xinhao recalled the process of studying last night and felt that he was indeed a lot brighter.
Woke up?
Shinhao turned around, looked at Tang Gang beside him, and asked her.
Tang Gang's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded slightly as she recalled what happened last night.
Yes. Shinhao asked, then I'll take you back first, you can take a rest today. Shinhao knew that after all the trouble yesterday, Tang Gang would probably be in a bit of a pickle today. But Tang Gang shook her head gently, it's okay, just take me to the company, I'll be more careful then.
After Tang Gang finished speaking, Shinhao could see how serious she was.
After hesitating for a while, Shinhao drove to Live L Group. Tang Gang looked at Shinhao and couldn't help but say, Shinhao, thank you so much.
Ha, what is there to thank me for?
I should be thanking you because you gave me the most precious things.
Shinhao continued driving while talking to Tang Gang.
Shinhao's cheeks turned red.
He was driving peacefully, why was Shinhao telling the truth?
Soon, we arrived at the Liver Group.
Tang Gang answered a phone call, you go down first, I'll make a call first. Shinhao nodded and got out of the car.
After getting off the car, Shinhao seemed to have thought of something and called Liang Jing. Now, Shinhao felt that he should do something about Liang Jing's words.
After the call was connected, Shinhao said to Liang Jing, arrange it right away and invest in some industries in my hometown.
Shinhao thought that since the money was just sitting there anyway, it would be better to invest it directly.
Liang Jing nodded, okay, I understand.
Finally there was something to do, and Liang Jing felt a lot better. Of course, money is something that should be spent wisely.
Otherwise you will have to keep it in your hand and sign in the next day. By the way, Shinhao forgot to sign in.
I was about to sign in, but at this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away.
Shinhao.
When this voice was heard, a woman of average appearance walked over. The woman looked at Shinhao with a hint of anger on her face. When Shinhao saw this woman, he was a little curious. My beautiful lady, may I ask who you are?
We don't seem to know each other well?
Shinhao was really not familiar with her, and even when he called her a beautiful woman, he did it against his will. At this time, the woman spoke, I am Ji Wei.
Ji Wei?
Shinhao thought for a long time before he finally remembered who it was.
So this was the woman who asked for an exorbitant amount of money, a dowry of 800,000 yuan, a 3-story villa, and a 500,000 yuan car?
Oh, hello Ji Wei, goodbye Ji Wei. After saying that, Shinhao stood up and prepared to leave. However, although Shinhao said this, Ji Wei was very angry when she looked at what was in front of her.
Stop right there, Shinhao, you ungrateful man. Give me back my youth.
After Ji Wei finished speaking, a lot of people gathered around her.
How could this young man do this? If you don't like it, just reject it directly. But it's no wonder.
He's so handsome, he'll definitely abandon you in the end. He looks good, but I didn't expect him to be such a person.
The people around looked at Shinhao and talked.
Ji Wei felt that she had the upper hand. When she looked at Shinhao, she seemed more and more proud.
Now, what else do you have to say? I'm just asking for a little bit from you, can't you do that?
The more Ji Wei spoke, the more excited she became. She even wished she could eat Shinhao up. Every woman has good acting skills, and Ji Wei is no exception.
Shinhao couldn't help but sigh, well, I'm giving you a chance now. If you don't leave, then I will reveal the truth of the matter. What is the truth? Ji Wei didn't think there was any truth to the matter now. Go ahead and tell me, I'm so nice to you, what else do you have to say?
Originally, Ji Wei didn't know Shinhao, but before that, the middleman sent her a photo of Shinhao. This handsome guy is really too handsome, so Ji Wei feels that this is not a solution.
No matter what, she has to get something from this handsome guy. Are you nice to me? Well, this is the recording of our conversation.
This is the chat history.
You can take a look.
In fact, Shinhao was really scared of blind dates, so he was cautious.
Unexpectedly, Ji Wei finally came to the door. How so? Ji Wei couldn't believe it. How could a man keep the chat records with a girl?
In the chat records, how Ji Wei teased Shinhao before was clearly presented in front of everyone. There is also a recent recording in which Ji Wei directly asked Shinhao for an 800,000 yuan dowry, a 3-story villa, and a 500,000 yuan vehicle. This immediately caused the enthusiastic citizens around who were ready to take the initiative to retreat.
I thought she was a good girl, if that's what you want. Well, my family is poor, so I'll take my leave now. Yes, that's what I said, but I was testing you. If you really love me, then it doesn't matter if your family sells everything they have, or even if your parents use their retirement savings, can't you do it?
When Ji Wei said this, Shinhao found it very ridiculous.
Isn't this woman too self-righteous?
It would be fine if she was pretty, but the problem is, she is not pretty at all.
She is only slightly prettier among ordinary people. But from Shinhao's current point of view, she couldn't even reach the passing line.
Shinhao didn't know where she got the confidence from to be like this to Shinhao.
Of course I can do it. I don't have to sell everything I have.
I can do it now, with 800,000 yuan for a dowry, a 3-story villa, and a 500,000 yuan car.
As Shinhao spoke, Ji Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, honey? I was just kidding you. Let's go and register right away.
Since he is so handsome and has all these conditions, of course Ji Wei agreed.
At worst, if you don't want to play for a few years, you can just kick Shinhao out. But Shinhao stopped there. I think you may have misunderstood, and you have a deep misunderstanding. I do have these, but I can find someone prettier. Why should I look for you? Besides, I already have a girlfriend, she's prettier and better than you.
Shinhao said this to Ji Wei, who then looked in front of her and nodded heavily.
Okay, I get it, Shinhao, you bastard, who is that woman?
Chapter 39 Chapter 39 You are not suitable for him, pack up and leave.
You really want to know?
Shinhao raised his head, looked at Dang Wei in front of him, and suddenly said. In front of him, Dang Wei nodded heavily.
Of course, even if she lost, Dang Wei wanted to know where she failed.
Otherwise, Dang Wei would really be unwilling to accept this.
After all, the current situation is completely different from what Dang Wei had imagined.
Of course, please let her out.
I want to see who this vixen is.
Dang Wei was talking, and soon, Tang Gang came out from behind her. Perhaps because of the previous interaction between him and Shinhao, the two of them coordinated their actions with each other very closely.
When Tang Gang came here, she said directly, "That vixen you are talking about, could it be me?"
When Tang Gang said this, the people around her were completely shocked.
What is going on? How could this happen? This woman is so beautiful.
Compared with Dang Wei looks like she just emerged from a garbage dump to pick up trash.
Dang Wei looked over here, and then shouted to Tang Gang in front of her, "Chairman. What's going on?" Shinhao didn't expect that this Dang Wei would actually be from Liver Cosmetics Company. You still know that I'm the chairman? Dang Wei, I have also heard what kind of person you are in the company.
Normally, everyone can indulge you, but that doesn't mean that everyone can indulge you forever. Tang Gang didn't give the other party any chance at all and spoke bluntly. As Tang Gang finished speaking, Dang Wei in front of her gritted her teeth, looking very unwilling.
Chairman, but he liked me before. I can't give it to you just because you are the chairman.
Dang Wei did not give in at all. After all, Shinhao was so rich and so handsome. It was here, at this moment, Shinhao raised his head and looked at Dang Wei in front of him and said directly.
Actually, let me be frank.
It was my third aunt who introduced us to each other, but at first you made me wait for you here for more than half an hour, and you didn't show up, so I went on a date with your chairman. When we were dating, I didn't know that she was your chairman.
And then when you found out that I had money, what did you do? Have you forgotten?
Shinhao's words were like a wake-up call to everyone present, catching them completely off guard. After all, what Shinhao said was too straightforward, leaving Dang Wei no chance at all. Seeing this, the people around also started talking here.
I see. I thought she was a pitiful woman before.
I can see that on the one hand, she despises me, but after knowing it, she starts to pursue me relentlessly, even trying to make trouble at all costs.
Such a woman is so hateful.
I strongly suggest that she be fired.
Keeping a woman like this in the company is a disaster.
Everyone around was talking, and at this moment, Tang Gang looked at Dang Wei and suddenly smiled.
Did you hear me? You are not suitable for him. Pack up and leave. Talk to the finance department later and ask them to give you an extra half-month's salary. Tang Gang said this, not even bothering to pay attention to Dang Wei.
The same goes for Shinhao.
This woman is simply hopeless.
As for Dang Wei, she still looked unwilling to give in.
Why are you only paying me half a month's salary after you fired me?
You should at least pay me a month's salary.
Otherwise, how can I live?
Seeing Dang Wei like this, no one sympathized with her.
Tang Gang looked at Shinhao and asked, "You must be wondering why I only gave her an extra half-month's salary?" As Tang Gang spoke, Shinhao became curious.
Logically speaking, Shinhao shouldn't have done this. At this time, Tang Gang said, "She is slow in doing things." When she is in the same group with others, she always wants to take advantage and do less work.
All day long, I've been dreaming about becoming a rich lady. Do you think this is possible? After Tang Gang finished speaking, Hao took a deep breath. Of course, there is no such possibility. If this is possible, then Hao would think that maybe something went wrong in some link.
But, Hao, I still have to thank you. Tang Gang looked at Hao and suddenly spoke to him. Now it was Hao's turn to feel strange.
What's going on? Why should I thank Hao for no reason?
Hao slowly raised his head and looked at Tang Gang in front of him, feeling curious. But Tang Gang said directly to Hao, "Thank you for being by my side when I needed you the most.
If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would be like now."
Seeing Tang Gang like this, Hao waved his hand. "Don't take it to heart, these are just small things." Besides, Hao has already gotten everything he deserves. In fact, if Hao didn't do something, he would feel very guilty. But Hao felt that from now on, it would not make much difference whether he went to Li Weier company or not.
In that case, I won't go to your company. I'll go back first.
Hao looked at Tang Gang and spoke directly. Tang Gang nodded. "Okay, Hao, be careful on the road." Hao said this with a smile, then stood up and left.
What a joke! Is there anything that can threaten Hao now? But now, where to go next is a problem.
Hao thought about it and decided that it would be a good idea to go to the Huang commercial building now. Hao thought about it carefully, and then sent a message to Jing.
I'm going to the Huang commercial building later. Give me some recent development reports.
After Hao finished speaking, he received a reply quickly. "Okay, Hao, don't worry, we have everything ready and can give it to you anytime.
But I have some good news for you."
When Jing sent this message, Hao looked confused.
What is going on? What does Jing mean by suddenly saying this?
Hao was about to ask, but thought that the arrival would take a while.
If there is anything, we can go there and talk about it together when the time comes. It's actually the same thing. It's just that Jing said this. What exactly is the news?
Hao pondered here secretly.
Hao asked Jing to do investment before. Has there been any progress?
However, Hao was very much looking forward to it, but he didn't know what the current situation was here. Soon, Hao arrived directly at the Huang commercial building.
When she arrived at the top floor, Jing had already prepared the report. Hao, the report you need has been brought here. Please take a look at it first.
Chapter 40 Latest progress. This speed is really fast.
Yes, I understand.
Hao looked at what was in front of him and nodded.
In fact, if you say in your heart that you are not looking forward to it, you are just joking. Well, let me take a look first.
Hao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the plan in front of him. Hao looked at them very carefully, and some of them were renderings.
Is this the latest development?
Hao saw this and muttered to himself. However, Hao still sighed that the speed was really fast. Hao allocated 100 million yuan to Jing first, and Jing has already spent all of it.
Jing has invested in some companies related to Hao's hometown.
And at the moment, the situation here actually has a very good prospect. If it goes according to our estimate, it can bring us at least 300 million yuan in profits. When Jing finished speaking, Hao felt a little emotional.
This woman was really good at doing things. It can be said that every aspect has been taken into consideration. At this moment, Jing was like a primary school student, waiting for Hao's next answer. Well, very good, everything is very good. How long will it take to see the benefits?
Hao is actually very concerned about this. At this time, in front of Hao, Jing thought for a moment and said to Hao, 1 month. After 1 month, plus the investment in the previous publicity, I saw the returns in 1 month, which is actually not bad. However, as for the overall benefits, it will probably take more than half a year. But some companies have already been acquired by Hao. If the business develops well by then, Hao will then find a way to expand it further.
Okay, that's great.
When the time comes, you guys can increase your efforts on our side. Hao knew that if he continued to start from here during this period of time, it would not be easy to expand.
But now, it's different.
If Hao invests in his hometown, it would be considered as supporting the construction of his hometown. By the way, Hao, there is a guest in the conference room who wants to meet you. At this time, Jing seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Hao. In front of him, Hao subconsciously looked at Jing.
Who is it, man or woman?
Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but ask. But after Xinhao finished speaking, Liang Jing looked at him with some suspicion. Female.
Woman, why are you looking at Xinhao with such suspicion?
Xinhao felt very strange, but still walked towards the meeting room. This was Xinhao's first time in this meeting room.
The conference room here is larger than that of ordinary companies.
At least here, there is no dull feeling like in ordinary meeting rooms. A little decoration here will make people feel very relaxed and comfortable. Not far away, there was a woman sitting upright. She was very beautiful. What surprised Xinhao even more was that he actually knew this woman. She was none other than Lin Wanqing, who had met Xinhao once before.
What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? It seems like we haven't been together for a few days. You look like a stranger to me.
Lin Wanqing looked at Xinhao, smiled faintly, and said here. At this time, Xinhao looked in front of him, and when he saw this, he smiled slightly.
How could I not know him?
A beautiful lady like you, just one look will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Perhaps because he had come into contact with too many beauties during this period, Xinhao was now able to remain calm and not as excited as he was at the beginning. In front of me, Lin Wanqing said, I know that you have had conflicts with some families including the Li family recently. So I plan to join forces with you.
As long as you agree to my request, I can help you deal with them.
After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, Xinhao smiled. He remembered that the first time, Lin Wanqing offered him to join the Lin group and gave Xinhao the position of department manager. But when they met again, Xinhao had already developed to this point.
Although for Lin Wanqing, there is nothing at the moment.
But this feeling will gradually make Xinhao a threat to the Lin group.
So Lin Wanqing had to recruit Xinhao before that. I see. Sorry, I think I can handle the Li family myself.
Xinhao looked at Lin Wanqing and spoke directly.
What a joke, working on your own, signing in every day, owning a commercial building, all kinds of luxury cars and mansions, isn't that great?
So now, Xinhao feels that there is no need to cooperate with Lin Wanqing on this matter.
It seems that you still rejected me. Well, I can tell you something.
Lin Wanqing looked at Xinhao, pointed a finger and spoke directly. Just as Lin Wanqing was speaking, Xinhao raised his head and looked at Lin Wanqing, and couldn't help but smile. Xinhao found this matter interesting.
What on earth did Lin Wanqing want to say? You bought 10 school district houses at Zhujiang Royal View?
When Lin Wanqing said this, Xinhao smiled slightly.
Yes, and then what?
As Xinhao was speaking, Lin Wanqing in front of him looked at Xinhao and said calmly. In fact, Zhujiang Yujing was invested and built by our Lin group.
So, you should understand what I'm talking about.
Xinhao looked at Lin Wanqing in front of him, but he didn't expect this.
Zhujiang Royal View was invested and built by the Lin group.
And if that's the case, it's probably not all of the Lin group. It seems that Xinhao thinks that this matter is very interesting to him. But here, at this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Wanqing in front of him.
If I choose to refuse today, will I become a rival of the Lin group?
Xinhao looked at Lin Wanqing and spoke decisively. But after Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Wanqing shook her head. No, not for now, because the Lin group is more powerful than you think, and you haven't reached that level yet.
Lin Wanqing's words were very direct, but they were also true. Although the Lin group is a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, it must have its own development in other cities.
Seeing this, Xinhao smiled faintly. Actually, I'm willing to give it a try. After Xinhao said this, Lin Wanqing in front of him smiled and then clapped her hands.
Very good.
In fact, if you had chosen to compromise directly, perhaps I wouldn't have said so much to you.
But now, I still hope you can grow up quickly. I think it will be fun to be your opponent.
As Lin Wanqing spoke, Xinhao sighed.
What on earth was Lin Wanqing doing? Why do I suddenly feel that I don't understand something? Okay, I'm also looking forward to the day when I can arm wrestle with the Lin family.
Chapter 41 The most terrible opponent, comprehensive development. When Xinhao saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face.
See a visitor out.
Lin Wanqing stood up and left. The people in this big family are hard to understand when they do things. If it weren't for the fact that Xinhao had learned about the development of the sign-in system, Xinhao would have been a little confused as to what the other party was trying to do. However, Xinhao thought that he should not think too much about it now, and the best thing to do next is to focus on development. Not long after, Liang Jing arrived.
Xinhao, what does she want to ask you for?
Liang Jing was very worried.
The aura of that person just now was really too strong. Ordinary people are really no match for her.
Jing feels that she has made rapid progress in this period of time. But now, Jing feels that there is a huge gap between herself and her. So, Jing was very worried. Hao told what had just happened.
In fact, there was nothing to hide. Did you agree? Jing was very worried. If Hao agreed, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? This time, Hao shook his head. No, how could I agree to it? Although the Yi group is powerful, Hao does not think that he needs to worry about these. At this time, Hao smiled and said, but you don't need to worry so much. She has already said that she will not take action for the time being. Hao felt somewhat helpless when he said this. Even at this level, Hao still wants to become the richest man in the world. Now he hasn't even left one city. Hao feels that he still needs to work harder. You still have to insist on signing in. By then, you will get shares of some large companies. Relying on the influence of large companies, it will not be difficult to become the richest man in the city.
When Hao looked at Jing, he naturally realized that something was wrong with Jing.
Don't worry, this is actually our chance. As long as we continue to develop in the direction we are currently heading, we have great opportunities. As Hao spoke, Jing nodded heavily.
In fact, Jing was very worried before, fearing that the Lin group would take action against them.
Hao said, give me the information about the Lin group. The development of Lin group today can be said to cover all aspects.
Hao wanted to see what else the Lin group had. But in Hao's view, Hao felt emotional.
The Lin group is truly a formidable opponent. Moreover, the development of the Lin group can be said to be comprehensive. Basically, there's nowhere to start. After watching for a while, Hao felt that it would be unlikely to deal with the Lin group with ordinary means. Hao, are you planning to take action against the Lin group? Jing was a little worried, of course she knew it.
Although Hao is doing quite well now, even some small families are completely defeated by Hao. However, the families in Jiangzhou that have a little bit of strength are all very strong.
If we want to defeat them, we still have a long way to go.
After looking for a while, Hao sighed.
Hey, let's not worry about this matter for now.
When Hao saw this, he felt more and more that this matter was not simple. Hao slowly raised his head and looked at Jing in front of him, and suddenly felt that this was actually a good thing. At least, Hao has already seen it.
You take care of it here first, I'll go back first. Hao looked in front of him, waved his hand and spoke.
At the same time, on the other side, Lin Wanqing returned to the Lin group.
Boss, you're back. The people around Lin Wanqing were very excited.
Standing here, at this moment, Lin Wanqing looked in front of her and couldn't help but smile.
Yes, I'm back.
It's beyond my expectation. As Lin Wanqing was speaking, the people around her were a little curious.
Boss, why do you say that? Did you fail?
People around her naturally knew that Lin Wanqing went to recruit Hao. Recently, Hao's development has been quite fast, catching people off guard. In fact, this matter could have been handed over to other people. But the problem now is, Lin Wanqing said, no one else can suppress the other party at all. Lin Wanqing has a strong aura, so if she goes over there, she will get more information. So this is the real reason why Lin Wanqing decided to meet Hao, but now, Lin Wanqing can be said to have made a worthwhile trip.
Then President, since they don't agree, should we?
The person next to her made a gesture to Lin Wanqing.
Since they are opponents, don't blame them for being rude.
But at this time, Lin Wanqing waved to the people around her, signaling him not to do so.
Not for now. Hao is a very interesting person.
I hope to have a fair fight with him. If we fight this kind of person in a fair fight, even if we lose, the Lin group will still exist. When Lin Wanqing said this, the people around her took a deep breath.
This matter is said very simply, but it is very clear to the people in front of it. Now that we have come to this point, these things are actually very clear.
This time, the person in front of him suddenly understood something.
How could they not know how crazy Lin Wanqing's decision was?
However, these people found it very strange.
Could Hao really be that strong? They don't know because these people don't think about the issues that deeply.
But Lin Wanqing was different. She was able to take over the Lin group at the age of 18 and develop the Lin group to its current level.
Lin Wanqing's vision is even more insightful.
At this time, Lin Wanqing said, now, find a way to take over the most prestigious Wanlong building in Jiangzhou.
Lin Wanqing's words were even more unquestionable. The Wanlong building is actually better than Shen Hao's current Huanyu building.
At this time, Lin Wanqing thought of Shinhao again. Before, we were targeting the Huanyu building, but in the end, the Huanyu building became Shinhao's.
Don't you guys find the problem yet?
As Lin Wanqing spoke, the people around her were very surprised. They have completely seen through this matter.
Shinhao is indeed a very capable person.
If we act rashly now, Shinhao might succeed. Therefore, the people around him nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, President, we will act as soon as possible and try to take over Wanlong building as soon as possible. When Lin Wanqing heard people around her say this, she always felt something was strange. Suddenly I felt that something might go wrong with this matter.
Chapter 42 Fifth Sign-In, God-level driving skills. Compromise?
There is no such thing. Shinhao didn't believe that some people were born to be kings. Besides, Shinhao has a sign-in system.
As long as I make a little effort and sign in a little bit, will I still need to worry about these things?
If you think about it carefully, you will know that it does not exist at all.
It's another beautiful day, let's start signing in. I just don't know what signing in today can bring to Shinhao. Shinhao's heart was really full of anticipation. Sign in for the 5th time and gain the skill of God-level driving skills.
What, a skill has been released? Shinhao looked at it for a while and was slightly stunned.
It is indeed a God-level driving skill. But how do you use this thing?
Shinhao thought secretly in his mind, and finally a ball of white light directly entered Shinhao's mind. And in Shinhao's mind, it seemed as if some more memories appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Shinhao came to the Zilby limited edition supercar and moved around for a while. Just start the car and move it gently, and the car body simply floats, looking chic and elegant. After the scene just now, even Shinhao himself began to doubt, was that really himself?
Why does it look so unreal?
But Shinhao looked at it for a while and nodded heavily. That's right, Shinhao was sure that the person just now was himself. As for why it turned out like this, within Shinhao's understanding, it should be because of the God-level driving skills in his mind. After some exercise, Shinhao planned to go racing. But there was no car on the street now, and Shinhao felt helpless, so he drove at full speed. Along the way, many people saw this scene and were all shocked.
Oh my god, this car is so cool.
That's right.
It's so fast that even the surveillance camera can't capture it.
He's rich, we can't compare to him, but the problem is, he really wants to meet this rich brother. What should we do? At this time, some people who thought they were good-looking had already noticed this scene. Shinhao finally stopped the car, raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. I don't know why, but I keep thinking about this now.
What means will Lin Wanqing use to deal with me?
In fact, Shinhao was not clear about this matter. But what Shinhao knew was that he was still too weak. So no matter what, there was only one thought left in Shinhao's mind, and that was that no matter what, he must become stronger. Only by constantly breaking through yourself and becoming stronger can you solve this problem completely. So Shinhao thought about this in his mind, and then he slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After watching for a while, Shinhao suddenly laughed.
But I'm not bad either.
Shinhao received a call from Jing. Jing called to tell Shinhao that the first solution had been solved so far.
The next step is the second option, which is the issue of profitability. I see. What do those companies say?
Shinhao looked at what was in front of him, feeling a little curious, and asked subconsciously. Only after knowing the situation here, when Shinhao takes action again, will we know what to do next? After looking for a while, Shinhao spoke to that side. Now, regardless of what they say, everyone is watching us.
This is a good time for us to strike back and strike them back.
As Shinhao said this, the person in front of him nodded heavily. After all, now it is very obvious. Jing nodded, the matter had been handled. According to what Shinhao said, if we continue to develop in this direction, there will be no other problems at all. After watching for a while, several luxury cars sped away in front of Shinhao at a very fast speed. Shinhao got out of the car to breathe some fresh air at this time. This suddenness caught Shinhao off guard.
Can you drive?
Shinhao was talking to that side, and at this time, a man came out from the back of the convoy, looked at Shinhao, and said with a smile, driving such a good car, but driving slowly, isn't it embarrassing?
I should ask you if you can drive.
If you can't, then just give us the car. When that person said this, Shinhao glanced at the person in front of him.
Shinhao found it a little funny. What did you mean? You can't drive? This is really the biggest joke in the world.
You guys are quite confident. Xinhao's gaze narrowed and fell directly in front of him. Suddenly, he spoke to the person in front of him. Just as Xinhao finished speaking, the young man in front of him walked out and looked at Xinhao.
I can't tell, but you're quite arrogant. Do you dare to take a gamble?
In front of me, the young man has colorful hair and looks very arrogant. When Xinhao saw the young man, he suddenly smiled.
What are you betting on?
You guys who drive Porsches, Ferraris, and Mercedes-Benzes, what am I betting with you?
If I win, my car is a limited edition supercar from Zirbai. If I lose, I will be the one who suffers the loss anyway.
When Xinhao saw this, he shook his head helplessly, but did not forget to speak to the person in front of him. But after Xinhao finished speaking, these people looked at each other.
So how are you going to play?
The young man looked at Xinhao and spoke to him in a clamorous manner.
It's simple. Let's race. If any of you can beat me, the car is yours. If you lose, your car will be mine, and you will have to give me an extra 5 million.
Xinhao just calculated that their car is still 5 million short of his own.
These people looked at each other and discussed something. What should we do? Should we come this time? Actually, it doesn't matter if he comes. With so many of us, are we still afraid of him?
Yes, if we bring this limited edition supercar to the public, many people will envy us.
These people were talking one after another, and then the leader stood up. Okay, let's start from here. Whoever reaches Wolf Head Mountain first will win. If you win, all these cars will be yours.
When the man finished speaking, Xinhao nodded.
Well, in that case, let's get started. Anyway, these people gave Xinhao so many cars for free, why wouldn't he want them? Chapter 43. What kind of amazing driving skill is this? Everyone is scared to death. Ha, racing with me, Zhang Haochen. Did you know that my nickname is the god of racing?
Come on, now, I want to see how else you can play.
Zhang Haochen was very arrogant.
Before the fight even started, he kept shouting at Xinhao. Xinhao glanced at Zhang Haochen, but didn't care at all. And from now on, in Xinhao's opinion, there was no need for him to compare himself with a fool. At this time, Porsche 911, Ferrari, Lamborghini Bull, Lamborghini Veneno, Bentley, and Mercedes-Benz were all leaving the place, making a roaring sound.
Zhang Haochen said on the intercom, "Ha, we are sure to win this car. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight." There were also voices coming from the intercom. Ha, this is really exciting.
I didn't expect there would be such a good thing.
That's right. This time, it's this kid's bad luck. It's okay. Let's teach him a lesson this time.
At this moment, the people around were talking to each other. Xinhao looked into the distance and the car suddenly started to speed up.
The Sun God's Law, Turbo.
As Xinhao spoke, his speed suddenly began to increase. And those people who were originally mocking Xinhao were overtaken by Xinhao one after another. Not only turbocharging, but also lightning speed. These are the unique skills of the god of cars, Sun God. Xinhao already possessed god-level driving skills, so now driving is naturally a piece of cake for him.
Oh no, I was overtaken.
Zhang Haochen picked up the walkie-talkie, but heard the sound of being overtaken continuously coming from the other side. But now, for this side, the current events that have happened, to some extent, have made these people feel the beatings of society.
It's okay.
As long as one of our cars beats his car will be ours.
Don't worry.
At this time, Zhang Haochen spoke to this side with great confidence.
Only after Zhang Haochen said this did the others regain their morale.
But at this moment, Xinhao suddenly laughed.
Do you think this is the end?
The ditch sinking method. This move was used by Fujiwara Hiromi against Akagi's red son Takahashi Ryosuke. Now that it is used, it is not at all weaker than the opponent. At this time, in front of Xinhao, one car after another was overtaken by Xinhao. Now, so far, the only car left is the Porsche 911 driven by Zhang Haochen. This Porsche 911 has been modified, and it is really comparable to even ordinary racing cars. Although the Silby limited edition supercar is ranked second in the world, Zhang Haochen feels that if he really runs, he will not be inferior to the Silby limited edition supercar.
Humph, kid, I'll let you know what the consequences will be if you offend me.
As Zhang Haochen drove, he felt more and more ridiculous. However, at this time, Xinhao drove directly over. Vehicles were constantly being overtaken, and now only Zhang Haochen was left, with an excited look on his face. As long as we hold on a little longer, victory will belong to us.
Then I will let you.
When Jiang Haochen was speaking here, before he could finish his words, he saw the limited edition Silby supercar speeding past him. It looked like a sudden strong wind that passed by in an instant. At this time, Xinhao accelerated directly and reached the top of Langtu Mountain.
It was 5 minutes later when Jiang Haochen and the others arrived.
All of them stared blankly at what was happening in front of them, having totally unprepared for it.
Oh my god, what kind of amazing driving skill is this?
That's right, this is totally a driving god. No, the driving gods I have met don't have such skills.
It's terrible.
I can't help but accept the fact that I lost to someone like this.
At this time, everyone was talking. Jiang Haochen walked over, his legs trembling.
They had so many cars, but they all lost. Originally they thought they had a sure win, but now it seems that is not the case at all.
This seems to have been the case ever since they discovered it. I admit defeat. You can give me the car keys now.
Xinhao waved his hands in front of him and spoke directly. On this side, Jiang Haochen and others looked at each other and had no choice but to take out the car keys. But Xinhao said, however, I will leave you 4 cars.
You can convert this and give me the money.
Xinhao acted very calm and spoke directly. Here, Jiang Haochen thought about it and decided that this approach was also acceptable. So, Jiang Haochen wrote Xinhao a check for 50 million yuan, and then these people drove away in 4 cars. However, Xinhao still has several cars. What to do with these cars is a problem.
Xinhao made an estimate and then called Renyu. After answering the phone, Renyu was a little curious. Howsy, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Xinhao said to Renyu, find a few people to come over. I'm at Wolf Head Mountain now.
As Xinhao was speaking, Renyu looked excited on the other end of the phone.
Damn it, Howsy, who dares to attack you? Just wait, I'll go get someone right away.
Renyu said, hanging up the phone with an angry look on his face.
Who on earth dares to attack his good friend? Renyu is no longer an ordinary person. At least with the help of Xinhao, he is rich now.
So at this time, Renyu made a phone call directly. Hey, let the brothers get ready immediately, Howsy is in trouble. That's right, everyone is ready, meet up at Wolf Head Mountain. As they spoke, a large group of more than 20 cars headed directly towards Wolf Head Mountain. At this time, Xinhao always felt that something was strange.
Could it be that Xinhao didn't explain it clearly just now? But on second thought, I felt that something seemed to be wrong. Xinhao didn't care about anything else and just continued waiting here.
Not long after, more than 20 cars drove towards us from the foot of the mountain. When the car stopped there, 50 or 60 people walked down holding baseball bats and steel pipes.
The person walking in front was none other than Renyu. Renyu walked towards this side, and as he walked forward, he said to Xinhao, Howsy, where are the people? Who is it?
Xinhao was puzzled.
What was going on with this Renyu? Didn't someone want to beat you up just now?
I brought all my brothers here. Tell me where they are and I will definitely beat them up. Renyu said this with an angry look on his face. Xinhao pointed at the luxury cars behind him and said, I came here to tell you to call a few more people to help me drive the car back.
Why did you hang up before I finished listening to me?
What, all these luxury cars were won by Xinhao? Chapter 44 An old classmate is in trouble, I must help him.
You said you won all these cars?
At this time, Renyu asked Xinhao with some disbelief. Xinhao nodded and told him what had just happened. When other people around saw this scene, they were also shocked.
Oh my god, this is too much, the big boss won so many cars by himself? Yeah, I'm afraid no one would have thought of this before.
So many cars must cost at least tens of millions.
The big boss is still the best. The world of the super rich is something we can't understand.
At this moment, the people around were talking one after another, and they were getting more and more excited. When Xinhao saw this, he was quite calm.
In fact, Xinhao didn't know how to say this matter. It is better to start with the sign-in system.
But at this moment, Xinhao took out his mobile phone and suddenly saw a message on WeChat Moments.
We are getting married today.
I hope everything goes smoothly.
Jiang Peng.
Seeing these words, Xinhao immediately thought of a simple and honest face.
Call Jiang Peng and ask.
As Xinhao spoke, he made a phone call directly.
Soon, Jiang Peng answered the phone.
Hey, Howsy. Jiang Peng said this to Xinhao, feeling a little embarrassed. Xinhao smiled slightly and said, Jiang Peng, you didn't even inform us that you're getting married today.
Do you think we're not your friends anymore?
After Xinhao finished speaking, Jiang Peng sighed. Alas, Haozi, it's hard to put it into words. As Jiang Peng was talking, Xinhao could hear something was wrong.
What is going on here?
Why is it so hard to describe?
What's the matter? Just tell me.
If you have any problem, I, your old classmate, will help you. As Xinhao was speaking, Jiang Peng told him about this matter. It turned out that Jiang Peng was planning to pick up the bride, but the bride's family said they would not come out without 10 sports cars. The bride was willing, but one of her relatives was very strong-willed and wouldn't let her.
I see. In that case, send me the address and I'll rush over right away.
As Xinhao was speaking, Jiang Peng told him the address on the other end of the phone. Everyone, our old classmate is in trouble, and we must help him this time. Xinhao said, and Renyu nodded. Okay. Jiang Peng was very kind in the beginning. He helped us cover up several times and allowed us to skip classes without getting caught. His business is our business, and we must help him. Xinhao distributed the car keys to everyone.
Didn't he think there were not enough cars? 10 sports cars, are you kidding me?
On Xinhao's side, more than 30 cars drove away at once.
And the first one is the limited edition Silby supercar, worth hundreds of millions. Now, it depends on what happens over there. At the same time, in front of an ordinary residential building in Jiangzhou,
Jiang Peng stood in front of the door holding flowers and said, "Honey, open the door quickly." In the room, Shui Lily was very anxious. "Third aunt, please let me out.
It will be a waste of time if I am late."
"Lily, why are you so stupid? This is a big event in life, it only happens once in a lifetime."
He didn't give much as a betrothal gift to begin with.
"If you don't ask him to prepare 10 sports cars, people will laugh at us if we tell others about it." Next to Shui Lily, a middle-aged woman was speaking to them in a sarcastic tone. When Shui Lily looked at this side, she became extremely anxious. "But I like Jiang Peng as a person. I don't really care whether his family is rich or not." Shui Lily's words were sincere and heartfelt, but the woman next to her did not give in at all. This time, the middle-aged woman said directly, "Lily, let him do it.
This is the time to test a man's ability.
As long as he can do it, then I will definitely not say a word from now on." The middle-aged woman looked at Shui Lily in front of her, waved her hand and spoke directly. While the middle-aged woman was talking here, the bridesmaid beside her pointed downwards.
"Hurry up and look down there.
There are so many sports cars parked there.
They are so beautiful." As the bridesmaid finished speaking, the others also noticed the vehicles parked below.
Especially the first car, it is so attractive no matter how you look at it.
Isn't that the limited edition supercar from Zirbai? I saw it on the news a few days ago.
It is said that this car is worth 100 million.
What? It's so expensive.
There are so many cars parked here, and it seems that they are going to pick up the bride. I wonder which girl has such good luck. If there is no comparison, there is no gap. I didn't feel that way before, but now that I see this, I feel a little sour.
These people were discussing here.
But soon, they discovered that these people were coming towards them.
Is it from our side? Is there anyone in this building who is also going to pick up a bride today?
These people were curious for a while, but soon Xinhao came here.
Jiang Peng.
Xinhao shouted over here, and Jiang Peng looked at Xinhao. "Haozi, why are you here?"
"I heard about your situation and came here right away. Renyu is here too. You know him. Stop talking so much and let me do it."
As Xinhao spoke, he went straight to the door. "The wedding car team you requested is ready.
I'll give you 1 minute.
If you don't come out, we may have to replace the bride today." Just kidding, Xinhao is rich, it's not impossible for him to find a new wife for his good friend.
What can't be done if you have money these days?
Inside, Shui Lily hesitated, but the middle-aged woman next to her did not hesitate, but pushed Shui Lily out.
"Right away, it will be ready soon."
Jiang Peng looked at Xinhao and suddenly said, "Haozi, thank you, but Lily and I are truly in love, and this matter has nothing to do with Lily. I know this matter has nothing to do with your Lily, but you are my Xinhao's good friend, and I will not watch my good friend suffer injustice."
"Don't worry, someone will be out soon. You are the protagonist today. If you need anything, just tell me and I will do it for you."
As Xinhao spoke, he talked to Renyu.
Renyu nodded and made a phone call immediately.
He is now considered a successful person, so with just one phone call, all the problems that needed to be solved were solved.
Howsy, it's done. It will take at most half an hour to arrange it.
As this was said, Shinhao nodded. Okay, everyone pay attention, no matter what happens, you have to take half an hour to prepare. After Shinhao finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement.
There is nothing wrong with this, they naturally understand.
Jiang Peng was puzzled.
What was going on?
Chui Lily had already come out, and Shinhao said, sister-in-law, and all the beautiful bridesmaids, let's go.
Chapter 45 Tianhongipin, the most upscale hotel. Now, is it okay? Shinhao naturally knew what this incident represented.
Since the girl's aunt said so, Shinhao didn't mind showing off his strength. After all, he is his good friend.
Shinhao didn't have the ability before and might not be able to do anything.
But now, since Shinhao already has this ability, he naturally has to support his good buddy.
Yes, sure.
Chui Lily's aunt was completely shocked when she saw this scene.
What kind of scene is this? Who is this young man in front of me?
He casually called more than 30 cars to pick up the bride. Jiang Peng had never expected this, and said to Shinhao excitedly, Howsy, thank you so much.
Between classmates, there is more to it than just a simple thank you. Jiang Peng remembered Shinhao's kindness.
If Shinhao needed anything in the future, Jiang Peng would find a way to repay him.
Shinhao seemed very calm.
In fact, to Shinhao, this matter was a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning at all.
It's okay. Let's go. Shinhao said this, and everyone nodded. Shinhao's limited edition Silby supercar was used as the lead car, running in the front, with the other cars following behind.
The bride and groom sat in Renyu's Porsche 911. This scene was seen by others, and they were all extremely surprised. Oh my god, it's really impressive that the limited edition supercar from Zirbai is the lead model.
This is not just a matter of face.
The worst of these cars is worth at least 1 million.
This groom is really impressive.
I didn't expect him to be so strong.
The neighbors around were talking about it.
At this moment, Jiang Peng beside him spoke directly to the person in front of him.
Howsy, please go to the good scene. When Jiang Peng finished speaking, Shinhao's eyes widened. Good times will last forever.
If Shinhao remembered correctly, this Hao Jing Chang Zai was just a small restaurant during the day and a food stall at night. No matter how Jiang Peng is arranged, he shouldn't be here. But when he thought of this, Shinhao immediately understood. Good brother, there's no need to go to good times, I've arranged everything. Shinhao looked at Jiang Peng in front of him and spoke very directly. But after Shinhao finished speaking, Jiang Peng was still very curious. After all, Jiang Peng doesn't know where Shinhao is now. But after following the convoy for a circle, Jiang Peng saw Shinhao's lead car heading towards a very high-end restaurant. When Jiang Peng saw this high-end restaurant clearly, he was a little stunned.
Tianhong first grade? Others may not know, but how could Jiang Peng not know about the existence of Tianhongipin? Tianhong is of the first rank and is first class in the entire Jiangzhou. As for 5-star hotels, Tianhongipin is one of the best, not to mention in Jiangzhou, even in some cities near Jiangzhou. If you want to rent it here, it will be impossible without hundreds of thousands of dollars. But now, why did Shinhao do this?
In fact, only Shinhao himself knows the truth. On the one hand, it is because of the friendship between classmates. After all, he is the best buddy. On the other hand, it is of course because of Jiang Peng's ability. Jiang Peng is a hotel manager himself, and his management skills are quite outstanding. So if possible, Shinhao certainly hopes to bring Jiang Peng under his command. The guests inside were all from the families of the man and woman. It took no more than half an hour to receive the notice and get here. But everything here gave them an indescribable shock. Oh my god, this Tianhongipin is really good. I don't know how this dish is made, but it looks like it's alive. Don't touch me. Let me take a picture first. We are having a wedding banquet at Tianhongipin today. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Yeah, who would have thought that coming to Lily's wedding would give me such good treatment? Look at that handsome guy over there, he's so handsome. At this moment, someone has already noticed Shinhao and others here. Shinhao was very calm and didn't think anything would happen in the current situation. Shinhao walked over and said to Jiang Peng, you are the protagonist today. When Shinhao said this, Jiang Peng was so moved that he didn't know what to say. At this time, Renyu came to Shinhao. Howsy, you said you did so much, do you have any ulterior motive? As Renyu spoke, Shinhao turned and looked at Renyu, and couldn't help but smile. What are you talking about? At this moment, as Xinhao said this, Run Yu in front of him analyzed it and then spoke.
Haozi, if I'm not mistaken, you want to recruit Zhang Peng, right? Moreover, Zhang Peng's business ability is outstanding.
When Rinyu said this, Xinhao was even more filled with a faint smile. But, regardless of anything else, Zhang Peng is our classmate after all. When Xinhao said this, Run Yu in front of him understood. Anyway, by doing this, Xinhao is also helping Zhang Peng.
Wait until Zhang Peng really becomes successful, then it will be possible. At today's wedding, Xinhao is on our side.
Now, the wedding went on normally, and Xinhao and a group of good friends all sat down. Even the people around were looking at Xinhao sideways, and it was obvious that they were wondering whether they should go over and say hello.
If I become familiar with one of them, then after I get married, won't I also receive the same treatment? So, some girls became eager to try and came here quickly.
Of course, there are many girls who have set their sights on Xinhao. Xinhao sat there calmly. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Xinhao spoke very calmly, but at this moment, the girl next to him, who was of average appearance, blinked her big eyes, looked in front of her, and spoke directly to him.
But I don't mind. Brother, you are so outstanding, it doesn't matter if you have a girlfriend. I don't know, little brother, can you leave me your contact information?
The girl next to him looked pitiful and spoke to Xinhao. Beside him, Run Yu was covering his mouth and laughing secretly. This way, no matter how I look at it, it seems so interesting. When Xinhao saw Ren Yu like this, he pointed at Ren Yu and said to the girl, You may have made a mistake. He is the biggest sponsor.
What? It turns out that Ren Yu is the richest?
In fact, if you look closely, Ren Yu is also very handsome, so these girls began to turn their attention to Ren Yu.
Little brother, has anyone ever told you that you are very handsome? Chapter 46 Someone is trying to steal the bride, Xinhao steps in. Today's wedding can be said to be a lively one.
However, Xinhao could still see from a glance that the people present were actually more or less dissatisfied in their hearts. Seeing this, Xinhao didn't feel anything at this time. It must be someone from the girl's family, such as the aunt who had embarrassed Zhang Peng before. However, Zhang Peng lives with Chui Lily, not with Chui Lily's aunts.
How they behave can only represent themselves and has nothing to do with Zhang Peng and Chui Lily.
Moreover, Xinhao needs to think about it and make some arrangements for Zhang Peng when the time comes. Xinhao plans to start a catering business and let Zhang Peng be in charge. In this way, the catering provided by Zhang Peng and the fine wine provided by Ren Yu complement each other very well. At this time, Ren Yu came over and said to Xinhao, Haozi, I think something is wrong.
What's going on?
Xinhao didn't know what was going on, so when he heard Ren Yu say this, Xinhao subconsciously looked into the distance. From a distance, I saw a young man in a suit and tie walking towards this side. The young man was holding flowers in his hand. When he saw this young man, Xinhao suddenly realized that something that shouldn't have happened had finally happened. Zhang Peng looked at the young man in front of him, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Why is he here? It was obvious that Zhang Peng knew this young man. Beside Zhang Peng, Chui Lily even shook her head.
I don't know why he came.
Chui Lily was very anxious because she didn't want to see this young man.
Zhang Peng nodded heavily. Don't worry, I know. You and I are already husband and wife, how could I not trust you? Hearing Zhang Peng say this, Chui Lily was moved.
At this time, Ren Yu stood up and blocked the young man's way with a few brothers.
Brother, my friend is getting married today. I welcome you to come here for the wedding banquet. But if you come here to cause trouble, don't blame me.
When Ren Yu finished speaking, the young man in front of Ren Yu suddenly laughed. I never thought, Zhang Peng, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that with your ability, you could take over this place. As the young man spoke, Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and felt even more powerless in his heart. Obviously, this incident caused an indescribable pain to the person in front of us. If you came here just to show off that you are rich and my brother is poor, then you are totally wrong. Xinhao suddenly stood up and walked directly towards the young man. Xinhao could see that this man had a cynical look on his face. From this, it can be seen that this young man's family should not be short of money. So Xinhao could see that although Rinyu was not short of money now, he was too weak to control the situation, so Xinhao was the only one who stepped in. Sure enough, when Guo Siyu saw Xinhao, his heart skipped a beat. Obviously, Guo Siyu felt that the feeling brought by Xinhao seemed very different. When he saw this, Xinhao said, I don't care who you are. If you continue to make trouble, it will not be good for you. As Xinhao spoke, Guo Siyu was also slightly stunned. He was also thinking in his mind what he should do.
He looked at Xin Hao, then pointed into the distance and said, Zhang Peng, what do you have to fight me? I am the eldest son of the Guo family. My family's assets are worth tens of millions. And what about you, Jiang Peng? What can you give to Lily? When Guo Siyu said this, everyone in the audience immediately looked here. Some people who were dissatisfied with Zhang Peng also took the opportunity to speak out. That's right, it's true. In my opinion, Zhang Peng is just not good enough. If he doesn't have money, it's his original sin. I'm still young, so what if I don't have money? I can earn it slowly. At this time, someone expressed a different opinion. But this time, Xin Hao stood up. Zhang Peng, on your big day, I have nothing to express to you. Outside, pick any of the luxury cars I brought today. To Guo Siyu, Xin Hao's words were like a pair of hands slapping him in the face. This time, even the people in front of them had never expected it. You have to know that the cars Xin Hao drove out casually at that time were all sports cars worth millions. And now, Xin Hao said that he would send one directly to Zhang Peng. This time, Zhang Peng was shocked. Humph, what's the use of having a car, what about a house? Besides, is his salary enough to support Lily? Guo Siyu planned to continue showing himself here and spoke directly to the person in front of him. But when Guo Siyu said this, everyone around him was stunned. Obviously, although Guo Siyu is annoying, what he said makes sense. When Rinyu saw Guo Siyu like this, he got a little angry and walked up to him and grabbed Guo Siyu by the collar. You came here to cause trouble sincerely, didn't you? If you dare to talk nonsense here again, don't blame me for being rude to you. As Rinyu spoke with gritted teeth, he was ready to take action at any time. Guo Siyu in front of him couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Ha, this is interesting. Come on, if you have the ability, just do it. I want to see if you dare to do this next time. When Guo Siyu said this, he was already prepared. As long as Rinyu dares to take action, we will definitely not be able to save face today. When Zhang Peng saw this, he became very anxious. What should I do? Rinyu is a straightforward person. If he says that, then wouldn't it be? I don't even dare to think about what happened next. At this time, Xin Hao was very calm, but these were problems for others. But for Xin Hao, it was not a problem at all. Rinyu, pick any house nearby. When you're done, tell me directly. Xin Hao's words, placed before their eyes, made the people around him gasp. This was too shocking. The people in front of him didn't even dare to think so. You know, the houses around here are not cheap. The cheapest one is over 1 million, and the most expensive one is 4 or 5 million. Who on earth is Xin Hao? How could he speak in such a tone? What's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? Since you are silent, let me say one more thing now. Xin Hao looked at what was in front of him and said directly, Zhang Peng, come to work for me in the future. Your annual salary will be calculated as 1 million yuan for the time being, and I will increase it later. Chapter 47 So you are Xin Hao, please forgive me if I have offended you. This, Haozi, I can't. Zhang Peng is very aware of his abilities. Although now Zhang Peng works as a lobby manager and earns more than 10,000 yuan a month, he feels at ease. But now, Xin Hao actually offered an annual salary of 1 million. It is undeniable that Zhang Peng was still shocked. The same goes for others. Before, Zhang Peng's annual salary was barely 100,000. But now, in the blink of an eye, it has doubled, and the benefits are even more enviable. Everyone else was eager to ask Xin Hao what they were going to do with such good conditions. You actually promised these things so casually, you are definitely not an ordinary person, who are you? Guo Siyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Xin Hao, and asked subconsciously. But after Guo Siyu finished speaking, Xin Hao in front of him sighed helplessly. Alas, you don't even know me. It seems that you have no future at all. Xin Hao's words were direct, but Guo Siyu fell into deep thought. What is going on? Why does Guo Siyu feel so confused deep down in his heart? At this moment, Guo Siyu suddenly thought of someone in his mind, but he kept shaking his head. No, it shouldn't be that person. Who are you? When Guo Siyu was speaking here, Xin Hao was standing in front of Guo Siyu with a faint smile on his face. Me? My name is Xin Hao. As Xin Hao spoke, the people around him seemed fine at this moment. But Guo Siyu was very surprised. What, so you are Xin Hao? It's not that Guo Siyu has never heard of Xin Hao's name. Not only that, Guo Siyu knows very well how terrible Xin Hao is. Yes, I am Shinhao. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?
Shinhao raised his head and looked at Guosiyu in front of him, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and a hint of pride on his face.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shin.
Please forgive me if I have offended you. How could Guosiyu not know how powerful Shinhao was, and other people around him also talked about it?
Shinhao, could he be the young man who fought against the Li family without losing?
Yes, and I heard that Lin Wanqing from the Lin Group wants to recruit him. The Lin Group regards it as a rival, and is willing to wait until it grows up before competing with it.
At this time, these people were talking to each other.
Moreover, the people in front of him became more and more excited as they talked. At this moment, Jiang Peng suddenly realized how much his good friend Shinhao had grown. Jiang Peng had heard these rumors before, but at that time, he didn't take them seriously. But now, looking back, it seems very different. This is real. Such a strong and powerful man is actually Jiang Peng's good friend.
Ran Yu smiled. Since you know, then why don't you bring something when you come to the wedding?
Ran Yu's words reminded these people.
To protect Xiaohu's documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot without pitfalls.
Guosiyu directly took out a check and wrote a string of numbers on it. Mr. Shin, my Gua family is a small family, the small gift is not a respect. As he spoke, the person next to him took the check, looked at it, and took a deep breath.
2 million? This is not a small amount of money.
If such a large sum of money is said to be a small amount, then a larger amount would mean that one would lose everything.
The people following behind Guosiyu also expressed their opinions.
The price may be as low as 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, or as high as hundreds of thousands. There is no other reason. These people will have some business dealings with Shinhao to a greater or lesser extent. However, it was Shinhao who chose them, not them who chose Shinhao. So even though Shinhao didn't say a word, his attitude was actually very clear just from the fact that he was standing there.
Shinhao supports Jiang Peng. Anyone who dares to be rude to Jiang Peng will be rude to him. In fact, Shinhao doesn't need to do anything. As long as he makes his attitude clear, then the companies under his control will begin to launch a series of measures against the other party. This time, Jiang Peng slowly raised his head and looked at Shinhao. The more he did so, the more directly Jiang Peng spoke. Haozi, thank you so much.
Seeing Jiang Peng like this, Shinhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay.
Go ahead and do your thing. You are the protagonist today.
If anyone dares to cause trouble here, just tell me and I'll help you solve it." After Shinhao finished speaking, Jiang Peng nodded heavily.
Guosiyu was too embarrassed to stay any longer and left in disgrace.
At this time, outside, voices were heard one after another. Wanyuan International Chairman Zhang Wanyuan has arrived and presented a gift of 6.66 million. Lin Guowei, the head of Xintiandi Clothing City, has arrived and presented gold to create a lucky couple.
Zhao Gang, the president of Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, sent a landscape painting by calligraphy and painting master Zhang Tailai. These are all ruthless people, and it's all because of Shinhao. Let us not talk about anything else today, just the gifts received would be at least tens of millions. Although Jiang Peng did not calculate carefully, he took a rough look and found that it was at least this much. Jiang Peng was very surprised. Of course he knew that all this was because of Shinhao. As for Shinhao, he was very calm. After all, Shinhao now has a lot of money on hand, and he is naturally very satisfied to be able to help his good friend. Beside him, Ran Yu sighed, "Oh, I didn't expect marriage to be so good. Before, weren't you the one who hated marriage the most, saying that marriage was the grave of love? Why do you want to get married now?" Shinhao was a little curious and asked Ran Yu beside him. At this time, Ran Yu looked at Shinhao and said directly, "I didn't expect that Jiang Peng received nearly 50 million yuan in gifts for his wedding. If I had known that marriage could make so much money, I would have found a woman to marry." After Ran Yu finished speaking, Shinhao smiled faintly. So that's how it is. However, there is something Shinhao should talk to Ran Yu about. You'd better wait a little longer. When we grow bigger, maybe the next time you get married, you'll get 100 million. Shinhao was not joking about this. Now these families have to rely on Shinhao for their livelihood, so they naturally have to pay attention to Shinhao's every move. In the future, when Shinhao's side grows stronger, the performance of these people will be even more intense. So here, actually for Shinhao, this kind of thing should be done as soon as possible. After these things are over, Shinhao will start to deal with those small families. Chapter 48. Someone is racing, and suddenly I feel itchy. Everything went smoothly afterwards, and Jiang Peng was definitely the protagonist today.
However, Xinhao knew that it would be unlikely to find Jiang Ping today, so Xinhao thought that he should come back in a few days. After all, today is Jiang Peng's wedding, and a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold.
Howsy, I'll take everyone back first. Your cars?
Ren Yu looked at Xinhao and spoke subconsciously. After all, Xinhao won more than 10 cars at once, and it is hard to say what to do with these cars. You can use the 10 cars when you get to the winery, and keep the rest for Jiang Peng. Xinhao has no use for these. If he has any, those worth tens of millions are what Xinhao is interested in. As for the rest, leave them to your good brothers, who will still remember your kindness. After coming out of the hotel, the wind blowing on Xinhao's face made him feel a little more sober. Although he hadn't drunk any alcohol before, Xinhao felt a little dizzy due to the joyful atmosphere. While Xinhao was still thinking about it, at this moment, a supercar sped past in front of Xinhao. I have to say, the speed is really too fast.
It passed in just a blink of an eye.
However, Xinhao looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Alas, that bend just now was still a little off. Xinhao was talking here. For some reason, when he saw someone speeding, Xinhao suddenly felt itchy. After all, what happened just now has been laid out in the open. Xinhao wondered whether he should go over and race with them.
The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was possible.
At this moment, several sports cars sped past. These cars are very valuable.
One of them is the Maserati Quattroporte, and the others are the Lamborghini Aventador and the Lamborghini Veneno. These cars are all good.
If used for racing and slightly modified, they will be no inferior to Xinhao's current limited edition Zerb supercar.
Interesting. I've never encountered such an interesting scene before. Do you think I should give it a try?
Xinhao was thinking secretly here, so he started to speed up. In fact, for Xinhao, it is easy to defeat these people.
But if everything is won so quickly, then it would be meaningless.
So Xinhao was not in a hurry to speed up, and Xinhao's speed was not particularly fast. At this time, Xinhao discovered that there was a woman standing not far away. The woman was very beautiful. There was a Maserati president parked in front of her, and she was still muttering something.
Damn it, if my car hadn't had problems, I would have been able to beat you guys by then.
Han Rongrong was very unhappy, as she was just racing here for no reason. Now, this is what happened suddenly. In Han Rongrong's opinion, it is not easy to wait for a car in this place where there is no village or shop nearby. However, when Han Rongrong was still muttering to herself, suddenly, a limited edition Zerb supercar worth hundreds of millions came towards this side. For Han Rongrong now, this is like seeing a savior. Now, Han Rongrong no longer has time to consider whether there are bad people here. Now, as long as I can drive myself to the top of the mountain, it doesn't matter what happens. The Silby limited edition supercar slowly stopped and a very handsome young man walked out of the car. The moment she saw this young man, Han Rongrong took a breath of cold air.
Oh my god, so handsome. Han Rongrong was shocked.
She didn't expect this young man in front of her to come from nowhere, and how could he be so handsome?
Originally, she was just slightly expectant, but now, Han Rongrong's expectations have reached their peak. I don't know what this guy's name is, or whether he has a girlfriend. If so, would you mind having one more? It's okay. In fact, Han Rongrong is very easy to feed.
She can be fed with cabbage, radish, and rice 3 times a day.
Beauty, where are you going? If it's on the way, I'll give you a ride.
Xinhao looked at Han Rongrong and asked directly.
This girl is quite cute. She looks like a simple and kind girl. It's not nice to go out racing so late at night.
But the next moment, Xinhao was completely wrong.
On the way, of course it's on the way, little brother, wherever you go, I will go there.
Of course, it would be even better if I could go to your home, little brother.
What should Xinhao say? Suddenly, Xinhao didn't know what to say.
However, when Xinhao saw Han Rongrong, he still said calmly, get in the car. Anyway, no matter where Han Rongrong is going, Xinhao will go directly to the top of Langtu Mountain.
Okay, little brother, you are so nice. I wonder if you are married. Han Rongrong blinked twice and asked Xinhao. Without.
Although Xinhao didn't want to say this, he still said it.
But at this moment, Han Rongrong was very happy. That's great. Actually, I'm not married either. You see, we are not qualified to get married. Why don't we get married? Han Rongrong's words made Xinhao suddenly not know what to do.
You women, each of you says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Zhang Wuji's mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. If there was someone who could be trusted with his words, Shen Hao would probably have given birth to a football team by now. However, Shen Hao's identity is different now. He is a super rich man. A super rich man should have the attitude of a super rich man. Not being afraid in the face of danger is the basic quality of a super rich man.
Hold on tight.
Shen Hao was talking to Han Rongrong beside him. At this moment, Han Rongrong had just fastened her seatbelt and grabbed Shen Hao's arm without hesitation. While grabbing, Han Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes twice and looked at Shen Hao.
I wonder if this is tight enough, little brother?
Han Rongrong looked at Shen Hao with an expression that said, "You can eat me anytime."
As expected, if you are handsome and have a little money, you can do whatever you want. However, Shen Hao is a decent man. How could he do such an indecent thing here? Even if you want to do it, you have to change the place. Hold on tight, I'm going to drive. As Shen Hao spoke, Han Rongrong covered her mouth and laughed secretly.
It turned out that Shen Hao was driving. Han Rongrong thought Shen Hao was driving, but she didn't expect that he was actually driving. After all the fuss, it turned out that Han Rongrong had the wrong idea. However, Han Rongrong was looking forward to it, but she didn't know how good this handsome young man's driving skills were. At least the car I drove with Han Rongrong just now was pretty good.
Okay, little brother, you have to work hard.
Chapter 49 The king of this road, who else can be called the god of cars?
Little brother, please slow down a little.
Before, Han Rongrong could still chat and laugh cheerfully, with a very charming smile. But at this moment, Han Rongrong's face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Shen Hao beside her again. The more she looked, the more scared she felt.
I told you to hold on tight before. Shen Hao started to speed up while talking to Han Rongrong.
At this moment, Han Rongrong in front of him was looking at Shen Hao, and the more he thought about it, the more exaggerated it seemed. After all, who could have thought that Shen Hao was as good at driving just now as he is now?
There are two ways of driving that can only be understood but not described.
But Han Rongrong controlled it just right, and all of this gave people a different feeling. At this time, Han Rongrong slowly turned around and looked at Shen Hao.
As she looked, Han Rongrong's heart was filled with confidence.
Brother, this is a very fast car, and all the skills are perfect. No, there's even a feeling of breaking through the limit.
Shen Hao's current look seems to be saying, who else but me can be the king of this road?
But Han Rongrong still looked at Shen Hao with admiration. Such a man is very good. Shen Hao, on the other hand, doesn't care about these things.
Is there anything wrong with speeding up? Thunder God of War, lightning run.
As Shen Hao spoke, he began to speed up. The limited edition Silby supercar itself is like a pen, leaving a mark on the lightning curve. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned the bend in front of him. At this time, Shen Hao smiled faintly. I didn't expect that the effect is quite good.
This is from the movie Thunderbolt God of War that Shen Hao had seen before. The protagonist's ultimate move is this.
I didn't expect that it would be so good when I use it now. The maximum degree of restoration has been achieved. This ability is actually very good here. At this time, on the other side, not far from here, Lin Kongtai was driving his Lamborghini Bull at full speed. Everything was in his sight, passing by Lin Kongtai in an instant like a flash of light. Lin Kongtai took out the intercom and said to the other end, "How is my condition?"
"Boss, it's perfect. It's absolutely impeccable."
The person on the other end of the intercom spoke to Lin Kongtai. At this time, Lin Kongtai was very happy.
Where's Han Rongrong?
There was actually no bet in this racing, but Lin Kongtai was still very wary of Han Rongrong. The person on the other end of the intercom smiled knowingly. "Boss, I've already arranged what you said." Han Rongrong's car broke down, and it's harder than climbing to the sky for her to catch up. Hearing this, Lin Kongtai suddenly smiled.
This is good, the problem has finally been solved. Today, Lin Kongtai is in good shape.
Therefore, Lin Kongtai should take advantage of this time to go to Wolf Head Mountain a few more times, at least to get to know everything here. While Lin Kongtai was still thinking about it, he saw a car catching up with him in the rearview mirror.
Is this car a limited edition supercar from Zirbai?
When Lin Kongtai saw this, he recognized it.
How could Lin Kongtai not know about the limited edition Silby supercar, which is the second most powerful supercar in the world? But at this time, Lin Kongtai was still shocked. Isn't this almost the limit speed?
Moreover, judging from the situation and the rotation of the tires, it is estimated that it was driving at a very high speed all the way.
What kind of powerful being could have control to this extent? However, if you want to defeat me in this area, you are still a little short.
Lin Kongtai began to speed up, and his speed had reached its limit. Lin Kongtai was in very good shape today, so when he met such a strong opponent, he didn't think that he would be worse than him. But here, Shin Hao acted very calm.
You're racing this car? Shin Hao said. Han Rongrong nodded. Yes, little brother, what's wrong? This car is not very good. What, not so good?
You know, Lin Kongtai's racing skills are very famous in the circle. But when it comes to Shin Hao, it means nothing.
This undoubtedly shocked Han Rongrong. Could this be the so-called king beating the bronze?
The more she looked, the stronger this thought became in Han Rongrong's mind.
But here, Han Rongrong watched for a while and couldn't help but asked curiously, little brother, can you win? Well, take it off, and the little brother can win.
Shin Hao turned around and looked at Han Rongrong beside him and spoke directly.
Just after hearing what Shin Hao said, Han Rongrong felt very excited. Suddenly, Han Rongrong didn't know what to say.
She felt a little expectant, but still very worried. But the next moment, Shin Hao did not forget to say to Han Rongrong, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up.
What, speed up?
At this time, Han Rongrong was so shocked that she didn't know what to say.
Speaking of which, Shin Hao's dashboard has reached its limit just now, right? In this situation, Shin Hao can actually speed up. But the question is, how can Shin Hao speed up?
But since Shin Hao had already said so, Han Rongrong still held on to the handrail next to her. At this time, Shin Hao's car bumped slightly and the speed slowly slowed down.
Why did you slow down?
Fortunately, the little brother must have said that on purpose. After all, speeding up all the time will cause too much wear and tear on the car. Han Rongrong felt that she had already thought of it. But soon, Han Rongrong was surprised to find that she had thought all this was too simple. At this moment, Shin Hao smiled slightly. Now is the perfect time to use the ditch sinking technique. As Shin Hao spoke, the car accelerated again, even to a much higher speed than before. At this time, even Lin Kongtai was completely frightened.
Oh my god, what on earth is going on?
It would be fine if it accelerated throughout the entire process, but just now, it was able to accelerate again at the maximum speed.
This is no longer something that can be described in just a few words.
This is definitely the king on this road, and he is not afraid of any challenges at all.
This time, even Lin Kongtai couldn't believe it when he saw this.
Oh my god, this is simply the ghost of Wolf Head Mountain.
At this speed, was I dreaming just now? Lin Kongtai said, then picked up the intercom. Didn't you see a limited edition silver supercar passing by just now?
Lin Kongtai had just said this when the person on the other end of the intercom looked confused. No, what happened, boss? I heard the roar of a car.
Isn't it yours, boss? Chapter 50 Look at what I do, whether I am dissatisfied or very dissatisfied.
At the top of Langtu Mountain, Shin Hao found a good spot and ate corn while looking at the scenery in front of him. As for the stunned people around him, they were completely ignored by Shin Hao. As for making such a fuss, Shin Hao didn't even realize how great a thing he had just done was. But at this time, someone couldn't help swallowing.
Oh my god, how did he get here? I don't know. If you ask me, who should I ask? Don't talk to me. I'm still confused. Can anyone tell me what happened?
As these people were talking, Shin Hao threw an empty corn cob aside. Then, Shin Hao raised his head and looked at the people in front of him, and suddenly smiled.
Why are you looking at me like that? Are you dissatisfied or extremely dissatisfied? It's just eating a few of your corns.
Looking at Shin Hao like this, it seems as if Shin Hao has done something unforgivable. At this moment, Han Rongrong stepped forward and said, Brother, I have some freshly grilled barbecue here.
Eat it while it's hot. Yes, thank you. I can't eat anymore. If I eat anymore, I won't be able to hold on. Shin Hao waved his hand and spoke to Han Rongrong.
But Han Rongrong's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Shin Hao with full of admiration. Shin Hao doesn't look big, but he can really eat a lot. As the saying goes, if you can eat, you can.
For some reason, Han Rongrong felt a little excited. If Shin Hao knew what Han Rongrong was thinking, I wonder how he would feel. But now, Shin Hao felt a murderous aura coming from not far away. Strange, what is going on?
Shin Hao was a little curious and looked at the man in the distance. At this time, not far away, a Lamborghini Bull was parked there, and a young man walked out of the car. This young man was Lin Kongtai. Lin Kongtai looked around and ran straight towards Shin Hao.
Boy, it was you before.
As Lin Kongtai spoke, Han Rongrong stood there, with her arms folded, looking at Lin Kongtai.
So, you want to do something to my boyfriend? Boyfriend?
Shin Hao was a little surprised.
They had just taken a ride in the car, and the other party claimed to be her boyfriend? What if it happens a few more times?
Now, Shin Hao didn't dare to think about what the situation would become. At this time, Lin Kongtai looked at Shin Hao and said directly, I don't care who you are. You are breaking the rules by racing here without permission.
Lin Kongtai was very angry.
If he didn't find a way to vent his anger, he felt that he would definitely become depressed. But at this moment, Shin Hao in front of him was very indifferent.
But you lost.
Shin Hao's words were like a wake-up call to Lin Kongtai, who suddenly didn't know what to say. But it was obvious that he wanted to get back his advantage, so why did he end up in a very passive position now? Seeing this, at this time, in front of Shin Hao, Lin Kongtai said, Do you dare to gamble again? When Lin Kongtai said this, Shin Hao smiled.
How are you going to bet?
Shin Hao found it very interesting and had no idea what Lin Kongtai was going to do.
But let us not talk about anything else for now.
Shin Hao plans to see the situation first. In front of him, Lin Kongtai slowly raised his head and looked at Shin Hao. The more he looked, the more excited he felt.
Okay, since you've asked me this, I'll tell you directly.
I'll arrange for a racer to race with you.
It depends on whether you dare or not.
After Lin Kongtai finished speaking, Han Rongrong obviously realized something.
Do you mean to say that you plan to arrange that person?
When Han Rongrong said this, Lin Kongtai in front of her raised his eyebrows. You don't need to worry about who I'm going to ask.
You just need to tell me whether you dare to agree or not.
Lin Kongtai said it directly, but how could Shin Hao be afraid here?
Just come on.
Shin Hao's gaze narrowed and fell directly in front of him. He waved his hand and spoke directly to the person in front of him. Just after Shin Hao finished speaking, Lin Kongtai smiled proudly, then wait a moment, he will be here soon. Lin Kongtai said this, then took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and Lin Kongtai said to the other end of the phone, Hey buddy, I'm in trouble here, can you spare some time to come and help me? The person on the other end of the phone nodded after hearing what he heard, Okay, tell me where it is, and I'll be there right away.
Wolf Head Mountain. What, Wolf Head Mountain? The person on the other end of the phone, after hearing about Wolf Head Mountain, acted as if he had heard some extremely scary demon.
After all, here, such things are laid out in the open, and it undoubtedly makes people feel bad.
What's wrong?
Lin Kongtai was puzzled.
What was going on? Why were they so scared when they heard about Wolf Head Mountain?
There are so many people here in Wolf Head Mountain now, so even if something happens, there is no need to be so scared. The man on the other end of the phone came back to his senses.
Something happened before. Wait, I'll be there soon.
When the person on the other end of the phone finished speaking, Lin Kongtai could finally put down the heavy stone in his heart.
Thank God, I finally found some time. Wait, someone will be here soon.
This time, Lin Kongtai raised his head and looked at Shin Hao and spoke directly. But looking at Shin Hao again, he picked up a roasted chicken wing and started eating it directly.
This looks delicious.
As Shin Hao spoke, Han Rongrong's beautiful eyes moved slightly and looked at Shin Hao. Little brother, didn't you say you were full? Although she said so, Han Rongrong was still very happy in her heart. At this time, Shin Hao looked in front of him and waved his hands.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, he said someone will be here soon.
I'll wait a little longer. If I don't eat something, am I going to play landlord with you guys?
As Shin Hao was talking, Lin Kongtai said directly, Let's fight, as long as you are willing. I don't have anything else here, but I can find a few people to play landlord with you. Lin Kongtai said this and then called a few people over. These people sat down and played cards with Shin Hao. When Shin Hao saw this, he raised his eyebrows, and there was an indescribable indifference on his face.
Okay, in that case, then come on. But let me make this clear first. The loser must not cry.
Of course Shin Hao was not short of money, he is just killing time here. Lin Kongtai looked at it and waved his hand, It's okay, come on, if you lose, it's mine. Those who were not very interested at first are now eager to try it out.
Now that you've said that, I naturally can't be polite. Chapter 51 It's actually you. I admire you so much. How about it, are you coming again?
Shin Hao glanced at the people in front of him, smiled faintly, and suddenly asked. These people looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Lin Kongtai beside them.
There is simply no comparison. What is going on?
They were just talking about playing landlord with Shin Hao, but in such a short while, they have already lost several thousand.
What is going on?
Beside them, Han Rongrong was watching with such joy that she couldn't stop smiling.
Little brother, you are really amazing. Shin Hao was very calm.
He took out a few bills and handed them to Han Rongrong. Whose barbecue was that?
Give him the money.
By the way, bring me some more lamb skewers.
It's my treat.
Shin Hao has behaved like this. I'm afraid no one would have thought that such a commoner like Shin Hao could be so rich.
However, the man not far away looked very terrified. No, Sister Rongrong, really no need.
It's nothing for such a powerful man to eat a few of my barbecues. As long as this guy is willing, his expenses today will be charged to me. The man looked at Shin Hao with an expression of great admiration and spoke to Shin Hao.
Han Rongrong is proud of it.
This man is the one she likes, so Han Rongrong herself also thinks that the current situation is pretty good. Shin Hao, on the other hand, was very calm at this time.
It's okay, just take it. I don't like the food and don't pay for it. Take it.
We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. As Shin Hao spoke, the man in front of him nodded repeatedly, took Shin Hao's money, and gave Shin Hao a thumbs up.
Sir, this is you. I'll give you some more later. It's my gift, so please don't refuse it. Shin Hao nodded. Since others said so, what else could Shin Hao say? You can't refuse the opportunity to get along with others just because of such a small thing, right?
But from now on, Shin Hao thought secretly in his heart. Thinking about these things, in fact, it seemed very interesting to Shin Hao. On this side, Lin Kongtai didn't know what was going on, but he always felt a little depressed. This is all his money, and now Shin Hao is using it to do a favor.
What's going on? Give all of this to this boss. All the consumption here today will be charged to me.
Anyway, these people can eat as much as they want, but they can't spend thousands of dollars on it. Although he had eaten well, Shin Hao was still very calm. After all, although Shin Hao is currently a wealthy man, he will not refuse the opportunity to mingle with other ordinary people. The super rich are not people who are out of touch with the world, so naturally they have to do what they have to do. Shin Hao turned around and looked at Lin Kongtai in front of him. Being stared at by Shin Hao, Lin Kongtai's heart skipped a beat. In fact, it is difficult for Lin Kongtai to explain clearly what this feeling is. However, being looked at by Shin Hao like this made Lin Kongtai feel a little weird deep down in his heart.
What do you want?
Lin Kongtai thought that Shin Hao wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, Shin Hao seemed to have a very strong aura. Even if he did nothing but just looked at Lin Kongtai, sweat would already pour out of Lin Kongtai's forehead.
Shin Hao stood there, looking very calm. When will the person you mentioned arrive? If you don't come, I'm going home to sleep. Are you kidding me? Why am I hanging around here with these people? There is a long time to come and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Shin Hao will not stay here with these night owls.
Wait a minute, right away.
It is difficult to understand what this feeling is, but right now, it is absolutely impossible for Lin Kongtai to say that he is not afraid. This time, Lin Kongtai took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Not far away, a familiar voice came over. Stop fighting, I'm here. After saying that, the person in front of him slowly walked towards him.
As this person came here, everyone felt an indescribable aura. Perhaps this is the unique aura of a racing driver.
Although he is not professional, his strength has been fully demonstrated in the entire circle. At this time, Lin Kongtai saw the man and immediately went to greet him.
Brother Haochen, you are finally here. This time it's up to you.
When Lin Kongtai said this, Jiang Haochen nodded repeatedly.
Okay, I know.
Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. This time, when Jiang Haochen finished speaking, at this moment, Jiang Haochen slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. He looked subconsciously in front of him, and when he saw this side, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Haochen's mouth.
It's very interesting, but now, I want to see.
Jiang Haochen was about to speak, but his eyes fell on Shin Hao. Suddenly, Jiang Haochen's gaze was completely frozen. Shin Hao looked at Jiang Haochen and suddenly smiled.
Oh my, it's you. I admire you so much. Although we all lost, it's not unfair at all. Xiao Lu, do you have any more barbecue? Prepare more, and order more meat. All the expenses here today will be on me.
Jiang Haochen came to Shin Hao and spoke to the barbecue stall in the distance. Shin Hao smiled faintly, he didn't expect this.
It's okay. I've already paid. Today's consumption is on me. But now, I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. Shenhao said this, then stood up and walked towards the Zilby limited edition supercar. With a gentle press of the button, the car door opened, and Shenhao drove away at lightning speed. Next to Zhang Haochen, Lin Kangtai saw this and subconsciously asked, "Brother Haochen, is this guy very powerful?" "It's more than amazing, it's simply amazing. Anyway, it won't do you any harm to establish a good relationship with him." As Zhang Haochen spoke, Lin Kangtai beside him nodded repeatedly. Judging from previous situations, this seems to be the case. There's nothing to do right now, so let's have a race. After Zhang Haochen finished speaking, Lin Kangtai felt very honored and cheers rang out one after another. But at this time, Han Rongrong didn't think so. After all, Han Rongrong met such a high-quality man as Shenhao here. They were young and in peaceful years. It would be unreasonable if nothing happened. Han Rongrong took out her cell phone and sent a message directly, "Help me check right now, who is the owner of the Zirbai limited edition supercar in Jiangzhou? I want to meet him." Not long after, someone on the other end sent Han Rongrong a gesture indicating that everything was fine. Seeing this, Han Rongrong's face was filled with a faint smile. If we keep going like this, I believe there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 52 No problem, leave it to me. Shenhao was about to go home, but at this time, Renyu called Shenhao. "Hey, howsy?" Shenhao was a little confused. What was going on? On the other end of the phone, Renyu was very anxious. Just when we were about to go back, an important document of the company was snatched away by the other party. "I'll send you the address, and we'll track them down together." When Renyu finished speaking, Shenhao nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." What a joke. Who on earth is that person? How dare he shout here? He really doesn't want to be in this business anymore. This is Shenhao's territory, so how could he give the other party any chance? After receiving the address, Shenhao took a look and found that it was not far from where he was. If Shenhao stepped on the accelerator hard, he would probably catch up soon. As for running a red light, just let the points be deducted. It doesn't matter anyway. The most important thing is to get the things. This guy was speeding. At this time, Zhang Jejia was on duty at the intersection, but she saw a limited edition Silby supercar passing by quickly. Everyone around Zhang Jejia advised her not to do this, because the car was going so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Even though it's late at night and there aren't many cars, we can't do this. Zhang Jejia is a person with a strong sense of justice, so now, naturally, she has to resolve this matter quickly. Wait, I will definitely catch you. Zhang Jejia said this, and got on her motorcycle and quickly rode away. Zhang Jiejia's motorcycle has been modified and there is nothing wrong with it under normal conditions. But when it really runs, it is even as good as an ordinary supercar. So Zhang Jejia is now planning to go all out. Shenhao found the target and was about to chase after him, but at this time, Shenhao had already noticed the motorcycle behind him. A woman in uniform and a helmet, although her face cannot be seen clearly. But judging from her figure alone, this woman is definitely not ugly. I didn't expect that my words would actually come true. However, there is no one that I, Shenhao, cannot catch up with. These people actually dared to take Shenhao's company information. Shenhao must settle this account with these people no matter what. Otherwise, I would really think Shenhao is nothing. But here, when Shenhao subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance, after looking for a while, this time, Shenhao's face was filled with a faint smile. I didn't realize that your performance was beyond my expectations. Shenhao raised his head and looked at the black car in front of him, speaking here. At this moment, there were several people sitting in the black car in front of them. These people seemed very excited. After all, such things are out in the open, how could one not be happy? Haha, we've made a killing this time. If we can get this information, we'll make at least several million. One of the bald men said this directly here. As the bald man said this, a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks beside him also said, "Yeah, when the time comes, we will divide the money and find some women to have some fun." But the man who was driving in front of him had a gloomy expression. "Someone is chasing us." After saying this, the other two people also noticed the situation here. It's really rare to see someone chasing after you in a limited edition Silby supercar. But now, since that person has caught up with us, the next thing to do is to solve the problem as soon as possible. Get your stuff ready and get out of the car. The man driving the car looked like the leader of the other two and spoke directly.
The other two people also took out the folding knives from their waists. The car slowly stopped. Xinhao saw the other party slowing down, so he stopped his car too. I got out of the car and saw the three people on the side of the driveway walking towards me. The one in the middle is the most muscular and looks like a martial artist. The other two, one of them is a bald guy, who looks a bit like a rookie. The other guy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks standing there always gave people the feeling that he was planning something. It feels like you'll be hit unexpectedly at any time. Xinhao got out of the car and walked over. My friend, you have been with us all the way. Boss Joe looked at Xinhao and suddenly said. Standing there, Xinhao glanced sideways and nodded. That is true, he was indeed following the people in front of him, but Xinhao's goal was to get the things back. Hand over the information you have. Xinhao stretched out his hand and spoke here. These three people seem to have bad intentions. The bald guy and the thin guy are okay and Xinhao can handle them. However, it was very difficult for Xinhao to deal with the boss Joe in front of him. Humph, after all this fuss, it turns out you want to take the things back. But why do you want to take them back? Give me a reason. Boss Joe stood there, looked at what was in front of him, and spoke very calmly and directly. Just as Boss Joe said this, Xinhao in front of him raised his head and looked at the present situation with a very calm look. Then listen carefully, just because my name is Xinhao, I wonder if this reason is acceptable? Xinhao's answer surprised the three of them. After all, their boss behind the scenes had said so before. If we could bring Xinhao back, that would be great. I didn't expect that you are Xinhao. It seems that our luck is pretty good. As Boss Joe was speaking, the two big men beside him were also very happy. Iron Head, Monkey, come together and catch him. Then we can go back and get the money and leave. After Boss Joe finished speaking, the bald man and the thin man beside him came towards Xinhao. Xinhao stood there, slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. In Xinhao's opinion, this matter didn't matter to him at all. After all, from this perspective, this matter is actually very interesting so far. At this moment, Xinhao slowly looked at the people in front of him and said in a cold tone, "You are from the Huang family. They sent you here, right? Only someone from the Huang family would deliberately do this. Apart from the Huang family, Xinhao couldn't think of anyone else. Humph, it's good that you know it, so that you won't die unclearly. Let's go together and finish him off first." When Boss Joe finished speaking, the other two people around him rushed directly towards Xinhao. Standing there, Xinhao frowned, thinking about how to deal with it. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from behind Xinhao. Chapter 53 Someone wants to deal with you, don't ask me these. This figure was none other than Zhang Jiajia. Zhang Jiajia leaped up and kicked decisively. The kick landed directly on Taitu's body. This blow even sent Taitu flying backwards, and he fell heavily to the ground, and it took him a long time to recover. After all, this was indeed a bit too straightforward and direct, catching people off guard. At this time, Xinhao was also a little surprised. It's that woman just now. Zhang Jiajia slowly took off her helmet, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her long hair, like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. Zhang Jiajia turned around, threw her helmet aside, and blocked Xinhao behind her. You stay here, leave these people to me. Good. Xinhao nodded, which was considered as his agreement. Zhang Jiejia's sudden appearance broke the current deadlock. Boss Joe gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, you actually dared to hit my brother." The monkey took advantage of the situation and rushed to Zhang Jiejia, preparing to attack. When Boss Joe saw this, his expression changed. Be careful. As soon as Boss Joe finished speaking, Zhang Jiejia kicked the monkey in front of him hard. The monkey groaned and fainted. At this time, Zhang Jiejia turned around and looked at Boss Joe. Now, it's your turn. As Zhang Jiejia was speaking, Boss Joe suddenly came back to his senses. Humph, I underestimated you. But now that you are here, just come over. After Boss Joe said this, his speed suddenly increased and he arrived directly in front of Zhang Jiejia. Xinhao felt very worried, the speed was too fast. However, the next moment, Zhang Jiejia suddenly made a move and grabbed Boss Joe's arm. Boss Joe's expression changed slightly. Touch your clothes and fall down 18 times. How could Boss Joe not know how powerful this martial art was? Before he could even react, he was thrown heavily to the ground. Seeing Boss Joe like this, Zhang Jiejia quickly stepped forward and kicked Boss Joe directly on the head. The force was not very strong, but it was enough to make Boss Joe unconscious. After doing all this, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance.
Thank you.
Shinhao said this and took the document. But Zhang Jieje said, "You are speeding, violating the rules. Now, you will be deducted 6 points and fined 1,000 yuan." Zhang Jieje spoke calmly word by word, and Shinhao smiled faintly.
Understood.
Shinhao took out his cell phone and made a call directly to talk to Renyu. The things have been found, but Renyu will have to figure out a way to deal with the points deduction himself. Renyu said it was no problem, so he made a phone call and more than 100 people went directly to the traffic management office. Zhang Jieje also received a call from her boss. "Hey, Zhang Jieje, who did you offend?
We have more than 100 people here now.
If you don't explain clearly, then you can forget about this job." Zhang Jieje was also very depressed.
What did these things have to do with her? Don't worry, it's just a penalty point and a fine.
Shinhao and Zhang Jieje smiled at each other, but Zhang Jieje's lips only moved slightly, and then returned to normal. But at this moment, Zhang Jieje seemed to suddenly think of something and looked towards Shinhao.
What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?
Shinhao's gaze fell on what was in front of him, and he couldn't help but ask. This time, Zhang Jieje looked at Shinhao, but suddenly said to Shinhao,
"Someone wants to deal with you. Don't ask me how I know."
While Zhang Jieje was saying this, Shinhao acted very calm.
Yeah, I know.
The Huang family had been in a lot of trouble before. If Shinhao didn't even know this, then there was no need for Shinhao to continue to hang out there. At this time, Zhang Jieje was very surprised. She didn't expect Shinhao to be so indifferent. But here, when Zhang Jieje suddenly raised her head and looked at Shinhao, at this moment, Zhang Jieje suddenly spoke to Shinhao.
"You seem quite calm, but I did save you just now. Is this how you treat your savior?" Zhang Jieje smiled and spoke to Shinhao.
She looks very beautiful when she smiles, but because of her work, Zhang Jieje seldom smiles. At least here, Shinhao thinks Zhang Jieje is pretty good.
"I know who it is. Thank you very much. What do you want me to do?"
At this time, Shinhao looked at Zhang Jieje in front of him and suddenly asked. This question actually seems easy to answer, but when you look into it carefully, it seems very tricky. At this time, Zhang Jieje thought about it, looked at Shinhao, and seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly spoke to Shinhao.
"Actually, if you really want to, it's very simple. All you have to do is make me feel moved."
Zhang Jieje thought about it for a while and said to Shinhao. Shinhao and Zhang Jieje looked at each other, and Shinhao suddenly felt that this girl was very interesting.
"Do you really want to do this? But you know, if you do this, you will fall in love with me."
Shinhao does have such ability, so Shinhao couldn't help but ask.
"Well, actually, I'm looking forward to it. I also want to see how you make me fall in love with you."
Zhang Jieje looked at Shinhao and smiled faintly. Shinhao nodded, then took out his cell phone and made a call.
"Okay, I understand."
Shinhao called, and at this time, Zhang Jieje's phone rang. Zhang Jieje was very surprised and looked up at Shinhao.
"How did you know my cell phone number?"
This is very strange.
Shinhao raised the phone in his hand. "Don't you know the strength of being a super rich man? Just now, I checked the call records of the number that called you, and then found your number. Was that difficult?"
Zhang Jieje found Shinhao's words very interesting. It was the first time she met such an interesting person, and it seemed unlikely that she would not be touched. Besides, Shinhao is so handsome.
"Remember what we just said. To repay you, I will let you have a heartthrob."
After Shinhao finished speaking, he drove away in the limited edition Zirbai supercar. Only Zhang Jieje was left standing there, watching the limited edition Silby supercar in front of her go further and further away.
What an interesting guy. However, I am looking forward to it. How will you make me excited?
At this time, Zhang Jieje spoke with her cheeks slightly flushed. Finally, as if she thought of something, she lowered her head and looked at her mobile phone.
Chapter 54 6th Day Sign-In, Southern Alliance Leader.
Shinhao didn't have time to care about these things. He had already learned one thing, that is, the Huang family was still deliberately trying to deal with him.
This is no ordinary matter.
The two families have been at loggerheads with each other and one of them must end it. So in Shinhao's opinion, other things can be discussed from now on.
But now, this matter cannot be discussed.
However, the other party has arranged people to deal with me.
It seems that it would be a bad idea if I don't do something now, right? Shinhao secretly wondered what he should do now.
However, in Xinhao's opinion, at the moment, it seems that he really doesn't have any particularly good solution. Nothing happened that night, and Xinhao woke up early the next morning.
I am really too self-disciplined. By the way, it's the second day now, and I can start signing in.
Xinhao was very happy because being able to sign in meant that Xinhao could find a way to solve the problem.
After all, this is a good opportunity anyway. Sign in for the 6th day and get the title of Southern Alliance Leader. Leader of the Southern Alliance, what on earth is this?
Xinhao was confused.
What could this title do? Could it be that there is a leader in the martial arts world who can command all the major sects?
If Xinhao was born in ancient times, in the world of Jin Yong and Gulong, perhaps this title would still be useful. Leader of the Alliance, that sounds so impressive.
But now, Xinhao is in the modern era, what can the leader do?
Just as he was thinking about it, Xinhao's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar phone number, but Xinhao instinctively felt that this phone number should be related to him. So Xinhao picked up the phone directly, and suddenly heard a strange voice coming from the other end of the phone.
Hello, are you Mr. Xinhao?
This humble attitude made Xinhao feel a little familiar.
Could it be that this is another insurance salesman?
It's hard to say, but no matter what, just keep following the routine.
Yes, I am Xinhao. What can I do for you? Get straight to the point.
If it's a serious matter, Xinhao will answer it seriously.
If it was something improper, Xinhao would start answering in an improper way. These can all be debugged according to the other party's routines. Alliance leader, I finally got in touch with you.
This made Xinhao confused.
Could it be that this southern leader was real? But the problem now is, even if Xinhao is really the so-called southern leader, what can this leader do? Well, I'm happy too, but why did you contact me? What's the use of me being the leader?
As Xinhao spoke, the person on the other end of the phone sounded anxious.
Alliance leader, please don't say that.
Although you are very sad that the old leader passed away, we all believe in you and you will definitely lead us to glory.
Brilliant? Why does it feel more and more like they are selling insurance? The more I listen, the less reliable it seems. Okay, so what do I need to do now?
Xinhao asked, but at this time, the person on the other end of the phone said, Alliance leader, you don't need to do anything now, just wait for my news. If you encounter any danger during this period, you can call me at any time. As long as you need us, the brothers of the Southern Alliance will be by your side at any time.
Is this true or false?
For some reason, Xinhao felt that these things were becoming more and more mysterious.
Is this Southern Alliance really that powerful? I'm not sure either.
Anyway, if there is any danger during this period, Xinhao will call here. Xinhao would not be polite about such things. So when thinking about this, Xinhao still felt that at present, these work arrangements were very good.
Next, all we have to do is wait for the business conference to be held.
At the same time, the Li family. In fact, these people in the Li family hated Xinhao very much and wished they could take his life.
But they didn't know what was going on.
Not only was Xinhao fine, but several masters sent by the Li family were in trouble.
Now is not the time to consider these things.
There is a reason why the Li family wants to get rid of Xinhao. The most important thing is that Xinhao has repeatedly stolen the Li family's limelight and taken away everything that originally belonged to the Li family. Li Hai, the head of the Li family, frowned and said, This Xinhao, I didn't expect that they are so lucky. But I want to see how long his luck will last. This time, when Li Hai spoke directly to the people in front of him, the people around him felt a jolt in their hearts after they finished speaking. After all, now that Li Hai has said this, it is impossible for these people not to know what it represents.
Master, what else can we do? The people around him asked Li Hai.
The Li family suffered losses one after another at the hands of Xinhao, and even some external members of the Li family lost their shares in the company. It's really embarrassing to make this matter known to others. But now, it has happened and there is no way to avoid it. Li Hai looked at what was in front of him, sneered and said, however, no matter how powerful Xinhao is, he will also have a nap. I plan to contact a group of stronger people to start solving this matter. When Li Hai finished speaking, the people around him looked at each other and then at Li Hai. In fact, the three people before were hired by Li Hai at a high price. And this time, he almost succeeded, so if it happens again, Xinhao will definitely be dead.
This is also what other people think. They think that if possible, they can give it a try.
Master, we have already found out that Xinhao is going to the Huan commercial building.
Should we take action? The people around him spoke to Li Hai. After all, Shinhao has come out now.
If we make arrangements now, we can get rid of Shinhao before he enters the Huang commercial building.
Such a good opportunity, but you can't find it even with a lantern. How could they have missed it?
At this time, Li Hai was struggling in his heart for a long time. In the end, Li Hai nodded and agreed to this matter.
Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. From now on, we can only give it a try. If he wins, then everything Shinhao has now will belong to Li Hai. If we lose, then all of this will be burned to ashes. It can be said that Li Hai was completely committed to it.
After hearing this, the people around him nodded repeatedly.
Indeed, if we look at it from now on, this matter really needs to be considered from the current perspective. Go down and arrange it for me immediately.
This time, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Chapter 55 Southern Alliance Leader app. Everything you want will be there. You have a new short message, please check it.
Seeing these words and a bunch of connections, Shinhao became very suspicious.
Could this be an interface for watching some weird movies?
Then it looked very good and reminded Shinhao to recharge money. Shinhao planned to quit directly, but when he took a look, he found that this number was the one who called him before and called himself the leader.
I don't know what's going on, but I'd better take a look at what's going on first.
But after Shinhao finished reading it, he discovered that this was an app.
The Southern Alliance Leader app has everything you want, and even things you can't imagine.
Love life, go to the Southern Alliance Leader app.
This style of painting really catches people off guard. It's like a martial arts master suddenly turned into a programmer. Moreover, what do all the people above this Southern Alliance Leader do?
Decoration, traveling abroad, or as big as killing someone from a certain organization, or as small as cutting hair, walking your bird, hiring someone to buy things for you, etc.
Moreover, the activity level of this app is still very high. There are at least 200,000 people online every day.
In other words, if we consider the cumulative number of people online on the same day, it should be between 500,000 and 800,000. This strength is quite good, but Shinhao suddenly felt like an old man at the school gate.
It seemed that it would be of no use at all even if this was sent to Shinhao. Just as he was thinking about it, Shinhao discovered that a different interface suddenly appeared on his mobile phone. Alliance Leaders Only Area.
Seeing these words aroused Shinhao's interest.
If that's the case, then you can give it a try.
Thinking of this, Shinhao raised his head and looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Shinhao went straight in.
This is a group, and there are hundreds to nearly 1,000 members in the group. And then, many more groups will be added one after another. Welcome, leader. Is he really the leader?
Since the old leader passed away, there has been no leader selection for a long time.
Alliance leader, everyone is so motivated, please give us some tasks.
Now, everyone else was rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try.
What should Shinhao say about this?
After all, this is the first time that Shinhao serves as the leader of an alliance for others.
What should Shinhao say now?
After thinking carefully for a while, Shinhao said, everyone is free to move around first, and when the time comes, wait for my order at any time. The others nodded, they felt that such a leader was very easygoing. At least there won't be so many task indicators, which is actually pretty good. Afterwards, Shinhao found the person who had contacted him before, and asked for some information about the leader of the Southern Alliance. When Shinhao learned that the market value of this Southern leader was over 15 billion, Shinhao was stunned. After a deeper understanding, Shinhao was suddenly moved. I didn't expect that the earliest leader of the Southern Alliance was actually formed by people working in several cities in the south who wanted to keep each other warm and avoid being bullied. Before we knew it, this team has grown to its current size. It seems the previous leader was very capable.
But Shinhao thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out why he would contact him. But this is not the time to talk about this.
From now on, Shinhao should pack up and go to the company. As a wealthy man, Shinhao still needs to maintain a positive and optimistic attitude.
Well, next, since the Li family wants to attack me, why don't I just have some fun with them?
Shinhao flexed his wrists and spoke subconsciously. No, Shinhao is currently the leader of the Southern Alliance.
If he wants to deal with the two families, isn't that an easy task? You two big families, at least don't cause trouble, otherwise, I will be rude to you.
Shinhao's eyes narrowed, he looked into the distance, and suddenly spoke. In fact, even Shinhao himself didn't know what was going on, and he actually provoked both the Li and Huang families. Shinhao knew about the Li family, and he had also paid attention to the Huang family. However, Shinhao would never have thought that things would turn out like this. After watching for a while, Xinhao suddenly found it a little funny. But if I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. I seem to be too anxious. Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Xinhao couldn't help but sigh. Now, if we continue along this road, we will soon reach the Huang commercial building. However, Xinhao had been driving for a while when he suddenly felt something was not right. Suddenly, a large group of people jumped out in front of me. These people directly blocked Xinhao's way, and there was no way to avoid them, because this road was the only way for Xinhao to get to the Huang commercial building. Hey, get out of the way. Xinhao looked at the people in front of him and suddenly said. As Xinhao was speaking, he noticed that not far away, a burly man was walking towards him. The big man stood directly in front of Xinhao's car, looking down at Xinhao. His meaning was self-evident. Are you Xinhao? The burly man in front of him asked Xinhao directly. The big man is called Big Head, and he is very famous in this circle. Originally, the Li family asked Datu to come and carry out the mission this time, and on the other side, someone from the Huang family also came to find him. It turns out that the missions of both families are the same, which is to deal with this man named Xinhao. So Data came over without saying anything. As Big Head looked at Xinhao, he looked very angry. Very good, if you are Xinhao, then come down and let's have a good talk. When Big Head finished speaking, Xinhao looked at Big Head in front of him and seemed very calm. What is there to talk about? Xinhao didn't think there was anything to talk about with him. A wealthy man like Xinhao and a street thug like this simply can't have anything to talk about. Big Head brother, I want you to hurry up over there. Today, the new leader will take office. At this time, one of Data's subordinates was speaking to him. Big Head hummed, raised his fist, and prepared to hit Xinhao hard. Anyway, they have already said that Xinhao should be beaten up, regardless of his life or death. As for Big Head, he hadn't done anything for a long time, so of course he was very excited. However, Xinhao heard something unusual. Leader, take office? Isn't this talking about myself? After all this fuss, the big man in front of him turned out to be his own man? Do you know who I am? Xinhao looked at the big head in front of him and said directly. Chapter 56. You are the leader, what a misunderstanding. At this time, Data looked sideways slightly. What do you mean? Of course Big Head didn't understand. What was going on? I'm telling you, don't fool me. Although I haven't read much, I'm not someone who can be fooled. When Big Head spoke to Xinhao, Xinhao smiled faintly. Of course I know that, but have you ever thought about the possibility that I am actually the leader of the alliance? Xinhao's words made Data suddenly stunned. What on earth is going on? It's totally incomprehensible what's going on. You are the leader, are you kidding me? Big Head didn't care and was ready to take action. If you don't believe me, just give me a call and ask, and you'll know. Xinhao would never ask the person who contacted him about such a small matter. As for the people around Datu, seeing Xinhao's attitude, they couldn't help but believe it a little. Could it be that everything he said is true? At this time, someone said. Data didn't believe it, but he just called and asked. He has a big head, so there is no need to be afraid. Thinking of this, Data took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was made to Datu's direct superior. After the call was made, the call was connected quickly. Hey, Big Head, what happened again? On the other end of the phone, he was having a headache about Datu, his troublesome subordinate. Datu was also embarrassed. His boss was talking nonsense. Boss, it's like this. I met a kid here. He said he is the new leader of our Southern Alliance. What, a new leader? Then you have to treat him well. What's the point of asking him about these little things? At this time, the person on the other end of the phone sounded a little unhappy. What's that man's name? Datu was stunned for a moment, then answered. He said his name is Xinhao. What, Xinhao? The person on the other end of the phone was suddenly stunned. Isn't this the new leader of the South? He is the leader of the Alliance, Big Head. You must treat him well and never make him angry, okay? I, your boss, will retire after I finish my work today. If you cause any serious trouble, I will not forgive you, understand? After hearing the roar on the other end of the phone, Data finally understood one thing. That is, the person he was about to attack was actually the new leader of the South. This is simply too exaggerated. At this moment, Data took a deep breath, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. After all, right now, such things, to some extent, seem to be very tricky to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Data looked at Xinhao, and his expression changed drastically. Big head brother, what do you think? Is he the leader? At this time, there were some ignorant little brothers around Big Head, asking questions. At this time, Data really wanted to give those around him a helping hand. But after hearing what the people around me said, pretending to be dead became impossible. You are the leader. What a misunderstanding. Big Head looked at Xinhao and said with a smile. However, given his strong build, it was somewhat inconsistent for him to say this suddenly. Xinhao nodded, well, it's okay. No fight, no acquaintance. Who asked you to deal with me? Xinhao was not clear and looked at the big head in front of him. Datu explained the matter honestly, and sure enough, it was almost the same as Xinhao had expected. It was done by the Huang family and the Li family working together. Their purpose was to suppress Xinhao, just as Xinhao had guessed before. It seems that my sign-in system has accidentally offended them, and I don't even know it. Xinhao thought about it and estimated that it should have been before. The 10 school district houses that Xinhao got when he signed in before should be the ones that the Li family is interested in. But later, perhaps because of some things, he offended the Huang family. However, for Xinhao, the most urgent and important thing to do now is to think of a way to solve this problem. Alliance leader, what are you going to do? The people around him didn't understand, looked at Xinhao, and suddenly asked. They had heard that their leader was a practical person who took drastic measures. So in fact, they were more or less looking forward to all of this in their hearts. After watching for a while, Xinhao said, it's okay. Next, wait for my news. After saying that, Xinhao got the phone number of Li Hai, the head of the Li family. Xinhao called directly and the call was quickly connected. Hey, how is the matter going? Xinhao found it funny when he heard what was said on the other end of the phone. I'm afraid the other party never thought that their mission would fail. And Xinhao is now safe and sound and is talking to the other party on the phone here. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Xinhao's words made Li Hai feel strange. What's going on? Li Hai frowned slightly and asked the person in front of him. Just as Li Hai was speaking, Xinhao smiled faintly. Because this person is on the phone with you right now. Xinhao seemed very calm as he spoke into the phone. Hearing what Xinhao said, the person on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Obviously, this incident really caught people off guard. Xinhao, you bastard, you ruined our Li family's plan, I want you to pay for it. What is going on? Is Xinhao going to be in trouble? Very good, very good. Xinhao didn't have a deep impression of Li Hai before, but now, Xinhao feels that he can record this person's name in his little notebook. You've already hired someone to deal with me, so I can't just not do something. After Xinhao finished speaking, Li Hai was stunned, not knowing what was going on. But Xinhao turned around and said to the people around him, okay, send a message right away, saying that all future projects related to the Li family will be cancelled. Let everyone go to work in my company. Xinhao's words made the big head beside him nod repeatedly. Okay, leader. Leader, what leader? Li Hai found it ridiculous. What year is it now? Did he still think this was a world of martial arts? The leader of the martial arts world? These days, everything is based on strength, and personal bravery means nothing at all. But at this moment, a burly man came to Li Hai and said to him, Master, I think I may not be able to work for the Li family in the future. This is my resignation letter. What's going on? The man in front of Li Hai is one of the most powerful bodyguards of the Li family. How could he just say he wouldn't do it? What's wrong with you? Is there any reason? Li Hai looked at the man in front of him and suddenly asked. At this time, the man said very seriously, because the leader has spoken, we as the leader should listen to him. Sorry. Chapter 57. Who was the leader and what did he do? That's right, Patriarch, I have made up my mind. In front of him, the man looked at Li Hai with a determined look. Seeing this, at this moment, Li Hai in front of him waved his hand. Okay, in that case, you can go now. Although the bodyguard in front of him is considered powerful among Li Hai's bodyguards, Li Hai doesn't care. It's just a bodyguard who left, no big deal. At this time, a few more people came. These people had been working in the Li family for many years. What are you doing? Li Hai subconsciously looked at the people in front of him. As he looked, Li Hai frowned slightly and subconsciously spoke to the people in front of him. Just after Li Hai finished speaking, the people in front of him looked at each other.
At this time, a man stood up and said something to Li. Master, we are here to resign.
As he said this, Li looked at the scene in front of him, very puzzled.
What on earth happened?
You have been working here for a few years.
Why are you leaving just like that? When Li looked at the front in confusion, these people in front of him started talking. Master, we have to leave.
The leader of the alliance has sent a message.
If we don't leave, the consequences will be serious. That's right.
When we decided to pledge our loyalty to the leader, we already agreed that as long as the leader needs us, we will definitely do our best to help. So, Master, we no longer have the heart to work here. Please let us leave. At this moment, when these people looked at Li, the seriousness on their faces was self-evident. Seeing this, Li actually felt a little overwhelmed deep down in his heart.
If these people have only been doing this for a year or two, then maybe it would be okay. But he had been working for many years and then just left, all because of that, leader? How could he not feel angry?
Okay, let's go, everyone. If anyone doesn't want to, you can go with them. Li originally just said this, but then, all the people around him ran away. When Li saw this, he was a little confused.
Who is the leader and what does he do? Why did his words make all the people on Li's side leave in unison? Li saw this and couldn't help but admire it.
And this time, a member of the Li family came here.
Looking at the empty gate, the man saw Li and said, Master, what happened? Why is there no one left in the Li family now?
If they didn't know what kind of person Li was, they would have thought that all these people had been killed by Li. But when I thought about it again, I felt that it seemed unlikely.
What exactly is going on here is totally incomprehensible. Go and investigate for me right now. I want to know who the leader is.
When Li finished speaking, the person in front of him felt something was strange.
What is going on here? We need to investigate who the leader is, right?
In this case, this person will naturally call someone. But just after the call was made, I heard the other end say, Boss, I'm sorry, we have resigned. If you need our help, please find someone else.
Oh my God, what is going on?
In front of me, this person started swearing.
The more I think about this matter, the more headache I feel. Li said, it's useless.
Call all the elite members of our Li family in immediately.
I want to hold a meeting.
In fact, Li had no idea that it was Xiao who did it. Now, Li just thinks that this incident might be just a coincidence, and everyone in the world wants to investigate who the leader is.
Soon, everyone gathered.
Li looked at the people in front of him and said directly, I have something, I hope you can help me find out who is the leader. When Li finished speaking, the people in front of him looked at Li but did not answer. Instead, all the people in front of him started complaining.
What the hell is going on here?
In our company, 80% of the people are leaving today, and they're leaving even without pay.
That's right. Our welfare benefits are pretty good, but they can't even stay here.
If we ask them to stay, they will call the police.
It's really not an exaggeration.
The construction site here has just started, but several contractors have taken their people away.
Now I can't find anyone to help. What is going on?
Li called these people to discuss solutions to the problem, not to listen to their reports. It's just that these things happened a little too suddenly. At this moment, Li in front of him couldn't help but look forward.
You just said that this matter was all done by the person called the leader?
Li looked at what was in front of him, frowned slightly, and suddenly asked. After Li finished speaking, the people around him nodded. It is true, it happened too suddenly and completely unexpectedly. At this moment, someone outside came running over in a hurry. Master, it's bad, something big has happened.
What's the big deal?
Li now feels that his ability to withstand stress is very strong, but he still feels a little caught off guard by what is happening right now. At this moment, the man in front of him took out his phone and said, Master, please take a quick look.
This is the Southern Alliance Leader app.
There is a post on it saying that the Alliance Leader has ordered that no one should cooperate with the Li family or even work for them.
Everyone can report to the following companies, and their wages will be reimbursed by those people when the time comes.
At this moment, as he said this, Li gritted his teeth.
Damn it, I didn't expect it to be like this.
Although he didn't know why the so-called Southern Alliance leader did this, Li found a key point.
Doesn't this leader want to play with us? Fine, I'll have some fun with him now.
As Li spoke, the people around him looked at each other and then at Li.
These people didn't know why Li would say that out of the blue.
At this moment, Li Hai in front of him thought of a plan, so he said to the side, "Okay, now, immediately arrange some people for me to infiltrate the company of this southern leader. I want to see for myself what's so powerful about this Southern Alliance leader." Li Hai also has some tricks, but he doesn't want to use them this way. But now, the leader of the Southern Alliance has forced Li Hai to do so. In that case, let us have some fun now and see who is afraid of whom. Thinking of this, Li Hai's face was filled with excitement. Chapter 58 Arrange the most difficult tasks and treat them well. Xin Hao, everything has been arranged according to what you said. Jing came to Xin Hao and handed him a document. In fact, Jing didn't know how Xin Hao did it. In such a short period of time, the entire Li family almost collapsed. But now, how to arrange these people in the Li family has become a very tricky issue. Xin Hao looked at it and nodded, "Yes, I understand. For those who do manual labor, we will find a way to allocate a piece of land and let everyone do it. As for the reward, if you complete the task better and faster, I can arrange a house for each of you." What? When Xin Hao finished speaking, Jing beside him was completely stunned. You know, there are quite a lot of these people. What would happen if all of this were arranged? Xin Hao looked at Jing and found it interesting. After all, they are all my Southern Alliance leaders people, so I can't treat them unfairly. Xin Hao thought secretly in his heart, of course, this matter must not be told to Jing. After a careful study just now, Xin Hao discovered that the Southern Alliance leader actually covers all aspects. In the early years, all industries were actually in their infancy, so there were some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, or people who wanted to get involved in and control other industries by relying on their strong fists. Those who were bullied spontaneously formed an organization, which was the predecessor of the Southern Alliance. The first leader of the Southern Alliance was only an 18-year-old high school student. Later, this high school student graduated and went abroad, and it was said that he became a special forces soldier and returned from the army. Then they brought in a lot of special forces who had also returned from abroad, and like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, they cleaned out all those who had bullied them before. The process is unknown, but the Southern Alliance is an unprecedentedly united organization. Generally, the leader of the alliance will not release news casually, and some major Chamber of Commerce leaders are all under the command of the Southern leader. Oh, Xin Hao, I forgot to tell you that these people are not the same as the ones whose information was provided before. Take a look first. When Jing gave the information to Xin Hao took it and looked at it carefully. Now, Xin Hao finally understood. These people are not from the Southern Alliance leader. When Xin Hao saw this, he found it even more ridiculous. It seems that this person was sent by the Li family, who intended to sneak in and fish in troubled waters, or even intended to disrupt the situation here. Fortunately, we discovered it in advance, otherwise, it would have been really terrible. When Xin Hao saw this, he felt more and more that this was a good thing. After watching for a while, Xin Hao waved his hand and said, "Let all these people go to the construction site. Their benefits will be halved, and there will be no housing subsidies." As Xin Hao spoke, Jing became curious. What's wrong? Xin Hao was very nice to those people before. But now, why is the attitude towards these people like this? Jing didn't quite understand it before, but now, she seems to understand a little. Are they from the Li family? After Jing finished speaking, Xin Hao nodded. Yes, that's right. In fact, those who had joined the Southern Alliance before, although in other companies, used the same forms as everyone else. But now, they all know that they are working for the leader, so the form is different from before. The Li family was unaware of this and thought that they could just find some people to register and sneak into the Southern Alliance leader app and that would be the end of the matter. But in the end they will find that they have only seen a little bit of the surface, but ignored the deepest things. However, Xin Hao didn't intend to say much to them about these things. Anyway, just let these people do the hardest work. On the other hand, in the place where Xin Hao had people invest, all these people were working here in full swing, but they had no complaints at all. After all, Xin Hao said that the houses they were building now would be for them to live in. In this case, let alone paying them, they would be willing to do it even if they were not paid. House prices are so expensive now, especially in Jiangzhou, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. How long does it take to buy a house? How long does it take to build a house? However, at this time, a large group of people had already been arranged to come in. These people are Li Deji and others. Li Deji is the nephew of Li Hai, the head of the Li family. He is quite capable and smart. If someone like this comes over, this problem can naturally be solved better.
Next to Li Deji, his subordinates asked him, "Master, what should we do now?"
Li Deji was also very distressed.
Why was he sent to the construction site for no reason?
Li Deji felt helpless as he had never done any heavy physical work.
But not far away, a foreman wearing a red safety helmet pointed at Li Deji and his men and said, "Hey, what are you guys doing standing there?
Why don't you get to work?" Anyway, they are not the Southern Alliance's men, so these people certainly don't mind letting them do the hardest work.
"Oh, okay, big brother, I'll be right there."
Li Deji said this and came directly with a large group of people to work. Li Deji didn't know why these people would come here without asking for anything, and ended up here to work on the construction site.
What has changed? Is it that the Li family's welfare benefits are very poor? I believe we will know this soon.
Li Deji and his men kept working, while the man wearing a red safety helmet looked at the people around him.
These people are all from the Li family. We will treat them well later.
The foreman finished speaking and the people around him nodded.
Don't worry, foreman.
We have an increased workload here.
We will make sure they get what they deserve.
When the people around him finished speaking, the foreman felt relieved. In this way, we will not disappoint the leader's expectations.
Moreover, the new leader was so nice to them that he even gave each of them a house.
Although the daily wages are not much, only 100 yuan, everyone is motivated to work hard.
I can finally settle down here.
This way, no matter how much I do, it will all be worth it. But they actually didn't know that after Xinhao did this, he didn't suffer any loss, because when the Li family fell into Xinhao's hands, it would be equivalent to the Li family paying to build a house for them.
Of course, we won't talk about this now.
What we see right now is a process where everyone is working very hard with their faces to the earth and their backs to the sky.
This process lasted until the evening and finally ended. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The Li family is going crazy. What is this operation? What, $80?
Li Deji's pupils contracted as he looked at the foreman in front of him, confusion written all over his face. Although wages are paid daily, at the end of the day, you only get less than 100 yuan.
What can you do with it?
They stay in hotels every day and live a carefree life, earning several thousand yuan a day, but when they come here, they get less than 100 yuan to spend? Yes, you are just laborers, 80 yuan is already a lot, we skilled workers only get 100 yuan. In front of him, the foreman was talking to Li Deji. The people around were all very excited.
Ha, we got our salary. The leader is so nice to us.
That's right. If you keep doing this, you'll have a house in less than half a year.
Don't talk so much, let's drink together tonight. It's rare for everyone to be so happy today. These people were talking one after another.
Li Deji is going crazy.
What kind of magical operation is this? It is totally incomprehensible.
Li Deji knew very well that 100 yuan a day was not much. When the Li family construction site first started working, the salary was generally 200 or 300. Even though skilled workers can earn 400 or 500 yuan a day. But now, these people only make 100 yuan a day, but they are still very happy.
Some even say that they can buy a house in half a year?
If you go to Tawa, it's 100 yuan, which is only 3,000 yuan a month, and more than 30,000 yuan a year. Who can tell Li Deji where a house can be bought for 30,000 yuan?
No, that's not right. 18,000 for half a year. Where can you buy a house for 18,000?
I'm afraid that in many coastal cities, more than 10,000 yuan is just the price of 1 square meter. But there was no choice, Li Deji still reported the matter to Li Hai. After Li Hai learned about it, his pupils suddenly dilated.
What did you say? Are you sure the news is correct?
Li Hai subconsciously looked at the situation in front of him.
For some reason, this matter made Li Hai feel that it seemed a bit tricky.
It can't be said to be tricky, it's simply so difficult that it makes people almost collapse.
These people are crazy.
They don't want to do jobs that pay 300 or 400 yuan a day, but instead go and do jobs that pay 100 yuan a day.
And they are so happy. Are all the people of the Southern Alliance leader crazy and foolish?
Li Hai thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. Therefore, Li Hai thought that he should not think about these things for the time being. Anyway, after thinking about it for a long time, I still can't figure it out.
Since I can't figure it out for the time being, then don't think about it. I'll talk about this later. At this time, Li Hai's subordinates asked, "Master, what should we do now?"
If I continue to stay there, I believe the result will be the same and I will gain nothing. Li Hai felt a headache, but he still said, "Let Li Deji and the others come back.
There is no point in them staying there any longer."
After he finished speaking, everyone else nodded.
But the problem now was that they couldn't recruit anyone at all. What should they do? "Master, they said that it's $300 per person." 300 per person? Li Hai was a little depressed. Did these agents want to steal his money? If all the bodyguards around Li Hai had not run away now, it would be impossible for Li Hai to rush over and hit others. "Tell them, 300 per person, I agree." Li Hai gritted his teeth and decided to forget about the matter for now. When their side has developed well, they will come back to settle the score with these people. On the other side, in front of Shenhao, a middle-aged man looked at Shenhao respectfully. "Alliance Master, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity."
After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Shenhao waved his hand.
"It's nothing. You deserve it. You should know what to do next, right?"
After Shenhao finished speaking, the middle-aged man nodded heavily.
"I understand.
On the way here, Director Liang explained it to me clearly." The Mr. Liang the middle-aged man was referring to was Liang Jing. Seeing the middle-aged man like this, Shenhao nodded in front of him and couldn't help but smile.
"It's a bit interesting, but now I can't wait to see the miserable state of the Li family. I don't know what else they can do now."
At this moment, Shenhao subconsciously looked at what was in front of him. The more this happened, the more excited Shenhao became. When the people around him heard Shenhao say this, they all looked towards the front. Seeing this, Shenhao said to the people in front of him, "The matter between the Li family and the Huang family must be resolved as soon as possible.
Within a week, I want to see the Li family destroyed. Do you know what to do?"
When Shenhao spoke directly to the people in front of him, after he finished speaking, the people around him all looked at Shenhao. After all, it is impossible that Shenhao only arranged one side to deal with the Li family. Originally everyone could have lived in peace, but the Li family insisted on doing this.
"In that case, there is nothing we can do."
At this moment, Shenhao suddenly thought of what Lin Wanqing had said before.
Is Shenhao too weak now? He is no match for the Lin family at all?
The Lin family can give Shenhao a chance and wait for Shenhao to become stronger. Only when Shenhao becomes stronger, will the two sides start a contest. I just don't know how strong the Lin family is. Shenhao was pondering secretly in his heart, and at this time, Liang Jing came to Shenhao and spoke softly.
"Shenhao."
Shenhao suddenly came to his senses and looked ahead. Seeing this, Shenhao's face was now filled with a faint smile. Just seeing this, Shenhao now spoke to the person in front of him.
"Okay, these are not a problem. Go down and solve them quickly. Remember, you must be quick."
After Shenhao finished speaking, the people around him nodded repeatedly. After all, this matter is not a big deal at all, and it is certainly easy to handle. When others saw this, they felt more and more that they must perform well in front of Shenhao. Otherwise, I would be disappointing Shenhao's expectations. Anyway, these people here feel that from now on, solving this matter is actually no big deal. This time, Shenhao slowly looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shenhao felt more and more funny. It's interesting, but from now on, in my opinion, this matter needs to be properly handled.
I'll leave the Li family to you. I have something else to deal with now. Chapter 60 such a good thing, why not agree? Well, have you thought about it?
At this time, Shenhao looked at Zhang Peng in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. Just after Shenhao finished speaking, Zhang Peng waved his hand.
Think about it, it's such a good thing, why don't you agree?
Zhang Peng said this and started signing directly inside. The signing completion means that Zhang Peng will be the general manager at Shenhao's hotel in the future. Shenhao will make investments, and these hotels will be under Zhang Peng's name. At this moment, Zhang Peng had actually not expected such a thing to happen.
Howzy, I didn't expect that you would be doing so well now.
Zhang Peng looked towards Shenhao, the excitement on his face was self-evident. And beside him, Ring Yu was also speaking.
Yeah, don't mention it's you. I never thought it would be like this before.
This Howzy is really hiding too deeply. The two of them had never expected that the speed of development here would be much faster than they had imagined. At this time, Shenhao waved his hand and said, "It's nothing.
Actually, I haven't done very well. I can only go home and inherit the family property."
As Shenhao spoke, both of them sighed. If what Shenhao said was true, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death.
But from now on, there is actually something that requires urgent attention.
At this time, Shenhao slowly looked towards the front. When he saw what was in front of him, Shenhao shrugged and spoke directly.
Don't say so much. I wish all of us will get better and better.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Ranyu and Zhang Peng in front of him both drank the red wine in their glasses. But at this time, Ranyu turned around and looked at Shenhao. But Haozi, I've also heard about what happened between you and the Li and Huang families during this period. When Renyu looked at Shenhao, a faint smile appeared on Renyu's face.
What are you going to do next?
Renyu's words made Zhang Peng feel a little strange. After all, Zhang Peng didn't know what exactly happened here. As Renyu in front of him explained the matter, Zhang Peng finally knew it. However, after knowing this, when Zhang Peng turned around and looked at Shenhao, the admiration on his face was beyond words.
It's really amazing. And how can it be described with just the word amazing?
He just subconsciously glanced in front of him, and while looking in front of him, Shenhao smiled faintly. Since you all already know this, I can clearly tell you that this is all correct.
But what I control now is much greater than what the outside world imagines.
Shenhao thought that since Zhang Peng had already joined in, he might as well tell him about Lin Wanqing's situation. Lin Wanqing is indeed very powerful, and the agreement she made with Shenhao shocked the two people here again. Although Renyu knew this, he couldn't help but hear Shenhao say it again. Combined with what has happened during this period of time, to a certain extent, some essential changes are actually quite large. After looking at it for a while, it was right in front of him. This time, Shenhao acted very calm.
Actually, you don't have to think like that. You just need to think about your business.
The winery currently covers Jiangzhou, and in the future it will slowly spread to the south, then to the north, and finally to the whole world.
It's the same with your hotel and other businesses. We are all classmates, and we can make money together.
Shenhao waved his hands in front of him and spoke directly. In fact, what Shenhao said made the two people feel that it was a bit exaggerated. But they know Shenhao very well, and they know that since Shenhao has said this, it also means that Shenhao must have the confidence. Otherwise, Shenhao would never have said that. But what made these people feel a little confused was where Shenhao got the confidence from.
From now on, they couldn't understand it at all.
At this time, Renyu in front of him said, well, anyway, I will be in charge of the winery during this period. Zhang Peng, you will be in charge of the hotel, and we don't need to be too polite to a local tyrant like him. Renyu said this and Zhang Peng nodded. Previously, Shenhao asked someone to take Zhang Peng to choose a vehicle, and Zhang Peng has not yet recovered from the shock.
After all, that would be too scary.
This scene was completely unexpected. This time, Shenhao looked into the distance and saw someone coming in from outside. He is the leader of the Southern Alliance, that is, the force controlled by Shenhao. They came, probably to report the latest situation.
Okay, wait a minute, we'll just go back directly.
Renyu knew that Shenhao had something to resolve.
They can't help if they stay here.
Instead of this, it is better to start now and deal with more important things. This is the safest method. At this time, as Shenhao finished speaking, Renyu in front of him slowly raised his head and glanced in front of him. When Renyu saw this time, Renyu spoke directly. Zhang Peng, Haozi may have to fight a tough battle during this period, so we must not let Haozi down. In fact, Zhang Peng already knew about it, and just thinking about it was exciting.
Even the Lin family treated Shenhao like this, so what would happen next? In fact, deep down in Zhang Peng's heart, he was more or less looking forward to it. If this is true, then what should he do next? In fact, Zhang Peng is eager to try.
Well, anyway, there is no chance of me failing to do so.
Actually, I'm looking forward to it, too. How far do you think Haozi can go? Zhang Peng looked at Renyu and couldn't help asking.
We are all classmates, have a good relationship with each other, and know each other very well. But the more this happens, the stronger the expectations deep in my heart become. At this time, in fact, to some extent, this matter is very exciting.
Renyu smiled and said,
anyway, I think Haozi has a lot of energy. Who knows, he might take everyone with him and slowly go to the whole world. When Renyu finished speaking, Zhang Peng looked over here and was stunned.
Obviously, this matter has been laid out in the open.
It is impossible for others not to understand what it represents. In this case, let us all work harder and see how far we can go.
Zhangzhou is their first target.
Chapter 61 latest news, the Li family is almost dying.
How's it going?
Shenhao looked at what was in front of him and asked in confusion. In front of him, Data reported directly to Shenhao. Alliance leader, according to the latest developments we have, the Li family is on the verge of collapse.
Data sounded a little excited. He wished he could bring some people with him and wipe out the Li family right away.
Anyway, the Li family no longer has any power to resist, so keeping them here is not a good idea. At this moment, Shenhao in front of him waved his hand.
No, we still don't need you to do anything about this. How could Shenhao not know that the Li family was in trouble?
But these are not the most important things. To be precise, actually, up to now, the most urgent problem to be dealt with is how to solve these problems starting from now.
That was the Li family's counterattack.
The Li family is now in a precarious situation. If they are not persuaded well, the counterattack from these people will probably cause people to collapse. So now, Shenhao must pay attention to this matter and never let such a thing happen again. Thinking of this, Shenhao looked ahead little by little at this time. The more this happened, the more decisive Shenhao became. Anyway, just keep an eye on them. The Li family may have some extreme behaviors during this period, but don't worry, this is all within my expectations. Shenhao said this, and this time, Datu agreed. Anyway, now that I'm the leader of the Southern Alliance, everyone's life is getting better and better. This made Datu yearn for it more and more. He wondered what the beautiful world that Shenhao talked about was like. Shenhao couldn't talk much because the phone was ringing. The call was from Li Feifei. When Shenhao picked up the phone, he heard Li Feifei's excited voice coming from the other end of the phone.
Shenhao, I'm back. As Li Feifei was talking, Shenhao smiled faintly. Well, where are you?
I'll pick you up.
No, I'll be where you are soon.
Li Feifei knew very well where Shenhao lived.
Moreover, this is also a little secret between the two of them.
Shenhao was very depressed, but the problem was that he was not in that place now.
You go down first. I have something to do. How could Shenhao miss such an opportunity?
So Shenhao drove at lightning speed and came directly to Zhujiang Royal View. Shenhao currently has an apartment here, which is where he lives alone. As for this house, Shenhao plans to temporarily use it as a room for himself and Li Feifei. If there is a suitable one in the future, Shenhao will move there. From a distance, I saw Li Feifei standing there.
Shenhao, I'm back. Li Feifei hugged Shenhao tightly and spoke to him excitedly. I've missed you so much during this time.
When Li Feifei said it directly, at this moment, Shenhao in front of her looked at Li Feifei, and one can imagine how touched he was deep in his heart. Just looking at what was in front of him, at this moment, Shenhao subconsciously looked towards what was in front of him. Seeing this, Shenhao was a little surprised.
Feifei, what are you doing? Li Feifei's current state actually scared Shenhao. It's still broad daylight. Is it really okay to be like this? Doesn't this usually happen at night? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so blunt? If the love between two people lasts for a long time, why does it matter if they are together day and night? Li Feifei doesn't care about all this now. She is determined to take down Shenhao today. So, an hour later, Shenhao lay there with a satisfied look on his face. The same thing happened to Li Feifei beside me. Shenhao just felt a little apologetic. What he didn't expect was that this was the first time for Li Feifei. You should be very satisfied now. Li Feifei looked at Shenhao, with a smile on her face, and spoke to Shenhao. This time, Shenhao nodded, I am indeed very satisfied. After all, it is really nice to have a beauty like you by my side. But, what do you feel? As Shenhao spoke, Li Feifei's cheeks turned red. How could this not feel good? If you don't have any feelings, you'd be a fool. After all, no one expected that Shenhao would be so strong. Li Feifei felt that the girls in her school were all lying. Didn't they say it would be over in a few minutes? Even if it's a little longer, it's only a dozen minutes. Why does it take more than an hour to get here? These people are all liars. Yuck, how do you want me to feel? Li Feifei rolled her eyes and looked at Shenhao. Shenhao smiled slightly, how about feeling it again? Shenhao's eyes narrowed, he looked in front of him, and spoke directly to this side. Just as Shenhao said this, Li Feifei's cheeks turned red in front of Shenhao, but she did not refuse. The Li family is now in a very embarrassing situation. The once glorious Li family has now become deserted. Even the Li family's own people are now trying to find their own way out. At this time, Li Hai sat there and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, one misstep can lead to eternal regret, and looking back will be 100 years later. Li Hai now doesn't care whether these rhyme or not. Anyway, he is in a bad mood now.
It is clear that the Li family is quite powerful in Jiangzhou, but why has it become like this in just a few days? Li Hai asked himself in his heart, and felt more and more that from now on, this matter was still because of Xinhao.
Damn Xinhao, now, we must do something. Li Hai is now almost going crazy. This kind of thing is out in the open. If it is not resolved as soon as possible, doesn't it mean that they are easy to bully? So from now on, in Li Hai's opinion, this matter needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. At this moment, someone suddenly came to Li Hai's side. When this person saw Li Hai like this, he said to Li Hai, "Master, everything is ready. Now, when do we start?"
This matter is actually very important." As Li Deji finished speaking, Li Hai in front of him revealed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes.
"Humph, now, go down and get ready. This time, I want to fight him, Xinhao."
When Li Hai finished speaking, everyone in front of him began to prepare. After all, from now on, regardless of anything else, at least here, this matter needs to be resolved properly.
This time, Li Hai nodded. "Okay, in that case, we need to speed up." Chapter 62 7th day sign-in, Wanlong Building.
He slept so soundly that Xinhao stretched himself and felt an unprecedented comfort.
This feeling can only be understood but not expressed in words.
Xinhao felt that all this was very beautiful. Beside him, Li Feifei was lying there like a lazy kitten. Xinhao looked over and saw that another day had passed. It's time to sign in again, and Xinhao signs in directly.
Sign in for the 7th day and get the Bandung building. Are there any rewards on the 7th day?
This was something Xinhao had never thought of before. But for Xinhao, this is a very good thing. This time, Xinhao slowly looked in front of him.
Wait a minute, Bandung building? Xinhao remembered that there seemed to be a Wanlong building in Jiangzhou. Could it be here?
Xinhao didn't know whether his guess was correct, so he just searched it directly. After searching, Xinhao found it. It seemed to be similar to his guess, almost exactly the same.
Wanlong building, the most expensive building in Jiangzhou, is worth 5.8 billion. And this is the center of the center. Now, it's all mine?
Xinhao looked at what was in front of him, and it took him a long time to recover from what he saw. However, these are just basic operations, and Xinhao should remain calm.
Xinhao, are you awake?
When Li Feifei looked at Xinhao, she was a little confused. After watching for a while, right in front of him, Xinhao said to Li Feifei, "Yes, I was just discussing a deal, and it was just concluded."
"Business? What business?" Li Feifei was a little confused about Xinhao.
She didn't know where the business that Xinhao was talking about started from. But here, Li Feifei still spoke to Xinhao. "You have to be careful. Every step of your investment is critical now. So if there is anything, we must discuss it." After Li Feifei finished speaking, Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but feel that this scene was very funny. What a joke! In Xinhao's opinion, there is actually nothing to discuss about this matter. After all, Xinhao only needs to sign in every day. Could it be that this sign-in system will deceive Xinhao? By the way, what business are you discussing? Now, perhaps it is because of the previous relationship with Xinhao. At this moment, Li Feifei was very curious. As for Xinhao, he did not hide anything at all. He looked at Li Feifei and spoke directly. "It's nothing, it's just about the acquisition of Wanlong building." When Xinhao smiled faintly at the person in front of him, he spoke directly. Just as Xinhao said this, at this moment, Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. Li Feifei in front of him felt a jolt in her heart. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this matter is a bit exaggerated. As for this, it turned out to be the acquisition of Wanlong building, which is a building worth 5.8 billion yuan and the most expensive place in the whole Jiangzhou. Are you really not kidding? Li Feifei looked at Xinhao, took a deep breath, and after a long time, she couldn't help but speak to Xinhao. But after Li Feifei finished speaking, Xinhao shook his head. "No, I'm definitely not kidding. Besides, I plan to let you manage the Bandung building." The previous news were not the most shocking. But now, the news that Xinhao told made Li Feifei unable to recover for a long time. "Do you really want to leave this to me?" Li Feifei felt that if Xinhao handled the matter himself, he could solve it very well. So this time, Li Feifei was a little confused. At this moment, Xinhao in front of him looked over here. Seeing this, Xinhao suddenly smiled. "Of course, you are my woman. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?" In fact, Xinhao still felt somewhat guilty towards Li Feifei. After all, before Li Feifei, actually,
Well, I won't say any more about these. Anyway, you will understand them slowly in the future. Li Feifei didn't think of this, but she was very happy when she looked at Xinhao. Okay, thank you Xinhao, I will definitely handle it well. It's just that it seems that many people are leaving the Bandung building. We are short-staffed and can't recruit so many people in such a short time. Li Feifei was a little worried about this. After all, this was the hottest topic in Jiangzhou during this period. The direction of the Bandung building is related to the direction of many families. In fact, before this, many people thought that it must be the Lin family. The Lin family is the strongest family in Jiangzhou, so it is understandable that the city fell into their hands. But now, this turning point still comes quite unexpectedly. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, just go over there. If someone gives you a hard time, I'll help you solve it. Xinhao said this and made a direct phone call to the Wanlong building. Previously, the Bandung building was completely empty. But now it's different, the problem has been completely solved here. So you don't have to worry so much about other things. Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and felt more and more good. Lin Wanqing had said before that Xinhao was no match for her. But now, Xinhao hopes that Lin Wanqing will take a good look. Now, Lin Wanqing shouldn't say that, right? Xinhao's current strength is actually somewhat inferior to that of the Lin family. But now, this gap is actually being narrowed. This is a pretty good start, actually. At this moment, Xinhao felt more and more in his heart that he could take advantage of the victory and do so. We must think of a way to take this place directly. Thinking of this, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Li Feifei in front of him. What's wrong? Why do you say that? Li Feifei looked at Xinhao and couldn't help feeling curious. This time, Xinhao shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but feel that this matter was very interesting. It's okay, I'll handle it when the time comes, you just go over there, and I'll find you some bodyguards after a while. Xinhao looked at Li Feifei and spoke directly. Li Feifei thought Xinhao was quite interesting, but she still touched Xinhao's cheek lightly. Okay, don't worry, I will handle this matter well and won't let you down. Having said that, Li Feifei left. As for Xinhao, he called Data directly. Hey, big head, I'm the leader. Now the Wanlong building is mine. You must immediately arrange for all kinds of talents to go find a woman named Li Feifei. Yes, you must make arrangements. Chapter 63 Li Feifei takes action and takes over Wanlong building. Wanlong building, the most expensive place in the entire Jiangzhou. This place has become a place that many people dream of, and all the major families are trying their best to occupy this place. It's actually hard to say who will win in the end. At this time, Li Feifei got out of the car and headed straight towards the Bandung building. Many families gathered at the Wanlong building. After seeing Li Feifei, the first impression was that she was beautiful. My second feeling was, what is such a beautiful woman doing here? Beauty, do you know that this is a place that our Wang family has taken a fancy to? If you have nothing else to do, please leave. At this time, a young man stood in front of Li Feifei and spoke to her. At this moment, Li Feifei slowly raised her head and glanced at the young man in front of her. Li Feifei suddenly laughed. Of course I know, but where you are from has nothing to do with me. I am here to take over this place. Li Feifei raised her head and looked into the distance, not forgetting to speak directly to this side. But as soon as Li Feifei said this, the people around her looked at her in surprise. However, when Li Feifei took out the property certificate and other documents, these people all had other ideas. What's the point of a property certificate? Just grab it and talk about it first. That's right. This is the most expensive place in Jiangzhou. We'll fight for it even if it means death. That's right, go ahead. Now, these people can't care so much, just come over. Li Feifei didn't think so much about it. Who could have thought it would be so complicated? Now, Li Feifei feels a little regretful. It's over. So many people came to rob me. What should I do now? Li Feifei even felt a little worried. However, just when Li Feifei was still worried, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from not far away. When these people came here, they were very excited. If anyone dares to attack Miss Li, don't blame me for being rude. Big Head smiled proudly and spoke coldly to the person in front of him. Sure enough, when Big Head said this, the people around him all stopped and turned their eyes to Big Head. After all, Big Head's appearance gives people a very tough feeling no matter how you look at him. Although it is true that these people all come from major families, when they stand in front of the big boss, they always feel like chicks standing in front of an eagle.
It would seem that as long as Big Head exerts a little force, he would be able to crush these people to death. But fortunately, none of these people are willing to come here to die. Misley, it was Mr. Shin who asked us to protect you. In front of outsiders, Datu would naturally not reveal Shin Hao's true identity. Now, it gives these people a feeling that the attempt to cover up something is only making it more obvious.
Who is the new owner of the Bandung building?
And this is not the most important thing. The most important point now is that the Lin family did not take control of this place.
This is even more terrifying when you think about it carefully. Could it be that this person's strength is stronger than that of the Lin family?
At this moment, the people in front of them looked at each other and pondered secretly. After all, from now on, such things are laid out in the open, and in fact, what is coming is much more important.
After watching for a while, Li Feifei finally came to her senses. This Bandung building is really huge.
Since Shin Hao trusts me so much, I will definitely work harder to manage this place well.
In fact, Li Feifei is still very confident about this.
Now that I'm here, I'll learn about the situation first and then take over this place. On the other side, Shin Hao had also received the news from Dafa.
Okay, got it.
Shin Hao was in a good mood. After all, the location of the Bandung building was very important.
Shin Hao knew it very well.
Now that it has been confirmed, Shin Hao can start the next action. So from now on, Shin Hao looked at what was in front of him, and after a while Shin Hao asked directly.
Currently, how is the Li family doing?
After Shin Hao finished speaking, the man in front of him spoke to Shin Hao.
Right now, the Li family is almost unable to hold on. Alliance leader, do you think we should?
The people around him spoke to Shin Hao, looking like they were ready to take action at any time and eager to try. Just as he said this, Shin Hao looked ahead. He knew that he had to make a choice now.
Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? Just make up your mind and start taking action.
Shin Hao looked at what was in front of him and said directly, I will go there in person for this matter.
Nothing could be more interesting than this. Let me ask you, how could Shin Hao not be looking forward to it? The people around him nodded heavily. After all, Shin Hao was doing better and better, which was actually a good thing for them.
They all nodded in agreement. After all, this incident actually made Shin Hao feel that this matter should be resolved quickly. On the other side, Li Hai of the Li family was very anxious.
What do you think we should do about this?
After Li Hai finished speaking, the others looked at each other and then looked over here.
Master, I think we should all come up with a solution quickly. Either surrender or fight to the end.
After the person next to Li Hai finished speaking, Li Hai nodded and said, yes, it is time to make a choice quickly. Otherwise, if we continue to waste time like this, no one knows what will happen next.
So next, every step is crucial. Master, let's surrender.
We have been targeted by the Southern Alliance leaders' men recently.
We can't escape anymore.
At this time, the people around him saw Li Hai like this and spoke to Li Hai.
Hearing the person in front of him say this, Li Hai sighed. In this case, this is the only thing we can do next. Okay, our Li family surrenders.
After Li Hai finished speaking, it was as if all his strength had been consumed all of a sudden. In front of Li Hai, the people around him nodded one after another. At this point, this was the only way to do it for the time being.
Contact them immediately and tell them that we are ready to surrender.
After Li Hai finished speaking, the people around him nodded repeatedly, saying that this should have been done a long time ago.
As for Li Hai, he was actually very depressed. How could it turn out like this out of the blue?
Until now, Li Hai still hasn't figured it out completely.
Chapter 64 Chapter 60 For the Li family surrenders, who will be the next one? This is the Li family.
Shin Hao raised his head and looked at the Li family villa in front of him, feeling filled with emotion. This matter was much simpler than Shin Hao had imagined. At this time, Shin Hao subconsciously looked in front of him. There were not many people left in the Li family at this time, and most of the remaining ones were actually the Li family's own people.
When seeing these people, Shin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Alas, thinking back to how strong the Li family was, why are they giving in now?
The people from the Li family were standing there, and when they heard Shin Hao say this, they almost felt the same way.
Killing is not a crime, but wasn't what happened just now too cruel? Thinking of this, Shin Hao asked, where is the patriarch of the Li family?
After Shin Hao finished speaking, Li Hai was standing not far away, and he was almost about to vomit blood.
How did it turn out like this out of nowhere? Before, I never thought that something like this would happen. Now, what should Li Hai say? It's been less than 3 days since I declared war on Xinhao.
3 days. Thinking back, I've only been the head of the Li family for 3 days, and our Li family is finished. Li Hai was so angry that he wanted to cry, but what else could he do now?
If you lose, you lose. What's the point of saying more now?
It's of no use at all. At this time, Xinhao looked at Li Hai and nodded slightly.
You are Li Hai, the head of the Li family, right? Not bad, you are in good spirits. Do you exercise regularly? Xinhao looked at Li Hai in front of him and nodded and spoke. At this moment, Li Hai suddenly didn't know what to say. By the way, could he tell Xinhao that he was angry? This was completely caused by Xinhao's anger, otherwise, how could this happen? Mr. Xin is right. I usually pay a lot of attention to exercise. Li Hai forced a smile and spoke to Xinhao.
Seeing Li Hai smile, which was uglier than crying, Xinhao smiled.
Master Li, has anyone told you that you don't look good when you smile?
As Xinhao was speaking, Li Hai started to complain in his heart.
I'm not good looking. Am I not much better looking than you are now? But now, Li Hai couldn't say anything.
The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. When Xinhao saw Li Hai like this, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, nothing much, I just came to take a look."
You go ahead and do your work. I'll look around.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Li Hai was about to vomit blood.
Now, what else can he be busy with?
The Li family has been tossed around like this by Xinhao. Before this, the Li family had dozens of servants alone. But now, if the people of the Li family want to eat, they have to do it themselves.
Anyone who came to apply for the job would be quickly driven away.
Xinhao is so capable of doing this, so the more these people think about it, the more miserable they feel.
Xinhao looked at it and said to the people around him, "What do you think about using this place as your training base?"
As Xinhao spoke, the people around him were very happy. Okay, leader, this place is naturally good as a training base.
But if this happens, the Li family will be unhappy.
When the person next to him finished speaking, Xinhao waved his hand.
That has nothing to do with me.
I don't care whether they are happy or not.
At least, I am happy.
As Xinhao was speaking, the people around him suddenly didn't know what to say. If you think about it carefully, it seems that what Xinhao said is correct. The Li family has surrendered.
Who will be the next one?
As Xinhao spoke, the people around him took a deep breath. They felt that Xinhao's speed of action was a bit too fast. It has only been a short time, but Xinhao has already made up his mind to take action against other families. However, there is no doubt that Xinhao now has this potential.
On the other hand, after Li Hai returned, he was very angry and humiliated. Damn it, who does Xinhao think he is, yelling and shouting here? They actually want to use our Li family as their training base. Do they really think our Li family is a place of this magnitude?
As Li Hai spoke here, the people around him nodded in agreement. Now that Xinhao is here, why don't we work together to capture the thief first and control Xinhao first? These people have now given up completely and don't care so much anymore.
At this time, the people around him asked Li Hai, "Master, shall we give it a try? We are all family here now. If we fight hard, we may win." When the people around Li Hai said this, Li Hai raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Li Hai's face. I think this matter is.
Li Hai was talking here, and someone beside him was talking.
Master, Mr. Xin is back.
As the people around Li Hai finished speaking, they all rushed out.
Mr. Xin, you're back. How's your visit? These people looked at the front and spoke to the side with a flattering look.
Xinhao took a look and found it was indeed good.
Li Hai almost collapsed. These people looked like they were ready to fight Xinhao at any time. But when he turned around and saw Xinhao, he was like seeing his biological father. Not to mention fighting with Xinhao, Li Hai was afraid that as long as he had this idea, he dared to guarantee that he would die a miserable death next. Now, these people are laughing as if they have seen their biological father. Are you happy?
The more Li Hai thought about it, the more unhappy he became. He came to Xinhao with a smile on his face.
Mr. Xin, what do you think?
When Li Hai was talking to the side, Xinhao looked in front of him and nodded slightly when he saw this.
Yeah, it looks good. It just looks good.
Xinhao knew that here, it was almost done.
You have performed very well. This place will still be yours from now on. You must work hard in the future and manage the place I give you well.
Xinhao said this and patted Li Hai on the shoulder. At the moment, Li Hai looked very pleased and said to Shin Hao,
Mr. Shin is right. I will definitely work hard. Li Hai looked very confident.
Seeing Li Hai like this, Shin Hao didn't say much.
Anyway, if you are willing to work hard, then just keep working hard.
In short, Shin Hao doesn't want to work hard, but he has a system. Oh, I really like this feeling of not wanting to work hard.
I suddenly feel that it's great to have a system. Who should I deal with next? Chapter 65 shocked Lin Wanqing. How did he do it?
While Lin Wanqing was still thinking about what to do next, someone told her that she didn't have to worry anymore. Because all this is over. President, the ownership of the building over there has been decided. When the people around her spoke to Lin Wanqing, at this moment, Lin Wanqing's pupils contracted and her gaze focused on what was in front of her.
How is this possible? The more I think about it, the more I feel that it is hard to believe that this happened.
Lin Wanqing looked over here, and after a while, she suddenly felt that this matter was too intense.
However, her Lin family is the strongest family in the entire Jiangzhou. If the ownership does not belong to them, then who gets it?
This was the first time that Lin Wanqing was so serious.
She really wanted to know who that person was.
At this moment, Lin Wanqing looked at the people around her and asked directly, who got the ownership rights? After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, the people around her spoke.
You know this person, it's Shin Hao. Shin Hao. There should be quite a few people named Shin Hao in Jiangzhou.
But in Lin Wanqing's opinion, the only person who has great potential and can do this is probably Shin Hao. Lin Wanqing had never expected that the whole thing would turn out like this. This completely disrupted Lin Wanqing's subsequent plans. Lin Wanqing slowly raised her head and looked into the distance.
Humph, this Shin Hao, it seems I underestimated him before.
As Lin Wanqing was speaking, the people around her asked when they saw Lin Wanqing like this.
President, what should we do next?
While they are still underdeveloped, The person next to me made a gesture of wiping his neck towards this side. But Lin Wanqing shook her head.
This is not a good thing. At least, Lin Wanqing totally disdains this.
Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing sighed.
Don't say we can't do it. Even if we can do it, we absolutely can't do it.
They had already lost the initiative before, and now, no matter how hard they tried to catch up, it would probably be too late. This point, put here, is beyond doubt.
Around them, everyone sighed.
Such a good opportunity was not seized, but it allowed Shin Hao to develop rapidly.
Then, President, what should we do next?
The people around him looked at Lin Wanqing and couldn't help but speak to her. Lin Wanqing slowly raised her hand, as if ready to give orders.
The people around seemed very excited. What happened? Was there a solution so quickly?
He is worthy of being their president, he is really amazing, it is impossible not to admit it. However, Lin Wanqing waved her hand soon and said, forget it, you guys should leave first. The crowd, who were originally excited, were now somewhat frightened.
Ah, what's going on? Wasn't he the one giving the orders?
Why did he ask them to retreat for no reason?
Are you sure you didn't say the wrong thing now? If they said something wrong, then they can be completely forgiven.
But seeing Lin Wanqing like this, they were still disappointed. It was not that they said something wrong, but that this was what Lin Wanqing intended. Watching these people leave, Lin Wanqing thought of the scene when she first met Shin Hao. I didn't expect that you have grown to this point without realizing it.
But I won't give up.
Lin Wanqing felt that this was actually quite interesting.
This was right. This was what life was all about.
Otherwise, always being beaten passively is not the Shin Hao that Lin Wanqing wants to see.
But now, I think I should meet you first.
Lin Wanqing was secretly pondering here, and now she felt that what was going to happen next would be very interesting. On the other hand, Shin Hao was very calm.
All of a sudden, after conquering the Li family, life suddenly became boring. Look at you guys.
You all usually brag about how powerful you are, but when it comes to the crucial moment, not a single one of you can fight?
You said that I am very disappointed with you guys. Shin Hao couldn't help but sigh.
This kind of thing, if you really think about it, is very embarrassing.
Besides Shin Hao, Ran Yu was very happy to see Shin Hao like this. Ha, Haozi, this is embarrassing, isn't it good to have no opponent? Ran Yu persuaded Shin Hao and he nodded.
Although he said that, he still felt like something was missing.
But what is lacking?
In fact, Shin Hao feels that it is the lack of an opponent like Lin Wanqing. Oh, Howsy, I forgot to tell you that when Jiang Peng and I were delivering goods recently, we suddenly discovered that someone from the Huang family was active there. I think the Huang family might attack you, so you have to be careful. When Rinyu spoke to Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and nodded slightly.
Yeah, I understand. There is nothing wrong with this matter.
After seeing this, Xinhao was thinking about other things.
In fact, these may seem very tricky on the surface.
But if you think about it carefully, you feel that it is not good enough at all.
The Huang family?
Well, if I come back, I will take down the Huang family as well.
If someone else said this, Renyu would not believe it at all.
But now that Xinhao had said it, Renyu felt that this matter was actually very likely to be true. In short, no matter what, the most urgent task now is to do your job well first, and then you can cooperate with Xinhao to take action. So this time, Xinhao thought that since this was the case, he should get rid of the Huang family first. Just at this moment, Xinhao's cell phone rang.
Looking at the caller ID, Xinhao didn't know whether he should answer it.
Because this call was from Lin Wanqing. Xinhao hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone.
After answering the phone, Xinhao spoke into the phone. Hey, President Lin, what a coincidence. I was just talking about you and you called me.
As Xinhao spoke, Lin Wanqing smiled.
It's just a business courtesy, don't take it seriously.
Lin Wanqing thought about this and suddenly found it very interesting.
Okay, since you said that, then I'd like to trouble Boss Shin to come out for dinner. Do you have time?
Lin Wanqing's words made Xinhao's heart skip a beat.
Sure enough, I couldn't escape in the end.
The more Xinhao thought about this, the more depressed he felt.
Since we can't escape, we might as well just face it directly.
Chapter 66. This is very important and must be distinguished. Xinhao saw Lin Wanqing, she was still as beautiful as ever. The moment he saw Lin Wanqing, Xinhao's heart was slightly touched.
This woman, why did she ask me to come here for no reason?
At this moment, even Xinhao felt a little curious. Just as Xinhao was looking in front of him, Lin Wanqing smiled faintly in front of him.
Sit down, what's wrong, don't you recognize me?
In fact, all of this, just as Lin Wanqing said, is nothing to be afraid of, so there is no need to worry about it. Xinhao sat down and Lin Wanqing spoke to him.
Their coffee and bread are delicious. Would you like one?
After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him.
Okay.
Having said that, Xinhao ordered one as did Lin Wanqing.
It was very fast and was served soon. Fortunately, there weren't many people here at this time, otherwise the speed wouldn't be so fast.
At this time, Xinhao looked at Lin Wanqing in front of him with a hint of doubt on his face. He asked me to come here for no reason, but he didn't say a word. This time, even Xinhao suddenly felt something strange.
I won't move unless the enemy does.
Now Xinhao wants to see how long Lin Wanqing can wait.
Sure enough, Lin Wanqing couldn't suppress her curiosity and looked towards Xinhao. Actually, I'm a little curious. I wonder how you did it.
As Lin Wanqing spoke, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Xinhao asked in confusion.
What and how?
Xinhao actually knew what Lin Wanqing was going to say, but if Xinhao said it in a very proud manner, Lin Wanqing would definitely not let it go. But in this situation, Lin Wanqing is actually very unhappy.
It's about the Wanlong building. How did you get it?
If Lin Wanqing doesn't explain this doubt clearly, something bad will definitely happen.
Xinhao smiled, is this important?
Yes, this is very important and must be distinguished. When Lin Wanqing looked at Xinhao, there was a hint of seriousness on her face. When Xinhao saw Lin Wanqing like this, he smiled faintly.
How should Xinhao explain this matter? Could it be that Xinhao should tell Lin Wanqing that this was obtained by signing in? Xinhao sighed, alas, this is actually just a misunderstanding. I can't explain it to you in a few words.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Wanqing nodded. If she was a competitor of Xinhao, she wouldn't know how to explain this matter at this moment. But here, at this time, Lin Wanqing was still speaking. Join the Lin group and I'll give you 30% of the shares. Lin Wanqing said these words after careful consideration. Although the current Xinhao may not be able to reach this level yet. But Lin Wanqing believes that Xinhao has such potential. She would never let go of such a promising person, so from now on, with such a good opportunity in front of her, Lin Wanqing had to fight for it. At this time, Lin Wanqing still felt that if Xinhao joined in, the Lin group would be even more powerful.
However, Xinhao didn't actually think so. I have a sign-in system now, and you want me to work for you for no reason? What if one day I accidentally get shares of Penguin? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage then?
Shinhao thought secretly in his heart that this possibility was not impossible.
Where there is a will, there is a way. In Shinhao's opinion, these things still have great possibilities.
However, there was one thing that Shinhao felt more and more the more he thought about it, and it was actually a bit strange. After looking for a while, Shinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. "I'm sorry, I may not be able to agree to your request." Shinhao spoke to Lin Wanqing, and Lin Wanqing nodded.
"Yeah, I see. Actually, I guessed it a long time ago."
Seeing Lin Wanqing like this, Shinhao was actually a little curious deep down in his heart.
What is going on?
Looking at Lin Wanqing, it seems like she is forcing herself to use a big move.
Shinhao thought that if he didn't agree, would Lin Wanqing try to silence him?
If you think about it carefully, this possibility is still very high.
Well, are you going to attack me next? Shinhao was a little curious. He looked at Lin Wanqing and couldn't help but ask.
Just after Shinhao finished speaking, Lin Wanqing in front of him looked at him and spoke directly to him.
"No, you haven't reached the point where we can do something to you yet. I'll let you know when I'm about to take action against you."
Lin Wanqing's words made Shinhao feel more and more strange.
What does this mean? Will you notify Shinhao before taking action against him? In this situation, if Shinhao completed a Jedi counterattack, wouldn't Lin Wanqing cry to death? Aren't you worried that I will turn the tables?
Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. When seeing this, Shinhao spoke directly to the person in front of him. Lin Wanqing sat there, her beautiful eyes moved slightly as she looked at Shinhao.
"Let's talk about it when you have that opportunity. You are getting stronger, and the Lin family is not static."
Lin Wanqing spoke very directly, but Shinhao heard an inexplicable meaning in her words.
Judging from the current situation, the Lin family must have some backup plan. But the question is, what exactly will it be?
If Shinhao asks rashly now, he will never tell Shinhao.
Now we can only take one step at a time. Forget it, never mind that.
When one day I accidentally sign in and get shares in a big company, I'll see how you can compete with me.
Shinhao felt that this possibility was very high. It's not because of anything else, it's only a few days until the 10th day.
According to Shinhao's previous experience in playing games, generally speaking, good things will appear on the 7th or 10th day. After all, Shinhao obtained the Bandung building on the 7th day, so Shinhao was still somewhat looking forward to it.
Forget it, forget about it. What she wants to think is her business. What I will do is entirely my own business.
Shinhao looked in front of him, and when he saw this, he smiled faintly.
As for now, why not just go and deal with the Huang family's affairs?
This matter must be resolved. Chapter 67 The Huang family's desire to survive, make predictions in advance.
The talk between Shinhao and Lin Wanqing did not go well. Lin Wanqing wanted Shinhao to join the Lin group, but Shinhao did not agree. After all, it's not a good idea for Shinhao to join in. If it is done well, everyone will think that it is all thanks to the Lin group. If it is not done well, everyone will think that these things are Shinhao's responsibility. So, unless there is something wrong with Shinhao's brain, would Shinhao choose such a thankless task?
If you think about it carefully, you will know that these are simply impossible. At this time, the Huang family was actually very anxious.
Huang Wenba, the head of the Huang family, looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but sigh.
Alas, this matter seems to be much more difficult than we imagined. When Huang Wenba said this, the people around him raised their heads and looked over here.
In fact, what Huang Wenba said was right.
Shinhao has been too eccentric during this period. And in one go, the Li family was dealt with.
So it has become obvious who the next target will be. Well, I'm very clear about this matter.
When Huang Wenba finished speaking, he looked at the people around him.
By the way, I asked you to contact the Huang family. How is your contact going? As Huang Wenba spoke, the people around him nodded heavily. Don't worry, Patriarch. We have already made contact. They have already said that they want to form an alliance with us.
After the people around him finished speaking, Huang Wenba smiled.
In fact, this is all under Huang Wenba's control. How could Huang Wenba not know?
And now, if they don't join forces, they naturally know very well what will happen next.
Okay, got it. Let's get people ready right away. We need to start early. Huang Wenba knew how powerful Shinhao was. If he was not prepared,
the consequences would be very clear. So here, Huang Wenba actually thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, right now, this incident is still very depressing. After watching for a while, Huang Wenba said, as for how to arrange it specifically, you guys can decide for yourself.
I just want to see one thing, that is our victory. Huang Wenba has hinted so clearly, I believe these people should know what to do next. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will be well prepared and will never give Shinhao any chance. At this time, the people around him felt more and more that this matter was very exciting. After all, the places that Shinhao currently controls are still of great value. If they could drive Shinhao out, then these places worth hundreds of billions would belong to them. However, these people did not expect that there was someone behind them, secretly observing them. At this time, one of them took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, this is number 73. Tell the leader immediately that someone from the Huang family is planning to attack the leader. Tell the leader to pay special attention. As this person spoke, the person on the other end of the phone was very excited. This is indeed very tricky news, so no matter what, this matter must be notified. What did you say? They're going to deal with me. Shinhao frowned slightly and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shinhao found it a little funny. This was the funniest joke Shinhao had ever heard. What he has now, let alone the Huang family. Even the Lin family would not dare to say anything and would directly attack Shinhao. After all, what Shinhao has now is actually a considerable threat to ordinary families. Howsy, what should we do now? At this time, Ranyu looked at Shinhao and asked puzzledly. Shinhao shook his head. He didn't know either now. Shinhao didn't know what method he should use to get rid of the other party. In fact, it seems that no matter where you start, it is essential. But here, Shinhao was secretly thinking in his heart what he should do next. After thinking for a while, Shinhao suddenly found it very funny. It's okay, just do this next time. Shinhao's words made Rinyu curious. He didn't know how Shinhao would arrange this matter. After all, starting from now, whatever you do is fine. But the problem now is that if the Huang family and the Wang family do not attack Shinhao directly, but instead attack the people around Shinhao, then Shinhao will still be hard to defend against. After looking for a while, Shinhao smiled faintly. In fact, you still have to be more careful. Right now, I'm worried that they will attack you. Shinhao looked in front of him and spoke directly to this side. Hearing Shinhao say this, Renyu was deeply moved. Howsy, don't worry. Don't worry about us. Actually, I have made all the arrangements so far. From now on, I won't care about these things. When Rinyu finished speaking, Shinhao planned to make arrangements and let his people go over to cause some trouble first. In this way, at least these problems can be solved temporarily. At this time, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After watching for a while, Shinhao received a call from Zhang Jieja. Hello, Shinhao. Of course Shinhao knew it and smiled faintly at this side. Hello, Zhang Jieja? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jieja spoke to this side. Didn't you say you were going to give me a little surprise? Why is there suddenly nothing now? Sure enough, all men are pigs. As Zhang Jieja spoke, Shinhao suddenly thought of something. In fact, Shinhao thought this plan was very good. Now that Zhang Jieja has called Shinhao, Shinhao can make some good arrangements and start to resolve this matter. Shinhao looked at it for a while and said, I'll be there soon. I have all the surprises you want. After Shinhao finished speaking, he hung up the phone, packed up and prepared to leave. Beside him, Runyu's eyes widened. I say Howsy, it's already this late and you're still trying to pick up girls. Do you have any resources? I'll join you then. Runyu looked toward Shinhao with a hint of excitement on his face, and couldn't help but speak to Shinhao. Hearing Rinyu say this, Shinhao smiled faintly. It's okay, just look for it yourself. Why are you staring at me? I don't have anything here. Just do it on your own ability. Come on, I believe in you. Chapter 68. You have to be careful, some people have been watching you for a long time. After Zhang Jieja hung up the phone, a few girls who were on good terms with her asked. Jia, why have you been so absent-minded recently? Are you in love? Hearing this voice, Zhang Jieja shook her head. Well, it's a secret. Zhang Jieja was talking here and was about to go about her own business. At this time, a person came outside and spoke to this side. Excuse me, who is Zhang Jieja? When hearing this, Zhang Jieja stood up.
I am Zhang Jieji. And when Zhang Jieji finished speaking, the young man in front of him said,
Okay, Miss Zhang Jieji, you have to be careful. Some people have been watching you for a long time. Ah, what is going on?
The young sisters around Zhang Jieji looked at each other, and it was obvious that they didn't understand what was going on. Zhang Jieji looked at what was in front of her and was about to speak, but soon a large group of people rushed in. These people were holding flowers in their hands, standing there and looking over here.
Obviously, such a thing is simply spectacular. Here, there are so many flowers, are they all for Jia Jia? Jia Jia, what kind of top-rich second generation did you meet? You spend so much money, right? But when I think about it, it still feels like a dream.
These girls were talking there, and Zhang Jieji looked at what was in front of her, her heart feeling as sweet as drinking honey. The person standing in the front said, Ms. Zhang Jieji, Mr. Shen is waiting for you outside.
Mr. Shen? The others looked at each other, which Mr. Shen?
With Zhang Jieji's vision, she naturally wouldn't look for someone in his 40s.
And they suddenly remembered who was of similar age and surname Shen. Could it be that Mr. Shen Hao who has just risen to prominence recently?
Yes, I heard that he is very rich. Even Lin Wanqing from the Lin Group invited him to join the Lin Group, but he refused.
Then his assets must be at least over 10 billion, right? Wow, super rich. The girls around here are actually quite good at gossiping.
In just a short while, they had already analyzed all the things thoroughly, even understanding what kind of person Shen Hao was.
Zhang Jieji rolled her eyes. Why did Shen Hao sound like a monster when she heard them say that?
However, when Zhang Jieji thought of Shen Hao, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red.
The more I think about these things, the more interesting they seem.
At this time, Zhang Jieji felt that she should tell Shen Hao the news she knew.
Lead the way.
Zhang Jieji waved her hand and spoke to the people around her.
The people around him were not polite at all and just stood up and walked forward. Outside, the limited edition Silby supercar worth hundreds of millions was parked there. You're here?
Zhang Jieji looked at Shen Hao and her cheeks turned red.
Shen Hao nodded. Yeah, didn't you say that I wanted to give you a different feeling? So, am I not trying to be different in every way?
Zhang Jieji found Shen Hao's words very interesting. But on the surface, Zhang Jieji remained calm.
Your tactics were seen in the idol dramas I watched in elementary school.
Although Zhang Jieji still said this, she was actually very happy in her heart. Shen Hao looked over here, and when he saw this, he smiled faintly.
Where do we go now?
As Shen Hao spoke, Zhang Jieji pointed into the distance.
There's a cafe over there, let's go sit there for a while. Hearing Zhang Jieji say this, Shen Hao nodded.
So we drove at lightning speed and arrived directly at the coffee shop.
We stopped the limited edition Silby supercar and were warmly received by the waiter. Hello, sir. Shen Hao nodded and looked at Zhang Jieji. 2 cups of coffee. The small bread here is very good. Would you like to try some? Small bread again?
Shen Hao took a look and found that this was the same store as the one he had visited before, and this was a branch. However, Shen Hao still sat down and looked directly over here.
Okay, now you can talk.
After Shen Hao finished speaking, Zhang Jieji nodded.
Well, actually I overheard a message before, it seems that someone wants to deal with you.
Zhang Jieji's words made Shen Hao feel a little strange.
Who on earth is planning to deal with Shen Hao at this time? It seems that these people have bad intentions. Who is it?
Shen Hao raised his head and looked over here.
He couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked directly.
Just as Shen Hao said this, Zhang Jieji shook her head.
I don't know about this, I just know that the man is from the Lin family. The Lin family, the family that Lin Wanqing belongs to? Judging from Zhang Jieji's appearance, this should be the case.
For fear that Shen Hao would not believe it, Zhang Jieji took out her mobile phone and showed the footage she had taken earlier to Shen Hao.
After looking for a while, Shen Hao nodded. Well, it looks like he is from the Lin family.
Looking back, Shen Hao tried to find out who did a better job in this matter. It's just placed here.
At this time, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, at this time, Shen Hao still said, why do you tell me this?
In fact, from Shen Hao's point of view, what Zhang Jieji said made Shen Hao a little confused. But here, Zhang Jieji raised her head and looked at Shen Hao with a hint of curiosity on her face.
You really don't remember who I am?
As Zhang Jieji spoke, Shen Hao found it more and more strange.
Who is Zhang Jieji?
If Shen Hao had seen such a beautiful woman before, there was no way he would not remember her. At this moment, Shinhao suddenly froze there.
Wait, something seems to be wrong about this matter. You.
Shinhao pointed at Zhang Jia in front of him, as if he suddenly thought of something.
You are the neighbor next to my previous home. As Shinhao spoke, Zhang Jia nodded heavily. Yes, it is true. Unexpectedly, Shinhao really remembered it. So I said, we are very destined to be together, what do you think?
Zhang Jia looked at Shinhao in front of her and spoke directly. At this time, Shinhao in front of him was a little excited.
I really didn't expect it, and afterwards Zhang Jia actually went to direct traffic.
Zhang Jia said, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you have become so powerful.
Just so.
In fact, you have become more beautiful. The two continued talking, and at this time, Zhang Jia's cell phone rang. Chapter 69. Thank you for giving me such wonderful memories.
I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to be you at all.
Shinhao shook his head and spoke to Zhang Jia. After all, they were childhood neighbors, and so much time has passed.
Who could have thought it would turn out like this?
At this time, Zhang Jia was speaking in front of Shinhao. Yeah, but you're still the same as before, nothing has changed. So I recognized you at first sight. What Zhang Jia said made Shinhao not know what to say.
Is this a compliment to yourself? Nonsense, how could Shinhao not have changed at all?
Shinhao has clearly become more handsome.
Didn't you notice such an obvious change?
And just here, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Zhang Jia in front of him, and Zhang Jia's cheeks couldn't help but turn red.
But you are indeed more handsome than before.
When Zhang Jia finished speaking, Shinhao nodded.
Well, thank you. You have become more beautiful than before. So, Shinhao and Zhang Jia talked a lot.
In fact, there was one thing that Shinhao didn't expect. The reason why Zhang Jia appeared here was actually because she heard that someone was going to do something bad to Shinhao. So she followed him, but she didn't expect that she would save Shinhao by accident. Seeing Zhang Jia like this, Shinhao smiled faintly.
Okay, right now, this is not the time to talk about this. But for now, let's not talk about anything else. In fact, there is something I think you should hurry up with. You need to go back to work.
After Shinhao finished speaking, Zhang Jia nodded. Thank you for giving me such wonderful memories. Zhang Jia looked at Shinhao and suddenly spoke.
Shinhao waved his hand, very calmly.
In fact, such problems are just trivial matters, and Shinhao did not take them seriously. Slowly, when Shinhao raised his head and looked at Zhang Jia, Shinhao had no idea that Zhang Jia's heart was beating fast.
In fact, this happened many years ago.
When Zhang Jia first met Shinhao, she already started to like him a little. After they parted, Zhang Jia cried for a long time because she would never see Shinhao again. Now that we meet again after such a long separation, everything seems so beautiful.
It's just these things, should I tell him?
Zhang Jia thought secretly in her heart, but after thinking about it, she decided to forget it and not say it for the time being. Zhang Jia happened to receive a call asking her to go back quickly.
Oh, really? Why did you let me go back for no reason?
Zhang Jia felt a little disappointed, but since this was a mission, she could only rush back. Shinhao took out his cell phone and made a call.
Hello, it's me.
The person on the other end of the phone was immediately very touched when he heard Shinhao's voice.
Hey, leader, do you have any instructions? Shinhao did have something to assign to them. Investigate immediately to find out who planned the attack on me before.
After Shinhao finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone began to investigate. However, if you investigate this matter carefully, it is not that difficult. So very quickly, all the information that Shinhao wanted to know was sent directly to Shinhao. Looking at the information in front of him, Shinhao frowned slightly at this moment. Although I don't want to say it this way, but from now on, these things have been laid out in the open.
It seems that my guess was correct.
Shinhao's gaze fell on what was in front of him, and he suddenly smiled.
If that is true, it means that this matter has been planned from the beginning to now.
And Shinhao, unfortunately, became the victim of the whole incident. However, when thinking of this, at this moment, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance.
Alliance leader, how about it? Do you need us to take action?
The person on the other end of the phone seemed to know what Shinhao wanted to do, so he spoke directly to Shinhao.
Hearing this on the phone, Shinhao smiled.
In fact, if Shinhao was willing, those people from the Southern Alliance could easily get rid of the other party. However, Shinhao feels that there is no need to do so for the time being. After all, these are the trump cards arranged by Shinhao. Since it is a trump card, it must be used at the critical moment. It would be extremely unwise to use the trump card rashly from now on.
Shinhao was secretly pondering here how to deal with this matter next.
Just looking in front of him, seeing this, Shinhao said, "No, there is no need to do this for now, wait a moment."
Are you kidding? If the opponent was killed in one shot, wouldn't it be very boring for Shinhao? So Shinhao would never do such a stupid thing.
When the time comes, whoever is willing can do it. Shinhao was thinking secretly here, but since there was nothing happening here now, where should Shinhao go next? Just at this moment, Shinhao's cell phone rang.
The call was from Han Rongrong.
"Hey, little brother, where are you?" Hearing this, Shinhao smiled.
"Beauty, what's wrong? Are you racing again?"
When Shinhao finished speaking, Han Rongrong on the other end of the phone found it very funny.
"I'm not racing. I just want to ask where you are and whether you have time. I want to ask you out for dinner. What do you think?"
When Han Rongrong finished speaking, Shinhao smiled faintly at the person in front of him.
This Han Rongrong is quite interesting.
But from now on, there is really nothing to worry about on Shinhao's side.
"Where are you? I'll come find you directly."
Shinhao picked up the phone and spoke directly to the person on the other end.
Han Rongrong was very happy to hear Shinhao say this. "Is that so?
Then you will know once you turn around, little brother." Han Rongrong was talking to this side, and Shinhao slowly turned around at this time. When I turned around, I saw Han Rongrong standing there. Han Rongrong put on a beautiful little suit, and her hot body made people's heart beat faster. However, Shinhao just took a look and then came over here calmly.
"Why are you here? Are you following me secretly?"
As Shinhao spoke, Han Rongrong smiled.
I would like to follow you, little brother, but I don't know if you can give me this opportunity." As Han Rongrong spoke, Shinhao became curious. "What's the matter? Why did you call me here this time? Is there something wrong?"
Shinhao felt that something must have happened to Han Rongrong. Chapter 70 Han Rongrong's thoughts, her background is very mysterious. At this time, Shinhao felt that Han Rongrong's appearance was a little strange.
Is it directed at me?
It doesn't seem like it, but looking at Han Rongrong's attitude, I do feel that way.
Little brother, why are you looking at me like that? I'm embarrassed. Han Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly, she looked at Shinhao and spoke directly.
As for Shinhao, to be honest, he really didn't see the slightest hint of shyness on Han Rongrong's face. But seeing this, Han Rongrong said in front of Shinhao, "Brother, we want to invest in a luxury car exchange center here.
I wonder if you are interested?"
When Han Rongrong finished speaking, Shinhao felt a little confused.
It doesn't look that simple.
Some big cities do have luxury car exchange centers. However, the people who organize these events need to have certain strength and background. At this time, Shinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shinhao felt that her background was very mysterious.
It seems that it's not that simple.
Shinhao felt that this incident was very touching, and he just looked towards the front little by little. As he saw what was happening, Shinhao felt more and more that he should intervene in this matter.
Of course you can, but the problem now is that I only have one car.
Shinhao said this. In fact, Shinhao wanted to use this side to calm the situation.
Han Rongrong opened her mouth wide, somewhat unable to believe it. "Ah, little brother, then buy another one."
Han Rongrong looked at Shinhao and spoke directly to him.
"In fact, you can buy another one." But here, Shinhao pondered for a moment, then said, "Have you chosen the venue?" "I've chosen it, this is the place."
When Han Rongrong was speaking, Shinhao took a look, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this place looked familiar.
Looking more carefully, isn't this place Shinhao's place?
Before, the Li family and Shinhao surrendered, so the Li family's place became Shinhao's. At this time, some places of the Li family became Shinhao's. So when he thought of this, Shinhao smiled faintly.
"Actually, if that's the case now, then just take my car over there."
When Shinhao finished speaking, Han Rongrong's face was filled with gratitude.
"Thank you so much, little brother. When the time comes, we'll split it 40% and 60%. You're 6, we're 4.
After Han Rongrong finished speaking, Shinhao smiled slightly and nodded at the person in front of him.
"Okay, these are just small things. Now take me over there to have a look."
As Shinhao spoke, he and Han Rongrong headed towards the location.
Actually, there are not many people in this place right now. To be precise, it is not fully utilized.
After all, the construction here was originally planned to start, but later, Xinhao used his identity as the leader of the Southern Alliance to suppress this side. Therefore, this place of the Li family will not be used for the time being.
How about it? Do you think this place is okay? Xinhao knew that Han Rongrong had been here before.
But here, at this time, Han Rongrong nodded and said,
"Well, I took a look at this place, it's pretty good.
After all, if we have settled down here, then it would definitely be a good idea to get some luxury cars and come here to exchange some experiences."
Okay, if you've confirmed it, then we can. There's a large underground parking lot right there. I'll take you there to have a look.
When it comes to business, Xinhao is still very serious. And when Xinhao looked over here, at this time, Xinhao's face was filled with a faint smile.
Do you think it's enough? Xinhao didn't know how big a game Han Rongrong was planning to take.
However, Xinhao knew that he would not be able to play in an ordinary parking lot. So now, Xinhao brought it up directly. When Xinhao finished speaking, Han Rongrong in front of him looked at Xinhao and nodded.
That's enough. That's enough.
Before, Han Rongrong just thought that Xinhao seemed to have some potential. But looking at it now, it is obvious that this matter is not that simple. At this moment, Han Rongrong undoubtedly felt deep in her heart that things were going very well here.
Okay, little brother, then I'll need your limited edition supercar. It's just that I have a few luxury cars on hand, but the problem is that compared to your car, they are totally not enough.
When Han Rongrong said this, Xinhao felt the same way. Since we want to build this place up, we definitely need something that can control the place. So, although these cars look good, if you think about it carefully, they are still not good enough.
Alas, what a pity. Just one more day will suffice.
Xinhao looked in front of him and saw this. Xinhao felt that the timing was not right. Otherwise, the usual Porsche 911, Rolls-Royce Phantom and the like would be fine. But to be precise, the gap is still too big. But now, Xinhao feels more and more that such things are actually necessary and he should try every possible means to deal with them as soon as possible. At this time, Xinhao looked in front of him, and when he saw this, Xinhao suddenly felt that this was a very good thing.
Okay, actually, for now, I'll figure out a way to deal with these things when the time comes. Anyway, it can't be done here in a short time. Han Rongrong nodded. Okay, then I'll talk to them.
After Han Rongrong finished speaking, Xinhao looked over here. Those who participated in the racing before should also be involved this time. After all, if this business becomes successful, other stores can also be opened.
By then, there will be more people getting involved.
The only thing Xinhao needs to be on guard against is that these people will suddenly start to interfere in Jiangzhou and kick Xinhao out directly.
But on second thought, it's unlikely.
If they really kick me out, then I will have no choice but to take action in advance. One must always be on guard against others, and Xinhao needs to be mentally prepared for this matter. After all, looking at it now, this matter is obviously not that simple. When Xinhao saw this, he smiled faintly.
That being said, how long will it take you to be ready?
Xinhao looked at Han Rongrong in front of him and asked directly.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Han Rongrong looked at Xinhao, thought for a moment, and then spoke to Xinhao. It will probably take a month.
Chapter 71 The little brother agreed. Let's get ready.
Okay, I understand. Next, you should get ready quickly.
Xinhao looked at Han Rongrong and spoke directly. Han Rongrong nodded heavily. Okay, little brother, I got it. Don't worry, I will definitely be well prepared when the time comes.
I will definitely not let you down.
After Han Rongrong finished speaking, she packed up her things and left. After all, there are still many things on her side that need Han Rongrong to resolve.
This matter doesn't seem to be so easy.
After Han Rongrong left, Xinhao spoke to the man in the distance.
Okay, you can come out now.
After Xinhao finished speaking, the man came directly to Xinhao. Xinhao raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Xinhao said directly, "Go and investigate the identity of this woman for me right now." After Xinhao finished speaking, the man in front of him looked at Xinhao with a strange expression.
Seeing this man like this, Xinhao was a little confused. Strange, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong with what I said?
After Xinhao finished speaking, the man in front of him shook his head. Alliance leader, no, I was just about to send you her information. Hearing people around him say this, Xinhao found it very interesting. But now, Xinhao still took a look. Before Xinhao looked at it, he didn't feel anything. But now it seems that Xinhao understands a little.
I see. No wonder it's like this.
It turns out that she is from the capital.
Shinhao felt that Han Rongrong was efficient and capable.
There is no such thing for ordinary southern girls.
But now, after getting the information, I know it completely.
It's probably because their families don't allow them to do anything wrong, and then they want to do something on their own. After seeing this, Shinhao suddenly understood something.
That's no problem. As long as these people don't act recklessly, then anything will be fine. If these people intend to do something wrong, then don't blame Shinhao for being rude.
Now, what Shinhao needs to do is to build the entire Jiangzhou into an iron barrel. Therefore, in Shinhao's opinion, no accidents are allowed to happen so far. Thinking of this, Shinhao felt more and more in his heart that what he needed to do now was actually wrong. After looking for a while, this time, Shinhao's face was filled with a faint smile. Just looking at the front little by little, when he saw the side, Shinhao felt more and more that there were still many problems that he needed to deal with.
This day after day is really too annoying.
However, now that Shinhao has invited these people together, it has actually increased the bargaining chips for the clash with the Lin group. At least, if the Lin group really wants to take action against Shinhao, they probably need to be more careful. In fact, Shinhao was very clear about this in his mind.
After watching for a while, the people around Shinhao asked, "Alliance leader, do we need to keep watching?"
In fact, there is no need to keep an eye on this matter from now on. Shinhao waved his hands in front of him and said directly, "It's okay, no need, let your people withdraw." After Shinhao finished speaking, the people around him nodded. In fact, he also felt that there was no point in continuing.
Han Rongrong now can't wait to tell this news to her friends.
Soon, Lin Kongtai subconsciously looked at Han Rongrong, somewhat unbelieving.
Rongrong, are you saying that the master agreed?
Lin Kongtai, the one who raced with Han Rongrong before. Zhang Haochen and some of his friends are all here.
However, with the previous lesson in mind, Zhang Haochen no longer dares to race with others casually.
If he loses, the cost will be too high. However, there is no doubt that everyone admires Shinhao's strength.
Han Rongrong nodded and told everyone what had happened before.
After Han Rongrong finished speaking, everyone nodded.
That's great. I didn't expect Mr. Shin to actually agree to it. This is really great news. That's right, but the question is, how did you do that with the car?
It must have cost a lot.
Could it be that between you and Mr. Shin?
We all came from Beijing together and are familiar with each other, so we were naturally relaxed when joking around.
Han Rongrong smiled, I do want to, but the problem is that my brother doesn't have such an idea. If he had even had the slightest thought of doing so, I would have wanted to obey him.
After all, to be fair, Shinhao is indeed very outstanding. It is understandable that Han Rongrong had such thoughts in her mind. Not to mention Han Rongrong, even in their hearts, they were wondering why they were not women.
If they were women, then they would have a chance then.
Okay, these are not a problem, but as for the next part, you guys have to figure out a way to deal with the luxury car.
As Han Rongrong spoke, the people around her nodded repeatedly.
No problem, they are all in this circle and I have quite a few friends.
Moreover, if they park their cars here, they can make money.
These luxury cars certainly don't take these small amounts of money seriously, and they are regularly supported by someone, as these are all things they can afford. By then, it would not be difficult to collect several thousand yuan per car per month.
So from now on, these people look like they are sure to win.
Lin Kongtai nodded even more emphatically, don't worry, I already have a comprehensive plan for this matter. When the time comes, we can start any time. When Lin Kongtai finished speaking, other people around him also began to express their opinions. In short, most of the tasks set before have now been completed.
Next, it depends on what extent we can achieve so far. Han Rongrong was a little curious, but I find it very strange. When the little brother said this, did he think of a solution?
But now, Han Rongrong was also a little curious. But next, it's actually not the time to talk about these things. Han Rongrong is still busy doing some things first.
Necessary publicity is actually very necessary.
So now, Han Rongrong has to start preparing.
Alas, I just don't know when I can come back next time.
Han Rongrong was secretly thinking about the matter at hand, but now she had to leave first.
Chapter 72 Huang family information, Shinhao continues to take action. Haozi, this is the information you needed before, take a look first.
At this time, Renyu had already given Shinhao the information he needed. After taking it and looking at it carefully, Shinhao found that there were generally no major problems. However, after Renyu gave the information to Shinhao, he felt a little surprised.
Howzy, are you planning to attack the Huang family directly?
This incident was a bit too shocking.
Shenhao raised his eyebrows and said to the person in front of him, why not? Now that the decision has been made, if we don't take action to deal with these problems, won't we be at a great disadvantage when the time comes?
So now, deep in Shenhao's heart, he has actually thought about how to solve this matter. And at this moment, in front of Shenhao, Shenhao smiled faintly.
Actually, I've already thought about this matter. There's no need to let the Huang family go.
Now that we have decided to take action, we should naturally speed up the process. Otherwise, if you continue to waste time like this, it may not be a good thing. At this moment, Shenhao slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed, and he subconsciously looked in front of him. After watching for a while, it was happening right in front of him. The more Shenhao thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was a bit exaggerated. Standing there, Shenhao felt better the more he thought about it.
If we don't solve their problems, how can we develop this? After all, we are stuck here now.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Runyu looked excited.
Ha, that's amazing. I knew it was a wise decision to follow you.
What a joke, Runyu has been following Shenhao, and now his assets have increased to a very good level.
If you continue like this, it is possible that you will even become a billionaire, or even more.
After all, there are too many uncertainties on Shenhao's side. At this time, Jing came in front of Shenhao.
Shenhao, this is the information you needed before, take a look first.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Runyu realized something and patted Shenhao on the shoulder.
Hey, Howzy, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Runyu's behavior, combined with his previous expression, immediately made Shenhao think of something. Shenhao seemed somewhat helpless about these things.
Forget it, let us not worry about this matter anymore. Let them think whatever they want.
Anyway, now Shenhao's primary goal is to deal with the Huang family.
As for other things, Shenhao has not considered them yet.
At this moment, Shenhao looked at the document in front of him.
Liang Jing's heart was beating like a deer.
Especially when looking at Shenhao from such a close distance, her heart became even more excited. After watching for a while, Shenhao said to the person in front of him, well, I have seen this, thank you for your hard work. When Liang Jing said this, Liang Jing in front of him kept shaking his head at this side.
It's okay. It's really not hard at all. Of course it's not hard.
It's actually quite nice to watch Shenhao from such a close distance. Moreover, for Liang Jing, in fact, from now on, Liang Jing felt in her heart that the things that Shenhao asked her to deal with next were actually very important. In fact, our primary goal during this period is the Huang family.
I know you are the one who is most worried. Please sit down first.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Liang Jing nodded slightly. At this time, no one knew what Liang Jing was thinking. She suddenly stood up and came to Shenhao.
Shenhao, actually
Liang Jing said to Shenhao subconsciously. Shenhao slowly raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him with a slightly dazed look.
Ah, what's going on?
After Shenhao finished speaking, Liang Jing had already mustered up the courage.
Shenhao, I actually like you.
Liang Jing said, waiting for Shenhao's answer. Shenhao paused there and looked at Liang Jing in front of him. Of course Shenhao knew very well that Liang Jing liked him. But in this kind of situation, saying these words does make people feel a little weird. At this moment, Liang Jing in front of him continued to say, Shenhao, I like you, I want to be your woman. Liang Jing's words made Shenhao feel very interesting.
Oh, become my woman. Do you know how many women I have?
After Shenhao finished speaking, Liang Jing paused slightly.
She really hadn't thought of this. Are these really important? I don't care. I like you as a person, not how many women you like.
When Liang Jing said this, Shenhao was totally unprepared. What happened next was somewhat beyond Shenhao's expectations. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that everything seems to be completely reasonable. After all this was over, Shenhao felt a lot of emotion.
Alas, I didn't expect that I couldn't help it in the end.
As Shenhao was speaking, Liang Jing, who was beside him, looked at him with seductive eyes. Thinking back on what happened in the past hour, Liang Jing now feels like she is dreaming. But strictly speaking, everything that comes with it is so real. At this time, Shenhao slowly raised his head and looked at Liang Jing.
You should take a good rest first. Let others handle today's affairs. As Shenhao spoke, Liang Jing nodded heavily. Well, Shenhao, don't worry.
In fact, Liang Jing doesn't need to be polite to Shenhao in such matters. Anyway, this kind of relationship between two people is actually a natural outcome. As for Xinhao, he now has a more important thing to deal with, so everything that will happen next is obvious. Okay, you stay here first. I'm going to go out and take care of some things,
Xinhao said to Liang Jing, and Liang Jing nodded heavily. Well, I understand. Go ahead and get busy.
Xinhao smiled and took out his cell phone to make a call. Now, Xinhao discovered that his identity as the leader of the Southern Alliance was really useful. Next, all we need to consider is how to completely defeat the Huang family. But in this situation, I still need someone to help me. Xinhao thought about it and finally called her directly.
Hey, I need your help with something.
Chapter 73 Join forces with Tang Yuro to deal with the Huang family.
Now, what are you going to do?
At this time, Tang Yuro in front of him looked at Xinhao with some confusion. In fact, Xinhao had already talked to her about this on the phone before.
So Tang Yuro knew very well how to deal with this matter.
At this moment, Xinhao looked in front of him and said directly, "It's like this, I plan to hold an event here to snatch all the customers of the Huang family away." After Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Yuro looked at him, obviously in disbelief.
This is a bit too difficult, don't you know what this incident represents?
When Tang Yuro looked towards Xinhao, she spoke to him with some surprise. As Tang Yuro finished speaking, Xinhao in front of her smiled faintly.
Of course I know it very well.
Because I know it, it seems to me that there is no need to worry about this matter so far. This time, when Xinhao raised his head and looked in front of him. The more this happened, the more Xinhao didn't think there was anything wrong with this.
But in front of Xinhao, Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao and couldn't help but find it funny.
Okay, don't worry, Food for Heaven, will fully cooperate with you as a shareholder. If it weren't for Xinhao, it would have been difficult to deal with Tang Yuro's situation at that time. After all, the first shareholder and the second shareholder are in league with each other.
What can others do even if they really know about it? By the way, do you have anything to do now? If not, come with me to buy clothes.
Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao and spoke to him.
Okay, let's go. Xinhao waved his hand and spoke lightly. In fact, if there was anything wrong, Xinhao really didn't have any.
So, in the following time, Xinhao went shopping with Tang Yuro.
After buying clothes, Xinhao realized that men's clothes are really expensive.
Xinhao has already spent more than 1 million on these purchases. However, Tang Yuro still said, actually, you can also buy a watch.
The Patek Philippe here is pretty good. Do you want to try it?
Tang Yuro said this and took the watch directly over. Xinhao originally didn't plan to wear it, but after wearing it, Xinhao felt that he couldn't let it go.
Xinhao looked at Tang Yuro in front of him with some surprise.
He was somewhat surprised that she had good taste.
Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao and smiled faintly. What are you looking at? In fact, I wanted to come here a long time ago. I think everything here is suitable for you.
After Tang Yuro finished speaking, Xinhao looked towards the front.
Under such circumstances, Xinhao actually didn't know what to say.
After looking for a while, Xinhao smiled faintly and spoke directly to the person in front of him.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Xinhao. What's there to thank me for?
At this time, Tang Yuro looked towards Xinhao. As if she suddenly thought of something, Tang Yuro spoke to Xinhao.
Xinhao, by the way, my uncle wants to see you. Xinhao was a little surprised when Tang Yuro said this. Tang Yuro's uncle, who is that person? Now. Xinhao was a little confused and looked at Tang Yuro. Tang Yuro nodded heavily.
After all, Xinhao couldn't stay here forever.
You must find a way to jump out. Only by jumping out will you have a greater chance.
In fact, Tang Yuro was very clear about this in her heart. At this time, Tang Yuro in front of him looked at Xinhao and then said,
Xinhao, have you ever thought about leaving here?
As Tang Yuro said this, Xinhao looked at her, obviously not expecting this.
Leaving, where to go?
After Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Yuro smiled.
Shanghai or Beijing is fine. After all, Jiangzhou's development is too limited.
Tang Yuro's words were very direct, and there was no way Xinhao couldn't have failed to hear them. But the problem is that Xinhao has actually already made arrangements here. After all these are completely arranged, it will be very important to think about how to solve this problem next. After watching for a while, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Tang Yuro. Actually, I have really thought about it. I might go to Shanghai at that time, but someone must invite me, such as Xiao Magu or something like that. Xinhao looked at Tang Yuro in front of him, waved his hands, and spoke calmly. This time, as Xinhao said this, Tang Yuro in front of him was a little stunned. These words suddenly made Tang Yuro at a loss for words.
It is easy to imagine how much Xiao Ma Gu is worth. If it was Brother Ma who invited us, then as his friend, you must have a net worth of at least 100 billion, right?
The current Xinhao was still a long way off. But Xinhao found it funny in his heart. I will never tell you that I have a sign-in system. Anyway, when the time comes, no matter what, just sign in. The building has been given to Xinhao now, and there will be more good things in the future. Xinhao firmly believed this. Looking in front of him, Xinhao asked, by the way, where is your uncle?
Xinhao was a little confused and didn't understand where Tang Yuro's uncle was. Not far away, a middle-aged man was sitting upright.
The middle-aged man looks elegant. He was sitting there at this moment and saw Xinhao at once. Xinhao stood there and subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man.
This is your uncle, he's quite handsome. Just a little bit, you're almost going to surpass me. Xinhao took a look and started to demonstrate here. Tang Yuro felt a little unconvinced after hearing what Xinhao said. Nonsense, my uncle is much more handsome than you.
Tang Yuro's uncle, Tang Shoucheng, was known as one of the 4 handsome men of Zhenghai when he was young, and that was no joke. But if you think about it carefully, Tang Shoucheng is indeed a little worse than Xinhao now. However, Tang Shoucheng now has a large market share among mature and beautiful women.
Uncle, I'm here. This is Xinhao, and this is my uncle. Tang Yuro came here and began to introduce.
In front of him, a middle-aged man stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Tang Shoucheng.
I'm Yuro's uncle.
Seeing this, Xinhao nodded. Hello, Uncle Tang.
The more courtesy, the less blame there is.
Besides, this Tang Shoucheng is indeed not a simple person. Chapter 74 Tang Shoucheng is very optimistic about the new plan.
Young man, that's pretty good.
Tang Shoucheng had just taken his seat when he began to praise. However, Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and seemed very calm.
Uncle Tang is too modest.
In fact, Uncle Tang is the real master. Xinhao and Tang Shoucheng praised each other's business and both had a good impression of each other.
Tang Shoucheng looked at Xinhao and said,
in fact, when Yuro talked to me about this matter before, I already knew it.
Actually, young man, I'm very optimistic about you.
As Tang Shoucheng spoke, Xinhao looked ahead. Suddenly, Xinhao did not lose his mind because of Tang Shoucheng's praise. After all, it was definitely not that easy for Tang Shoucheng to find Xinhao this time.
Uncle Tang, if you have anything to say, just tell me.
We are all family, so if there is anything to say, just speak clearly. After Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Shoucheng suddenly smiled.
Haha, you are indeed a quick-witted person.
Since you said so, I will speak frankly.
Young man, I think highly of you, so I decided to cooperate with you.
When Tang Shoucheng finished speaking to Xinhao, Xinhao looked towards the front little by little. Obviously, Xinhao had never expected such a thing to happen. At this moment, Xinhao subconsciously raised his head and looked over here. After looking for a while, Xinhao suddenly smiled.
Thank you, Uncle Tang. Actually, why did Uncle Tang choose me instead of the Lin family? Xinhao felt that the Lin family under Lin Wanqing's control was stronger.
From Tang Shoucheng's words, Xinhao felt that he should be from a family in Zhenghai.
So when a big family like this cooperates with others, shouldn't they usually look for some powerful people in various areas?
Although Xinhao has great potential, logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Tang Shoucheng sighed. In fact, it's not that we haven't looked for it, but the Lin family's appetite is too big. They asked for 80% of the cost.
In other words, we are totally working for nothing and there is no profit at all. Xinhao actually felt what Tang Shoucheng said. In fact, Lin Wanqing could probably act very calm when facing Xinhao.
But it probably won't be that easy for Lin Wanqing to face Tang Shoucheng.
How could Xinhao not see these things?
So here, at this time, Xinhao looked in front of him little by little, and when he saw this, Xinhao suddenly smiled.
If that's the case, then I understand a little bit. But, how can we cooperate?
Xinhao did not agree suddenly, but thought about it for a long time.
Okay, you're really quick to speak. In that case, I won't be vague.
Actually, Xinhao, I heard that you have a lot of agricultural products on hand, so I plan to cooperate with you.
You can sell all of your agricultural products to me.
Regarding this point, Xinhao's previous words were to let Liang Jing handle these matters. Originally, I just wanted to make a casual investment, and Xinhao would figure out what to do when the time comes. But now, Xinhao was a little surprised at the changes before his eyes. The speed of this change is so great that it is somewhat unexpected. Xinhao had invested 100 or 200 million yuan before. If converted directly now, what Xinhao earned would at least have multiplied several times. Moreover, many of them are directly controlled by Xinhao, which makes the profits even greater.
Okay, I promise. There is no reason not to agree to this matter.
Besides, Xinhao still has to rush back for the hometown reunion in a while.
Well, just agree. In fact, I was also surprised that you agreed.
Xinhao, since we are all family, don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. It's a win-win situation for us to cooperate. When Tang Xiaocheng in front of him spoke to Xinhao, Xinhao smiled faintly. In fact, Xinhao thought this matter was quite good. However, during this period of time, Xinhao suddenly thought of a slightly tricky thing. That is Xinhao's hometown reunion, and it is about to begin. When the time comes, Xinhao will definitely be there. But when the time comes, who will Xinhao take with him? This matter is a bit difficult.
Okay, now that we've discussed it, I'll arrange for someone to come and contact you directly when the time comes. Xinhao, this is my business card. If you have any questions, feel free to call me.
After Tang Xiaocheng finished speaking, he stood up and left. Here, Xinhao smiled faintly. In fact, this is quite good. Slowly, when Xinhao raised his head and looked into the distance, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a very good thing.
After Xinhao looked at the front for a while, he said, "Is your uncle from Shanghai?" "Yeah, haven't you guessed it?" Tang Yuro waved her hand and spoke casually.
Although Tang Yuro said this, at this moment, Xinhao looked towards him.
Xinhao understood a little bit.
He estimated that Lin Wanqing was not lying. All the products they produced were developed at great cost. The cost itself is very high, so it is understandable that we ask for 80% of the cost. But it's different for Xinhao. He needs to grow a lot of agricultural products every year. So now if there is any need, we can satisfy you to the greatest extent. In fact, Xinhao saw this matter and was naturally very clear about it. Very good, this point, in my opinion, is actually almost the case. Xinhao took a look, then looked at Tang Yuro.
So, is there anything wrong with you now? If not, I will take you back.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao in front of her, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn red.
Ah, you take me home, okay, come to my house. Actually, the Simmons mattress at my house is big and comfortable. When Tang Yuro said this to Xinhao, wasn't the hint a little too obvious? But, should Xinhao take it down? Let's do it another day. I really have something to do today. Xinhao waved his hand and spoke to Tang Yuro. Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao, covering her mouth and laughing secretly in front of him.
After all, this incident really caught Tang Yuro off guard. At this moment, Tang Yuro looked at Xinhao little by little and felt it was a pity.
Well, okay then. By the way, if you have any problems next time, remember to come to me, or you can come to my house.
After Tang Yuro finished speaking to Xinhao, Xinhao felt a little bored.
What is this? Are they trying to take down Xinhao?
Therefore, boys should protect themselves well when they are outside. Chapter 75 Their alliance is not worth mentioning.
Xinhao, do you know that the Wang family and the Huang family have formed an alliance?
At this time, Chang Lingling reported her work to Xinhao. He is doing a good job at Zhujiang Yujing now, so Chang Lingling is actually very grateful to Xinhao. But here, Xinhao smiled faintly and asked Chang Lingling,
"How's it going here?"
Xinhao's words made Chang Lingling smile slightly.
"What's going on? I'm very happy here right now." "Xinhao, thank you so much."
In fact, if it weren't for Xinhao, Chang Lingling might not have had this opportunity. But from now on, saying so much is actually completely useless. Xinhao waved his hand and said, "In fact, their alliance is not worth mentioning to me." As Xinhao said this, Chang Lingling looked over here and felt more or less relieved. In fact, Chang Lingling knows Xinhao very well. If Xinhao was not absolutely sure, there was no way he would say such a thing. Now that Xinhao has said this, it also means that this matter is actually not worth mentioning in front of Xinhao. Xinhao said to Chang Lingling, "During this period of time, prepare well.
I plan to expand it again."
When Xinhao was talking to Chang Lingling looked at Xinhao. The more this happened, the more Chang Lingling nodded. "Okay, Xinhao, thank you so much."
"Don't be so polite, actually
As Xinhao was talking here, he suddenly noticed that Chang Lingling was approaching him. With his head lowered, that hint of gentleness made Xinhao a little dazed.
Chang Lingling actually looks pretty good like this. But, should Xinhao take it down? Xinhao, I've actually liked you for a long time. I don't know what to do.
I feel so confused, but I know that if I don't do this, I may regret it for the rest of my life. When Chang Lingling said this, Xinhao smiled slightly.
Then you're not worried that I'll abandon you?
After Xinhao finished speaking, Chang Lingling shook her head.
No, I know you very well. Besides, I did this voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you. Now that Chang Lingling has said this, what else does Xinhao have to say? Thus, more than an hour passed.
Xinhao finished tidying up with satisfaction, and immediately tidied up and spoke to Chang Lingling.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to.
As Xinhao spoke here, Chang Lingling shook her head.
In fact, Chang Lingling doesn't care about this matter. Who made Xinhao the person she liked? Isn't it only natural to give up your most precious thing for the person you love?
Don't worry, although I'm not a loyal man, I will be responsible for what I do. Xinhao turned around and spoke directly to Chang Lingling.
At this time, Chang Lingling in front of him nodded heavily. This time, Chang Lingling's face was filled with tears of excitement.
She just subconsciously looked in front of her, and when she saw this, Chang Lingling spoke to Xinhao.
So what are you going to do next? Chang Lingling always felt that what Xinhao was going to do next seemed very dangerous.
But here, Xinhao turned around and smiled at this side.
Nothing.
Next, go and solve some things that need to be solved.
Didn't you say that the Wang and Huang families were planning to deal with me? Then, I will start by getting rid of these two families first.
But after Xinhao spoke directly to the person in front of him, he stretched his muscles and spoke directly to the person in front of him. Right in front of him, as Xinhao finished speaking, Chang Lingling looked over here with great concern.
Are you going to deal with them? But they are very powerful. Chang Lingling was afraid that something might happen to Xinhao because of this.
But Xinhao was very calm.
It's okay, don't worry, I understand this matter. Xinhao's words made Chang Lingling very worried. Is there really nothing wrong with the current situation?
I don't know why, but the more Chang Lingling thought about it, the more worried she became deep down. Just looking at the present moment, Xinhao smiled faintly. It's okay, but now, go back and rest for a while. Let them enjoy themselves for a while longer, and then we'll deal with them later. At this moment, Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him, waved his hand and spoke. Chang Lingling nodded, but she still felt that Xinhao seemed to be planning some big move by doing this. In fact, at this point in time, it seems that these things should be done this way.
After watching for a while, Xinhao directly answered the phone. This call was from Tai-Tu. Hello, leader? Tai-Tu's call was very timely. Xinhao was somewhat curious and asked Tai-Tu, what's wrong? Why are you calling me out of the blue?
Tai-Tu hesitated for a moment, but still told Xinhao about this matter.
Alliance leader, the Huang and Wang families are currently defending very tightly, so it's difficult to attack them for now. Xinhao actually already understood what this meant.
But at this time, Xinhao still remained calm.
It's okay. Thank you for your hard work today. I will find a way to solve this problem when the time comes.
When Xinhao looked in front of him, he waved his hands and spoke lightly. After Xinhao finished speaking, Tai-Tu on the other end of the phone nodded.
Okay, Master, I got it. Master, you should repair it as soon as possible. If there is any news, I will inform you at that time.
When these words were spoken, Xinhao nodded. Anyway, I'll go back and have some rest now, and sign in again tomorrow to see if I can get anything good.
This is actually a very good thing, and I am very much looking forward to it. If you can give me something good tomorrow, then we will have a way to deal with these two families.
Xinhao now urgently needs to improve his strength. After all, this point is actually very important. But here, Xinhao felt that he had to speed up.
If this matter is not resolved as soon as possible, how can we face the Lin family when the time comes? Alas, in the final analysis, it's still because I'm not strong enough. Chapter 76 Sign in on the 8th day, Clearwater Bay Villa. When he woke up the next day, Xinhao stretched. Is it the second day so soon? Does this mean I can sign in now? Xinhao was full of anticipation for this day. So Xinhao started signing in. Ding, sign in on the 8th day and get a Clearwater Bay Villa. Seeing this, Xinhao's eyes lit up. I really didn't expect this to finally come out. Hao waited for such a long time and finally left the villa.
After all, he had obtained buildings, sports cars, and even driving skills before. But Hao felt that it was not enough, that is, there was no villa.
As a super rich man, how can you not even have a villa?
Now, this can be regarded as making up for Hao's regret.
Let me open it and see what the villa is like. At this time, Hao looked in front of him. But after Hao saw all this clearly, he took a deep breath. Qingshuibei Villa can be said to be the most expensive villa in the entire Jiangzhou. This villa is known as the Little Magic City, and an ordinary villa in Qingshuibei will cost at least over 1 billion yuan.
And now, Hao's set is even more extraordinary, at least 2 billion.
Just a simple sign-in is worth more than 2 billion?
Hao felt that this was actually a pretty good idea. Although there is no way to deal with the Wang family and the Huang family for the time being, this is not bad. After a quick look, I found that Qingshuibei Villa was not far from where Li Feifei was. Now, regardless of anything else, Hao could at least take Li Feifei over to take a look first. When Hao thought of this, a faint smile spread across his face.
Just call Li Feifei directly and the call will go through quickly.
Soon, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone.
Hey, Hao, what's wrong? You haven't gotten up yet.
Li Feifei had nothing to do today, so she planned to go to the company later to check on the situation. After hearing what Li Feifei said, Hao finally felt much more relieved.
Well, that's good. Since you don't have anything to do right now, is it convenient for you to go somewhere with me?
After Hao finished speaking, Li Feifei on the other end of the phone agreed very readily.
Okay, of course, come pick me up. As Li Feifei spoke, Hao nodded and drove directly towards Zhujiang Royal View at lightning speed.
Hao had arranged for Li Feifei to live here. Hao felt that from now on, he could let his woman enjoy life. So next, Hao will arrange all the people who should be arranged to come in. This can be considered as Hao's small compensation to them. While Hao was still thinking secretly here, this time, Hao had already arrived at the gate of Zhujiang Royal View. Outside of Zhujiang Royal View, many people were discussing the matter.
Wow, what a beautiful sports car. This car must be very expensive. Ha, be more confident and remove the bar. Damn, this isn't a limited edition supercar from Silby, it's worth hundreds of millions.
At this moment, the people in front of me were talking to each other. After all, this car has been here before, so some tenants living here actually know about it.
Not long after, Li Feifei came over.
She had light makeup on her face today, but her skin was very good, so she looked very eye-catching.
My beautiful lady, do you have any appointment today?
At this time, a rich kid who thought he was a good person came directly in front of Li Feifei and spoke to her with a smile on his face. As the person in front of her spoke, Li Feifei had a faint smile on her face.
I'm so sorry, I already have a boyfriend.
As Li Feifei was speaking, the young master in front of her looked at her, somewhat angry.
Humph, I want to see which blind guy dares to snatch my girlfriend.
At this moment, the young master of a wealthy family looked at what was in front of him, and he looked extremely angry.
The person in front of him did so.
At this time, Hao slowly opened the car door.
Honey, why are you so slow? Hurry up, I'm waiting so anxiously. Hao pretended to be anxious and spoke to Li Feifei. As for Li Feifei, she almost couldn't help laughing.
But at this time, Li Feifei still said to the person in front of her, "Okay dear, wait for me, I'll be there soon." In front of him, the rich young man who was still chatting with Li Feifei was completely dumbfounded.
Zerbai limited edition supercar, this car is worth hundreds of millions.
As for him, even if he sold everything in his house, he still couldn't buy this car. So, the man clasped his fists and said, "Sorry to bother you." After saying that, he fled away.
Li Feifei got in the car. Hao looked at Li Feifei and smiled slightly. It seems that you are still very popular. Don't say that. Even if you are popular, it's useless.
With a potential stock like you here, they dare not approach you. Li Feifei waved at Hao and spoke lightly.
However, Li Feifei was a little curious. Where should they go next? Now, where are we going? Li Feifei looked towards Hao and asked with some confusion.
Just as Li Feifei said this, Hao in front of her smiled mysteriously.
I can't tell you about this for now, but I believe you will know it soon. As Hao was speaking, Li Feifei looked at him with a puzzled look. Are you pretending to be mysterious?
But now, Li Feifei actually wants to see where the place Hao mentioned is. Hao rushed like lightning, heading straight towards Qingshuibei. On the Qingshui Bay side, many people gathered here at this time, because they knew that a big customer had come to their place today.
As for how old this customer is, they actually don't know.
But what they knew was that the largest villa in Qingshui Bay was bought by this customer.
If they perform well, they will benefit from it.
At this time, a girl of average appearance, a colleague who was on good terms with her, asked, "Xiao, what do you think of this big client?"
When the time comes, you must seize this opportunity.
If you can win this big client, you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. When the people around her were talking, Li Wenyao waved her hand.
It's okay, don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. Besides, if it's not excellent, I don't want it. Chapter 77 Clearwater Bay Villa, Encounter with Ex-Girlfriend. Don't say one thing and mean another. Even if a rich man like this doesn't want to be with you, he won't be with you. If anything happens, he won't treat you badly. As the people around her were talking, Li Wenyao also began to think about what to do next. At this time, a limited edition Silby supercar was parked there. These people all stared at the sports car in front of them. Moreover, it was a limited edition of the Silby limited edition supercar, which immediately made these people whisper to each other. "Wow, I didn't expect it to be a limited edition supercar from Zirbai. This person must be a rich man.
The car he bought is worth hundreds of millions. I would be willing to marry such a rich man even if he is an old man." "Stop talking so much, hurry up, people are getting off the bus." When these people were talking here one after another. At this moment, the car slowly stopped. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked out of the car. This woman is so beautiful that many women who see her feel ashamed. On the other side, a young man got out of the car. The young man looked to be in his 20s, with a tall and handsome appearance. It seems that he and the woman in front of him are a perfect match, and they seem to be a perfect match no matter how you look at them. As for Li Wenyao, she was surprised. Even when she saw that man, Li Wenyao's head skipped a beat.
Shen Hao. As Li Wenyao spoke, the people around her were somewhat curious. "Why, do you know him?"
After the people around him finished speaking, Li Wenyao didn't say anything.
But how could she not recognize him?
Shen Hao is her boyfriend, but he can only be said to be her ex-boyfriend. Back then, when Shen Hao and Li Wenyao were still together, Shen Hao treated Li Wenyao very well. But in the end, Li Wenyao despised Shen Hao for being too poor and unable to give Li Wenyao the life she wanted. So Li Wenyao left Shen Hao directly, but she didn't expect that Shen Hao would be doing so well now.
No, that's absolutely not true. As Li Wenyao spoke, she couldn't help but rush out.
Shen Hao and Li Feifei were just about to move forward, but at this moment, Shen Hao was slightly stunned when he saw the woman suddenly rushing out in front of him.
"You are, Li Wenyao?"
Even after so much time had passed, Shen Hao could still recognize the woman.
After all, she is Shen Hao's ex-girlfriend. How could Shen Hao not know her? Shen Hao.
Li Wenyao looked at Shen Hao, with a hint of excitement on her face. After looking over here, Shen Hao spoke directly to the person in front of him.
"Well, long time no see."
After Shen Hao finished speaking, Li Feifei beside him sensed something was wrong and asked over here.
"Shen Hao, this is." After Li Feifei finished speaking, Shen Hao said calmly, "She's mine."
Before Shen Hao finished speaking, Li Wenyao answered directly.
"I'm his girlfriend." After Li Wenyao finished speaking, Li Feifei looked at Shen Hao and then at Li Wenyao. "Oh, I see, my ex."
"I'm sorry, Shen Hao is my boyfriend now. If you have nothing else, please stay away from him."
Li Feifei said this while holding Shen Hao's arm and talking to Li Wenyao.
Li Wenyao looked at Shen Hao, her eyes filled with tears.
"Shen Hao, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Please, can you give me a chance?"
When Li Wenyao said this, Shen Hao stood there, appearing very calm. Leaving this matter aside, Shen Hao spoke calmly. "I remember when you wanted to break up with me, I kept begging you not to break up with me and that I would work hard. What was your answer at that time? Now that I have money, you come to beg for my forgiveness. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Shen Hao's words made Li Wenyao feel as if she was stabbed hard by something. Li Wenyao was unwilling to give up the opportunity in front of her. Li Wenyao looked over here and continued to say to the person in front of her, "Shen Hao, it was all my fault before.
I beg you, give me a chance. Can we go back to the way we were before?"
When Li Wenyao finished speaking, Shen Hao ignored her.
"Are you kidding, going back to the past? Think about how good Shen Hao was to Li Wenyao back then.
It can be said that Xinhao used up almost all of his strength to be nice to Li Wenya, for fear of letting her down in the slightest.
But how did Li Wenya repay Xinhao?
She deceived Xinhao, accepted other people's pursuit again and again, and kept Xinhao in the dark. What she didn't expect was that in the end, she was just played around by those people. Li Feifei stood in front of Xinhao, looked at Li Wenya in front of her, and spoke to her.
I advise you not to bother Xinhao anymore. It's best to keep the last bit of your beauty in his heart. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers in the end. Li Feifei's words were so heartfelt that her cheeks couldn't help but blush. This feeling is like being slapped hard in the face by someone. Even this feeling is much stronger than the previous one.
Subconsciously looking ahead, seeing this, Xinhao said to Li Feifei, Feifei, let's go. Also, please don't appear in my world anymore.
We are not the same kind of people. Xinhao said this expressionlessly, then stood up and walked away.
It's not that Xinhao is as hard as stone, but that Xinhao was hurt deeply at the beginning. As sad as Xinhao was at the beginning, he is as calm now. If Li Wenya had given Xinhao more chances at the beginning, things would not have turned out like this.
But now, talking about these things again is actually completely useless. Xinhao thought about this and stood up and left.
As for Li Wenya, tears welled up in her eyes.
At this moment, Li Wenya regretted it even more.
Why did she reject Xinhao who loved her so much? Now, Xinhao is living so well.
If Li Wenya had insisted, then all of this would belong to her.
At this time, the manager of Qingshui Bay came to Li Wenya and patted her shoulder gently.
Go back to the finance department and collect an extra half-month's salary.
You don't need to come here starting tomorrow. The words of the manager beside her were like a wake-up call to Li Wenya.
The salary here is not low.
You can imagine how miserable Li Wenya would be if she lost this job.
Manager, why did you fire me? I didn't do anything wrong.
When Li Wenya finished speaking, the manager in front of her sighed.
Alas, there is no other way. Mr. Shin is unhappy, so you must leave. Chapter 78 Clean up, you will live here from now on. Did you buy this?
At this time, Li Feifei raised her head and looked at Xinhao, her face full of disbelief. Seeing Li Feifei like this, Xinhao found it very interesting.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with this expression out of nowhere? There doesn't seem to be anything else on my face, right? As Xinhao said this, Li Feifei in front of him nodded heavily and then shook her head.
After all, from now on, the impact of this incident on her is really too strong.
It even reached a point that Li Feifei had never expected. You know, this place is worth at least 2 billion, and you actually bought it?
Although before this, Li Feifei had thought that Xinhao was very rich, especially the industries that Xinhao had acquired during this period. But now, Xinhao actually spent more than 2 billion to buy the villa in front of him, which is really unexpected.
Actually, I don't know either. I just thought of you and thought I should bring you over to see it. In fact, Xinhao didn't really think of anyone else, perhaps because of the relationship between him and Li Feifei. At this moment, Li Feifei in front of him couldn't help but blush. Why are you telling me this?
Although Li Feifei knew all this, she still felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing it. When Xinhao saw Li Feifei like this, he said, "Pack up, you will live here from now on. As for this place, servants have already been arranged to be here."
As Xinhao spoke, Li Feifei looked at Xinhao and nodded heavily.
Then, Li Feifei hugged Xinhao tightly.
Xinhao, you are so nice to me. I don't know what happened to you before, but from now on, I will be with you. After Li Feifei finished speaking, Xinhao nodded.
After looking around, Xinhao realized that this place was great value for money.
There are villas and swimming pools here, everything you need. Moreover, not far away, an artificial river was dug. The river was so large that you could not see the end of it.
On the other side of the river, various cruise ships and yachts are prepared. Although these are far inferior to those real big cruise ships, they are obviously enough here. If you have nothing to do in the future, come here and relax.
Xinhao said this to Li Feifei beside him, and Li Feifei nodded heavily.
I don't know why, but the more this happened, the stronger that little thought became in Li Feifei's mind. At this moment, Li Feifei suddenly raised her head and looked at Xinhao in front of her. Li Feifei bit her lips lightly, as if she had thought of something, and spoke to Xinhao.
Xinhao, how about between us?
Li Feifei was talking to Xinhao, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to say them. Xinhao naturally understood what Li Feifei meant, so he took Li Feifei into his arms and walked directly to the innermost part of the villa.
Everything here is fully available.
So 2 hours after Shen Hao entered the room, he finally came out. I didn't expect this exercise to last a bit longer. Shen Hao smiled faintly, while Li Feifei's cheeks turned red, not knowing what to say. This Shen Hao is really nice. However, Shen Hao's physical fitness is so strong that it's a little scary. For most people, they probably can't hold on for more than 10 minutes. Shen Hao actually persisted for 2 hours. Li Feifei felt that she had to exercise in the future, otherwise she was worried that she would not be able to bear it.
Shen Hao, what are your plans next?
When we arrived at the villa, we were very satisfied with everything here.
Next, it was time to talk about some important life events.
Shen Hao pondered for a moment, and said to Li Feifei beside him, actually, my plan so far is very simple, that is to become the richest man in Jiangzhou. Shen Hao's words made Li Feifei in front of him so surprised that she was speechless. You know, being the richest man in Jiangzhou is quite remarkable. Although Shen Hao's current strength is not enough, Li Feifei believes that Shen Hao can definitely do it. Thinking of this, Li Feifei's eyes moved and she looked at Shen Hao in front of her.
Well, I believe you can do it.
Slowly, when Li Feifei finished speaking to the person in front of her, Shen Hao in front of her smiled faintly and looked at the person in front of her subconsciously. Seeing this, Shen Hao smiled slightly, thank you.
By the way, there is something I want to tell you.
Shen Hao had already decided that he would definitely bring a female companion with him when the time comes. After thinking about it, Shen Hao felt that it would be better to take Li Feifei with him. In front of him, Li Feifei's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she raised her head and looked at Shen Hao.
Well, go ahead. After hearing what Li Feifei said, Shen Hao told Li Feifei about this matter.
In fact, there was nothing else to do. It was just about taking Li Feifei to attend the agricultural products exchange meeting. Or there may be some things from Shen Hao's rural enterprises. The market has reached a bottleneck recently. So Shen Hao plans to invest in the industries in his hometown first and then find a way out. In fact, Shen Hao can earn a lot of wealth just by signing in every day. But now, Shen Hao still plans to give it a try. If he fails, the most he will lose is a few 100 million. But if it succeeds, it will not only benefit the neighbors, but also indirectly prove Shen Hao's outstanding ability.
Okay, I promise.
Li Feifei nodded and agreed, but after she finished speaking, Shen Hao just smiled faintly. When the time comes, you need to pack up and go directly to my house. After Shen Hao finished speaking, Li Feifei lowered her head, feeling a little embarrassed.
Ah, so soon? I'm not ready yet.
After all, this is indeed the case.
Li Feifei suddenly didn't know how to say this matter.
And this time, when Li Feifei looked straight ahead. At the same time as she saw this side, Li Feifei slowly raised her head and looked in front of her. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shen Hao said, then you take a rest first. I will go take care of some things when the time comes. After Shen Hao finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and made a call. This call was made by Taitu to Shen Hao. Hey, what's up? After Shen Hao finished speaking, he heard Taitu on the other end of the phone speaking anxiously. Alliance leader, something terrible has happened. The Huang family has attacked us. When Shen Hao heard this voice, his brows slightly frowned.
They finally couldn't wait any longer? Chapter 79 It doesn't matter, let them do whatever they want.
Taitu was speaking anxiously there, saying that the people from the Huang family were planning to rent the place where Shen Hao's company was located and were blatantly competing with Shen Hao for business.
If it were normal, Shen Hao would definitely be angry.
But just now, Shen Hao suddenly thought of a great plan.
It doesn't matter, let them do whatever they want.
After Shen Hao finished speaking, Taitu on the other end of the phone seemed a little unwilling.
Alliance leader, please don't do this.
We in the Southern Alliance have many members here, and many of them support you.
As long as you give the order, they will definitely follow you.
When Taitu on the other end of the phone spoke to Shen Hao just shook his head helplessly.
If people who don't know what Shen Hao does, they might think he is doing something.
However, leaving Taitu like this is not a solution after all. Shen Hao thought for a moment, then said to Taitu, talk to Dada later, and the two of you should go together. After Shen Hao told the news, Taitu on the other end of the phone immediately agreed.
That's a good idea. I'll tell my boss about this later. Don't worry, leader. I will definitely resolve this matter.
When Taitu finished speaking, Shen Hao smiled faintly. Everything that needed to be solved had been solved. This time, Shen Hao felt refreshed.
There is only one word to describe this feeling, awesome. Shen Hao, if I'm with you, is it okay for me to wear this?
At this moment, Li Feifei in front of him moved her beautiful eyes slightly, looked at Xinhao, blinked twice, and asked subconsciously.
Just as Li Feifei finished speaking, Xinhao turned around and looked at Li Feifei.
After just one glance, Xinhao felt that he could hardly move his eyes away. The clothes that Li Feifei was talking about were in the closet and were prepared for the owner of the house who bought this place. On one side are all kinds of suits, business and casual, as well as shirts, sweatshirts, etc.
As for ladies, in addition to business, there are also various banquets.
Of course, Xinhao also found costumes for nurses, doctors, teachers, etc. This made Xinhao feel that the people in Qingshui Bay were really thoughtful.
Well, this one is nice.
I'll buy some more when I have time. As Xinhao was speaking, Li Feifei saw that Xinhao was staring at the clothes and she smiled brightly.
Do you like it? If you like, I can wear it for you to see.
After Li Feifei said this, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, it is very rare to hear these words coming from her mouth.
Of course, this also depends on who it is.
Women dress up to please themselves. Li Feifei likes Xinhao, so she is willing to do anything for Xinhao. At this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Xinhao smiled faintly.
Okay, pack up, and then we'll go out and buy some things, and then we'll be ready to go.
After all, if Xinhao wants to set off, he needs to leave a little earlier.
But Xinhao can't use this limited edition Zirbai supercar for the time being. Xinhao thought that he should buy a big one. Just buy a Phantom. It's bigger and can hold more stuff.
Xinhao is going back to visit the villagers, so he must bring some more things with him. As for the Phantom, the top configuration is only about 10 million. The price is only 1/10 of Xinhao Zirbai's limited edition supercar, but the Phantom is really big. This would provide Xinhao with a lot of conveniences. After all, by that time, the appearance of the Rolls-Royce Phantom will be very shocking. Especially in a rural area like this, Xinhao driving a limited edition Silby supercar would probably not be recognized by many people. But it's different if Xinhao drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
This huge car looks quite cool when driving on the road.
Moreover, many people have seen it on TV, so he is actually quite capable of keeping the situation under control. At this time, the Huang family was planning this matter.
Huang Wenba, the head of the Huang family, was planning what to do. What do you think Xinhao will do next? Huang Wenba is now looking forward to Xinhao's next move.
But at the same time, Huang Wenba was very worried. If Xinhao just stays with the Huang family like this, then neither family will end up well.
So here, at this moment, Huang Wenba felt very depressed when he thought about it.
The more this happened, the more Huang Wenba looked forward.
In fact, I think Xinhao will probably make some moves next.
As long as he takes action, he will reveal his flaws.
Then, we can follow this line and start attacking Xinhao. Huang Wenba clenched his fists and spoke directly to the scene in front of him with a hint of excitement.
Just after Huang Wenba finished speaking, the people around him looked at each other and then looked over here. But when I saw what was happening in front of me, I realized that these people were actually quite excited. Looking at the scene in front of him, someone next to Huang Wenba said something. Master, I saw that the big man next to Xinhao seemed to go to the winery.
Do you think they will start from the winery?
After the person next to him finished speaking, Huang Wenba thought about it carefully. It turns out that this possibility is still very high.
Well, it's very likely.
So what you said is very right.
I think you can keep an eye on me from now on.
Xiao Bluff BOT document anti-piracy, fine, book, machine select Xiao Bluff, stable and reliable, don't step into pitfalls. If this news is true, I won't treat you unfairly. Huang Wenba's gaze fell on the people in front of him, and he spoke directly to them. But when Huang Wenba said this, the people in front of him looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Now that they have said this, they can prepare themselves and give Xinhao a head-on blow.
Ha, Xinhao, you are very powerful, aren't you?
This time our Huang family and Wang family have joined forces, let's see how long you can hold on.
Huang Wenba was talking here, and the people around him also looked eager to try. If things like this are not resolved quickly, I always feel like something is missing.
But now, if we put it into practice, it will probably be quite difficult. However, for Huang Wenba, this is both a challenge and a good opportunity. Very good, now that you all have made a plan, let's get ready and start quickly. Chapter 80 The hometown gathering begins, Xinhao is looked down upon. At this time, somewhere in Jiangzhou, it was very lively with many guests coming and going.
But most of them are enterprises here in the countryside.
They have held such hometown gatherings many times, but this time, something is different. It is said that this time, it was hosted by a very powerful boss.
Many of the companies here are actually invested by this big boss.
While these people were still talking in front of them, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped directly to the side.
This car immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's a nice car. Which rich handsome guy is this again? Looks like the opportunity has come. This woman is so beautiful, is she with that handsome guy? At this time, many people gathered outside. There are many of these people, all planning to try their luck outside. Maybe they will meet some rich young man or rich young lady. These people relied on their good looks and decided to give it a try.
But for someone like Xinhao, they of course gave up the idea. Because they knew very well in their hearts that they could not take Xinhao away no matter what. After all, Li Feifei beside Xinhao is so outstanding, she is like an extremely noble princess. Entering the banquet, Xinhao said to Li Feifei, "It's okay, just be casual, no one from my family is here." The development of Xinjia village has been rather bleak in recent years. If it had been developing well, it would have been developed outside.
Some even haven't come back for several years. Li Feifei nodded. Well, I'll go to the bathroom first.
While Li Feifei was talking here, Xinhao was looking around, feeling a little bored. And not long after, a woman of average looks appeared, wearing even more heavy makeup. It's not that there is anything wrong with it, it's just that Xinhao doesn't like it very much. When Xinhao looked over here, he was about to leave, but this woman came to him.
"Handsome guy, you're alone."
After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she looked as if she wanted to understand Xinhao. Xinhao smiled and said, "I wasn't alone just now, but I am now." To put it more tactfully, let the woman in front of him know that Xinhao already has a female companion. But the woman in front of him seemed not to understand at all. She looked at Xinhao and blinked twice.
What a coincidence, I'm alone too. What is going on? Can women nowadays do this when they meet a handsome guy?
However, Xinhao is a little different. He doesn't have much interest in girls who score below 90 points. At this moment, not far away, a young man of similar age to Xinhao walked towards this side. "Xinhao, I didn't expect such a coincidence that I would run into you here." This young man was none other than Xinhao's elementary school classmate Wang Dajuan.
Wang Dajuan finished elementary school and dropped out of school without even finishing junior high school.
However, Wang Dajuan's family had some money and was well known in the surrounding area.
"Handsome guy, may I ask you?"
When this woman saw Wang Dajuan, she walked towards him with the look of a nouveau riche, and her eyes were shining.
"Ha, my name is Wang Dajuan, and this is my elementary school classmate. Xinhao, how have you been these years? Where are you working?"
Wang Dajuan looked at Xinhao, as if a leader was caring about his subordinate.
Xinhao didn't want to pay any attention to Wang Dajuan at all. Why did he seem so self-satisfied?
The more he looked at her, the more annoying he became. But at this time, Xinhao still said calmly, "These years, I have just been fooling around." It has been a while since Xinhao became a wealthy man. At the beginning, it seemed interesting, like getting a building, a house in a school district, or having driving skills. But now that time has passed, Xinhao feels it is boring.
Is it money that Xinhao lacks? Absolutely not. What Xinhao lacks is a direction to spend money. After all, no matter how he spends it, he can't spend all the money. You spend some money and earn it back multiple times the next day. Isn't that frustrating? Oh, how can you just mess around like that? We are classmates. If you can't make it out there, come back and help my family.
I won't treat you unfairly.
Wang Dajuan calmly demonstrated the advantages of his family.
However, after Wang Dajuan finished speaking, Xinhao was still very calm. Xinhao even discovered that the woman next to Wang Dajuan had stars in her eyes.
Why haven't I discovered such an outstanding man before?
In comparison, Xinhao is just handsome. At worst, I can be with Wang Dajuan first, get some more money, and then be with Xinhao secretly. In this way, this beauty has everything. Thinking of this, she was still in a good mood. But Xinhao waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry.
I appreciate your kindness, but I still want to go out and try my luck."
Xinhao spoke very calmly, which made Wang Dajuan feel a little depressed.
Does Xinhao really think he is so great? Don't you even look at the current conditions of your own family? Instead, you are still being picky? This made Wang Dajuan not want to say anything to this side at all.
Anyway, the woman around him has already taken the bait, so what Wang Dajuan wants to do more now is to find a place to have a good emotional exchange. After all, Wang Dajuan has a certain status. If he attends such a hometown gathering and does not do something, it would be really unreasonable. Shenhao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Just as Wang Dajuan was about to leave with the woman beside him, he suddenly found a very beautiful woman walking towards them not far away. The moment he saw this woman, Wang Dajuan felt his heart beating wildly.
This woman is so pretty. Did she seem to be calling Shenhao just now? Wang Dajuan felt a little depressed. How could Shenhao know such an outstanding beauty? Could it be Shenhao's girlfriend? If this is true, Wang Dajuan will pursue this woman at all costs.
Shenhao stood there, looking at the scene in front of him calmly. Well, it's okay.
Since there's nothing to do now, let's go. Shenhao said that he was going to go somewhere else with Li Feifei.
But this time, Wang Dajuan couldn't stand it anymore, so he just opened his hands and spoke to this side with a grin.
Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We're all here now, so why don't you introduce yourself to each other?
My name is Wang Dajuan, and my father is Wang Chuan, a famous feed tycoon here.
Beautiful girl, what do you think of me? Chapter 81 has all kinds of weird things, a bit funny.
Li Feifei turned around and took a look at Wang Dajuan, who was being very attentive in front of her, and suddenly found it very ridiculous.
Sorry, I'm not interested in the feed king. After saying that, Li Feifei got up and left without caring about what Wang Dajuan said.
Shenhao glanced at Wang Dajuan, who had a confused look on his face, and suddenly found it ridiculous.
This guy looks like he's very dependent.
But Wang Dajuan didn't know that his so-called support was worthless in front of Shenhao. So this time, when Shenhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him, when he saw this, he suddenly felt a little funny.
Okay, now is the most urgent matter. This is not the time to talk about these things. Since you are already here, don't say anything. Eat when you should eat and drink when you should drink. Don't be hard on yourself.
Shenhao waved his hands in front of him and spoke very calmly.
After hearing what Shenhao said, Li Feifei in front of him nodded. In fact, there are some snacks here that look very good. Since Shenhao doesn't mind, why should Li Feifei mind?
Women dress up to please themselves, and Shenhao's focus is actually what Li Feifei cares about.
On the other side, Wang Dajuan stood there, looking angry.
Damn Shenhao, I don't know what method he used to make this woman so devoted to him.
For some reason, Wang Dajuan suddenly felt a little jealous of Shenhao.
It's just that I'm a little more handsome, taller, and smarter than him. But these days, without money, it's hard to get anywhere.
So Wang Dajuan was thinking about what to do next.
At this time, a middle-aged man came here.
Son, what are you doing here? Why don't you go find your target?
The person who spoke was none other than Wang Dajuan's father, Wang Chuan, who was known as the Feed King.
As Wang Chuan was speaking, Wang Dajuan immediately found someone to talk to.
Dad, someone stole my girlfriend.
Wang Dajuan said this and Wang Chuan was very unhappy. Who is it?
You even dare to snatch my son's girlfriend.
You really don't respect me, Wang Chuan. Tell me who it is.
Wang Chuan spoke directly to the person in front of him. After he finished speaking, Wang Dajuan in front of him pointed at Li Feifei next to Shenhao.
That's it.
Dad, I'm attracted to that woman, but that boy doesn't seem to listen to my advice.
After Wang Dajuan finished speaking, Wang Chuan nodded, and his eyes lit up. It's true that my son's vision is actually quite good. At least let us not consider anything else for now.
The woman in front of me is indeed very beautiful. But there is a rule in Wang Chuan's family, that is, it doesn't matter if they bully others. But if others want to bully them, then I'm sorry, just go back to where you came from. At this time, Wang Chuan said to Wang Dajuan beside him, it's okay, you stay here first, leave this woman to me. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, he stood up and walked away.
Wang Dajuan didn't know what his father meant and thought his father was trying to get him back. So Wang Dajuan expressed his gratitude again and again. Really? That's great.
Thank you so much, Dad. Wang Chuan walked directly towards where Shenhao was, and Shenhao had already noticed Wang Chuan in front of him. Li Feifei was a little disgusted. These days, there are all kinds of weird things.
It's a bit funny.
Just now the son came, and now his father is here too.
What do you think I am, a Chinese cabbage?
Shenhao was speechless.
If Li Feifei was a cabbage, wouldn't that mean Shenhao was a pig?
However, when he thought of this, Shenhao felt more or less embarrassed. Right here, at this moment, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, right in front of him.
Don't say anything yet, let's see what he plans to do.
In fact, Shinhao is most willing to do this kind of thing of watching others laugh at him even though there is nothing else to do.
I just don't know if others will behave as Shinhao expected.
At this moment, Wang Chuan came here and looked straight at Li Feifei in front of him.
Beauty, what a coincidence, we actually meet here.
I have to say that Wang Chuan is very skillful in his words. He first establishes a relationship and then quietly brings them closer. However, if it was other women, it would be fine, but for Li Feifei, it seemed a little ridiculous for him to do this.
Uncle, who are you? My boyfriend and I are fine here, what are you doing here? Li Feifei's unkindness made Wang Chuan feel very embarrassed.
At this time, Shinhao also said, "Yes, sir, there are many women around here."
Tell me, why are you and your son targeting my woman?
Shinhao considered that this was his place, so he didn't want to get angry. Otherwise, even if Shinhao kicked Wang Chuan, no one could stop him. But here, Wang Chuan smiled. He didn't expect that Shinhao would actually see through it.
Since he had seen through it, Wang Chuan wouldn't be polite. How much money can I give you to leave this beautiful lady? Just name your price.
I, Wang Chuan, may not have anything else, but I still have plenty of money.
Wang Chuan looked up, looking very proud, and spoke to this side.
Wang Chuan's words made Shinhao feel very ridiculous.
This Wang Chuan is really good at showing off. He has plenty of money. Isn't his money given by Shinhao?
So when he thought of this, Shinhao shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but sigh.
Hey, why do you have to do this to pick up a girl? You want more money, right? Well, now, you name your price. How much is enough to buy the lives of both you and your son? Just name your price.
As Shinhao spoke, his expression gradually froze. At this time, Wang Chuan looked like he was sure of victory. But after hearing what Shinhao said, Wang Chuan frowned slightly.
Obviously, Wang Chuan had not anticipated this at all.
Wang Chuan looked at Shinhao, frowned, and said through gritted teeth, "What do you mean?" Shinhao now feels that there is no need to continue acting with Wang Chuan. "Nothing, my point is very simple, that is, if you dare to speak rudely to my woman, then don't blame me." After Shinhao finished speaking, he kicked the person in front of him without saying anything else.
This kick directly sent Wang Chuan flying backwards. With a bang, Wang Chuan flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 82 What feed king?
It's all just a passing cloud in my eyes.
How dare you hit me?
Wang Chuan gritted his teeth, looked at Shinhao, and spoke fiercely.
Not far away, Wang Dajuan also ran over and supported Wang Chuan. Dad, how are you?
Wang Dajuan said this and looked up at Shinhao. Shinhao, I treated you as my classmate, but you even dared to hit my dad. Wang Dajuan spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice.
Those around who didn't know what was going on also started talking about it.
This young man is really wrong.
How could he fight against the feed king? That's right. He looks like a stranger. If he continues like this, does he still want to stay in this area?
If it were me, he should be kicked out.
The people around were talking and preparing to step forward and attack Shinhao. Although Wang Chuan was kicked, he felt very happy. After all, Shinhao has become the target of public criticism now. At that time, as long as we find a way to drive Shinhao away, then the following things will become much smoother. As long as Shinhao leaves, 1T the beauty belonged to Wang Chuan? But will Shinhao do as he wishes? Classmate, this is really funny.
Before, you wanted to steal my girl and confess your love to my girlfriend.
That's fine. I won't bother with you. But it's fine if you confess, but your dad also comes here to confess. What does that mean?
After Shinhao finished speaking, everyone around him was stunned.
Is there such a thing? Am I competing with my own son for a woman?
This kind of thing happening to Wang Chuan was simply unheard of.
Dad, is this all true?
At this time, Wang Dajuan's pupils contracted, and he looked at Wang Chuan and couldn't help asking.
What a joke! Under such circumstances, how could Wang Chuan admit it?
So at this moment, Wang Chuan said, "Son, he lied to you."
How could your father do such a thing?
As Wang Chuan spoke, Shinhao looked at Wang Chuan and shook his head helplessly. This Wang Chuan is really something, he says one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Shinhao was thinking about what to do when Li Feifei beside him suddenly took out her cell phone and pressed a button.
No? Sorry, I recorded it. Li Feifei played the recording just now. It was indeed Wang Chuan who was aggressive.
It also indirectly proved the fact that Wang Chuan and her son were competing for the woman.
The problem is, this woman doesn't like any of them. Ha, what feed king?
In my eyes, it's all just empty talk. Shenhao originally wanted to say it was a dog, but Shenhao felt that this seemed a bit insulting to the dog.
What the hell are these two things? Dad, how dare you do such a thing? Do you know that I like her very much?
Wang Dajuan stepped forward, grabbed Wang Chuan by the collar, and spoke to Wang Chuan. Shenhao stood aside, but spoke calmly.
We are all adults, calm down. Domestic violence is not a solution.
Shenhao's words were a direct reminder to Wang Dajuan. Wang Dajuan threw a punch directly at this side, and there was no way Wang Chuan could be an opponent of Wang Dajuan, and he was quickly defeated. In the end, the security guards pulled them apart. As for what happened to these two people, it has little to do with Shenhao.
What a joke, what are elementary school classmates? If you dare to covet the woman around Shenhao, no matter how valuable you are, Shenhao will find a way to deal with that person. At this time, Li Feifei beside him laughed. How, I didn't expect that the hometown association was not well organized, but good shows were staged one after another. When Li Feifei said this, it sounded a bit like she was acting coquettishly to Shenhao. After all, the organizer is actually Shenhao's people. Shenhao nodded, yes, so next time, it's better to invite fewer people like this. People with weak hearts may even have a heart attack.
After Shenhao finished speaking, Li Feifei nodded and leaned on his shoulder affectionately. The people around were watching, and no one knew what they were thinking.
A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match? Sorry, they don't have that idea. How could such a beautiful woman belong to Shenhao?
Since ancient times, beauties have naturally been the preserve of the capable. So at this time, a middle-aged man who had a good relationship with Wang Chuan stood up directly.
Humph, hugging and kissing each other in public, what does that look like? Do you know what this place is?
It's really a disgrace to the world to be here. After this person finished speaking, the others also agreed. It is obvious that this person still has some status here.
Li Feifei can't stand such people who seem to be so sanctimonious. If we really use a martial arts character to describe him, then this person is a bit like Yu Buchuan. When the situation was still unclear, he watched the show from the sidelines. Waiting until the victory is almost achieved and then coming out to take charge of the situation is actually taking sides. Shenhao raised his eyebrows and looked at the man. Oh, other people's fathers and sons are doing all kinds of drama in public, and this is not considered as the decline of morality. But my woman leaning on my shoulder is considered as the decline of morality?
Shenhao's words were like a sudden slap in the face, hitting him hard in the face. At this moment, the man was suddenly dumbfounded by what he saw and didn't know what to say.
What else can I say now? Shenhao had said everything he needed to say. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't utter anything. At this time, Shenhao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said directly, "What's wrong? Do you have anything to say? If you don't want to say it, then I will say it. You guys, every year, spend the money raised by everyone here feasting and drinking, but then you turn around and look down on this and that. Do you think you are so noble?" Shenhao spoke very directly. Since he was the organizer of this event, Shenhao could say whatever he wanted. But at this time, the middle-aged man pointed his finger at Shenhao and was about to attack. Two big men in black rushed out from the crowd and stood directly in front of Shenhao. "We will fight anyone who dares to touch our leader." The figures of these two men are too outstanding. They are 1.9 meters tall and as big as the Hulk. I'm not bragging, with these two people standing here, even if there are more than 10 or 20 people on the opposite side, they will not be able to deal with them in a short time. Shenhao stood there and nodded. Well, it's okay, they don't dare to do anything. If you don't believe me, ask them. Chapter 83. I am very disappointed. This hometown association has disadvantages. Lao Su, forget it. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. The people around him grabbed the middle-aged man and tried to persuade him. This was also a way for him to save face, and the middle-aged man naturally grasped it. Humph, you're lucky, but if you dare to make trouble again, don't blame us from the hometown association for being rude to you. After saying that, he left with the people around him. Beside Shenhao, two bodyguards who were like iron towers stood there. Alliance leader, are you all right? As the bodyguard spoke, Shenhao waved his hand and said, "You guys go down first. Eat when you need to, drink when you need to,
and don't be restrained. After Shinhao finished speaking, the bodyguard nodded and immediately went to eat with a smile on his face. The bodyguards arranged by the Southern Alliance for Shinhao were really in place, but Shinhao was not so unkind. At this time, Li Feifei beside him raised her head and looked at Shinhao.
Shinhao, you look very unhappy. As Li Feifei said this, Shinhao sighed. To be honest, I'm very unhappy.
After Shinhao said this, Li Feifei's beautiful eyes moved slightly and she subconsciously looked at Shinhao.
What's wrong?
Li Feifei felt that she should comfort Shinhao properly.
Actually, I'm very disappointed.
This hometown association has some drawbacks.
Shinhao's words made Li Feifei feel the same way.
After all, these people, although their identities are there on the surface. In fact, out of 10 people, 5 or 6 are good for nothings. Shinhao had invested his money here before, but felt that it was a wrong place. I invested here before in the hope of leading the local folks to become rich together.
Instead of giving money to these people and letting them squander it. If we compare squandering, is Shinhao worse than them?
Shinhao now has assets worth tens of billions. If he squanders it, it would be no problem for him to kill all the people here. At this time, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shinhao smiled faintly, but just now, actually, I did see quite a few good entrepreneurs here.
If there are any bad people I invested in before, I will record them all.
Then I will withdraw the money and help those who need help more. Next, Shinhao plans to slowly explore through this area and then find a group of people who can help Shinhao do things. If you were looking for those good-for-nothings like those before, who promised things well and then could be bribed by just giving some money.
In this case, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving Shinhao's head directly to his competitors?
Although this may sound a bit serious, the business world is like a battlefield.
Every step must be taken with caution. One wrong step and the whole game is lost. This truth is even more obvious.
At this moment, Li Feifei, who was beside Shinhao, handed him a small note.
Look, I wrote it all down.
Shinhao felt a little surprised when he heard Li Feifei say this.
This Li Feifei is even more powerful than Shinhao imagined. How on earth did you do that? Shinhao was a little curious and looked at Li Feifei. Have you forgotten what I did in college? Li Feifei looked at Shinhao with an expression as if she was seeking credit.
At this time, Shinhao had a vague thought. It seems that Li Feifei was a member of the student union when she was in college. The student union has so many things to manage, but Li Feifei always manages them in order. At this moment, Shinhao seemed to suddenly understand.
Okay, I get it.
With this note, we can slowly settle accounts with them when the time comes.
As Shinhao spoke, Li Feifei nodded.
Indeed, if Shinhao had not invested here, it would be fine. But the problem now is that since Shinhao has already invested here, even if Shinhao has extraordinary abilities, he will be held back by these parasites. At this time, on the other side, a group of people were still discussing.
Humph, I just don't like that kid.
He is just a young boy who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. At this time, Su Ming looked at what was in front of him and spoke directly. When the people around him saw Su Ming like this, they all started talking.
If you ask me, you don't dislike this boy, you also like the woman next to him, right? That's right. We all know it. Don't we know what kind of person you are? But now, there are so many people watching us.
When the hometown gathering is over, we can be together.
Do we still need to worry about him taking revenge on us? These people were talking to Su Ming one after another.
Su Ming had a gloomy face at first, but after hearing what these people said, his eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, we were all in the same boat, and everyone understood everything with just a few casual words. At this time, Su Ming slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Su Ming said, "That's right, but when will Mr. Shin come?"
You know, the Mr. Shin they are talking about is their biggest financial backer.
Those who had previously agreed to invest here also got a little benefit. If everything goes well this time, they will be able to make at least several million. As for using this money to benefit the villagers, screw it. What these people care about is their own pockets.
As for the rest, they don't care.
Anyway, now that I have this money, I will open my duck farm.
When I make money, I will go out to develop. Do I still remember Mr. Shin?
I won't even know where he's going by then, so why should I care about him?
As Su Ming spoke, the others nodded.
At this time, on the stage, a host in a suit and tie said, "Good evening, dear guests and audience friends.
I am Zhang Yu, the host sent by Huang Yu Commercial Building. Now I declare that this hometown gathering is officially open.
While the host is speaking here, it has already started here. While the others took their seats one after another, many of them had their own ulterior motives in their minds. At this time, Xinhao had already seen through it all. Xinhao asked the 1.9-meter tall security guard not far away, "How long will it take you to gather people here as quickly as possible?" After Xinhao finished speaking, the man next to him said to him, "If we want to gather more than 30 people within 10 minutes, it's no problem."
Hearing this man say this, Xinhao nodded. "Okay, I got it. Hurry up and gather the people. Something might happen later." Chapter 84. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I am Mr. Shin. Now, Xinhao has seen the situation here. But to be honest, Xinhao was still very disappointed. But here, at this moment, Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him, and when he was secretly pondering in his heart, Li Feifei saw that something was wrong with Xinhao. "Xinhao, since you think it's unreasonable, why don't you leave?" Li Feifei didn't want to stay here anymore. She didn't fit in at all with these people. "Wait, because I need to go over and take a look later." Xinhao smiled faintly, subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. After watching for a while, the host was still shouting there. "Well, we are very honored that Mr. Shin is here today." At this time, the host looked at the scene in front of him and spoke excitedly. Just as the host finished speaking, the people around raised their heads and looked in front of them. However, when seeing this, the host at this time was looking at the front, and the others were very excited. "Where is Mr. Shin? Which one is Mr. Shin? It's really exciting. I didn't expect it at all. Mr. Shin is really amazing. This really caught me off guard." But these people in front of me were talking here one after another. And the people in front of him became more and more excited as they talked. At this time, the host came to Xinhao and looked very respectful to him. "Mr. Shin, you are here." The eyes of the people around fell on Xinhao, completely unable to believe it. "Oh my god, he is Mr. Shin? It's really unexpected that Mr. Shin is here too. Now, should I say something?" At this time, the people in front of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. But here, at this moment, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. After looking for a while, Xinhao spoke directly. "It's okay. In fact, when I was in the audience just now, I was paying attention to everyone's performance. I am from here too, so I really want to contribute to my hometown, but everyone's performance makes me very disappointed." Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and spoke excitedly. After Xinhao finished speaking, the people around him lowered their heads, feeling very ashamed. This made them feel very embarrassed. After all, this incident happened in a very bad way. These people have fully seen it. At this moment, the people in front of him slowly raised their heads and looked at Xinhao. After looking for a while, Xinhao just smiled indifferently. "Okay, for now, I don't want to say anything more about these things. As for the previous investment, I think it's just like that. I know exactly what you guys are thinking." Instead, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Xinhao came very straightforward and spoke to the person in front of him. As Xinhao finished speaking, the people around him looked at each other and looked at Xinhao. Obviously, deep down in their hearts, these people are actually very excited to some extent. "Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, we were wrong." "That's right, Mr. Shin. Please give us a chance and listen to our explanation." "We were just joking just now, Mr. Shin, please don't leave." These people were talking to Xinhao one after another. After all, the person they wanted to teach a lesson just now has now turned into Mr. Shin. In fact, judging from the current situation, there is no doubt that this has caught all of them off guard. After all, here, how dare these people think like this? At this moment, all the people in front of him raised their heads and looked over here. At this time, Xinhao simply ignored it. One of the bodyguards came to Xinhao and said, "Master, our people are here." After this person finished speaking, Xinhao waved his hand, signaling these people to block the people behind them. Li Feifei shook her head helplessly. What are these people doing? What was supposed to be a good thing has ended up being a self-destructive act. So, this is also the reason why Li Feifei has been reluctant to come here. It's not that I am much better than them, but it's a basic quality of being a human being. In fact, strictly speaking, this is indeed the case. So here, at this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Xinhao smiled faintly. Okay, let's go directly to Xinjia village.
Now, Xinhao actually didn't know exactly what was going on in Xinjia village. So when the time comes, Xinhao still thinks that it would be better for him to go over and take a look first, without saying anything else. As Xinhao finished speaking to the person in front of him, he discovered that there were two people standing outside the door. These two people were none other than Wang Dajuan and his father Wang Chuan. These two people now have bruised faces and noses, and it is obvious that they have received a lesson. Xinhao stared at the two people and found it interesting. "Oh, you haven't left yet." After Xinhao finished speaking, Wang Dajuan gritted his teeth and looked at Xinhao. "Humph, Xinhao, it's all because of you that we are in such a mess. Since you don't care about our friendship, I will be rude to you." Just now, Wang Dajuan was not accompanied by so many people. So he went out directly to call people. Now that so many people were called at once, Wang Dajuan naturally would not be so polite to them. And with Wang Dajuan bringing so many people together, they completely surrounded Xinhao. At this moment, when Xinhao looked in front of him little by little, seeing this, Xinhao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked in front of him subconsciously. The more this happened, the more Xinhao raised his head and looked ahead. Seeing this, Xinhao shook his head helplessly. Well, now, what should I say? Instead, Xinhao spoke directly to the people in front of him. After he finished speaking, the people in front of Xinhao raised their heads and looked at what was in front of them. At this time, in front of Xinhao, Wang Chuan said, "Stop talking so much nonsense. Just now and there, I couldn't do anything to you, but now, you are dead." When Wang Chuan spoke directly to Xinhao, after he finished speaking, Wang Chuan waved his hand and signaled the people around him to start attacking this side. At this moment, Xinhao raised his head and looked at what was in front of him, and suddenly found it very funny. "Ha, that's interesting, but why do you think I should be afraid of you?" Chapter 85 The Pride of Xinjia Village, that person is back. Alliance leader, is there anything I can help you with? More than 30 burly men rushed out from behind Xinhao. Wang Chuan was originally planning to deal with Xinhao, but now, seeing this scene in front of him, Wang Chuan was actually shocked. Obviously, the appearance of these people completely frightened everyone here. At this time, Wang Chuan subconsciously looked in front of him. Obviously, deep in his heart, he felt more and more that this incident was actually very shocking. Slowly, Xinhao smiled and said, "I'll leave it to you to handle. After you're done, you can move freely." After Xinhao finished speaking, Wang Dajuan was shouting here. "Xinhao, you can't do this. We are all classmates, how could you attack us?" After Wang Dajuan finished speaking, a large group of people ran out. "Mr. Xin, you must not leave." "That's right. If you leave, what will happen to our huge place in the future?" Behind him, these people were shouting at Xinhao. This made Wang Chuan and Wang Dajuan a little confused. What was going on? What, Mr. Xin? Instead, the people around him looked at Wang Chuan and said directly, "Don't you know that this Mr. Xin is the sponsor of our event?" When this person finished speaking, Wang Chuan almost fainted. Is there such a thing? Wang Dajuan regretted it so much. His classmate turned out to be a billionaire. Who would believe it if he told others about it? But now, there is no use regretting it. Xinhao took a look and said without any regret, let's go directly to Xinjia village." "Well, I'll do as you say." Li Feifei, with a gentle and obedient look, spoke to Xinhao. In fact, Xinhao didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But when Xinhao slowly raised his head and stared into the distance, at this moment, deep in his heart, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was actually a very good thing. Slowly, when Xinhao raised his head and looked in front of him, after looking for a while, Xinhao suddenly found it a little funny. Very good, actually this is quite interesting, but for now, these issues are not the main point. Next, the purpose of my return is to vigorously develop Xinjia village. Xinhao came from here, and now that he has money, it is natural for him to come back and help everyone. Xinjia village is very lively. Xinjia village is a well-known family within 100 miles. There are at least several hundred households in the entire village. At this time, outside Xinjia village, a supercar worth millions was parked there. A young man in his 20s, a bit fat, stood there. In Xinjia village, many people saw this and began to admire it. Xinjun has become more and more successful over the years. He drives a BMW. These cars must be very expensive. Not only is it very expensive, but Xinjun has also opened a small company outside over the years. He can earn hundreds of thousands a year. So amazing. We can't compare with Xinjun at all. He is simply the pride of our Xinjia village. These villagers were talking there. After hearing these words, Shinjun felt that it was good. Back then, Shinjun's academic performance was not good, and Shinhao had always been his pride. Shinhao's good academic performance is handsome and wins many awards every year.
The walls of my house are covered with award certificates.
When educating children at home, Shinhao is always used as a role model.
But now, Shinjun is very happy.
Ha, I'm so rich now, even Shinhao is not as rich as me. It's not that I hate Shinhao so much, but I suddenly feel that I'm doing so well, and I feel secretly happy.
Shinjun still said, I don't know how Haozi is doing now.
It's only been a few years since he graduated from college. It's really hard for college students to get along in the outside world now.
We are all from the same village. If we can help, we should do our best.
As Shinjun spoke, the people around him nodded repeatedly. After all, he is the pride of Xinjia village. If he leaves here and doesn't work out, Shinjun can recruit him back and offer him 10,000 yuan a month, which is also acceptable. After all, Shinhao's abilities are there. At this moment, when Shinjun was still talking here, he suddenly found that a luxury car was speeding towards him not far away. Compared to Shinjun's current car, the car in front is better.
Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Shinjun was deeply shocked. I bought a BMW worth over 1 million yuan, and I did it with gritted teeth. But compared with the car in front of him, Shinjun's car is simply a younger brother.
Who is driving this car in Xinjia village? Shinjun was secretly pondering in his heart. After repeatedly eliminating the possibility, Shinjun became more and more curious.
No matter how he looked at it, it seemed unlikely.
But the question now is, who is this person? Now, Shinjun couldn't really tell who this person was. Just here, the car in front of me stopped.
A beautiful woman walked out of the car.
Oh my god, this woman is so beautiful. At this moment, someone couldn't help but suddenly speak. The same goes for Shinjun.
A woman like this is no less beautiful than a school belle.
And the problem is, she got out from the passenger seat. So who is the person in the driving seat?
Shinjun was curious at this moment. Not to mention Shinjun, even the people around him are the same. These people suddenly felt as if a cat was scratching their hearts. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they felt deep down in their hearts. Just at this moment, the door of the car opened and a young man walked out of the car.
Seeing this young man, everyone took a deep breath. Shenhao.
These people had never expected that the young man who was once the pride of Xinjia village had returned. Back then, he was the pride of Xinjia village. Now that he is back, he is still the pride of Xinjia village.
Among the younger generation, there are almost no ones who can surpass him.
At this time, Shinhao looked around and said to the side, Dear villagers, everyone is here. Ajun, you are here too. Since you are here, come and help me distribute the things.
Shinhao was not polite either.
After all, he and Shinjun were from the same village and they had always had a good relationship since childhood. Although Shinjun likes to compare with others, he is actually a kind-hearted person at heart.
Okay, I got it. I'll be right there.
Shinjun came here, spoke to Shinhao, and then started to open the trunk.
Tianjilan, and these, you can't get them down without a few $1,000s, right? Chapter 86 Shinhao's girlfriend, Shin's daughter-in-law.
At this moment, here, Shinhao slowly looked in front of him. Seeing this, the more so, Shinhao at this time said to this side, It's nothing, it's just a small amount of money.
Don't just stand there, come over and give us a hand. Every household has one. In fact, Shinhao could drive his own limited edition silver supercar or the Bentley Ultramarine.
But those cars are not big, not as big as my Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car can hold more things, so Shinhao brought it directly.
Oh, Haozi, you've really made it. Is this your girlfriend?
You have good taste. Your girlfriend is so beautiful.
That's right, Haozi, when are you going to hold the wedding banquet? Just tell me and I will definitely be there with gifts and people. Need I say this? Haozi's business is our business.
We must handle this matter beautifully. At this moment, the people around were talking one after another, and they were getting more and more excited. But here, along with the people in front of him, they were all talking here. At this moment, Shinhao was very calm.
He nodded and agreed.
And Shinjun beside him also found the feeling he had at that time. Haozi, I didn't expect you to be doing so well these years. We all grew up together, so naturally we were happy for Shinhao. It's just so, just a little better than the average person, so I thought about coming back to take a look.
Ajuan, thank you so much for this time.
I'll treat you to a meal if I have time in the next few days. As Shinhao spoke, Shinjun smiled.
Okay, then, I won't be polite to you.
I'll leave first. Shinjun finished speaking and prepared to leave. Shinhao took out a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes that were left in the car and handed it to Shinjun.
Take this cigarette.
Shinjun didn't want to do it at first, but seeing that Shinhao insisted on doing so, Shinjun nodded.
Well, in that case, I won't be polite with you.
After Shinjun finished speaking, he left.
Li Feifei nodded. Shinhao, the people in your village are quite interesting. Yeah, this feels like home.
I just want to inconvenience you, a girl from the city, to accompany me in suffering.
Shinhao turned and looked at Li Feifei, speaking apologetically.
Li Feifei rolled her eyes.
How could this be called being wronged? Moreover, when Li Feifei thought of this, she suddenly felt a little excited. What are Shinhao's family like?
At Shinhao's home, Shinhao's father Shin Rongchang felt something strange and talked to the middle-aged woman next to him.
Mother of the child, what's going on today? Why are you all running to our house?
The middle-aged woman next to Shin Rongchang shook her head.
I don't know.
I seemed to hear them talking about what happened to Hao, but I didn't hear it clearly.
Shin Rongchang was a little unhappy.
How could he not have heard it clearly since it was related to his own son Shinhao? You know, when Shinjun came before, Shin Rongchang used the excuse that he had something to do at home and did not go out. In fact, Shin Rongchang was proud of Shinhao when Shinhao was young. But now, what was happening in front of him surprised Shin Rongchang.
Before, his own children were not doing as well as he was.
His own children.
Old three, you have raised a good son.
At this time, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Shin Rongchang but was older came over.
Shin Rongchang was a little puzzled. Brother, what are you talking about? I am confused.
After Shin Rongchang finished speaking, the people around him started talking to each other. Your Shinhao has made great progress. He drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom and he came back with a very beautiful girl.
That's right.
I thought this kid could achieve great things.
I didn't expect that I would be right. Third brother, I won't bother you anymore. Hausi will be back soon. At this time, these people were talking to each other. After saying that, these people left one after another.
Shin Rongchang and the middle-aged woman beside him looked at each other.
The middle-aged woman next to Shin Rongchang was very excited. Rongchang, did you hear that?
They said that our Hausi has made great progress. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, Shin Rongchang reached out and touched the middle-aged woman's forehead.
I don't have a fever. I can believe what they say. These people always have nothing to do but make fun of our family. I didn't expect that the eldest brother would join them. Stop watching and clean up the house.
A lot of people came to my house just now, and many of them had just returned from farm work. So the house is a bit messy and naturally needs to be cleaned up. Beside her, the middle-aged woman nodded and started to clean up. As Shin Rongchang walked, he shook his head. These people are really interesting. My Hausi has only graduated from college a few years ago.
How come he is doing so well? It's not that Shin Rongchang didn't believe it.
He had studied for a few years, so he knew more than others. According to what these people described, even if Shinhao rode a rocket, he couldn't go that fast. We are all from the same village anyway, just joke around.
If you take it seriously, you will lose.
At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Dad, Mom, we are back. The middle-aged woman raised her head and looked outside. Rongchang, listen, it seems to be Hausi's voice.
Shin Rongchang was cleaning up and preparing to cook.
Hearing the middle-aged woman say this, he waved his hand.
They are making fun of us here, and you really believe it. I don't care about you. I'll light the fire first and prepare to cook. The middle-aged woman was a little depressed, wondering if she was really wrong.
But before my eyes, a man and a woman came here. The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is also very beautiful. The appearance of these two people here immediately stunned the middle-aged woman.
Hausi, it's really you.
The middle-aged woman came to Shinhao, and Shin Rongchang shook his head helplessly.
Why is this old woman so into the drama? Hausi.
Shin Rongchang raised his head and looked into the distance and found that it was really his son. Shin Rongchang immediately dropped the firewood in his hand and came to Shinhao. Shinhao said, Mom and Dad, this is Li Feifei, my girlfriend. Feifei, these two are my parents. After Shinhao finished speaking, Li Feifei blushed and called out to the people in front of her, Dad, Mom, hello, I'm Feifei.
After saying that, Li Feifei realized something was wrong.
This is my first time visiting, and I haven't done anything yet, so why do you call your parents first? The middle-aged woman was very happy and patted the back of Li Feifei's hand. My dear daughter, Haozi, your girlfriend is very much loved by me.
Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Is Mr. Xinhao here?
At this time, Xinhao stretched lazily.
It all feels so beautiful.
When I got home, everything felt great. And now, Xinhao took a look and found that the development of Xinjia village is actually quite good. Now all that is left to do here is build a road, which is not a problem for Xinhao. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Liang Jing, you know my hometown, please make some arrangements and have someone repair the road here. After Xinhao finished speaking, Liang Jing on the other end of the phone nodded repeatedly.
Okay Xinhao, I'll go down and make arrangements right away. By the way, when will you be back? For some reason, Liang Jing was somewhat concerned about Xinhao.
I don't know how Xinhao is doing now. This time, Xinhao seemed very calm. Well, I'll go back naturally after I've arranged things here.
If there is anything else, please let me know. I'm busy now.
After Xinhao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In fact, Xinhao is really busy. A lot of people came here at once, and all of them were holding gifts in their hands.
He just walked in and said to this side, I want to ask, Mr. Xinhao, are you here?
After saying this, at this moment, Shen Rongchan looked at what was in front of him with some curiosity.
This is Xinhao's house. What do you want to talk to him about? Shen Rongchan was talking to this side.
At this moment, the man in a suit and tie in front of him was talking to this side with a fist clasped.
Hello, uncle.
I'm here to see Mr. Xinhao.
Shen Rongchang felt flattered when he was called uncle.
He has studied for a few years and is considered a learned man. So Shen Rongchang could see that the identity of the person in front of him was definitely not that simple.
Not long after, another burly man came here and shouted at the top of his voice, Excuse me, is Mr. Xinhao here?
I'm Lu Delong, and I've come to visit Mr. Xinhao specially.
Lu Delong?
The onlookers around were a little surprised when they heard this.
Lu Delong, this is a big boss.
I didn't expect him to come to visit Haozi.
Haozi is really successful now.
Yes, there are more behind us, all of them are big bosses, or they came from our side. I heard before that Haozi is planning to invest money in our village to develop it. The more these people talked, the happier they became.
The people of Xinjia village were simple and honest, and they didn't have so many evil thoughts. Everyone is of one mind and quite united.
Even if there are a few that are not sociable, they actually know what to do when it comes to major issues.
Haozi, I'm looking for you.
Shen Rongchang was talking to Xinhao who was not far away, and Xinhao turned around and looked at what was in front of him.
Xinhao was a little confused as to what was going on.
Here, Li Feifei came to Xinhao and said, Xinhao, I don't know how the news of your return was known to these big bosses.
So the reason I'm looking for you now is naturally to discuss cooperation. After Li Feifei finished speaking, Xinhao nodded.
That is true, but Xinhao couldn't help but smile when he said that.
Oh, bosses, you are here to cooperate with me, right?
As Xinhao spoke, these people nodded repeatedly.
That's true.
If you want to cooperate with someone as capable as Xinhao, who else do you need to cooperate with if you don't cooperate with Xinhao?
Xinhao took a look and wondered what to do. Xinhao didn't bring anyone with him.
If something really happens at that time, it will be difficult for Xinhao to handle it by himself. At this time, a bodyguard with a hot temper stood up and pointed at Xinhao.
Xinhao, our boss is speaking to you politely, don't be shameless.
After the bodyguard finished speaking, Xinhao turned around and looked at the bodyguard in front of him.
Who is your boss?
As Xinhao was speaking, the bodyguard in front of him didn't care about anything else and came straight towards Xinhao. I don't care what's going on, you have to agree today. After this person finished speaking, the bosses around him all felt that something was not right.
How can this be possible? We are all here to discuss business, but these bodyguards are too presumptuous.
Humph, who dares to touch our leader? At this moment, the bodyguard was about to come in front of Xinhao. Suddenly, more than a dozen burly men rushed out from outside. Without saying a word, they came here directly and surrounded the bodyguard. Xinhao let them move freely, but they had nowhere to go, so they came to the village where Xinhao was. When these people finished talking to Xinhao, they were about to start saying something to Xinhao. At this moment, the bodyguard was captured instantly. Standing here, Xinhao looked in front of him and suddenly smiled.
I won't pursue who this bodyguard belongs to for now. If you are sincere about discussing cooperation, that's fine.
Now, you guys go to the restaurant in Xinjia village and wait for me. I'll make arrangements later. After Xinhao finished speaking, these people heard it and nodded repeatedly. Now that this has been said, they naturally know what to do next. Okay, Mr. Xin, we'll be there right away, calm down. As these people spoke, they stood up and left. After all, it was their fault in this matter. If these people really offended Xinhao because of this incident, then they would have no good days from now on. This point is very clear in their hearts. So, instead of offending someone here, it is better to leave quickly now. After these big bosses left, Shen Rongchang came to Xinhao and said, Haozi, since these big bosses have left, what should we do? After all, none of us can afford to offend them. Shen Rongchang still has the mentality of being content with a small fortune, and he doesn't know how strong Xinhao is now. Xinhao waved his hand and said, you guys go with the others. It's best not to let them cause any trouble. I'll clean up and be there soon. As Xinhao spoke to the people in front of him, the big men in black around him immediately clasped their fists. Yes, Lord, we know what to do. After saying that, these people stood up and went downstairs to deal with their own affairs. Xinhao looked over there, and finally said to Li Feifei, pack up first, and then come with me later. Why do I feel like I'm not your girlfriend, but more like your secretary? Li Feifei looked at Xinhao and couldn't help asking. Hello, secretary. I will do whatever you need. Otherwise. Xinhao looked at Li Feifei in front of him and smiled faintly. Li Feifei looked at Xinhao and her cheeks turned red. Why did Xinhao tell everything to others? Chapter 88 Help your childhood friend, I have a big business for you. Hey, what did you say? The company is failing? No, what's going on? Did he run away with the money? At this time, Xinjun was very anxious. After all, this matter is related to the future development of his company. Originally, Xinjun borrowed a lot of money this time. I had been planning to make great achievements, but I didn't expect that I would end up like this. Thinking of this, Xinjun couldn't help feeling a little sad. Juan. Xinhao suddenly appeared in front of Xinjun and patted him on the shoulder. Xinjun came back to his senses and looked at Xinhao. Haozi. Xinjun forced a smile, but Xinhao had actually seen everything just now. Don't pretend, I can see it all. Xinhao's gaze fell on Xinjun in front of him, and he spoke to Xinjun. There was even an awkward smile on Xinjun's face. You figured it out. Xinjun felt a little embarrassed that he had been made a fool of himself by his childhood friend. But here, at this moment, Xinhao waved his hands in front of him, appearing very calm. It's okay. It's okay to fail temporarily. I will help you with your problem. After Xinhao finished speaking, Xinjun in front of him became a little curious. What is going on? Why would Xinhao say this now? Behind Xinhao, the big man in black nodded. Don't worry, leader, we know what to do. What a joke. People from the Southern Alliance are spread all over the South. If you want to find someone, isn't that an easy thing? As long as that person doesn't run to the north, it will only be a matter of time for Xinhao to find him in the south. Haozi, are these all your people? In front of him, Xinjun pointed at the big men in black behind him. Xinjun had seen these people in the village before, but he didn't pay much attention to them at the time, thinking that they were troops coming to their place for an exercise. Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? But now, after taking a closer look, they discovered that all of these seemed to have caught them off guard. After watching for a while, Xinhao said to Xinjun, come on, I'll take you somewhere. Haozi, why did you drag me to the restaurant? If you want to eat, why don't we just go home and cook? It's a waste of money here. Xinjun doesn't have much money on hand now, so naturally he has to save some money. But Xinhao smiled, it's okay, I'll take you to meet some people. Xinjun was puzzled, but still followed Xinhao. The moment Xinhao and Xinjun entered the hotel, dozens of eyes fell on Xinhao. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. Although these sounds were not uniform, they were loud and clear. Of course Xinjun knew that the Mr. Shen these people were talking about was definitely not him. Although Xinjun had been doing well before, he knew that each of these big bosses was as powerful as himself. Now when they called him Mr. Shen, they were naturally referring to Xinjun's childhood friend Xinhao. I never thought that Haozi's business was so big that these big bosses were willing to come and see him. Xinhao waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. Everyone, I already know everything you said before. Let me introduce you to Xinjun, he is my good brother.
From now on, I will let him handle all my affairs here.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Xinjun's eyes widened and he looked at Xinhao in disbelief. Although Xinjun didn't know how big Xinhao's business was, he knew Xinhao was no ordinary person since he could make these big bosses willingly come to see him.
Mr. Shin's brother is our friend. This Mr. Shin, my name is Qi Donglin, and I work at the Changbei Pharmaceutical Factory. My name is Wang Lei, and I'm currently doing some processing business. Mr. Shin, if you need anything, just let me know. My name is Han Dongsheng, and I'm in charge of the vegetable business here. As they started introducing themselves one by one, Xinjun couldn't believe it. These people are all well-known figures in this area and they do big business. The annual income of any one of them is over several million.
The reason why these people treat me so politely now is all because of Xinhao. Xinjun knew that Xinhao was helping him, so he felt even more touched.
How's-he? Xinjun opened his mouth and wanted to speak.
Xinhao leaned close to Xinjun's ear and said, "If you ask me, just give up on your business and develop it in your hometown.
I know that you are interested in Xiao from the next village. I will have someone prepare something and you can go and propose marriage directly."
Xinjun found Xinhao's words a little unbelievable.
You know, the reason why he worked so hard was actually because of Xiao.
Xinjun and Xiao love each other, but Xiao's parents have always disagreed. Now with Xinhao's full support, this matter is naturally a sure thing.
Xinhao said, "Stand up straight, you are my good brother, these people will listen to you from now on."
What a joke, Xinhao has invested a lot of money here. Before, the hometown association was completely controlled by those few people, so these people were not interested. But Xinhao had already said this before, so these big bosses who did not participate naturally hoped to cooperate with Xinhao.
Howsy, if this project is successful, how much money can we make?
Xinjun looked at Xinhao, feeling somewhat confused.
Although their area is very large, if Xinjun is responsible for promoting these things, it should be no problem to make several million a year, right?
Xinhao stretched out a finger and Xinjun's eyes widened.
1 million, so much?
Anyway, at the beginning, Xinjun was not greedy, and 1 million was actually enough. But at this moment, Xinhao shook his head, 100 million. If we do well in 1 year, we can earn at least 100 million. And these are just Xinhao's preliminary estimates. By then, even if it is a dividend, Xinjun will have a profit of 10 or 20 million. Xinjun naturally understood what this meant. At this moment, Xinjun gritted his teeth, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go all out. Howsy, trust me, I will definitely manage this place well for you."
Xinhao nodded.
Of course he believed it. If he didn't believe it, Xinhao would never have said that. Next, Xinhao asked several big men in black to sit down and drink with these people.
As for Xinhao, he was not interested. "Oh, right, since I have nothing to do now, I might as well go to the next village and take a look. If Jun is done with his work, I'll ask him to come find me then."
Chapter 89 Contempt from Tawa Village, you can't do it.
Tawa Village is right next to Xinjia Village. In the early years, those people in Tawa Village went out to do business.
They worked together in business and are almost monopolizing the market. During those years, each person could get tens of thousands of yuan a year. The hundreds of thousands of dollars back then were worth much more than they are now. So the development here is naturally good, and they naturally look down on the Xinjia village next to them. "Stop, you don't look like you are from our village." At this time, a young man of 18 or 19 years old stood there and shouted to Xinhao. Xinhao glanced at the young man and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I'm from the nearby Xinjia village." Xinhao had just finished speaking when the young man in front of him looked at him and said directly, "Humph, people from Xinjia village, I know that you are very poor over there. So, seeing that our Tawa village has become rich, you want to come over here and take advantage of us, right?" As the young man was speaking, Xinhao raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Xinhao smiled bitterly. "Am I being laughed at for my current behavior?" As soon as Xinhao said this, the young man in front of him took out a lot of coins from his pocket. Then, the young man dropped the coins on the ground little by little. "I'm just laughing at you, what can you do? You are from Xinjia village, you can't do it. Hurry up, this is our charity for you, pick it up quickly." In front of him, the young man was talking to Xinhao. At this moment, Xinhao looked in front of him and saw this side. Xinhao suddenly smiled. The people from other Tawa village around here also smiled when they saw this. These people in Xinjia village are like this. They always want to come to us to ask for benefits. That's right. If you kneel down and call me grandpa, I can give you more.
Go ahead and shout, you'll get more money. If I were you, wouldn't I be so happy that I'd almost jump up?
A few years ago, there was a conflict between Tawa village and Xinjia village, and many young people from the two villages were involved in that incident. At that time, Xinhao's father was still very young. He often boasted that he could deal with 3 or 4 people in Tawa village by himself.
Xinjun's father was with Xinhao's father Xin Rongchang at the time. The two of them always liked to chat together.
But the two of them were also competing with each other, comparing themselves, and later comparing themselves with their own children.
Xinhao raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. Are you an adult?
Xinhao's words made the young man in front of him slightly stunned.
I don't know what Xinhao means. The man subconsciously took 2 steps back. What are you going to do? Do you want to hit someone?
These people had also been told by their elders about what happened in Tawa village before, so they were still somewhat frightened.
Don't worry, I won't hit you. I'm just curious, are you an adult?
After Xinhao finished speaking, the man in front of him raised his head and spoke directly.
I am an adult, I am 19 this year, what do you want to do?
Hearing this man say this, Xinhao waved his hands behind him.
Did you hear that? He's an adult now.
He knows what to do now. After Xinhao finished speaking, 2 big men in black rushed over from behind him.
Like a gust of wind, coming quickly.
Xinhao is the leader of the Southern Alliance and their spiritual leader.
And now, these little brats actually dared to insult their spiritual leader. Aren't they seeking death? So very quickly, all the dozen or so men were knocked to the ground.
The most ruthless man mentioned earlier was grabbed by the collar by the big man in black, with his fist raised high and pointed at his head.
Stop!
Xinhao shouted over here, and the big man in black stopped immediately. Xinhao took out a wad of money from his pocket, which was even more shocking than what the young man gave him before.
Oh my god, that's a lot of money. At this time, someone couldn't help but speak.
The person next to him glared at the man, and he immediately shut up.
You are very rich, right? You can do whatever you want with money, right?
Well, now, I'm going to throw all this money on the ground, and you guys, kneel down and pick it up. As Xinhao spoke, the young men were frightened and dared not speak. Just now they were just teasing him with coins, but now, Xinhao took out $100 bills and started to spend them casually, which looked very attractive. But they were also worried that as soon as they picked up the money, the big men behind them would attack them.
You, come here, kneel down and pick up the money.
Xinhao pointed at the young man who had just mocked him and spoke directly. The young man in front of him was really scared and begged for mercy to Xinhao again and again. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, please, forgive me. As the young man spoke, Xinhao didn't really want to teach him a lesson, he just thought his appearance was too annoying.
Now you know you were wrong? Do you know that if I wanted to, it would be very easy to raise your Tawa village to the ground?
After Xinhao finished speaking, these people were frightened. The young man who had been caught just now suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed the big man in black who caught him. Careful! Xinhao was very worried and was shouting here. The big man in black had already noticed this scene. He turned his body to avoid the attack, but his arms were covered with scars.
What's going on? Are you okay?
Seeing this, Xinhao asked worriedly.
The man shook his head. Master, I'm fine.
After the man finished speaking, Xinhao gritted his teeth and looked at the young man who had just attacked.
Beat them. Just don't kill them. You can do whatever you want.
As Xinhao was speaking, 2 burly men in black attacked the man who had just attacked.
After a round of punching and kicking, the man even vomited blood. You dare to hit me? My father is Su Hong, the head of Tawa village. You just wait for me. Wait a minute, if my dad finds out, he'll send someone to kill you. Although this young man was beaten, he still spoke very arrogantly.
Xinhao found it interesting. Oh, interesting, then I will really hit it, keep going, don't stop. After Xinhao finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away.
Stop it.
As these words were spoken, at this moment, the people around all raised their heads and looked over here. Especially the young man who was beaten, with tears in his eyes.
Second uncle, you are finally here. If you hadn't come, he would have beaten me to death.
Second uncle, hurry up and don't let him go. Chapter 90 Peach Blossom Village is nothing, I don't take it seriously.
I understand. Leave it to me. Su Yaozu stood up and spoke to this side. Su Yaozu still has a certain authority in Tawa village.
In addition, he is accompanied by some people at this moment, so he is naturally more confident.
Young man, are you from Xinjia village? Su Yaozu looked at Shen Hao and asked puzzledly.
But Xinjia village is not small, with a similar population to Tawa village.
But Xinjia village is more united, so in all honesty, Xinjia village is stronger.
In the fight between the two sides more than 10 years ago, Xinjia village had the upper hand.
But now, Tawa village is even richer. Normally, every household will employ a few bodyguards.
If a fight really breaks out, Xinjia village will probably suffer.
That's right, Shen Hao. Taohua village is nothing, I don't take it seriously.
Shen Hao waved his hands in front of him and spoke lightly. At this time, Su Yaozu looked at Shen Hao, raised his head and said directly, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Although you are young, you are nothing in front of people who are truly capable.
I can give you a chance. You will be responsible for their medical expenses.
If you kneel down and kowtow to each of them 3 times, this matter will be written off.
Otherwise."
Su Yaozu looked at Shen Hao and said proudly. The people around Su Yaozu saw that Shen Hao stopped talking and started talking.
That's right, kneel down quickly.
If you don't kneel down, don't blame us for being rude.
Who said it wasn't? If you don't kneel down, I'll make you suffer.
Humph, the people of Xinjia village have been displeased with you for a long time.
If you don't kneel, I will break your legs today. The people following Su Yaozu were talking here with a menacing look on their faces.
Beside Shen Hao, the 2 burly men stood up and protected Shen Hao behind them. We will make sure anyone who dares to attack our ally is in trouble. Although there are only 2 people, that feeling is stronger than that of thousands of troops. Shen Hao also knew that if he took action, he would definitely suffer losses. Call them immediately and ask them to come over and help. After Shen Hao finished speaking, the big man in black beside him took out his cell phone and made a call. The call went through, and the big man in black just said, "Come here quickly, the leader is in trouble." With just one sentence, a large group of people rushed over. Although Shen Hao brought a small number of people this time, only about 20 to 30 people, many people from the Southern Alliance came with him.
If we really give them time, hundreds of people will be no problem.
At this time, Su Yaozu in front of him saw the situation, looked up and spoke directly.
This is ridiculous. Come on, beat up these 3 first.
After Su Yaozu finished speaking, the people around him rushed forward and rushed directly towards Shen Hao.
2 big men blocked Shen Hao behind them.
Shen Hao is the leader of the Southern Alliance. Something might happen to them, but nothing can happen to Shen Hao.
Everyone, let's retreat first.
Shen Hao knew that 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and it was useless to fight fearlessly here now. When Shen Hao's men arrive, that will be the time for them to fight back.
You think too much if you want to run away.
Today, I, Su Yaozu, will directly destroy your Xinjia village. Su Yaozu was very excited, thinking about the fight between the 2 villages that year, in which he also participated. However, Su Yaozu was unfortunately beaten badly, so he always held a grudge against Xinjia village.
Now that he has this good opportunity, how could he not take revenge? Alliance leader, we are here.
At the critical moment, a voice came from behind Shen Hao. They were Shen Hao's guards, all dressed in black, coming straight towards them. Shen Jun was behind him, holding a wooden stick as thick as a bowl in his hand, and came straight towards this side. "If anyone dares to touch my brother, I will fight you." Some villagers from Xinjia village also rushed over. "If you dare to touch Haozi, you will be making things difficult for our Xinjia village. You are from Taohua village.
You want to die? Then come on. Am I afraid of you? I was beaten so badly back then. Do you still want to come and try now?"
Although some of the villagers in Xinjia village are in their 40s or 50s, they are still brave enough and are shouting and talking at this moment.
Moreover, in Xinjia village, there are many people who are about the same age as Shen Hao.
They have served in the army and have returned home. Their physical fitness is definitely better than that of Taohua village. Everyone, this incident today was instigated by Taohua village. Since Taohua village is bullying others by taking advantage of its power, I will rush into Taohua village to see what is going on here. As Shen Hao spoke, he rushed forward with a large group of people. Su Yaozu originally wanted to bring people to resist Shen Hao over there, but as soon as they met, Su Yaozu was hit directly on the head by a big man in black on Shen Hao's side. Su Yaozu struggled for a few times, but finally his eyes went dark and he fainted. "Hurry up and tell the village chief about this." At this time, someone in Taohua village came to their senses and planned to report the matter back. After all, this is not a good thing now. So we must report this to them. As for the Tawa village committee, the current head of the committee is Su Hong, who is Su Yaozu's elder brother.
It was 10 minutes later when Su Hong learned about this. What? These people really think that our Tawa village is easy to bully, right? After all, so many years have passed.
Although Su Hong still feels resentful, he is rich now and no longer looks down on these poor people in Xinjia village. However, Su Hong's own daughter actually fell in love with a young man from Xinjia village, which Su Hong would never agree to no matter what. So at this time, Su Hong learned about this and slammed the table in anger.
How can this be justified? How dare these guys cause trouble in Tawa village?
Since you're here, I want to let these people know how powerful we are.
Get ready and attack together.
After Su Hong finished speaking, the surrounding villagers began to organize themselves. The relationship between the two villages is usually not good, but under normal circumstances, everyone will restrain each other. But now, this is no longer a matter of restraint. There is no surveillance here anyway, and it is difficult to manage, so the two sides started fighting directly. Someone beside Su Hong said, "Village chief, I heard that a group of people went to your house."
"What, it's heading towards Su Hong's house. What should I do?" "Hurry up, take me there right now." Su Hong looked at what was in front of him and spoke anxiously. Chapter 91. You are my brother's sister, right? Then follow me.
Xinhao brought a large group of people and rushed directly to Su Hong's home. The woman his good brother Xinjun likes is Su Jelly, the daughter of Su Hong, the village chief of Tawa village. Xinhao was already at the door of Su Hong's house, but Xinhao found that his good friend Xinjun was not there.
"Where's Xinjun?"
Xinhao looked behind him and asked puzzledly.
"Alliance leader, just now Xinjun brought a large group of people and directly took down the Su family's flag."
After the people around him finished speaking, Xinhao found it funny. As for the small piece of land in Tawa village, although the Su family is a big family here, there is no need to hang up the flag representing the Su family. To put it nicely, it's called the Shui Qi, but to put it bluntly, it feels like attending a funeral.
"Forget it, let him go. Since he didn't come, let me handle this matter."
Xinhao said this, and prepared to rush in with a large group of people. Su Hong stood there, denouncing Xinhao with his eyes.
"People from Xinjia village, you are going too far. What are you trying to do? You openly break into our Taohua village."
But after Su Hong finished speaking, Xinhao found it funny.
This Taohua village is not your Su family's, can't we just leave? I came to your house today to visit and get to know you. I'll come and patronize you more often some other day when I have time.
Xinhao said it very calmly, but to Su Hong, it sounded like an exaggeration.
"Humph, I don't care about you that much, you bastards, catch them for me."
Su Hong has a lot of bodyguards under his command, and he also has the support of other people. So Su Hong has quite a few people here, and the number is no less than that of Xinhao.
But Xinhao has elite troops here, so how could he be afraid?
"Alliance leader, leave this to us, you go in first." At this time, one of the men in black said this and knocked Su Hong to the ground with one punch.
The battle here is even more one-sided.
The people around Su Hong look scary in size, but compared with the people here from Xinhao, the gap is too huge to be considered an opponent at all. So very quickly, the situation here was under control. Xinhao rushed in directly with more than 10 people. In a large yard, not far away, there were several large wolfhounds, barking non-stop at Xinhao and his group. Xinhao pointed at the big wolfhound in front of him and said, "If you bark again, I will kill you all." After Xinhao finished speaking, for some reason, all the big wolfhounds stopped barking and just kept buzzing around, looking very aggrieved. Xinhaozai didn't have time to stay here for long, so he came to the villa. There are many women here, some are playing mahjong, and some are playing poker. There is a very unique-looking woman here, holding a book in her hands and reading it seriously. Seeing Xinhao and his group rushing in, everyone here was even more shocked.
"Who are you?
How dare you disturb me while I'm playing cards?" A woman in her 40s stood up, looking unhappy.
"Us?
We are from Xinjia village." Xinhao looked at the person in front of him. The matchmaker mole on her mouth and the fat on her body made her look disgusting no matter how he looked at her. When this person heard that Xinhao was from Xinjia village, he looked disgusted. "So you are from Xinjia village, the lowest of the low. Get out of here quickly, or our village chief will get angry and then none of you will be able to escape." After this person finished speaking, she was greeted with a hard slap in the face. Of course, the person who beat people was not Xinhao, but someone around Xinhao. The man in black stood up and said angrily, "How dare you insult our leader?
Are you looking for death?
The Southern Alliance has a very high reputation in the south, especially in several cities near Jiangzhou, where the cohesion is the highest. Therefore, the people here will naturally not be polite if they hear anyone dare to say something disrespectful to the leader of the Southern Alliance.
Shen Hao did not waste time with these people. Instead, he looked around and asked directly, who knows Shen Jun?
After Shen Hao finished speaking, at this moment, these people looked at each other. The chic girl who was reading a book just now suddenly put down the book and looked at Shen Hao. Ajuan, who are you to Ajuan?
Ajuan, he is my brother. You must be my brother's sister, so follow me.
After Shen Hao finished speaking, he pulled Su Jelly out. Although Su Jelly hadn't figured out what was going on, she still followed Shen Hao. Behind him, the woman stood up and said, Jelly, how could you guys? After the woman finished speaking, the man in black who had just attacked Shen Hao clenched his fist.
What's wrong, old woman? Do you still want to be beaten?
After this man finished speaking, the woman just now shut up obediently.
What a joke!
These ferocious-looking people actually come to us so blatantly. When the time comes, they will be in trouble.
Sister, what should we do? Jelly has been taken away by them. We must think of a way. The people around him spoke to the middle-aged woman.
After saying this, the middle-aged woman pinched her waist, looked at the situation in front of her, and felt very angry. Humph, these people from Xinjia village are really too much. They actually took advantage of the master's absence to do such a thing. Wait, I'll call Hero right away and have him take care of them. As the middle-aged woman spoke, she took out her cell phone and made a call. When the women around saw this, they all cheered for the place.
Yes, you are right, sister, you are really a role model for us women.
That's right, big sister, you married a good husband, and big brother is so capable, they are doomed this time.
Who said it wasn't true?
These guys from Xinjia village are just waiting for us to deal with them.
Many women were talking there.
Their men also beg for food under Su Hong, so naturally they have to curry favor with this middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman found these very useful and went straight to make a phone call. Just as the call was made, a group of people came towards this side not far away. The leader was limping, with one hand covering his head, and was walking towards this side with the support of people around him.
This person's cell phone is still ringing here.
This person is Su Hong, the village chief of Tawa village.
Hey, stop hitting me, I'm back.
Su Hong seemed to be having great difficulty speaking. When the women saw this, they were all extremely surprised.
What is going on? Why did the main force of Tawa village encounter an ambush? Why is everyone injured? And there are footprints on many people's bodies. Who did this?
Hero, who did this?
The middle-aged woman was very angry. Su Hong gritted his teeth and said, it's those bastards from Xinjia village. Xinjia village, I can't coexist with them. Chapter 92 I'll give you a surprise, you can't refuse it. Haozi, why did you withdraw so quickly?
In Shen Jun's opinion, he should go in and make a big fuss no matter what.
He would not give up unless he did.
But Shen Hao came back in such a short time, which really made Shen Jun in front of him a little confused. But Shen Hao found it very interesting and of course he should do this. Shen Hao has solved all the problems that need to be solved, so what does Shen Hao need to worry about next?
What a pity. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to see Jelly. I don't know if Jelly is doing well.
Shen Jun was concerned about Su Jelly, so his words at this moment were full of longing. The big men in black around Shen Hao all found Shen Jun funny when they saw him. They all envied Shen Jun for having such a good brother like Shen Hao, who could help Shen Jun solve all his problems.
Ajuan, I have a surprise for you, do you want it?
After Shen Hao finished speaking, Shen Jun waved his hand.
No, I have a lot of things to do right now. How can I have the interest to watch your surprise?
Shen Jun is also a straightforward person, and a bit of a straight man.
So he didn't understand Shen Hao's hint. You can't refuse this surprise.
Shen Hao said this to Shen Jun, who was a little confused at this time.
Haozi, what are you doing? What surprise? I get it. You're introducing me to another big business, right? But I'm really not interested right now. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
Shen Jun was missing Su Jelly in his heart, so naturally he didn't care about anything else. Shen Hao felt helpless when he saw Shen Jun like this.
However, Shen Hao still said, Wife, how are the preparations going?
In the room, Li Feifei's cheeks turned red when she heard Shen Hao's words.
Why did he even call his wife out of the blue?
However, Li Feifei's heart felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey.
In front of Li Feifei, a woman with a unique appearance looked up at Li Feifei. Sister is shy too?
Brother Shinhao is really lucky to have found such an excellent woman like you as his partner. As the woman spoke, Li Feifei smiled.
Ha, that's true, but Shinhao is also very good. But now is not the time to talk about me. Shinhao asked me to dress you up beautifully, and I must do it. As Li Feifei spoke, the beautiful girl in front of her couldn't help but blush.
When she thought about what was about to happen, she felt a little nervous. At this time, the door curtain was slowly pulled open, and a pretty figure walked out from behind the curtain. The moment he saw her, Shinjun's heart was pounding. At this time, Shinhao said to the person in front of him, "Play music. Just because I saw you once more in the crowd, I can never forget your face." Shinjun stared blankly at the figure in front of him. That person was the woman he had been obsessed with and thinking about for a long time.
Now, she was dressed very beautifully and stood in front of Shinjun.
But Shinjun felt that all this was like a dream.
Howsy, am I dreaming? Shinjun couldn't believe it, but Shinhao waved his hand. It's okay, you are not dreaming, this is all real.
After Shinhao finished speaking, Shinjun came to the woman with a unique appearance and held her hand. Two people looked into each other's eyes.
Jiali, is it really you? I didn't expect you to.
Shinjun looked at the person in front of him and saw Su Jelly's cheeks blushing slightly.
Actually, I didn't expect it to be like this. It's all because of Brother Hao. But,
talking about what happened at that time, Su Jelly felt embarrassed. This has now come to light, but Su Jelly is willing in her heart. Shinhao, I didn't expect you to be such a person.
Li Feifei came to Shinhao and spoke to him.
As for Shinhao, he looks gentle and polite on the surface, but deep down he has such a wild side.
Shinhao turned around and looked at Li Feifei beside him. Do you still like me like this? I like you, of course I like you. No matter what you become, I like you very much. Just as fond of it as before. Li Feifei said this, leaning her head on Shinhao's shoulder.
Li Feifei had been thinking about this man for a long time, and seeing him again was already a luxury. But unexpectedly, after getting in touch with Shinhao again, they gradually became familiar with each other.
Finally, Li Feifei gave her most precious thing to Shinhao.
As for Shinhao, he is still the same as he was back then, or even better than before. Shinhao used to have an aura of dominance that impressed everyone. But a truly capable person possesses not only the aura of a dominant person, but also the ability to motivate those around him, allowing everyone around him to stand on their own.
And now, Shinhao is completing this step.
When Shinhao truly completes this step, he will become truly invincible. At this moment, Li Feifei and Shinhao suddenly found that many people's eyes were on them.
Howsy, stop focusing on us, what about you too? You've already called your wife and husband. If you want to have a wedding, then we can do it together.
After Shinjun finished speaking, others came over one after another.
Ha, Mr. Shin is really interesting. We feel honored to be able to attend Mr. Shin's wedding. You are right. Mr. Shin and Ms. Li will have a happy marriage.
And Mr. Shin and Miss Su, may you grow old together and be together forever.
The people around were talking. Shinhao and Li Feifei looked at each other. Shinhao suddenly took out a big diamond ring as if by magic and said to Li Feifei.
Student Li Feifei, we first met when we were in our sophomore year of college. It has been 1,362 days, 8 hours, 5 minutes and 42 seconds since then. At that time, I was very inferior, so I didn't dare to pursue you, but now, I propose to you, will you marry me? After Shinhao finished speaking, Li Feifei was so moved that she almost cried.
I do. Li Feifei has always been willing, of course she knows how good Shinhao is to her. Putting on the ring means that two people will be a family from now on. Shinhao embraced Li Feifei in his arms, but Li Feifei suddenly pushed Shinhao away.
Shinhao was stunned, and so were the others.
What is going on here?
At this time, Li Feifei turned around and looked at Su Jelly beside her. I suddenly remembered that Sister Jelly's household registration booklet has not been obtained yet.
What should I do with Shinjun and her marriage certificate? Chapter 93. No need to worry, go back again. Shinjun and Su Jelly also looked at Shinhao.
At present, Shinhao is the backbone of the group. If we have to decide what to do now, we can only rely on Shinhao.
In fact, these things are nothing to Shinhao. It's okay, everyone, don't worry, just go back once more.
As Shinhao spoke, everyone around him widened their eyes.
Shinhao caused such a big fuss here before, and now he has to go back again. Su Jelly, do you know where your parents put their household registration booklet?
Shinhao still felt that it would be better to ask Su Jelly about this matter. But fortunately, Su Jelly is very clear about this matter.
Oh, it's in the cabinet next to my bed. I have a lot of documents at home, and they are all there. Su Jelly came back to her senses and spoke to Shinhao.
Very good, now that it has been confirmed, this matter will be much simpler. At this time, Shinhao stretched his muscles, slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Shinhao suddenly laughed.
It's quite interesting, but now that we know the location, let's go with me.
After Shinhao finished speaking, Shinjun became very worried.
Howsy, I'm with you.
After all, it would be too dangerous for Shinhao to go back now.
But who is Shinhao? Will he take these things seriously?
So here, Shinhao smiled slightly and waved his hands in front of him.
It's okay, you don't have to worry about this matter, just wait for me to deal with it when the time comes. What a joke. Does this matter to Shinhao? Obviously, Shinhao didn't take it seriously at all. Isn't it just going back again? It just so happened that Shinhao didn't feel satisfied with the previous move. Now, just go back and teach the other party a lesson. Shinhao was thinking secretly here, then waved his hand. You, follow me. Yes, leader. Besides Shinhao, these people nodded repeatedly and talked to Shinhao.
After hearing what these people said, Shinhao took these people and rushed back towards Tawa village. As Shinhao raised his head little by little, his gaze narrowed to the people in the distance.
Interesting, these guys are so bold, they dare to play here. Shinhao muttered to himself, and not far away, the young man was none other than the man who had been taught a lesson by Shinhao before. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth and was very angry. Humph, that bastard, if I get the chance, I'll kill him. At this time, Su Song gritted his teeth and spoke here. However, after Su Song finished saying this, he found that the friends around him all had very ugly expressions. This made Su Song feel inexplicably strange. What the hell is going on? Are you all stupid? Why are you so scared? Su Song asked the person in front of him, but at this time, one of Su Song's friends stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Later. What happened next? Su Song felt that these people were really making a fuss out of nothing. However, the moment Su Song turned around and looked behind him, his face turned pale with fright. Because at this moment, the person standing in front of Su Song was none other than Shinhao. At this moment, Shinhao looked over here, clenched his fists, and looked in front of him. What's wrong? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Why are you suddenly silent now? As Shinhao was speaking, Su Song in front of him was gritting his teeth, his face looking extremely ugly. Who could have thought that Shinhao would suddenly come back? Humph, you bastard, I'm going to fight you. Su Song suddenly took out a butterfly knife from his pocket and stabbed Shinhao fiercely. But Shinhao stood there with a smile on his face, looking at Su Song in front of him. Does this matter to Shinhao? Obviously, such things actually mean nothing. Before Su Song's knife could fall, the big man in black beside Shinhao slapped him hard in the face. This slap directly sent Su Song flying far away. I'm giving you face, right? Just hit me once or twice, but you're still talking non-stop here. This person was none other than the one who was scratched by Su Song's knife before. But the injury was not serious, just a small cut. But if that happened, he would naturally be angry. Shinhao pointed at the people in front of him and said, "You are all adults, so it won't be considered a foul if I attack you. From now on, hold your head with your hands and squat there." After Shinhao finished speaking, these people looked at each other. Now, what to do? These people were somewhat helpless. There was nothing they could do but to do as Shinhao said. Otherwise, if Shinhao really gets angry, they will be the ones who suffer. Everyone here has been controlled. At Su Hong's home, Su Hong looked at the scene and gritted his teeth. What kind of thing is this? This guy from Shenjiazwang is just a bastard. Ouch, be gentle. Su Hong was in so much pain that he spoke to the middle-aged woman who was still applying ointment beside him. The middle-aged woman looked apologetic. I'm so sorry, Hero, what's wrong? Su Hong waved his hands. He also knew that the middle-aged woman did not mean it. But the more I think about this, the more frustrated I feel. Over the years, Su Hong has worked hard to develop the entire Tawa village. What is it for? He did it just to get revenge, as Su Hong was still brooding over what happened back then. Xiao bot prevents document piracy. If you are looking for a book robot, choose Xiao. it is stable and reliable. Don't step into traps.
But Su Huang is old after all, and he can't do the same as he did in the past. So Su Huang hired a lot of bodyguards, thinking that he could give Xinjia village a warning. Unexpectedly, before he could do so, he was shot by people from Xinjia village and his men were almost killed. But fortunately, he only suffered minor injuries, and the injuries of the others were not serious either. I will never let Xinjia village go.
Su Huang gritted his teeth, slammed the table angrily, and spoke angrily.
However, after Su Huang finished speaking, the middle-aged woman next to him also nodded repeatedly.
You're right. The people from Xinjia village are really going too far. Huang, what are you going to do?
After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, Su Huang gritted his teeth and said angrily. Humph, since the people from Xinjia village are so excessive, then let's go outside and make some contact. When the time comes, we will launch a surprise attack on the people of Xinjia village.
They will never expect that our Tawa village still has the strength to fight back.
Su Huang was very excited, and the middle-aged woman next to him was also very happy. But at this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open.
Chapter 94. Where is the household registration book? Find it for me.
The sudden noise startled these people.
Who?
Su Huang shouted into the distance and suddenly said. Just as Su Huang was speaking, he saw a familiar figure not far away. There was a group of dark shadows following behind him. Although his faces could not be seen clearly, he could feel that each of them looked very dangerous. Shinhao came directly in front of Su Huang and spoke. When Su Huang saw Shinhao, his expression changed. You, what are you doing? Su Huang was speechless, but when Shinhao saw this, he smiled faintly.
Yeah, sorry, we're back again.
Shinhao had heard what they had just said. Originally, Shinhao was planning to let the matter rest peacefully, but Su Huang's behavior was really too much.
What do you want to do?
At this time, Su Huang gritted his teeth and looked at Shinhao, and spoke to Shinhao very angrily. But after Su Huang said this, Shinhao in front of him slowly raised his head and looked at Su Huang.
Actually, there's nothing to do. Where's the household registration book? Hand it over.
Shinhao's gaze fell on what was in front of him and he spoke directly. After Shinhao finished speaking, at this moment, Su Huang looked at Shinhao and his expression suddenly changed.
What do you want the household registration book for?
Su Huang looked at Shinhao and suddenly spoke here. But at this moment, Shinhao acted very calmly. Search for me.
If the other party refuses to give it to him, can't Shinhao just go and search directly?
Tawa village had never had a good relationship with Xinjia village, and had been mocking the people of Xinjia village. Later on, he even planned to find ways to plot against the people in Xinjia village. As a member of Xinjia village, Shinhao could not tolerate this tone.
You can't do this. This is pure robbery.
The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and shouted and cursed here. Shinhao turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman. I don't hit women, don't force me. For the lifelong happiness of his good brother Shinjun, Shinhao felt that it would be okay even if he made an exception. Seeing Shinhao's murderous look, the middle-aged woman became frightened. Su Huang sat there, his heart full of anger.
But what can we do about it?
At this moment, Su Huang raised his head and looked at Shinhao, and said to Shinhao, Young man, I'm defeated by you.
I admit it. Can you please leave your name? What's wrong? Are you not convinced and want to get back at him?
Well, I'll tell you.
My name is Shinhao, and my father is Shin Rongchang. Do you know?
Shinhao lowered his head and looked at Su Huang, who was sitting there with an angry look on his face, and spoke directly. Su Huang's face suddenly changed, and then he became extremely angry and rushed towards Shinhao. Shin Rongchang, it turns out that you are Shin Rongchang's son.
Su Huang wanted to give Shinhao a severe lesson.
Back then, Su Huang and Shin Rongchang liked the same woman, who was Shinhao's mother, Wang Guiqin. Later, Shin Rongchang won Wang Guiqin's heart, so Su Huang always held a grudge against him. The war that followed actually had something to do with this incident. Su Huang had 2 molars knocked out by Shin Rongchang, and several other people from Tawa village were also knocked unconscious by Shin Rongchang. So now that he knows that Shinhao is Shin Rongchang's son, how can Su Huang be happy? Yes, it seems you are the person my dad always talks about. It's just that what do you think you are like now in my eyes? What a joke. Shinhao is now the leader of the Southern Alliance. As long as Shinhao is willing, it will be easy for him to destroy the business of those people in Tawa village. When he first got this identity, Shinhao didn't know what it meant. But now, Shinhao finally understood everything.
This identity is simply invincible. Now that he has such an identity in hand, why does Xinhao still need to worry about so much?
Xinhao, Shenrongchang, Xinjia village, just wait for me, I will never forgive you.
Su Hong looked over here with gritted teeth. When he saw this, his heart was bleeding. Su Hong was very confused as to what kind of situation this was.
But Xinhao didn't care about all that.
He just wanted to get the household registration book for his good brother Xinjun. Finally, a big man in black came to Xinhao and said, "Alliance leader, I have got it." "Very good, now that we have everything, let's go."
Xinhao waved his hand and spoke over here. As for these people, they will say that their household registration booklet is lost and they will apply for a new one.
Just go ahead and get a makeup application. No one said they can't.
If it's just a replacement, the ID card in Xinhao's hand can also be used.
At present, many places have not started to implement the household registration booklet like the ID card. If one is reported lost, it cannot be used in the other place. So it would be best if they are willing to report the loss.
After coming out, Xinhao was thinking secretly here. At present, if Xinjia village wants to develop, there are still many things that need to be solved.
Let us not consider other issues for the time being.
At least from now on, Xinhao feels that the issue of Tawa village must be resolved. It would be very bad if both sides always behave like this.
But the question now is, how should Xinhao deal with these problems next?
In fact, Xinhao was quite clear about this point in his mind.
Alliance leader, I have found information about Tawa village. Please take a look first.
The big man in black beside him handed a piece of information directly to Xinhao. I took the document and read it carefully. Now, Xinhao finally understood a little. I originally thought that these people in Tawa village were very powerful. Now after watching it, Xinhao found it somewhat funny. After all the fuss, those people were just a group of people occupying a huge market. At best, these people can earn 5 or 6 million a year.
And now, these people still have the nerve to show off in front of Xinhao? Alliance leader, do you need us to take action?
The big man in black beside him looked at Xinhao and asked directly.
Do something to them now?
Xinhao thinks that this matter is not necessary for the time being.
Xinhao waved his hand, indicating to the big men in black around him that there was no need to do so for the time being. It's okay, let them continue to show off.
Anyway, we'll deal with them together when the time comes. Xinhao acted very casually and spoke directly. At this time, Xinhao took out his mobile phone and made a call. On the other end of the phone, Li Feifei said, "Hey, husband, I just remembered that if they are getting married, you must bring their parents over."
Okay, I got it. Chapter 95. I'm sorry, you have to come with me. Xinhao thought, what the hell is this? But on second thought, I felt that there was nothing wrong with doing so.
Not far away, Su Song rubbed his calves. He felt very uncomfortable squatting like this.
They've already left, are you stupid enough to still be squatting here? If you want to keep doing this, then I won't play with you anymore if you do this. Su Song said this and stood up to leave. But as soon as he stood up, Su Song was speechless. Because Xinhao came back again.
"Brother, don't be like this, I'm just tired and want to get up and move around, I'll squat down."
Su Song spoke to Xinhao with a grin.
But Xinhao had a stern face and looked at Su Song.
Xinhao waved his hand and said directly, "Take him away." What is going on? Su Song was very depressed. What did he do wrong? Why was he being taken away directly? Everyone, you can't do this. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't take me away.
I will kneel down and kowtow to you.
Please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again.
Su Song was really scared to tears. He had never met such a cruel person before. He would attack without hesitation, without any hesitation. Su Songchang was spoiled by his parents and thought that everything could be solved with money. But now, people really told Su Song that money is useless, what is important is to have people under your command. Xinhao stood there, raised his head and looked in front of him. After watching for a while, Xinhao said directly, "Control him first, everyone else, follow me." After Xinhao finished speaking, everyone else nodded. Finally, a large group of people rushed directly to Su Hong's house.
When Su Hong saw this, he gritted his teeth and was very angry. What do you want to do? You have taken away our household registration books, and you are not going to let us go, right? Come on, you guys are coming, then fight to the death.
When Xinhao saw Su Hong and the others like this, he sighed helplessly.
I'm so sorry, you have to come with me. In fact, Shinhao was unwilling to do so. If it wasn't for his good brother, would Shinhao do such a thing? For a person like Su Hong, even if Shinhao knelt down and begged him, Shinhao would not agree. However, marriage is a major event in life and it only happens once in a lifetime. So, Shinhao naturally had to help his good brother. We're not leaving. We're not going anywhere. That's right, you can't take us away no matter what. At this moment, Su Hong and others were very angry, but in the end they had no choice but to be dragged away. Shinhao looked at the people around him and asked directly, "How is Su Yaozu's injury? If there is no problem, bring him over." Hearing Shinhao say this, Su Hong kept talking. "My brother is still in a coma. If you want to kill him, just come after me. It has nothing to do with my family. What is this guy talking about?" However, Shinhao didn't say anything to him at all. At this time, Shinhao took Su Hong away and came to Xinjia village. I had just got off the bus and was surrounded by people. The people around surrounded Su Hong and started shouting. "Humph, Su Hong, you have come to this day. I didn't expect that you would fall into our hands." "That's right. Weren't you guys so aggressive at first? You mocked and ridiculed us. Now that you've fallen into Haozi's hands, you're no match for him, right? Why are you saying so much? We have all been resented for many years. Just look at the immoral things the Su family has done." As these people talked, they even wished they could get started right away. Seeing that these people were so angry, Shinhao naturally did not agree to their request. What a joke! If Shinhao really agreed to their request, Shinhao could imagine what would happen then. With so many people attacking together, could Su Hong still survive? I'm telling you, if you want to leave safely, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't need to say anything more. You should know the consequences, right? After Shinhao finished speaking, Su Hong's face suddenly changed in shock. Now, it seems that only Shinhao can save him. You tell me, as long as I can do it, just tell me. Su Hong believes in Shinhao very much, and he has no choice but to believe in him. Shinhao whispered a few words in Su Hong's ear, and this time, Su Hong's eyes widened. That's absolutely not possible. Su Hong gritted his teeth, very angry. Shinhao waved his hand and said, "Then I won't waste my time talking to you. I'm going to go in and change my clothes first. If you continue to do this, I won't care if you get beaten to death. At most, when you die, I can give you a coffin because you and my father knew each other." What Shinhao said made Su Hong so angry that he was speechless. This Shinhao must be Shun Rongchan's biological son. Even the way he speaks irritatingly is exactly the same as Shun Rongchang. However, when he thought of this, Su Hong gritted his teeth and his inner anger could be imagined. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Now, I will be patient and not make a fuss. Su Hong told his wife and children about this matter. He was worried that he could not bear it, but his wife and children could not. After saying this, Su Hong's wife and children nodded. At this point, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. How could they not understand this truth? If this is the case, then just do as stated here. Shinhao, Jelly's parents are here? Li Feifei looked at Shinhao and spoke to him. We invited them. They are very cooperative and are resting outside now. What a joke, it's okay if you don't cooperate. They were surrounded by villagers from Xinjia village who were dissatisfied with them. If Shinhao hadn't arranged those big men in black to protect them, they would have been sprayed to death with saliva. As for the feud between the two villages, Shinhao didn't know what to say. Shinhao doesn't want this to happen. It would be better to resolve the situation as much as possible. However, Shinhao is not the kind of person who will never let go of his grievances. I am stronger than you. If you don't accept it, I will beat you until you accept it. So now, this idea in Shinhao's mind is becoming stronger and stronger. Now that we have decided to do this, let's not consider other issues for the time being. At least from now on, Shinhao is going to show some things. Don't you have capable people in Tawa village? Then Shinhao will let the people of Tawa village know how strong Shinhao is. Well, we have to prepare as well, but this is our hometown wedding, so it may not be very formal and grand. After Shinhao finished speaking, Li Feifei shook her head. No, I like you as a person. It's great that you have this heart. Okay, hurry over, it's about to start. Chapter 96. You'd better cooperate, otherwise you know what will happen. Today is Shinhao's wedding day, and many people from Xinjia village have come. Because it was a temporary arrangement, many things seemed a bit hasty.
But fortunately, there are many people here, which is the most important thing.
At this moment, Huang gritted his teeth and looked at the scene in front of him. Damn it, damn bastard, it's okay to bring my daughter here blatantly, but now you actually want us to host their wedding here? Let us not talk about other issues for now.
At least here, Huang was very angry. Next to Huang stood a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was none other than Xinhao's father, Shenrongchang.
Shenrongchang patted Huang on the shoulder and said, "Old Su, what bad thoughts are you thinking about again? I advise you to cooperate, otherwise you know what will happen."
As Shenrongchang spoke, he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. On the other hand, at this moment, Huang in front of him felt that the force on his shoulders had become even heavier. After watching for a while, Huang gritted his teeth and angrily scolded Shenrongchang.
"Humph, Shenrongchang, do you dare to do anything to me? Believe it or not, I'm going to make a scene. Don't even think about having a good wedding." Huang was very angry, and he had given up all of it. However, Shenrongchang waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Then go ahead and do whatever you want. It's your daughter who's embarrassed, not my son. Besides, do you think you will leave safely with just one word from me?"
Shenrongchang spoke very directly. What happened back then made Shenrongchang have a very high prestige in Xinjia village. Besides, the two villages are like this, so if Shenrongchang says a word, those people in Xinjia village might really do something. In fact, this is beyond doubt.
But now, Huang was dispirited. "Okay, I'll cooperate with you."
As Huang was speaking, the wedding began as normal.
"Howsy, I don't know why, but I feel very nervous."
When Shenjun looked at Xinhao, he whispered to Xinhao. On the other hand, here, Xinhao's gaze fell on what was in front of him, and his whole face was filled with a faint smile.
"It doesn't matter. It's the first time anyway. Just consider it as gaining experience."
Shenjun's eyes widened at Xinhao's words.
What on earth does Xinhao want to do? Why did he suddenly say this out of the blue?
Shenjun couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xinhao's words.
"Howsy, don't say anything. Are you thinking about what will happen next after getting married for the first time? What a joke." Shenjun didn't dare to think about it anyway. "What? I mean, you should accumulate some experience.
When the time comes to enter the bridal chamber, you will have to rely on yourself. When the time comes, don't be a coward. People from Xinjia village have never been a coward."
Xinhao turned around and spoke directly to Shenjun.
At this moment, Shenjun even raised his head and looked at Xinhao. When Shenjun saw this, he said directly, "Of course, I won't worry about this."
So next, the two brides came out.
For a while, there were quite a few people watching the fun around. The wedding began, and Xinhao gently lifted Li Feifei's red veil. Originally, Xinhao was not allowed to stir up trouble here, but the customs in Xinjia village where Xinhao was located were slightly different. All I can say is, one place, one rule.
There were quite a few people around making a fuss.
The bride is so beautiful, give her a kiss.
That's right. If your feelings are deep, give a kiss. If your feelings are long-lasting, give a kiss to the two of you.
That's right, we are here to witness it for you, hurry up, we are all waiting.
The people around were talking to each other.
Xinhao and Li Feifei looked at each other, feeling helpless. In the end, Xinhao gently approached Li Feifei, and Li Feifei's cheeks, like ripe apples, looked particularly beautiful and charming.
This time, Huang was very unhappy. "Humph, I don't agree."
At this time, it was time to toast Huang, but he was very unhappy. At this time, Xinhao winked at a big man in black in front of him. The big man in black naturally understood and went straight to Huang's son Song. The big man in black put his arm, which was thicker than Song's thigh, directly on Song's shoulder.
"Little brother, I think we hit it off right away. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat? What do you say?"
After saying that, he dragged Song away without caring whether he was willing or not.
"Is it not enough if you let my son go?"
When Huang saw this, he became extremely anxious and spoke to the person in front of him. However, in the end, Huang was still very helpless.
In the end, the wedding went on without any unexpected problems.
Everything began to develop in the direction of plan. In fact, all of this gives people a feeling that the current development direction of this matter is very good.
Everyone, please help entertain the guests.
I'm going back to my room first. Xinhao waved at the big man in black beside him and spoke directly. In fact, in addition to Shinhao, there are also some elders from Shinhao's family.
These are Shinhao's uncles and aunts.
They all have the same grandfather, so naturally they have a very good relationship. Besides, Shinhao is doing well, and their relatives will also benefit from it.
They were also very happy for their nephew. Shinhao and Li Feifei returned to the room and slowly closed the door. Actually, this is quite nice. Now that we are like this, can we be considered a real couple?
As Shinhao spoke, Li Feifei smiled mischievously.
We haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, how can we be considered a real couple? Li Feifei didn't understand the ins and outs of this, so she spoke to Shinhao.
Shinhao began to explain to Li Feifei that in the countryside, two people like this are already considered husband and wife.
Li Feifei's cheeks flushed slightly.
What she had long wished for finally came true.
This kind of life is actually what Li Feifei longs for. Being with her beloved, no matter what she does, Li Feifei will be satisfied.
At this time, Shinhao's cell phone rang. Shinhao picked up the phone, but he heard Ren Yu's anxious voice on the other end.
Hey, Haozi, something terrible has happened.
The people from the Huang family have already arranged for someone to head towards you.
What is going on?
Shinhao frowned slightly.
Logically speaking, shouldn't the Huang family have been eliminated?
At this time, Ren Yu on the other end of the phone was very anxious. The Huang family has surrendered, but some people in the Huang family are ready to kill you, so you should get ready quickly. Chapter 97 Get ready, aim to kill Shinhao. At this time, a large group of people gathered not far from Xinjia village.
These people finally got here after going through untold hardships.
The person in front is Huang Jidong, the captain of the Huang family escort team.
He wasn't actually called that name.
Moreover, Huang Jidong himself came to the Huang family to escape from disaster. If Huang Jidong had not been appreciated by the Huang family, he would not have achieved what he has today. So when something happened to the Huang family, Huang Jidong only had one thing in mind, which was to kill Shinhao first.
Everyone, are you ready? Huang Jidong looked around and asked directly.
But when Huang Jidong said this, the others looked at each other and nodded heavily. But at this moment, some people still asked in confusion.
But boss, do we really want to do this now? You know, this is Xinjia village. Is it really appropriate for us to choose to attack here now? The people around me were actually very anxious. After all, let us not talk about other things for now. At least this is Shinhao's place. If we take action here, let alone whether we can succeed, even escaping will be very difficult.
But at this moment, when Huang Jidong saw this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Ha, who said I was going to act rashly? I've already found out. Shinhao is getting married today.
When Huang Jidong said this, the people around him widened their eyes.
Shinhao is getting married, and today? If that's really what you think, then this is quite interesting.
However, when he saw this, Huang Jidong raised his head little by little and looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Huang Jidong's face was filled with a faint smile. So today is a good opportunity for us to take action. As long as we kill Shinhao, we can take advantage of the chaos to escape. By then, Shinhao's people will surely be in chaos. When Huang Jidong faced the person in front of him, he spoke with a confident look.
The people around all looked in front of them.
Obviously, other people have completely seen through this matter.
Now that this has been said, they naturally know what to do next. Okay, we got it, boss. We're ready. From now on, we are going to do what we should do directly.
At this moment, the people in front of him did not forget to speak to the people in front of them. The more this was the case, the more excited these people felt when they looked at what was in front of them. But when he saw this, Huang Jidong waved his hand.
Very good. Now that everyone is almost ready, I don't want to say anything else. Let's go together.
After Huang Jidong said this, the people around him rushed forward. It was just when these people in front of him started to attack directly. This time, Huang Jidong suddenly discovered that there was a person standing in front of him. The man was wearing a suit and looked very festive. And this person was none other than Shinhao. At this moment, Shinhao's gaze moved slightly and he looked at Huang Jidong in front of him.
I heard that you want to deal with me? Now, I'm standing here. Just use whatever tricks you have.
Shinhao saw this and said lightly. But after Shinhao finished speaking, Huang Jidong looked at Shinhao with gritted teeth.
Huang Jidong was even more furious towards Shinhao.
He even wished he could tear Shinhao into pieces. Now, such a good opportunity has been laid out in the open.
What to do next is actually very important.
This time, when Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Huang Jidong, Xinhao was very calm.
What's wrong? You're not going to do it? Or you're just afraid?
After Xinhao finished speaking, Huang Jidong gritted his teeth and yelled, "Do it!" As soon as Huang Jidong said this, a large group of people rushed towards him.
These people are the black-clad guards around Xinhao. These people are loyal guards selected by the Southern Alliance.
Now that they are guarding in front of them, they naturally want to protect Xinhao's safety. If anyone wants to attack Xinhao, sorry, these guards from the Southern Alliance will definitely control these people completely at the first opportunity.
Ha, you guys are so brave that you actually want to attack me? But it's okay. In fact, I know that someone leaked my information.
Xinhao acted very calm and spoke directly to the person in front of him. Hearing what Xinhao said, for some reason, Huang Jidong in front of him gritted his teeth, and when he looked at Xinhao, the excitement on his face was self-evident. After looking for a while, Huang Jidong slowly raised his head and glared at Xinhao.
Humph, Xinhao, you'd better give up on this idea. Even if you kill me, I will never tell you.
Huang Jidong is indeed a very loyal person, but Xinhao did not say this to let him off.
Now that Huang Jidong has said so,
there was no need for Xinhao to do that.
He was being too polite to him. Get rid of them for me. Xinhao was really not joking.
These people would be a nuisance if they were kept, so the right thing to do was to get rid of them directly. After hearing what happened, the big men in black around them stepped forward and took action without saying a word, taking care of the people in front of them.
And here, at this moment, Xinhao looked in front of him. Have you solved it all?
If so, clean this place up for me. Xinhao waved his hands in front of him and spoke directly. Anyway, keeping these people here is a trouble, so it would be best to deal with it as soon as possible. The big man in black beside him nodded in agreement. After all, they were experts in handling such matters, so it would be natural and there wouldn't be any impact.
And here, at this time, Xinhao raised his head little by little and looked into the distance. This time, Xinhao began to laugh little by little.
Ha, the people from the Huang family should have been dealt with.
There's nothing else to worry about. Everyone, have a good rest today. Xinhao said this and got up and went back.
As of now, things here have been almost dealt with. If there is no impact, then Xinhao can pack up and leave. However, the matter of Tawa village is still a problem after all, and Xinhao does not want Tawa village to continue to trouble the people of Xinjia village. I'm going to take care of this before I leave here.
Chapter 98 9th day sign in, Wanqing controlling shareholder.
Nothing happened that night, and when Xinhao woke up, it was already early the next morning. Li Feifei was still sleeping soundly.
Xinhao glanced at Li Feifei in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Ah, this woman, what should I say about her?
Xinhao shook his head, spoke here, and finally slowly covered Li Feifei with the quilt. It's a new day again, which also means that Xinhao can continue to sign in. From now on, Xinhao was actually looking forward to all of this. So when looking at what was in front of him, Xinhao rubbed his hands together, and felt even more excited.
Very good, in that case, then just sign in.
Sign in on the 9th day, obtain Wanqing Holdings shares, and become the second largest shareholder of Wanqing Holdings.
Wanqing Holdings? What is this?
Xinhao was puzzled, but he asked Xiandu for help when he was undecided. Xinhao took out his cell phone and searched it on Baidu. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked.
After checking, Xinhao discovered that Wanqing Holdings was actually a fairly large company.
In terms of market value, it is probably over 3 billion.
As the second largest shareholder, Xinhao holds shares worth more than 1 billion.
Of course, stock price is not the only criterion. In fact, what Xinhao really cares about are some specific things that Wanqing Holdings needs to do. Wanqing Holdings, at present, let us not talk about other issues for the time being. One thing that is more obvious is the processing of various products, etc. Because the scope covered is quite large, many people seek cooperation with them.
Why do I remember that there is a Wanqing Holdings not far from here?
Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, and began to mutter to himself. Next to Xinhao, Li Feifei, who was still sleeping soundly, rubbed her eyes and looked at Xinhao with some confusion.
What are you talking about, Wanqing Holdings?
Xinhao couldn't help but smile when he saw Li Feifei like this.
Woke up? Li Feifei nodded and said to Xinhao. You seem to have mentioned Wanqing Holdings just now. I actually know about Wanqing Holdings.
Seeing Li Feifei say this, Xinhao became a little curious.
You know?
It's not that Xin Hao is suspicious, the main reason is because of this matter. This time, Xin Hao looked at what was in front of him little by little, and he was a little curious. Yes, Wanxin Holdings, how could I not know it, it's right in front.
Li Feifei was a little confused and spoke to Xin Hao. Now, Xin Hao in front of him finally understood completely what was going on.
However, while Xin Hao was looking at this side, he came back to his senses. I seem to have heard before that all the villages within a dozen miles have cooperated with Wanxin Holdings.
However, Wanxin Holdings does not have a very good reputation here.
Xin Hao was actually very clear about this in his heart. So when Xin Hao saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. If I have time, I should go take a closer look at Wanxin Holdings. Anyway, Xin Hao is already the second largest shareholder here.
It's okay to come and take a look, to see if there's anything wrong here.
In fact, in Xin Hao's opinion, since Wanxin Holdings is here and everyone says so, Wanxin Holdings must have done something wrong.
Old Third, tell me, are these guys bullying people? You think you can do whatever you want just because you are a big company, and you don't care about ordinary people like us, right?
Early in the morning, I heard someone shouting outside. And this person was none other than Shen Hao's uncle Shen Pinggui. Shen Pinggui has been working in the village committee of Xinjia village for many years. Shen Pinggui has a hot temper and does things in a rush. In the past, he liked to talk to Shen Hao's father Shen Rongqiang about everything. Because of what Shen Rongqiang did at that time, everyone in the village regarded him as a hero.
So now, these people are more willing to tell Shen Rongqiang this.
Shen Rongqiang looked ahead and saw his elder brother like this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Brother, they are a big company. We don't need to fight them to death.
Haozi is back this time too.
He knows a lot of big bosses. When the time comes, let them make the arrangements.
It will actually be the same.
When Shen Rongqiang saw Shen Pinggui like this, he tried to persuade Shen Pinggui. After hearing what Shen Rongqiang said, Shen Pinggui actually knew this as well.
He is the boss of a big company. How can ordinary people like them possibly defeat him?
So thinking of this, Shen Pinggui sighed.
Well, I'm just complaining to you, I won't do anything to you. After all, Shen Pinggui is no longer at the impulsive age. The most important thing now is to live a good life.
As for other things, no matter how much I talk about them, they are actually not important.
Uncle, Dad, what are you guys talking about? Shen Hao heard people chatting outside early in the morning.
There was nothing to do, but Shen Hao was bored. There's nothing wrong with coming out for a walk anyway, so why not take advantage of this opportunity to help solve some problems if possible? So Shen Hao came out directly, and Shen Rongqiang in front of him was planning to say something to Shen Hao.
But Shen Pinggui waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Your uncle just came over to chat with your father. It's nothing. I'll be back soon." It is obvious that Shen Pinggui is unwilling to implicate Shen Hao. But now, with Shen Hao's identity, how could he be implicated? If you think about it carefully, you will know that these things do not exist at all.
Shen Hao looked at the person in front of him and acted very seriously. Dad, uncle, if you have anything to say, just tell me.
Do you treat me as an outsider?
After Shen Hao said this, Shen Pinggui waved his hands repeatedly.
Haozi, how can you say that? You are the best among the younger generation in our Xinjia village. I'm so proud of you, how could I treat you as an outsider?
After Shen Pinggui finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. And Shen Hao in front of him looked over here. Seeing this, Shen Hao raised his eyebrows, as if he was speaking to the person in front of him.
Since you don't treat me as an outsider, then just speak quickly.
At this moment, Shen Pinggui couldn't help but sigh, and then told this matter to Shen Hao.
Now, Shen Hao finally knew what was going on.
This matter was really caused by Wanxin Holdings.
I understand. Leave this matter to me. Chapter 99 Arrogant Wanxin Holdings, a haughty attitude. Wanxin Holdings actually has a branch not far from Xinjia village. This is the place chosen as the open market.
In fact, choosing this place itself has a lot of meaning in it.
The branch manager of Wanxin Holdings is Han Dongping.
At this time, Han Dongping looked at the people around him and asked directly, "How is it, have those people left?" When Han Dongping finished speaking, the people around him looked at him and finally nodded heavily. Although this is what they said now, for some reason, the people around Han Dongping were actually a little worried. Seeing the people around him like this, Han Dongping was a little confused. What's wrong? Why are you like this? Do you think there is something wrong with what I did? When Han Dongping finished speaking, the assistant beside Han Dongping said, I don't know if I should say this, but judging from the current situation, if we go too far and get known by headquarters, then we will be in big trouble. As the assistant beside him spoke, Han Dongping looked in front of him and waved his hand.
It's okay, don't worry. In fact, Han Dongping knew about this matter.
However, Han Dongping felt more and more that there would be nothing wrong with doing it this way. So over here, Han Dongping was looking at what was in front of him little by little. Seeing this, Han Dongping found it more and more ridiculous. But for now, let's not talk about other things for now, but from now on, I think this matter is actually very important. When Han Dongping said this, he paused slightly. And these people in front of them fell on Han Dongping little by little. Obviously, the more they looked, the more they felt that this matter was completely beyond their expectations.
We need some high-end companies to join us.
As for these rural enterprises and self-employed individuals, we should just give up if we have to.
There's nothing to worry about. Just remember what our key point is.
When Han Dongping raised his head and looked in front of him, this time, Han Dongping spoke directly to the person in front of him. But when Han Dongping finished speaking, at this moment, other people around Han Dongping also started talking.
Yes, the president is still wise.
If President Han hadn't handled it well, there would have been trouble here sooner or later.
That's right. Do those self-employed people in the countryside have the financial resources to do this? If something goes wrong, who will be held responsible? These people were talking here one after another, even in front of them, and they were getting more and more excited the more they talked. As these people finished speaking, Han Dongping felt that he still had a great responsibility. While Han Dongping was still making arrangements here, Shin Hao had already arrived at the gate of Wanxin Holdings. At this time, the security guard at the door saw Shin Hao like this and asked him, "What are you doing?" "I'll come over here and take a look."
Shin Hao looked at the security guard in front of him and spoke directly. After all, Shin Hao just came over to take a look, and Shin Hao did not say anything wrong. When the security guard saw Shin Hao like this, he forced a smile on his face. Looking at Shin Hao, the security guard smiled faintly.
"Actually, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Really, it's not shameful at all."
The security guard's words made Shin Hao feel a little strange.
What on earth is going on? Why is it so embarrassing? Could it be that this security guard knows something?
Shin Hao was about to ask, but at this time, the security guard handed Shin Hao a form. When Shin Hao took the form, he looked at it carefully.
Seeing this, Shin Hao became a little curious. What was going on?
When Shin Hao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance after a while, he was shocked. Because what the security guard handed to Shin Hao was a work form.
Besides, isn't this what is needed for a security guard?
Shin Hao is not here to find a job.
Okay, stop talking so much, I can understand. It's not easy to be away from home.
If you can help each other, please help each other.
Fill out the form and report in when the time comes.
In front of him, the security guard waved at Shin Hao and spoke directly. After hearing what the security guard said, Shin Hao in front of him looked at this side, suddenly feeling completely confused. This is really interesting, but at this moment, Shin Hao returned the report to the security guard in front of him. I'm really sorry, I'm not here to look for a job. Shin Hao subconsciously looked in front of him and spoke directly to him.
Not looking for a job?
When the security guard looked at Shin Hao, his brows slightly frowned.
Obviously, this matter is very tricky. You're not here to look for a job, then what are you looking for?
In front of him, the security guard's gaze narrowed and fell directly on Shin Hao, and he spoke to Shin Hao bluntly. But right before his eyes, as the security guard finished speaking, Shin Hao in front of him smiled indifferently.
Actually, I'm here to see the top person in charge here.
Tell him, I have something to talk to him about. Shin Hao's gaze narrowed and fell directly in front of him, and he spoke to this side bluntly. Just as Shin Hao said this, he raised his head and looked in front of him. The security guard standing there subconsciously raised his head and looked at Shin Hao. Seeing this, Shin Hao smiled faintly. The security guard suddenly took 2 steps back, as if he had suddenly realized something. I figured out that you are not here to look for a job, you are here to cause trouble. After the security guard finished speaking, he took out his intercom and said a few words to the other end. As he was saying this, a large group of people came rushing towards him from a distance.
Who is this? What's going on? How dare you mess up Wanxin Holdings? You really don't want to be in this business anymore. That's right. Who is this person? Let's teach him a lesson now.
After he finished speaking, the people in front of him were quickly ready to attack at any time. Even in their opinion, their chances of success are still very high. Xinhao stood there, his expression still indifferent. I told you, get your top person in charge to come out. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. What are you making a fuss about? What are you doing? Oh, I just want to meet the top person in charge here and ask him to come out. Am I here to cause trouble? Xinhao raised his head, his entire gaze narrowed, looking straight in front of him. However, when Xinhao saw this, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a bit of casualness on his face. When Xinhao said this, a burly man stood in front of him. The big man looked at Xinhao and said directly to him, "Brother, why are you making such a fuss? What are you doing?" When the big man finished speaking to Xinhao, Xinhao waved his hand. I didn't do anything wrong, and this matter itself is your fault. We are from Xinjia village. We came here to seek cooperation. Why did you just turn us away? After Xinhao finished speaking, the security guards looked at each other. They immediately burst into laughter. In fact, they did know something about this matter. So from now on, these people laughed uncontrollably and spoke directly to the people in front of them. Ha, this guy, don't you think what he said is ridiculous? In fact, I feel the same way. This guy is really making a fool of himself here. Your Xinjia village is so poor, why should we cooperate with you? In fact, if you ask me, these are not the main points. The main point is, why don't you reflect on yourselves? At this time, these people spoke to Xinhao rudely. Xinhao raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. They suddenly found it a little ridiculous. What should Xinhao say about this incident? Instead, looking at what was in front of him, at this moment, Xinhao was speaking directly to what was in front of him. I advise you to hurry up, otherwise, you will be the ones who regret it in the end. Xinhao's words made the people in front of him look at each other, and they immediately felt that Xinhao was joking. How could they possibly regret it? However, what Xinhao said now was extremely ridiculous. After looking at it for a while and putting it in front of him, Xinhao felt that this matter was a bit tricky. In this case, Xinhao would have to inform the headquarters of Wanxin Holdings next. Just because Xinhao is the second largest shareholder of Wanxin Holdings, Xinhao doesn't believe that Wanxin Holdings doesn't know what to do. At this time, not far away, a woman in her 40s wearing black-rimmed glasses walked towards her. As she walked forward, the middle-aged woman had a stern face and looked very angry. What's going on? What are you doing here? As the middle-aged woman spoke, the security captain beside her pointed at Xinhao and said, Director Xiao, this is what's going on. This guy is making trouble here, so we plan to kick him out. At this time, the security captain nearby told Xiao Wei about this matter. After hearing this, Xiao Wei turned around and glanced at Xinhao. Just as she was about to say something, Xiao Wei's eyes lit up when she saw this. Let us not talk about other issues for now. At least here, this handsome guy in front of me is really handsome. Even handsome is hard to describe him. But for Xiao Wei to meet such a handsome guy, it was really fate. When Xiao Wei thought of this, she couldn't help but rub her hands. Look, handsome guy, there is a real connection between us. What's wrong with you? Why are you so upset that you're making trouble here? Xiao Wei said this just to give Xinhao a way out. But what about Xinhao? How could he not see what Xiao Wei wanted to do? At this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Xiao Wei in front of him. When he saw what was in front of him, at this moment, Xinhao looked up with an indescribable indifference and casualness on his face. He just subconsciously looked in front of him. When he saw what was in front of him, Xinhao felt more and more that this matter was actually much more difficult than he had imagined. Ha, I'm not here to cause trouble, I want to see the highest person in charge here. Xinhao pointed in front of him and spoke to the side without any politeness. At this moment, as Xinhao said this, Xiao Wei in front of him smiled faintly. If you say that, then I really can't help you. But you have to know one thing, if you break the rules, they won't let you go. Seeing Xiao Wei like this, Xinhao was ready to refuse. But when he saw Xiao Wei like this, Xinhao changed the subject. What should we do then? Xinhao's gaze fell on what was in front of him, and he acted very casually, speaking directly to what was in front of him. Just as Xinhao said this, Xiao Wei in front of Xinhao felt that her plan had succeeded. Xiao Wei moved closer to Xinhao and her eyes fell on Xinhao. This time, Xiao Wei said directly to Xinhao in front of her, it's actually very simple. Now, as long as you agree to become my person, then when the time comes, I will protect you. As Xiao Wei spoke, she did not forget to blink twice at Xinhao. Seeing Xiao Wei like this, Xinhao suddenly didn't know what to say.
How ugly this woman is, doesn't he have any idea at all? She said it so bluntly here, doesn't she know that she has already disgusted Xinhao? What if I don't agree?
Xinhao looked at the situation in front of him and acted very directly.
Could it be that these people dared to attack Xinhao?
However, just as Xinhao finished speaking, at this moment, Xiao Wei in front of Xinhao saw this, and the smile on her face became even more intense.
Ha, this is interesting. If you don't agree, these security guards will beat you to death. What we at Wanxin Holdings hate most is someone making trouble here. If you break the rules, I can't do anything to help you. Xiao Wei sighed and said here.
As for Xinhao, he took out his cell phone and made a call.
Hello, I'm Xinhao. I'm at the Wanxin Holdings branch now.
Xinhao was talking to the person on the phone, and at this moment, the person on the other end of the phone was checking. Soon, the people over there looked even more respectful.
Mr. Xin, I didn't expect it to be you. Don't worry, we will send your information to the branch immediately.
Very good, these are what Xinhao needs. Since we have to help the villagers solve the problem, Xinhao believes that this matter must be resolved now.
Chapter 101 Chapter 101 I just want to cooperate, what can you do to me? In fact, Han Dongping already knew about Xinhao's affairs.
Han Dongping frowned slightly, raised his head and looked at what was in front of him, feeling very angry.
What? With so many of you, you didn't kick that guy out?
Well, I really want to see who it is that dares to be so disrespectful to me. Han Dongping gritted his teeth and rushed out.
The people around me were originally planning to remind me. But now it's too late, Han Dongping has disappeared. Really? The president is really too fast.
While these people were still talking, they suddenly found that a fax had been sent.
This fax was sent from Wanxin Holdings headquarters.
Seeing this, these people were a little confused.
Why did the headquarters suddenly send this information? These people looked at it and found that it was a document.
And in the information, there was a name called Xinhao.
The introductions above, plus the videos they saw. At this time, these people couldn't believe it at all. Oh my god, isn't this the second largest shareholder of Wanxin Holdings, the one we stopped outside?
When one of the assistants finished speaking, the others also realized it.
If this is true, then this problem must be told to Han Dongping. Otherwise, something big will definitely happen.
While these people were still secretly pondering the matter, on the other side, Han Dongping was very angry.
What on earth is going on?
Han Dongping's gaze narrowed and fell on Xinhao in front of him, with a hint of displeasure in his expression. When the people around him saw Han Dongping like this, it was as if they had found their backbone. And the people around him told everything about the matter in detail, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. But after these people finished speaking, Han Dongping nodded to show that he understood.
You are the one who came to Wanxin Holdings to cause trouble? Originally, Han Dongping was unwilling to show up.
But now, with the occurrence of these things, Han Dongping feels that it is urgent and necessary to deal with this matter properly from now on. After looking for a while, Han Dongping looked at the scene in front of him and said angrily.
This is ridiculous. What kind of place is this? Are you allowed to come here and make trouble?
When Xinhao heard Han Dongping say this, he raised his head and looked at Han Dongping in front of him.
Sorry, I'm not fooling around here, but now I feel that you are the one fooling around.
I came here on behalf of the people of Xinjia village to ask you why you don't agree to cooperate, but you keep saying that I'm making trouble.
Do you think it's funny?
Xinhao raised his head and looked in front of him, speaking to this side bluntly. But after Xinhao finished speaking, Han Dongping, who was in front of Xinhao, looked at him and suddenly smiled.
Actually I think you are just being funny here.
I've already said that I won't cooperate with people like you who are not up to par. Your Xinjia village is so poor, why should I cooperate with you? Han Dongping looked at what was in front of him, raised his eyebrows and spoke directly. Not only that, even in some villages, including Xinjia village, there is no one working here. The most important thing is that it is related to this matter.
At this time, Xinhao smiled faintly. Is it just because we are poor? Is this how you, Wanxin Holdings, do things?
When Xinhao said this, Han Dongping, who was in front of him, looked up and spoke directly to Xinhao after seeing Xinhao like this.
How we Wanxin Holdings do things is our own business and has nothing to do with you. If you make trouble here again, don't blame me for kicking you out. Han Dongping hated people like this the most.
They clearly had no ability, but they kept talking nonsense here. So what Han Dongping is thinking about now is to get rid of Xinhao first. And right in front of him, Shen Hao was looking towards the front. Seeing this, Shen Hao smiled slightly and then said to the side, "If you let me go, I will definitely leave. But I hope you won't regret it. Next time you want my forgiveness, you'd better kowtow to me at my house. Otherwise, don't expect me to forgive you." After Shen Hao finished speaking, he turned around and left. At this moment, Han Dongping almost couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. "Ha, are you kidding me? Why should I kneel down and kowtow to you? People like this will just daydream here all day long. When will these people in Xinjia village be able to produce someone more powerful? What's the point of bragging all day long?" After Han Dongping finished speaking, the people around him nodded repeatedly. They nodded in agreement with what Han Dongping said. In fact, these people also believe that what Han Dongping said is correct. Not long after, a female assistant came running over. As she ran forward, the female assistant said anxiously, "President, we received a fax from headquarters." When the female assistant finished speaking, Han Dongping immediately began to take it seriously. "It was a fax from the headquarters, but I don't know what was written on it." Han Dongping looked at what was in front of him, but after looking at it, his brows slightly frowned. "Shen Hao, the new shareholder of Wanxin Holdings, why does he look so familiar?" After Han Dongping finished speaking, a security guard came over and spoke to him. "Boss, isn't this the person who just left?" When the security guard beside him said this, Han Dongping's pupils shrank and he suddenly came to his senses. "Oh my god, that person just now is the second largest shareholder of Wanxin Holdings? It's over. This is terrible. Hurry up and get ready. I need to go meet the new shareholder and beg for his forgiveness." This time, if Shen Hao does not forgive Han Dongping, then Han Dongping's position as the president of Wanxin Holdings branch will be over. Suyi, no matter what, at all costs, Shen Hao must be satisfied. In Han Dongping's opinion, this is also something that must be accomplished. "But President, the new shareholder just said that we have to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Are we really going to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Chapter 102 has been resolved, just wait." "Haozi, you're back?" When Shen Rongqiang saw Shen Hao like this, he was neither angry nor did he show much happiness. This made Shen Rongqiang feel a little strange. "Has this matter been resolved or not? You have to say something at least." Now saying nothing seems a bit passive. Finally, Shen Rongqiang asked, "Haozi, has this matter been resolved?" When Shen Rongqiang finished speaking, Shen Hao in front of him slowly raised his head and looked at Shen Rongqiang. Thinking back to what happened before, Shen Hao's face was filled with a faint smile. "Dad, don't worry, it's been resolved. Just wait." Shen Hao waved his hand, looking quite calm. But when Shen Hao said this, Shen Rongqiang and Shen Pinggui looked at each other in front of Shen Hao. Is it really solved? But why is it that the problem has been solved and there is no news here? Or maybe it's just that this is how efficient a big company is. So after thinking about this, Shen Rongqiang turned around and said to Shen Pinggui, "Brother, please wait a moment, don't be so anxious. Let's have dinner at my house today. Since Haozi said he has solved the problem, maybe he is already on his way. It's okay to wait for a while." Shen Pinggui felt a little embarrassed when Shen Rongqiang said this. This is not appropriate. If it was just Shen Rongqiang and his wife at home, it would be easy to deal with. But now, Shen Hao had just gotten married, and Shen Pinggui was at Shen Rongqiang's house, so it was hard to justify saying this. But Shen Hao smiled and said, "Uncle, please stay. I think the people will be here soon." Shen Hao's words made everyone a little confused. Can this problem really be solved? But if the problem cannot be solved, then why is Shen Hao so calm? Just when Shen Hao was still secretly pondering all this, Li Feifei walked out from not far away. "Uncle, Dad, I made some cakes, you guys try them first." Since Shen Hao said it can be solved, then he will definitely be able to solve this matter. What Li Feifei said touched their hearts. After all, Shen Hao is so capable now, and it seems that everyone can see it. So Shen Hao actually saw this matter and had a general understanding of it in his mind. Don't worry, you'll know when you wait and see. Shen Hao guessed that Han Dongping should already know Shen Hao's identity. He should be coming here now. In this case, what Shen Hao needs to consider next is to wait for the other party to kneel down 3 times and kowtow 9 times. At this moment, Shen Jun ran in from outside. "Haozi." Shen Jun was sweating profusely, and it seemed that he had run a long way to get here. Seeing Shen Jun like this, Shen Hao was a little confused. "Ajuan, what's wrong with you? After Xin Hao finished speaking, Shen Jun pointed outside the door and said, "Just now, I saw Han Dongping, the head of Wanxin Holdings, outside."
Guess what he was doing?
Han Dongping's words aroused the curiosity of everyone around him.
How would they know what others are doing?
As these people were looking over here, Shen Rongchang said directly, "Ajuan, just tell me what he is doing." After hearing what Shen Rongchang said, Shen Jun said, "Just now, Han Dongping, the head of Wanxin Holdings, knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in our Xinjia village."
I saw that man's head was swollen.
Shen Jun looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but start gesturing here.
After hearing what Shen Jun said, Shen Hao actually understood.
It seems that he did listen to what Shen Hao and Han Dongping said before.
This is a good thing.
Shen Hao was worried that Han Dongping didn't take it seriously. If this is the case, then Shen Hao needs to consider whether he needs to change people. And now, Shen Pinggui in front of him looked at Shen Hao and kept patting Shen Hao's shoulders.
"Haozi, you are really amazing.
I didn't expect that you not only succeeded, but also made others kowtow 3 times and 9 times.
Now, Uncle is going to re-examine your abilities." Hearing what Shen Pinggui said, Shen Hao was very calm. In fact, Shen Hao didn't take this matter seriously at all. After all, are these things really important to Shen Hao? Actually, it's not particularly important. However, Shen Rongchang was still a little worried, and asked Shen Jun, "Jun, did you see clearly, is it Han Dongping?" After all, if it is true, it is easy to deal with, but if it is not true, and it causes a big misunderstanding, it will not be so easy to solve. At this time, Shen Jun in front of him waved his hand. "Uncle San, how could I not know? I had some business dealings with Han Dongping before. How could I not know him, Han Dongping?" After Shen Jun said this, everyone else nodded. However, after hearing what Shen Jun said, the others became very interested. Since I have nothing to do right now, I might as well go over and take a look. It's actually not a bad idea.
Besides Shen Hao, Li Feifei looked at him and said to him, "Hurry up, let's go out and take a look too."
These are nothing to see.
In fact, Shen Hao didn't feel anything. But in the end, he was pulled along and went out with the crowd. From a distance, I saw a large group of people gathered there pointing and talking. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was kowtowing all the way.
He looked a little embarrassed. But this person was looking up and looking straight ahead.
Obviously, for the person in front of him, what he cares more about is Shen Hao's attitude.
How many more? Han Dongping looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but ask.
Just after Han Dongping finished speaking, the assistant beside him spoke to Han Dongping.
"It will be here in a while, wait a little longer." Han Dongping felt better after hearing what his assistant said.
You know, this requires 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. If Han Dongping had not offended Shen Hao before, he would probably just have to be polite now. But now, because Han Dongping offended Shen Hao, the progress suddenly became very slow. This time, Han Dongping raised his head and saw the figure not far away, which made Han Dongping's eyes light up. Han Dongping naturally recognized that this person was none other than Shen Hao. The moment he saw Shen Hao, Han Dongping's face was filled with an indescribable excitement.
"Mr. Shen, you finally came out. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Do as you say, all at your command. Mr. Shen, I finally see you."
Han Dongping raised his head and looked into the distance, with a hint of anxiety on his face, and spoke directly.
Just as Han Dongping said this, everyone else looked at Shen Hao.
Of course, they knew very well who this Mr. Shen was calling. Although this place is called Xinjia Village, most people in the village have the surname Shen. But they all knew very well that the title Mr. Shen could only be used for one person, and that person was none other than Shen Hao. At this time, Shen Hao looked over there with a smile on his face.
"Well, what is President Han doing?"
Shen Hao's words made Han Dongping groan inwardly.
However, Han Dongping continued to talk. "Mr. Shen, please stop making fun of me. What happened before was all my fault. I'm here to apologize to you."
When Han Dongping was speaking to Shen Hao in front of him, at this moment, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and glanced in front of him. In fact, Shen Hao knew this matter very clearly in his heart. So when Shen Hao saw what was in front of him, he just smiled faintly.
"Okay, actually, for now, let's leave this matter behind. So, President Han, what do you think of what I said before?"
Shen Hao's eyes narrowed and he looked towards the front little by little. While looking at what was in front of him, Shen Hao was speaking directly to this side. But after Shen Hao finished speaking, Han Dongping in front of him suddenly raised his head and looked at Shen Hao.
"If you didn't know it before, it's understandable. But now, if he still doesn't know what to do, then Han Dongping's position will be over. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. Everything will be done as you say. It's all up to you.
When Han Dongping finished speaking, Shin Hao looked at him and nodded slightly.
In fact, Shin Hao didn't want anything to happen. If he changed to someone else, these problems would arise again. What should he do then?
So from now on, in Shin Hao's opinion, if these problems can be solved, it would be better to solve them quickly. But when Shin Hao saw this, he waved his hand and said, "Well, you can discuss this matter with my uncle." After Shin Hao finished speaking, he stood there, and Shin Pinggui stood over there, looking at Han Dongping in front of him.
Until now, Shin Pinggui has not come to his senses. What on earth is going on? This is the president of Wanxin Holdings branch.
Although it is only a branch, the real power he holds is no less at all.
How could such a big shot treat me so calmly? This even made Shin Pinggui begin to doubt what was going on. Could it be that Shin Pinggui had seen it wrong? But if I wasn't mistaken, why would this happen?
This time, Han Dongping held Shin Pinggui's hand, very cordially.
So you are Mr. Shin's uncle. Your family is able to cultivate such an outstanding talent as Mr. Shen. It can be seen that you are really amazing. Is it awesome?
Shin Pinggui stood there, unable to come back to his senses for a long time.
Didn't you scold him harshly before, but now you say he has made an invaluable contribution? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that such a thing could happen right before your eyes. Before Shin Pinggui could think of anything, the villagers from the surrounding Xinjia village started discussing the matter. Haozi is really amazing, he is really capable. That's right. Before this, who could have thought that Haozi would be so powerful? I wonder who dares to bully us. Don't you think we are incapable? At this moment, the people around were talking one after another, and they were getting more and more excited. After everything was confirmed, Shin Hao had nothing to do with it at all. But here, Li Feifei suddenly came to Shin Hao. Shin Hao. Seeing Li Feifei like this, Shin Hao felt a little strange. What's wrong? Shin Hao spoke to Li Feifei beside him, and Li Feifei pointed at Shin Jun in the distance. At this time, Shin Hao followed the direction Li Feifei pointed and looked at Shin Jun in the distance. Shin Jun looked really wrong. But, in fact, from Shin Hao's point of view, at this moment, Shin Hao seemed to understand something more or less in his heart. It seems that I finally know it. Ajuan is worried, but I don't know what happened. Shin Hao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, and then looked towards the front little by little. At this time, Shin Hao came directly to Shin Jun's side. Shin Jun was still in a daze and had not expected this scene. At this time, Shin Hao came directly to Shin Jun and patted Shin Jun's shoulder gently with one hand. Ajuan, what's wrong with you? You look worried. Shin Hao looked at Shin Jun and spoke to this side. At this time, Shin Jun turned around and met Shin Hao. Hao, it's nothing actually. I just thought of Jelly's parents. After all, our two villages can't possibly be enemies, right? When Shin Jun said this, now, in fact, Shin Hao thought this matter was interesting. However, in Shin Hao's view, this matter is nothing at all. At this moment, Shin Hao subconsciously looked in front of him and then said, "Why do you think Tawa village is so confident?" Shin Hao's words made Shin Jun a little confused. Despite this, Shin Jun still said it. Needless to say, it's because Tawa village has businesses outside. Besides, they are richer than our village. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Shin Jun still revealed a hint of helplessness as he spoke directly to the person in front of him. Just as Shin Jun finished speaking, Shin Hao looked over here. However, when Shin Hao saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I will soon shut down these industries in Tawa village. Shin Hao said this and took out his cell phone to make a call. After the call was made, Shin Hao said a few words to the person on the other end of the phone. This time, the person on the other end of the phone spoke to Shin Hao with a hint of excitement. Okay, leader. Don't worry. Leave it to us. We will definitely shut down their business immediately. Hearing this, Shin Hao raised his head and looked into the distance. It looks like your father-in-law will be here soon. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Only he can save you, you decide. Taohua village was originally very lively. But now, all of this makes people feel very gloomy. Because the market on which they depended for survival was directly demolished by a group of mysterious people. There was no time to waste talking to them at all. These people were so fast that they were caught off guard. At this time, Su Hong looked at the people in front of him and asked directly, what do you think we should do now?
When Su Huang was speaking to the people in front of him, the people around him also started talking.
They must have done it. Although we don't know how they did it, we must seek justice. Who said it wasn't true? We must settle this account with them. Otherwise, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in our hearts. But the question is, what should we do now? The people around looked at each other, then raised their heads and looked at Su Huang in front of them. In fact, Su Huang knew it very well in his mind. Now, what should we do about this matter? At this moment, Su Huang slowly looked in front of him. When he saw this, Su Huang spoke directly to the person in front of him. Wait a minute, there's a phone call. When Su Huang saw the caller ID, he was secretly wondering who it was.
Finally, Su Huang picked up the phone, and a strange voice came from the other end of the line.
Hello, is this Su Huang?
When he heard this voice, Su Huang was a little confused, but still nodded in agreement.
Yes, I am Su Huang. What can I do for you?
Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, Su Huang was still speaking directly to the people in front of him. Just as Su Huang was doing this, the person on the other end of the phone said, I'm telling you so much because I want to tell you that the person who's going to deal with you right now is Mr. Xiao.
He is the only one who can save you now, you can do whatever you want.
When Su Huang heard the voice on the other end of the phone, he was stunned. Especially after the other party revealed all this, Su Huang felt even more confused. Because at this time, Su Huang gradually realized that this matter was no longer under his control. In fact, Xiao's strength is much more terrifying than Su Huang had imagined.
Now, what should we do?
This time, the middle-aged woman next to Su Huang looked at Su Huang and asked directly. After all, no one knows what the situation is now. So now, in the middle-aged woman's opinion, it would be better to apologize to Xiao as soon as possible.
What are you waiting for? Apologize to Xiao.
Su Huang spoke angrily to the person in front of him. How could such an important matter be ignored here? Thinking of this in his mind, Su Huang raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him. His expression became more determined.
In that case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up.
In Su Huang's opinion, this matter still needs to be properly resolved so far. So thinking of this, Su Huang slowly raised his head and looked in front of him, and said directly, Don't pack up, hurry up and leave with me. If they are unwilling to forgive us, then our Tawa village will be finished.
Howzy, what are you looking at?
Shenjun saw Xiao holding a cell phone and was curious, so he asked Xiao. Just here, at this time, Xiao smiled faintly. I'm looking at the time, trying to figure out when they'll arrive. Now, it is no longer a small matter, but has risen to a major event. The matter between Xinjia village and Tawa village cannot be explained simply in a few words.
Xiao couldn't say that Tawa village was definitely wrong and Xinjia village was right.
But now, the things that need to be solved still need to be solved.
Ah, are you so sure?
Shenjun looked at Xiao like this, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. But here, Xiao was very calm.
Of course, you know me.
I don't like to do things that I'm not sure of. As Xiao spoke, Shenjun in front of him nodded. Shenjun has witnessed this in the past few days.
But the question is, what exactly does Xiao plan to do?
This makes Shenjun feel a little confused. This incident is a conflict between the two villages and a grudge that has lasted for decades.
2 or even 3 generations couldn't solve it, so how does Xiao plan to solve it? Just as he was thinking about it, at this moment, a voice rang out from not far away. Don't do it, I am Su Huang, the village chief of Tawa village, and the father-in-law of Shenjun in your village.
Originally, if this sentence had not been added, the stone would probably have hit him directly on the head. At this time, Su Huang had already arrived in front of Xiao and Shenjun.
Ajuan, Howzy, you are here. Su Huang needed help, so his attitude was naturally different from before.
Shenjun was shocked to see Su Huang coming. Thinking of what Xiao had said before, Shenjun was so shocked that he didn't know what to say.
Howzy, you also know about our Tawa village, you.
Su Huang had never asked anyone for help like this before, so for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing Su Huang like this, Xiao smiled.
How could he not know what Su Huang meant?
Seeing Su Huang like this, Xiao smiled and said, Uncle, I know what you mean. You should also tell the people of Tawa village about this matter. Even if it is a misunderstanding, the two villages should not quarrel again in the future. Besides, with my current means, it would be easy for me to deal with you. Although Xiao said this, it seemed obvious that he was quite shocked. But Su Huang believed that Xiao could do it.
Without a real understanding, it is difficult to comprehend this matter.
But Xinhao's identity meant that the industries that Tawa village had built up over decades were gone in an instant.
How powerful this would require. How could Su Hong not know? I understand.
Haozi, I've experienced your methods and I'm completely convinced. Su Hong gave Xinhao a thumbs up and spoke directly.
Xinhao waved his hand. Uncle, go back first and tell the people in Tawa village. I will also tell the people in Xinjia village that the two villages will live in peace in the future. Besides, the two villages are fighting each other. How narrow-minded they are. We want to make money from outside. Xinhao spoke a few more words to Su Hong, and finally Su Hong left satisfied. Beside him, Xinjun stared at Xinhao with eyes wide open. Haozi, you also. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. I have to go back, something happened over there. Okay, I'll go back first. Su Hong was very happy and couldn't wait to tell everyone the good news.
And Xinhao also said to Xinjun beside him, Adjuan, tell everyone that the two sides will not fight anymore.
Xinjun nodded. Actually, after so many years of fighting, there was no point in doing so. Besides, even if one side really wins, can it really eliminate all the enemies on the other side? If you think about it, it's unrealistic. Xinhao, I finally found you. At this time, not far away, Li Feifei ran over quickly and spoke to Xinhao. Xinhao was a little curious. What's wrong? It's like this, we have to go back, something happened over there.
After Li Feifei finished speaking to Xinhao, Xinhao frowned slightly.
That would be really boring. Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Xinhao said directly, well, in this case, let's go back quickly. Xinhao answered the phone.
The voice on the phone made Xinhao instantly feel that this matter was not that simple.
But since what has happened, let us not talk about other things for now.
But from now on, Xinhao felt more and more in his heart that, for the time being, it was still necessary to resolve this matter as soon as possible.
Haozi, I've already told everyone that Uncle wants to celebrate in the evening, and you should come along.
Xinjun spoke excitedly to Xinhao.
After all, now the great contributor to this matter is Xinhao.
If it weren't for Xinhao, I'm afraid this matter wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
And right before his eyes, Xinhao was looking at the scene in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. Okay, let's not consider other issues for now, but for now, there is one thing that must be resolved. So we may have to leave, tell everyone for me.
After Xinhao finished speaking, Xinjun's eyes widened.
Haozi, what did you say, you're leaving? You know, Xinhao didn't he even participate in such a good opportunity?
But now it seems that this matter is very urgent.
Xinjun said directly, if you need any help, just let me know and I'll be with you. It's okay, June. From now on, Xinjia village will be handed over to you. If you have any problems, call me.
Xinhao spoke directly to Xinjun, and Xinjun nodded heavily.
Don't worry, I won't be polite to you. After all, they are good friends who grew up together. How could Xinjun be polite to Xinhao? Xinhao smiled, and got up and left with Li Feifei. At this moment, in Jiangzhou, Ren Yu and Zhang Peng looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. This matter is indeed a bit too tricky. But now, how they deal with it is actually very important. Why hasn't Haozi come yet? We are all waiting for him to make the final decision on these matters. Ren Yu looked at what was in front of him, feeling a little anxious, and couldn't help but talk here. Zhang Peng patted Ren Yu on the shoulder and said to him, don't think so extreme. Haozi also has something to do. Besides, aren't there still those people? In fact, Ren Yu knew very well who those people Zhang Peng was talking about. In terms of strength, they are absolutely top-notch strong. Zhang Peng actually has no doubt about this. But now, there is one thing that is indeed quite tricky. Those are the people who will only obey Xinhao's orders. So now, this is a very tricky thing. But it's okay, this matter will be resolved when Haozi comes back. Seeing Ren Yu like this, Zhang Peng tried to comfort him. At the moment, Ren Yu was very anxious. Hearing Zhang Peng say this, Ren Yu pointed to the distance. If it's just an ordinary matter, I can handle it. But now, are these just ordinary huskies? Those guys are so strong that it's a bit scary. After Ren Yu finished speaking, Zhang Peng just laughed dryly. In fact, Zhang Peng still has lingering fears about this incident. But now, Zhang Peng didn't feel anything. But the thing is, we're in a hurry now, but it's nothing. Can you solve it? Zhang Peng's words made Ren Yu suddenly stunned.
Yes, in fact, Renyu suddenly realized that he seemed unable to solve this problem.
This incident obviously made Renyu hang his head.
Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, Renyu could not solve this problem.
How can I put it? They are too strong. We can't handle them at all.
Renyu gritted his teeth, somewhat unwillingly. However, in front of Renyu, Jiangpeng looked over here and spoke anxiously. As Renyu finished speaking, the other people around him looked over here excitedly.
After all, this matter is actually very important, to be precise. However, Jiangpeng was not so anxious. Jiangpeng slowly raised his head and looked around, then spoke to the scene in front of him.
Actually, at this point, Haozi already knows about this matter.
Isn't Haozi anxious? But what's the point of us being anxious?
The final decision is still in Haozi's hands. When Jiangpeng said this, the people around him nodded repeatedly.
If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true.
Just now, everyone was indeed a little too excited.
But, you all can rest assured. If my prediction is correct, Haozi will be here soon.
But when Jiangpeng said this, the people in front of him all raised their heads and looked at what was in front of them.
This matter is indeed well said. But now, many key things can only wait for Shenhao to come back.
Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to deal with it.
At this time, Jiangpeng said to Renyu, if things are not going well for you during this period, then stop for a while.
At least, we should wait until Haozi comes back.
Then our chance will come. As Jiangpeng spoke, others nodded.
This was a good point, and these people nodded repeatedly.
If you really think so, that's good.
But after seeing this, Renyu gritted his teeth and said, okay, let's wait during this time.
I really want to see what they do now.
Renyu has already made up his mind and will continue to wait here. When Shenhao comes, he will have a solution.
Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the sound of a sports car braking outside. Hearing this voice, everyone became excited. Haozi is back? Chapter 106 Arrogant in front of me, throw him out. It's Zhang Tengfei.
At this time, someone who recognized the man's identity spoke excitedly. After all, to be precise, such things are not as simple as we imagined.
Renyu gritted his teeth and rushed over. Zhang Tengfei, you wanna die, right? Don't you know where this is? If you dare to cause trouble here, I will beat you to death. After Renyu finished speaking, the people around him also rushed over. And it seems that these people are ready to take action at any time.
But here, Zhang Tengfei was standing in front of him, looking up at this side. The more this happened, the more a smug smile appeared on Zhang Tengfei's face.
It seems that you are very unconvinced. It's okay. Just come on.
I'm standing right here, just come over here and do something to me. After Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, Renyu and the others in front of him were so angry that they were almost speechless. They felt that Zhang Tengfei was too arrogant to even say such words.
It was here, at this time, Jiangpeng looked in front of him and stopped Renyu. Renyu, don't be impulsive. He did this on purpose. After Jiangpeng finished speaking, Renyu finally held back.
It would be nice if Shenhao were here. By then, Shenhao will definitely have a way to get rid of these people.
But if it were them, it would not be so easy to solve the problem at hand.
Therefore, from now on, these things in front of us seem quite passive.
At this moment, standing there, not far away, a voice rang out, it's so lively, what are so many people doing here?
When this voice sounded, the people around immediately showed a hint of excitement on their faces when they saw this.
Because they knew that person was back.
But Zhang Tengfei didn't care about all that. He looked at what was in front of him, and the pride on his face was self-evident.
I'm telling you, you're no longer capable of this. You'd better surrender to us as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will make you suffer next.
When Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, Renyu and the others looked at him, their hearts burning with anger. Such a thing is right in front of us, especially what Zhang Tengfei just said.
They have worked so hard for so long, why should they surrender to Zhang Tengfei? At this time, Shenhao came over here and glanced at Zhang Tengfei. Who are you? Shenhao's words made Zhang Tengfei very unhappy. Are you blind? You don't even know who I am? Okay, in that case, then I will.
Zhang Tengfei said this and was about to come over and push Shenhao away. But at this time, Shenhao waved his hands to the people around him.
How dare he act arrogantly in front of me? Throw him out right now.
As soon as Shenhao said this, the people around him immediately stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Tengfei. Zhang Tengfei was completely stunned. After all, he weighed more than 160 pounds, but he was lifted up by the person next to Xiao with just one hand.
You can imagine how powerful this kind of strength is. Do you know who I am?
If you treat me like this, be careful that the Zhang family will not be polite to you. In front of him, Zhang Tengfei was shouting and speaking directly to the person in front of him. Zhang Tengfei's words did not make Xiao change his mind. Besides, the other party dared to make noise in his own place, so throwing him out would only make it easy for him.
Throw him out, and if he continues, bring him back to me. Then, throw it out again.
Xiao looked in front of him, waved his hand and spoke directly. But after Xiao finished speaking, the people around him took a deep breath when they saw Xiao like this. After all, right now, this incident really shocked them to the point where they were speechless. At this time, Zhang Tengfei's voice could no longer be heard.
Xiao waved his hand, let's go in. If there is anything, we can discuss it inside.
The others nodded. Xiao is back, and he is different.
Make them feel like they have a backbone. Now that Xiao is here, the next things will become much simpler.
The others were rubbing their hands, looking eager to try. After all, from now on, it is necessary to discuss the next issue carefully.
Xiao sat down and waved his hand. What happened during the time I was away? You can all tell us now.
After hearing Xiao's words, everyone in front of them looked over here. Renyu said, the remaining forces of the three major families have been eliminated, and the Zhang family and the Xiao family have decided to join forces. If we don't find a way to solve this problem, then by then, I'm afraid our situation will be very bad. When Renyu finished speaking, everyone else's faces were filled with worry. After all, it took a lot of effort to get to this point. It can be said that it has the effect of a single move affecting the entire body. Under such circumstances, how to deal with this matter next is actually quite important. This time, Xiao smiled, it's okay, I already know about this.
Are you kidding me? Are these the only two big families? Xiao was wondering what was going on.
At least more than 10 families should have taken action together. It would be appropriate for them to alarm him.
But what about the current situation? No matter how you look at it, it makes people feel that it seems a little hard to understand.
Just looking into the distance, Zhang Peng seemed to have something to say.
Zhang Peng, do you have anything to say?
Xiao looked at Zhang Peng in front of him and asked directly.
In fact, Zhang Peng did have something to say.
Zhang Peng suddenly took out a document from his pocket and placed it on the table. Howsy, this is what I found before, a diagram of the internal structure of the Zhang and Xiao families.
I think, can we use this to do something?
When Zhang Peng finished speaking, Xiao looked at him and suddenly smiled.
Sure, I used to think that Zhang Peng looked quite honest. But now, Xiao realized that this seemingly honest man could be so cruel when he gets angry. We really should do something, but leave it to me. I'll find someone to arrange it.
As Xiao spoke, the others became curious.
What exactly is Xiao going to do?
These people didn't understand it either, but they always felt that Xiao's actions seemed to have other meanings. But now, Xiao still said to this side, next, you just take care of your own affairs first. I'll leave the money making to you guys, as for this kind of thing, I'll do it.
Chapter 107 Zhang family's strategy to crush Xiao's plan. Zhang Tengfei was thrown out.
He just wanted to say something, but he was caught and thrown out again. After repeating this several times, Zhang Tengfei was like a dead dog.
How can we continue playing like this? He just said a few more words here, and you treat him like this?
In fact, from a fundamental level, this point makes people feel that it is a bit strange. No matter what, Xiao, that bastard, actually dared to disobey our Zhang family.
This time, you'll get what you pay for.
Zhang Tengfei said, took out his cell phone and made a call directly.
The call was quickly connected, and on the other end of the line came a middle-aged man's voice. Hello, Tengfei, what's the matter? Is it resolved? When he said this, Zhang Tengfei wanted to complain. This is simply not something a human being would do.
Zhang Tengfei felt that this was the most tragic thing he had ever encountered.
Now, Zhang Tengfei is secretly wondering in his heart whether he should do something now? If we do nothing now, wouldn't it be too passive?
Thinking of this in their minds, these people were actually looking forward to coming here. Such a good thing is now in the open, and what happens next is actually quite important. On the other end of the phone, after hearing that Zhang Tengfei had failed, there was a pause. Humph, this Xiao doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. We sincerely invited him to join our team, but we didn't expect that he would treat us like this. While the person on the other end of the phone was talking, Zhang Tengfei nodded repeatedly.
He feels exactly the same way now. Let us not talk about anything else for now, at least starting from now, we should think of a way to resolve the problem here.
Otherwise, continuing to waste time like this might not be a good thing.
At this time, Zhang Jingkong, the head of the Zhang family, looked in front of him and asked, "What do you think about this matter?"
After Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the people around him all rubbed their hands, looking like they were ready to take action at any time.
That's right, this Shen Hao is really going too far. Does he really think we are one of the three major families?
He is such an ungrateful person. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will really not take us seriously.
Of course.
Now, there is no need for us to waste time talking to him.
Let's pack up and kill him directly.
These people raised their heads and looked at what was in front of them. The more they looked, the more excited they felt. After all, the previous things had taken too long. If we don't do something now, it will obviously not be a good thing. But when he thought of this, Zhang Jingkong still said, "In fact, from now on, the development of this matter is already within our expectations.
And I think it's very good. Shen Hao has given us a chance to take action."
After Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the people around him nodded.
In fact, everyone has noticed this.
And if they can get rid of Shen Hao, the place Shen Hao occupies now will be theirs.
Now, our plan is to completely crush Shen Hao.
Let Shen Hao have no time to deal with us.
In addition, you can use every possible means to deal with Shen Hao.
When Zhang Jingkong said this, these people looked at each other. In fact, they are very clear about such things in their hearts.
Now that things have come to this,
there's no need to keep wasting time here.
It would happen sooner or later anyway, so just take action and use every possible means to force Shen Hao into a desperate situation.
Howsy, something terrible has happened.
Many people are trying to disrupt our business.
We've already driven away one group, but another one comes.
Renyu was very anxious and spoke to Shen Hao.
As soon as Renyu said this, the people in front of him all raised their heads and looked over here. After all, from now on, such things are somewhat tricky. After looking for a while, at this moment, Renyu scanned the scene in front of him little by little.
When he saw what was in front of him, Renyu said, "Howsy, why don't you look anxious at all?
You know, if we continue like this, we will suffer a lot of losses."
Or have you already planned to fight them to the death? When Renyu was talking to this side, Shen Hao didn't say anything at this time.
Although he had such a force in his hands, Shen Hao did not want to give it up. Because in Shen Hao's opinion, doing so is actually quite difficult. However, after seeing this, Shen Hao still said, "Actually, for now, I think these are not that difficult.
But from now on, the biggest problem is not these, but why should we fight them to the death?"
Shen Hao's words made Renyu very anxious.
Why not? They have been bullied to such an extent, are they just going to keep enduring it? If you think like that, it's absolutely impossible.
So in front of them, others were secretly pondering in their hearts.
What should we do next?
Just looking into the distance little by little, the people around felt even more depressed about this matter.
After watching for a while, Renyu suddenly realized, "Howsy, do you mean to say that you have prepared a backup plan?"
Obviously, to Renyu, this matter was very obvious.
In that case, what will Shen Hao plan to do next?
When Renyu saw Shen Hao like this, he looked at Shen Hao with a hint of curiosity and couldn't help but speak to the person in front of him.
"Howsy, are you saying Renyu is not a fool?"
When he saw Shen Hao like this, he obviously realized all this. This time, Shen Hao waved his hand, acting very casually.
"I didn't say anything. You guys go and do your work first. I know what's going on with this matter."
After Shen Hao finished speaking, Renyu beside him looked as if he understood what was going on.
These things are all under everyone's control.
Then, you don't need to worry about anything else.
Shen Hao waved his hand and said to the people around him, "Go down immediately and help me solve the problem."
After Shen Hao finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement.
As Shen Hao finished speaking, Renyu looked at Shen Hao, "Howsy, what are you going to do?" "As for me, I plan to go around and look around. Tomorrow, I want to go to Jiangzhou University. I haven't been back for a long time." Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Zhang judges loss, let's drink together. What's going on?
We are in such a difficult situation here, why do you still want to go to your alma mater?
Aren't you worried about that old woman?
Renyu raised his head and looked at Shen Hao, with a hint of excitement on his face. When talking about that old woman, Renyu wanted to slap her hard twice.
But that was back then. Now, things are different.
At this moment, Rinyu slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Rinyu suddenly understood something.
I understand.
I will bring Jiang Peng with me then, and we can go out and relax together. Rinyu knew that the main reason why Shen Hao did this was actually to create evidence that he did not commit the crime. This matter has nothing to do with Shen Hao and the others, so there is nothing wrong with this arrangement.
Okay, then all your expenses will be charged to me.
As for the company, just keep the general business staff. Shen Hao's words undoubtedly made these people feel more and more that, in fact, this matter was very good at the moment. And everyone else could feel Shen Hao's attitude. Shen Hao had never used this method against any of his previous opponents. But now, Shen Hao has begun to use this method to solve the problem.
It can be imagined that Shen Hao is serious about it.
As for Shen Hao, he said to Rinyu, remember, all department heads can leave. In order to get rid of the Zhang family, even if we close down for a day or two, it won't be a big deal. When Shen Hao finished speaking, the other people around him took a breath of cold air. In order to close the business for a day to complete this matter, it is undeniable that the impact this matter has brought to us is undoubtedly very huge. In fact, Shen Hao felt this more and more in his heart and decided that he should go out for a walk first.
I really can't get used to this feeling of winning without doing anything.
Shen Hao rested his head on his hands, looking relaxed and comfortable.
But in this situation, should Shen Hao do something?
At this moment, Shen Hao subconsciously raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shen Hao pondered for a moment. Now, it's actually not bad to just go to a bar or something. While Shen Hao was still thinking secretly, his sight fell on the beautiful woman carrying a small backpack on the street. The woman looked to be about the same age as Shen Hao, with fair skin and a slender figure, and she stood out no matter how you looked at her. And this woman was none other than Shen Hao's former neighbor, Zhang Jia.
Jia, why are you here?
Shen Hao stopped the car and spoke to Zhang Jia. Before, she was wearing a uniform and was in charge of transportation. Zhang Jia raised her head and looked at Shen Hao, with an indescribable sense of loss in her eyes. But when she saw Shen Hao, Zhang Jia couldn't help it anymore. I quit.
Resign? Why did you just quit out of the blue?
Shen Hao didn't ask. After all, in Shen Hao's opinion, there was nothing to ask about this matter. Since you are unhappy anyway, let's go have a meal together and then have some drinks.
Then everything will be over. Go drink with me.
Zhang Jia looked at Shen Hao and spoke to him.
Okay, where are you going to drink?
Shen Hao's words made Zhang Jia look sideways slightly. Where to go, that is indeed the question. Or why not just go to the bar? However, places like bars are full of all kinds of people, so it is not a good idea to go there. Shen Hao was about to say something, but Zhang Jia pointed to the distance and said, there's a good food stall over there. Why don't we go there?
Okay, let's go.
Shen Hao opened the car door and motioned Zhang Jia to get in. Because of the previous relationship between her and Shen Hao, Zhang Jia was not at all shy with Shen Hao and sat directly in the co-pilot seat.
Well, I feel safe with you around.
Shen Hao looked at Zhang Jia in front of him and spoke half-jokingly. After all, when Shen Hao thought of Zhang Jia's previous skills, he suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. Such a capable woman actually resigned just like that.
Who could have imagined what kind of situation this was?
But here, this time, Shen Hao will not be polite to Zhang Jia.
Have you thought about what you are going to do in the future?
After all, the two of them had already agreed that if Zhang Jia couldn't make it, she could come to them for help. And now, Zhang Jia has fulfilled her previous promise. Zhang Jia raised her head and looked at Shen Hao, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. But he still said, okay, I hope you don't think I'm disturbing you when the time comes. Hearing Zhang Jia say this, Shen Hao said calmly to the person in front of him, it's okay, don't bother me, I have already arranged it for you. As Shen Hao spoke, he placed the key that he had prepared long ago in front of Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia suddenly raised her head and looked at what was in front of her, feeling a little moved. Although I don't know what is going on, I feel an indescribable touch in my heart when I see it. But when Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked at what was in front of him, and saw this, he remained very calm.
This company will be yours from now on.
You can run an advertising business, trade business, or even a security company. Shen Hao looked at Zhang Jia in front of him and spoke to her. Zhang Jia was very touched and she really wanted to throw herself into Shen Hao's arms. Because what Shen Hao said was so touching. At this time, not far away, Zhang Tengfei was strolling here with a large group of people. What the hell, Why are we having barbecue for no reason?
Zhang Tengfei kept talking here as he spoke.
However, Zhang Tengfei was talking here, and his eyes were fixed on one of them. When he saw the person in front of him, Zhang Tengfei's gaze narrowed and he looked forward, with a hint of excitement in his eyes.
Ha, it's really like searching for something without any effort.
I didn't expect to run into him here. After Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, the people around him were somewhat confused.
Master, do you know him?
After the person next to him finished speaking, Zhang Tengfei gritted his teeth and looked at the person in front of him. Humph, I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes.
This guy is so hateful.
If I don't deal with him, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, the people around him took advantage of the situation and attacked directly in front of them. At this moment, the people around rushed forward.
Boy, you didn't expect that we would meet here. You are unlucky this time. Chapter 109. I'm not busy, but my opponent will be very busy. Stop, don't come over here. Zhang Jiejiao was very unhappy. Being disturbed while eating, I'm afraid no one would be happy. Obviously, the same is true for Zhang Jiejiao.
At this moment, when Zhang Jiejiao raised her head and looked in front of her, Zhang Tengfei's eyes lit up. He had never expected to meet such a beautiful woman in front of him. This time, Zhang Tengfei moved closer to Zhang Jiejiao, with an indescribable look of pride on his face.
Hey beauty, what are you doing following him? He's just a small fry. Follow me and I'll make sure you'll have everything you want.
Zhang Tengfei said this with a playful look on his face, looking at the scene in front of him, and spoke directly to this side. As soon as Zhang Tengfei said this, the people in front of him all raised their heads and looked over here. They all started to make a fuss and talked to Zhang Jiejiao.
Beauty, I think you and our young master are a perfect match.
That's right, Xinhao is nothing special, so we should just follow our young master. Actually, I think you better leave quickly, beautiful lady, or else you'll be covered in blood.
At this moment, the people around me were talking to each other.
Even these people became more and more excited as they talked. After these people finished speaking, Xinhao looked at the people in front of him. For some reason, Xinhao suddenly felt some sympathy for them. At this moment, Xinhao narrowed his gaze and looked in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. When he saw this, Xinhao said directly,
Okay, now is not the time to talk about this.
I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you will regret it later. Xinhao was telling the truth. After all, Zhang Jiejiao is so capable.
If we want to deal with these people, it will be a piece of cake.
However, when Xinhao saw this, Zhang Tengfei smiled in front of Xinhao.
Ha, are you kidding me? You said I would regret it? Then I'd really like to see for myself how you make me regret it.
After Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, he looked at Xinhao little by little and found it interesting. As for Zhang Jiejiao, when she looked at Xinhao, she found it very interesting.
Brother Hao, I didn't expect you to be so busy. Is Zhang Jiejiao saying that Xinhao always encounters these things one after another?
However, when Xinhao saw Zhang Jiejiao, he remained very calm.
Ha, it's nothing. I'm not busy, but my opponent will be very busy. After hearing what Xinhao said, Zhang Jiejiao covered her mouth and laughed secretly.
In fact, if you think about it carefully, this seems to be the same as what Xinhao said. So after seeing this, Zhang Jiejiao spoke to the person in front of her.
Okay, now I should solve these problems.
After Zhang Jiejiao finished speaking, Zhang Tengfei looked at what was in front of him and chuckled. Zhang Tengfei thought that this was a hint to himself.
If that's the case, then it's nothing. At this moment, Zhang Tengfei waved his hand. What are you still standing there for? Come on.
After Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, the people around him saw what was happening and swarmed towards the area in front of them and started to attack quickly. In just a blink of an eye, these people had quickly arrived in front of them. Seeing this, Zhang Tengfei raised his head little by little and looked towards the distance. Seeing this, Zhang Tengfei was very proud. Hey, Xinhao, this time you just give me. Zhang Tengfei's gaze fell on the person in front of him, and he suddenly spoke ferociously to him. However, as soon as Zhang Tengfei said this, Zhang Jiejiao stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Tengfei's wrist.
What are you up to?
Zhang Tengfei turned around and looked at Zhang Jiejiao in front of him with some surprise. Then, there was a loud bang and Zhang Tengfei was thrown out. At this time, the other people around were stunned.
But at this moment, Zhang Tengfei endured the pain and shouted to the people in front of him, What are you all standing there for? Can't you see I'm getting beaten? Come on.
Zhang Tengfei shouted towards the side, and the people around saw this and rushed towards Zhang Jiejiao in front of them. Shinhao looked at this place, wondering whether he should come over to help. But Zhang Jiajia reached out and stopped Shinhao.
It's okay, no need, leave these guys to me.
After Zhang Jiajia said this, Shinhao stood aside and looked at what was happening in front of him. In front of Zhang Jiajia, these people originally looked aggressive and were planning to attack this side. But now, the more these people watch, the more depressed they feel.
Because they suddenly realized that they couldn't even beat a woman. This does seem a bit embarrassing.
In just a blink of an eye, all these people were knocked to the ground by Zhang Jiajia. Oh, Shinhao, I admit defeat this time, but I will never give in. I tell you, when the time comes, you will die miserably. Zhang Tengfei gritted his teeth and looked at Shinhao, speaking to him bluntly. Just after Zhang Tengfei finished speaking, Shinhao in front of him smiled faintly. Shinhao felt that this matter was very good. Slowly, Shinhao waved his hands behind him, someone, take him away. After hearing what Shinhao said, Zhang Tengfei in front of him suddenly panicked.
What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around.
I'm from the Zhang family. After Zhang Tengfei finished speaking to the person in front of him, Shinhao looked at the person in front of him, acting very calm and casual. Especially what Zhang Tengfei said just now, the more I listen to it, the more ridiculous it seems.
Well, go ahead.
After Shinhao finished speaking, he smiled faintly.
As long as Zhang Tengfei has this opportunity, Shinhao will definitely not stop him. But the question now is, does he have such a chance?
This point, placed before our eyes, is absolutely beyond doubt.
What are you doing? Let me go.
In front of him, Zhang Tengfei spoke with gritted teeth.
But I had originally planned to attack him, so how could I give him this opportunity now? Take him away and let him know what the consequences of offending us are.
Shinhao didn't bother to say any more nonsense, but just waved his hand and spoke very straightforwardly. Just after saying this, Shinhao looked at the people in front of him and waved his hand, stop talking so much nonsense, take all these people away, don't let any of them go. Chapter 110 Chapter 110 The Zhang family will be very busy, and getting busier. At this time, Shinhao raised his head and looked in front of him. Notify the Zhang family of this news. Shinhao's words made the people around him a little puzzled.
I have no idea what is going on.
But here, Zhang Jiajia in front of him seemed to suddenly think of something. Shinhao, your goal is to plunge the Zhang family into chaos. After Zhang Jiajia finished speaking, Shinhao suddenly laughed. In fact, this is Shinhao's purpose. So now, when Zhang Jiajia said this, Shinhao subconsciously raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. But when Shinhao looked at this side, at this moment, Shinhao smiled faintly.
It's okay, just do as I say. Originally, some people around me didn't understand.
But when they saw this, they all nodded. Afterwards, these people began to make arrangements, and the news was quickly passed on to the Zhang family. When Zhang Jingkong, the head of the Zhang family, heard the news, his brows slightly frowned. After all, from now on, the extent of such things is completely beyond the expectations of others. After all, such things, when put in front of us, are actually much more difficult to deal with. And at this moment, Zhang Jingkong slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Zhang Jingkong gritted his teeth.
Damn it, damn bastard, does Shinhao really think we are easy to bully?
As Zhang Jingkong spoke, the people around him also gnashed their teeth and looked like they were ready to take action at any time. Obviously, this kind of thing, happening right before our eyes, is something that many people could not have imagined. Seeing this, Zhang Jingkong looked towards the front little by little. Seeing this, Zhang Jingkong was about to take action.
Not far away, someone was running towards them quickly.
Master, something terrible has happened.
What is going on?
Zhang Jingkong suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him.
I'm already here, what could go wrong? Could it be that all these are targeting me?
But if you think about it carefully, you feel that it seems unlikely. And when Zhang Jingkong just scanned it straight in front of him, while looking at it, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this matter was actually becoming very interesting. It seems that Shinhao did it again. The visitor didn't feel anything yet, but when he heard what Zhang Jingkong said, he was stunned at first. Then he nodded heavily. That's right, our company encountered some problems, and it was Shinhao who did it. After the person next to him finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong looked towards the front little by little. The more this is the case, the more such a problem catches many people off guard. Zhang Jingkong subconsciously looked in front of him. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. This Shinhao, originally, did things like this in secret.
But he's so direct. It's really frustrating.
Zhang Jingkong gritted his teeth and looked very ugly. Especially in this situation, the more Zhang Jingkong looked at it, the angrier he felt.
No, I have to save myself now. But the question is, what should we do now?
Zhang Jingkong subconsciously looked in front of him, waved his hand, and was about to give orders. But at this time, Zhang Jingkong's subordinate said to this side, "Master, something bad has happened."
Something has happened here. What is going on?
As the person next to him finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong subconsciously raised his head and looked in front of him.
Obviously, this incident still caught people off guard. What happened?
At this time, Zhang Jingkong was much calmer than before. He waved his hands in front of him and spoke directly. But after Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the people around him looked at Zhang Jingkong.
All the places outside us have been taken down.
At present, Xinhao's people seem to be testing us and may attack us at any time. When the people around him spoke directly to Zhang Jingkong, after these words came out, the people around him became very anxious.
How is this possible?
Now, we must think of other ways to solve this problem. Otherwise, if you continue to waste time here, who knows what will happen in the end. Looking ahead, Zhang Jingkong gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, get ready.
We are going to fight Xinhao Yu to the death."
When Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, at this moment, the people around him nodded in agreement. After all, this matter is very obvious. So what to do next is actually very important. However, he looked towards the front little by little, and when he saw what was in front of him, Zhang Jingkong spoke directly to this side. "In fact, judging from the current situation, I think these things need to be properly handled. This Xinhao's previous words were too arrogant, so next time, we must get rid of him no matter what." When Zhang Jingkong spoke, the people around him nodded in agreement. The Zhang family is stronger than the organization and has many talented people under them. As for Xinhao, it has only been more than 10 days since he emerged.
In this situation, what else can he do?
Thinking of this, Zhang Jingkong looked at the scene in front of him and said directly, "Next, let's not talk about anything else. We still need to solve this matter properly." When Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the people around him nodded one after another. After all, from now on, this matter is actually very obvious. And it was placed in front of him, and Zhang Jingkong scanned it little by little. While watching, Zhang Jingkong felt that this matter actually needed to be properly resolved. And Zhang Jingkong's gaze fell on the scene in front of him, and the murderous intent in his eyes was clearly revealed.
Let's not talk about other issues for now, but I think that for now, we should think of a way to get rid of Xinhao.
After Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the people around him nodded one after another. After all, if these problems cannot be solved, then the next things will be quite tricky.
So now, these people in the Zhang family are ready to die. Chapter 111 Sign in on the 10th day, Penguin Company shares. The feeling I had yesterday was so comfortable.
Xinhao stretched out his body, looking very comfortable. Beside Xinhao, Zheng Jia blinked twice at Xinhao.
"Are you awake?"
Zheng Jia looks like she wants someone to eat her up. But Xinhao had already eaten it once last night. Now, Xinhao still feels that it is time to return to normal.
"Yeah, that's right."
Xinhao nodded, and Zheng Jia in front of him looked over here.
Obviously, Xinhao was very clear about this matter.
When Zheng Jia looked at Xinhao, there was a faint smile on her face, "Then thank you for your hard work and what we talked about before." As she spoke, Zheng Jia blinked twice at Xinhao and spoke directly. Hearing Zheng Jia say this, Xinhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you don't know what is going on, you might think that Xinhao and Zheng Jia have reached some kind of unspeakable secret. However, after seeing this, Xinhao still said to Zheng Jia, "If you look like this, others will mistake you for a bad woman."
In fact, Xinhao knew very well that Zheng Jia was really good. It's so good that people can't find any faults at all.
This time, Zheng Jia smiled embarrassedly.
"I just saw this on TV shows, and I thought you would like it, too."
After Zheng Jia finished speaking, Xinhao felt very depressed.
Who likes this kind of TV series? If you have nothing to do in the future, watch less of this kind of TV series, okay?
Xinhao looked at Zheng Jia like this and spoke earnestly. However, Xinhao was curious about the name of this TV series.
Xinhao wanted to go over and criticize them.
At this time, Xinhao looked towards the front.
Good.
Xinhao came back to his senses.
Another day had passed and he could sign in now. Very good, since we are starting now, we can sign in directly next. Sign in on the 10th day and receive 10% of Penguin's shares.
Seeing this, Xinhao took a deep breath.
This is a bit exaggerated. Penguin Group, 10% of the shares. The current market value of Penguin Group exceeds 3 trillion, and Xinhao got 10% of it at once. Doesn't that mean that Xinhao's current net worth has exceeded 300 billion? Why are we still fighting? Once I show my identity, I will beat these people right away. Xinhao looked into the distance, secretly pondering the matter in his heart. But judging from the current situation, this is a good thing. While Xinhao was still secretly pondering these things, this time, Xinhao spoke to Zhang Jieje. Is there nothing to do for you later? After Xinhao finished speaking, Zhang Jieje looked at Xinhao and blinked twice. What do you think I can do now that I'm an unemployed vagrant? Zhang Jieje was talking to this side, and Xinhao just smiled and nodded. This is not bad. If that's the case, Xinhao now has an idea of what to do next. Okay, in that case, I'll take you to clear the level. Clear the level? Zhang Jieje was a little confused and looked at Xinhao. However, Xinhao acted very calm, and didn't even take what was happening in front of him seriously. He just subconsciously looked ahead, and when he saw this, Xinhao said, "Our goal today is to go to Xinguang Tiandi, and then go to a few good communities to take a look." Okay, since you're the sponsor, I'll do whatever you say. Zhang Jieje blinked twice at Xinhao and spoke directly. Xinhao smiled faintly but didn't say anything. After all, Xinhao just wanted to buy things because he had money. Penguin Group is always very busy. As for the head of Penguin Group, Ponyma pushed his glasses up out of habit and stared at the data in front of him. Well, this place is good, very good. At present, our company is in a state of comprehensive development. Based on the current level, our Penguin Group will definitely reach a higher level in the future. When Xiao finished speaking, the people around him applauded. At this moment, they are even more proud to be employees of Penguin Group. But at this time, the assistant of Penguin Group's Xiao came here quickly. Chairman, it's an emergency. When the female assistant finished speaking, Xiao frowned slightly. What is going on? I took the document and looked at it carefully. At this time, Xiao finally knew what was going on. The new shareholder information of Penguin Group has come out. Looking at the information in front of him, Xiao frowned slightly. Why did you inform me of such an important matter only now? Xiao Ji's gaze narrowed and fell on what was in front of him, and he spoke to the side in an unhappily manner. Just as Xiao said this, the female assistant beside him was very confused. Wasn't this just after receiving the intelligence and then notifying him? Xiao felt that he was already very decisive, but this new shareholder was even younger. Moreover, at such a young age, he has all this. He is more courageous than Xiao. We must build good relationships with young people like this. Let me do everything I can to show this shareholder our goodwill. Brother Xiao was talking to the people around him, and the female assistant beside him nodded heavily. This event was quite grand. They immediately began to make preparations, but they actually had some cooperative enterprises in Jiangzhou, so next they could start making arrangements. Xiao was full of confidence. After a while, the business conference in Shanghai will be held. If this new shareholder can participate, it will definitely be a good thing for us. Therefore, in Xiao Ji's opinion, such a thing must be accomplished at all costs. At that time, the selection of the president of the business conference in Shanghai will definitely fall on his brother Ma. This is something that Xiao himself is determined to achieve. No matter what, you must get it. At least, he has to get it earlier than Jack Ma. The people around him were busy all the time. First of all, they upgraded Xinhao's QQ membership to the top level. Moreover, all functions have been fully utilized. Next, Penguin Company will start preparing various benefits. By then, we will be full of confidence in this matter. Brother Xiao said, "Now, don't do anything else, arrange it immediately." Chapter 112 Your identity is worth it. Xinhao, actually you don't need so much. Zhang Jieje raised her head and looked at Xinhao, then spoke to him. As Zhang Jieje was talking here, Xinhao waved his hand. It's okay, just spend the money. If you like, you can even buy the building. When Xinhao's gaze fell in front of him, he spoke directly to this side. Zhang Jieje's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she subconsciously looked in front of her. Seeing this, Xinhao just smiled faintly. In fact, Xinhao really wanted to say that his current net worth is more than 300 billion. However, Xinhao still felt that there was no need to talk about these things. Open QQ. Since Xinhao is now a shareholder of Penguin Group, it is natural for him to support his own company.
However, when he opened it, Xinhao discovered that all the permissions on his penguin had been maxed out.
All kinds of red diamonds, blue diamonds, black diamonds, etc. have been upgraded to the highest level. Wow, your QQ level is really high. Many drills have been opened. I could hardly afford to open a drill before.
Zhang Jiajia looked at Xinhao with envy on her face.
Are you kidding? Who is Xinhao?
He is a shareholder of Penguin Group.
So for now, this looks good. Just as I was thinking about it, Xinhao's phone rang.
Looking at the caller ID, Xinhao picked up the phone.
Hello, are you Mr. Xinhao?
The phone suddenly rang, reminding Xinhao of the previous sales calls. However, after seeing this, Xinhao still coughed lightly twice.
Yes, I am. May I ask what can I do for you?
This time, Xinhao's gaze narrowed and he looked slowly in front of him. At the same time when Xinhao saw this, at this moment, the pleasant voice on the other end of the phone continued speaking. Mr. Xin, as a shareholder of our Penguin Group, we called to confirm your identity so that we can arrange relevant matters.
So that's how it is, Xinhao smiled.
Then my QQ permissions are all maxed out, this is. Xinhao picked up the phone, became curious about the other end, and spoke directly. And on the other end of the phone, that pleasant voice continued to speak.
Mr. Xin, you don't have to do this. Your status deserves it.
Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Xinhao rolled his eyes.
What should Xinhao say about this matter?
After all, I own 10% of the shares of Penguin Group.
Now, can I just add all kinds of diamonds to my QQ and upgrade it to the maximum level? If that's the case, Xinhao doesn't have to become a shareholder of Penguin Group.
Well, in that case, I plan to upgrade the permissions of a few people around me.
Is that okay?
Xinhao coughed twice and spoke to this side. Hearing what Xinhao said, the person on the other end of the phone was very happy. Yes, of course. I didn't expect that this new shareholder would be satisfied so easily, which is naturally the best thing. So, Xinhao brought up a series of people related to him. After saying all this, the person on the other end of the phone remained gentle.
Mr. Xin, is this all that is needed? After the call, Xinhao nodded, that's all for now. I'll come back to you when I think of something.
After Xinhao finished speaking, the woman on the other end of the phone spoke. Mr. Xin, please wait there for a moment.
Our professional team has already rushed over there.
As the woman on the other end of the phone spoke, Xinhao felt a little bored.
What is going on? Why does Xinhao feel curious?
But next to Xinhao, Zhang Jiajia was very happy.
Wow, all my QQ permissions have been opened.
Zhang Jiajia knew that all this was because of Xinhao.
Xinhao waved his hand, it's okay, these are what I should do.
However, if you think about it carefully, it seems a bit stingy.
After all, I am a shareholder of Penguin Group, but I am only given such a small benefit? A diamond costs $10. How much would it cost even if all of them were opened?
Xinhao recharged 100 million yuan and included the money of his friends. Even if the money is charged until Xinhao dies, it will still not be spent.
Now that he is worth hundreds of billions, why should he give Xinhao some benefits?
While Xinhao was still pondering secretly, he saw a large group of people coming towards him not far away. Moreover, after seeing Xinhao, these people also compared him here. Finally, the leader put down what he was holding and walked quickly forward. Mr. Xinhao, I'm glad to see you at last. When he finished saying this, Xinhao felt a little strange.
What is going on? Why does the other person look like this when he sees me? I know him.
He is Mark, the chief costume designer for Xiao Magu. When Zhang Jiajia said this, Xinhao smiled slightly.
Mark?
Xinhao seemed to have heard of this person somewhere. And he seems to be an all-round talent. He is very good at fashion design and hair design. Originally, he had his own business, but later, because of investment failure, he met Xiao Magu.
Then I don't know how they came over.
Although his investment experience is poor, the problem is that he has strong technical skills. Among those internationally renowned designers and stylists, Mark has a great reputation. The teacher Tony, who is widely circulated on the internet, is just a younger brother among younger brothers in front of Mark. Xinhao gladly accepted it, and others also came over to help Xinhao with his styling. Then he started to dress up, wearing a Vacheron Constantin jade watch, an Italian brand suit, and all these other things. In short, no matter how you look at him, there is only one word to describe him: handsome. Xinhao was already very handsome, and now with this contrast, Xinhao looked even more outstanding. Even Xinhao himself had doubts.
Is this him?
This handsome guy is handsome no matter how you look at him. Compared with him, those popular traffic stars are far inferior. Later, when I looked carefully, wasn't he the Shen Hao? Mr. Shen, this is what our brother Ma prepared for you. The man in front of him handed Shen Hao a bunch of keys.
Shen Hao looked at it carefully and nodded slightly.
Shen Hao looked at this familiar sign and his eyes widened.
Isn't this Liang?
You should know that the cheapest version of this sports car costs more than 90 million.
Besides, would the Liang luxury car that Xiao Ma gave to Shen Hao just be the cheapest entry-level model worth 90 million?
Thank Xiao Ma for me. Chapter 113 I saw Xiao Ma go as kindness.
Mr. Shen, we have already made arrangements. Since there is nothing else, we will leave first.
Someone will naturally contact you regarding related matters. When the people in front of him spoke to Shen Hao nodded repeatedly.
Okay, I understand.
In fact, some related things have been arranged, and the Leica luxury car drove to the location in the designated direction. But here, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. This community seems to have just been built. As Shen Hao spoke, Zhang Jiajia nodded heavily in agreement.
After all, right now, in fact,
Shen Hao came here according to the navigation in the Liang car. But Zhang Jiajia said, I remember that this community is a very high-end community.
Could it be that the house that Xiao Ma arranged for you is in this community?
If you think about it this way, it is indeed possible. Shen Hao didn't know and slowly stopped the car. At this time, it inevitably caused a commotion.
This car is nice, it should be worth several million, right? Ha, you are kidding me. The entry-level Liang costs more than 90 million.
A few million can't even buy a tire.
Oh my god, this is so amazing. Is this top rich person coming here to buy a house?
At this time, the people around started discussing. In fact, they also like the houses here, so they plan to buy one. These people also know that a commercial center will be built here in the future, and the place where they currently live is actually the best location.
The total investment is over 500 million yuan.
And a house here would cost at least more than 3 million. At this time Shen Hao stopped the car, and the original community property management staff rushed towards Shen Hao. After all, their superiors had told them that a man would come here in a Liang luxury car, and they were just responsible for handing over the deal to this person. Judging from the current situation, for now, they can just ask Shen Hao to handle this matter.
Hello, are you Mr. Shen?
In front of him, the property manager of the community asked Shen Hao.
Yes, I am.
Shen Hao was very calm, but he was a little curious about what was going on with this Xiao Ma Gu.
Could it be that 10 more houses were arranged for Shen Hao, so that he could quietly become a rent collector? All of this is really overwhelming to think about. Shen Hao couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't think about these problems.
Thinking about them, Shen Hao suddenly felt that there was no meaning in his struggle in the future.
Originally, Shen Hao just wanted to become the richest man in Jiangzhou. But now, Shen Hao instantly became the richest man in Jiangzhou.
Shen Hao should do something now, but no matter what, he should just take over his house first.
So many? How many floors does a building in your community have? Shen Hao looked at the densely packed real estate certificates in his hand and asked with some confusion.
Just as Shen Hao finished speaking, the man in front of him said to him, "The 12th floor, we are professional here." As the man spoke, Shen Hao lowered his head and looked at the large suitcase in front of him.
Shen Hao was almost depressed. Is this the 12th floor?
There are 24 households in one building, but now Shen Hao feels like he has hundreds of property certificates. In front of him, the man said to Shen Hao, "This is arranged by Mr. Ma. Now, this entire community is yours."
What? This situation made Shen Hao not know what to say.
Although, he is not from this community.
But now, the whole community belongs to him? Life is as lonely as snow. Shen Hao didn't know what was going on.
So, after taking the property certificates, Shen Hao turned and looked at Zhang Jiajia.
Jiajia, I'll let you manage this place from now on.
Anyway, if Zhang Jiajia is responsible for both sides alone, there will be no problem at all. That's why Shen Hao said that. Zhang Jiajia nodded. Okay, it looks like I can collect a lot of money every month just from the rent. Shen Hao smiled slightly. Anyway, these were Zhang Jiejia's business, and Shen Hao didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
Anyway, these things have actually been arranged almost completely.
As for some specific details, Shen Hao felt that it was necessary to solve them properly.
I see Xiao Ma's kindness.
Shen Hao's words shocked Zhang Jiajia a little. Zhang Jia looked at Xinhao, was silent for a moment, and finally asked Xinhao.
Xinhao, how many shares do you have in Penguin Group?
If he were just an ordinary small shareholder, it seems that there would be no need for Brother Ma to do this. So, Zhang Jia was very interested. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly and she looked at Xinhao.
Xinhao thought, should we talk about this issue?
But after looking for a while, Xinhao still said, I'm in it, about 10%. After Xinhao finished saying this, Zhang Jia in front of him widened her eyes.
What did you say, 10%?
Zhang Jia didn't know what to say. After all, the current share price of Penguin Group is 3 trillion, and 10% of it would be 300 billion. So when Zhang Jia thought of this, she was a little surprised. It seems that not long ago, Xinhao was just a billionaire.
As a result, Xinhao has become a billionaire now. How can we compare this? If next time, if he waits a few more days, Xinhao will become a trillionaire, right? Of course, this kind of thing is just a casual thought. In fact, to be precise, this kind of thing does seem a bit weird to people. However, Xinhao remained calm in front of them. Actually, I think it's not easy for them to find me now. I heard that the meeting in Shanghai will start in a while. When Xinhao said this, Zhang Jia obviously understood. Since the other party did this at this time, it was obvious that he wanted to win votes for Xinhao. It seems that the matter in Jiangzhou should be resolved quickly.
Xinhao looked at what was in front of him and spoke directly. Beside him, Zhang Jia saw Xinhao like this, so she stretched her muscles and talked to Xinhao.
In that case, is there anything I can help you with?
Zhang Jia looked like she was ready to fight with the other party at any time. Seeing this, Xinhao was really worried about letting her do this. But after looking at it for a while, Xinhao still said, it's okay, no need.
If you need me, I won't be polite to you.
Chapter 114 Zhang family's preparations, everything is under control. The Zhang family is actually fully prepared for such things. Not only that, but in Zhang Jingkong's opinion, this current plan is very important.
Now, what's the situation outside?
Zhang Jingkong subconsciously looked in front of him and asked with some confusion. Just as Zhang Jingkong said this, his subordinates clasped their fists in front of Zhang Jingkong and spoke directly to him.
Don't worry, Patriarch. We are almost ready.
When the time comes, we can start any time. When the people around him were talking to Zhang Jingkong, at this moment, Zhang Jingkong raised his head and looked over here.
Obviously, everyone else is very clear about what this incident will bring to the current situation.
After all, now, if this matter is not properly resolved, what the consequences will be, in fact, these people know very well.
Master, but now we still have to be on guard.
We have investigated and found out that they are planning to take action against us. Beside Zhang Jingkong, one of his subordinates spoke directly to Zhang Jingkong. Zhang Jingkong looked at what was in front of him and clenched his fists. Even when he saw what was in front of him, the more Zhang Jingkong thought about it, the more he felt that this was actually a very good thing. Just looking at what is in front of him, Zhang Jingkong clenched his fists and said, actually, everything that comes next is under my control.
As for the Xiao family, what do you say?
When Zhang Jingkong was just looking at the distance little by little, this time, Zhang Jingkong was speaking directly to the person in front of him. After he finished speaking, everyone around him nodded.
If that's the case, then this is a good thing. However, Zhang Jingkong didn't know what was going on.
He felt a little uneasy in his heart.
What was going on?
A subordinate came to Zhang Jingkong's side and said, Master, the master of the Xiao family is here.
Okay, let him in.
Zhang Jingkong waved his hands in front of him and spoke directly. Having said this, it was obvious that this matter was very important. But since this is the case, then next, it is actually necessary to solve this matter properly. And right in front of him, Zhang Jingkong was watching and waiting for a long time. At this moment, a man suddenly stood up in front of Zhang Jingkong.
He looked to be in his 40s.
At this moment, this person arrived in front of him, and he clasped his fists and said, Master Zhang, long time no see. The person in front of him was Zhao Tang, the head of the Xiao family. The reason Zhao Tang came here this time was actually to discuss with us how to deal with this matter. After all, nowadays, these problems actually need to be dealt with properly. Just looking at what was in front of him, Zhao Tang said, I believe you, the patriarch of the Zhang family, should know about Xinhao's affairs, right? When Zhao Tang spoke directly to the person in front of him, after he finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong in front of him nodded heavily.
In fact, there is nothing to hide about these things.
But here, Zhang Jingkong nodded and smiled slightly. In fact, this incident happened at a very coincidental time. If we don't join forces now, we will be swallowed up sooner or later. The two of them can still reach a consensus on this matter.
Next, the two of them discussed it again.
As for how to implement the specific plan, it was very obvious. At this time, Zhao Tang said, "Our Zhao family will provide the people, and you will provide the manpower.
Together, let's blockade Xinhao first." As for Xinhao's reaction, that is absolutely impossible.
Zhang Jingkong also thought so. In fact, he had planned to do so a long time ago. Now, such a good opportunity is here. If we don't do something now, it will obviously be far from enough.
Zhang Jingkong nodded. This is simple. Our people can directly block Xinhao's 2 buildings now.
You know, the most valuable thing Xinhao has on hand now are these 2 buildings. If we take action now and block all of this directly, then we will be sure to win.
In fact, Zhang Jingkong thinks this is a good point.
So here, as Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, this time, Zhang Jingkong looked into the distance with a faint smile on his face.
Actually, from the current point of view, this matter seems to me to be quite good. But next, I think we should still have the need to act as soon as possible.
Zhang Jingkong already felt that this matter was very tricky.
If they don't deal with it quickly, they will be the ones to suffer next.
In front of him, Zhao Tang looked over here, nodded and said, "Very good, since that's what you said, then from now on, let's deal with it quickly."
After the discussion, both of them were very happy. Xinhao, what should we do now?
We are completely unable to carry out our work here. At this time, Li Feifei raised her head and looked at Xinhao, with a hint of anxiety on her face. Originally, Li Feifei still wanted to say that this matter must be resolved quickly. But now, looking at Xinhao again, he is actually going directly to Jiangzhou University.
No matter how I look at it, it feels a little weird. At this time, Li Feifei looked over here with a little curiosity. Actually, now I feel that so far, these things have been a little too fast. They've taken action. What should we do now? Li Feifei was very anxious and spoke to Xinhao.
But looking at Xinhao again, he was very calm.
Is this kind of thing really anything? Obviously, for Xinhao, these are nothing at the moment. It's okay.
In fact, this matter was already expected by me. In front of him, Xinhao seemed very calm.
But Li Feifei couldn't remain calm anymore. So what should she do next?
As you expected, should we do something?
This time, Li Feifei was a little curious.
She looked at Xinhao and couldn't help asking him.
In fact, now Xinhao felt that even if the Zhang family and the Zhao family joined forces to blockade them, what would happen?
In fact, from Xinhao's perspective, all of this seemed very calm and casual. But here, Xinhao smiled faintly. Actually, these are nothing, but I think we should start with the Zhang family. After Xinhao finished speaking, he made a phone call directly. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone.
"Hey, boss, we know what to do."
As he said this, Xinhao felt more and more that this matter should be resolved as soon as possible. Chapter 115 Attacking the Zhang family, paralyzing more than half of them. In fact, from the current perspective, this matter is very important. Xinhao has already gathered all these people, and they are all rubbing their hands, looking eager to try.
"Alliance leader, we are ready and can start at any time. Please give the orders."
When the big head in front of him finished speaking to Xinhao, Xinhao looked at the person in front of him, smiled slightly, and nodded. After all, Xinhao thought this matter was not bad. So looking at what was in front of him, Xinhao said, "Everyone, this time, our goal is to attack the Zhang family, and we don't need too much else. But for now, I still hope that you can work together to paralyze more than half of the Zhang family." When Xinhao spoke to the people in front of him, the people around him nodded one after another.
But here, the matter at hand is undoubtedly quite tricky.
And at this moment, the big head next to him nodded heavily and agreed.
"Don't worry, leader. We already know what to do about this matter."
As the big-headed man beside him was talking, Xinhao waved his hand, signaling these people to set off directly.
Soon, these people decided to set off directly.
Xinhao continued to wait here. After all, in Xinhao's opinion, this matter was actually a very good thing. Slowly, Xinhao raised his head and looked into the distance. After watching for a while, Xinhao said directly to the person in front of him, "Actually, at the moment, these things are nothing.
Next, since we have decided to do this, let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's just wait for this matter."
After Xinhao finished speaking, Li Feifei looked at Xinhao. It was obvious that she felt that this matter was a little strange. After looking at it for a while, she put it in front of her and Li Feifei stared at it. The more this happened, Li Feifei said to the person in front of her, "Actually, right now, Shenhao, is this really okay for us? You know, the Zhang family and the Zhao family are just using very normal means. And now Shenhao insists on doing this. In fact, this matter makes people feel that it is very necessary." After watching for a while, Shenhao said, "Actually, I think this matter needs to be properly resolved next." But when Shenhao saw this, at that moment, Shenhao felt more and more that this matter was actually very tricky. Moreover, the Zhang family's words must be resolved. But why not just deal with it and let them become paralyzed? This is actually very necessary. After watching for a while, Shenhao said directly to the person in front of him, "Okay, just continue to wait here." When Shenhao said this, Li Feifei in front of him nodded. "Okay, but then it depends on what they do." In fact, Li Feifei is very clear in her mind that she still has a great chance of success. If we just keep wasting time like this, it's actually not a solution. But here, news suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, leader, good news. All their men have been pulled out. We didn't encounter any resistance." The big head on the other end of the phone was talking to this side. At this moment, the more Shenhao thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. "Hurry up, retreat first." Shenhao spoke directly to the person on the phone, and after he finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone nodded in agreement. Although I don't know what is going on. But in the eyes of these people, it is right to listen to the leader. Obviously, such a thing is undoubtedly very obvious from the current perspective. Slowly, look in front of you. Seeing this, Li Feifei hung up the phone. "Shenhao, you are right." Obviously, Li Feifei also got the news about this matter. Shenhao slightly side-glanced and looked in front of him, with a hint of curiosity on his face. "Well, what's wrong?" Shenhao looked over here, and Li Feifei in front of him told Shenhao about this matter. After Li Feifei finished speaking, Shenhao finally understood what was going on. But here, Shenhao subconsciously looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shenhao said directly, "It seems that the Zhang family and the Zhao family are planning to plot against us once, but unfortunately, I will not let them do as they wish. Tell them to wait half an hour before taking action." After Shenhao finished speaking, Li Feifei nodded heavily. All of this was within our expectations. After watching for a while, Li Feifei shook her head helplessly. "Shenhao, if you do this, the other party will hate you to death." As Li Feifei finished speaking, a firm voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, leader. I'll teach them a lesson in half an hour." Zhang family, Zhang Jingkon looked at what was in front of him, looking like he had everything under control. "Humph, I'm afraid none of them thought that my plan would be like this. This time, they are totally unable to bear it. It's too easy to kill them." In Zhang Jingkon's opinion, such things have become very simple at present. At this time, Zhang Jingkon's subordinates also thought so. Isn't Shenhao awesome? This time they all came together to plot against Shenhao severely. When the time comes, let Shenhao bleed a little and see what he plans to do. However, judging from the current situation, this matter is obviously not that simple. "Master, we just received a message from the other side that no one has been caught." When the men beside him were talking to Zhang Jingkong, at this moment, Zhang Jingkong suddenly raised his head and looked over here. Obviously, these people had never expected such a thing. But from now on, Zhang Jingkong's expression suddenly changed. "Now, don't talk so much, hurry up and get ready." After Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, he signaled these people to prepare to attack Shenhao. Since Shenhao doesn't take action, it doesn't mean that Zhang Jingkong won't take action. In fact, to some extent, this point is even more obvious. Around Zhang Jingkong, others nodded in agreement. How could they not understand such a thing? In this case, the next step is to make good arrangements here. At this time, someone ran over here quickly and spoke to the person in front of him. "Master, something terrible has happened. Our Zhang family has been attacked, and now more than half of them are paralyzed." "What is going on?" As the person next to him finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong frowned slightly. "Who did this?" Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Let us talk about anything. Shenhao remained calm. After all, other matters had already been taken care of by others. So what does Shenhao need to worry about next? There is no need to worry at all. Now Shenhao just needs to enjoy the joy of success. Hey, why did victory come so quickly? I'm a little uncomfortable with it. What should I do? As Shenhao spoke, He slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. When Li Feifei saw this, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. After all Shinhao said this, I felt that it was actually quite interesting. Slowly, Li Feifei raised her head and looked in front of her. Seeing this, Li Feifei found it more and more interesting. But now, I actually think that this matter should be handled quickly and we should seize the opportunity to win. Li Feifei was speaking to the people in front of her. After she finished speaking, it was obvious that at this moment, in Li Feifei's opinion, these things should be accelerated. As Li Feifei finished speaking, Shinhao's cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, the number was an unfamiliar one. Should I answer it or not? Shinhao slightly side-glanced and looked at what was in front of him. With a little curiosity, he asked what was in front of him. But after Shinhao finished speaking, Li Feifei beside him said, "Of course you still have to answer it." "If you don't answer it, won't you be scared?" Shinhao nodded, that made sense. I picked up the phone directly and heard the voice of an unfamiliar middle-aged man on the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Mr. Shinhao?" Shinhao tried hard to recall this voice. It seems like I have never heard this sound before. Who is this person? Who are you? Shinhao was a little confused and spoke into the phone. This time, the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone said, "I am Zhang Jingkong, the patriarch of the Zhang family." Hearing this, Shinhao nodded. It turns out to be the patriarch of the Zhang family. But now, why did the head of the Zhang family call me out of the blue? At this time, Zhang Jingkong said to this side, "Actually, I think there are some misunderstandings between our two families before. I think we still need to have a good talk. We can talk about anything." When Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, Shinhao found it more and more interesting the more he thought about it. Slowly, Shinhao smiled, "You want to talk? Well, I'll tell you." However, after Shinhao finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong was very much looking forward to it. "I'm not afraid of not talking about it, I'm just afraid of not talking about it. Now, it depends on what Shinhao says." At this time, Zhang Jingkong said to the people in front of him, "Okay, let's just say it, as long as we can do it, let's discuss a good solution." Hearing Zhang Jingkong say this, Shinhao smiled faintly. Very good. Actually, Shinhao understood it after hearing this. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll just say it briefly. You, the Zhang family, just surrender. After Shinhao finished speaking, it was obvious to everyone that this incident had caught them off guard. Zhang Jingkong even wanted to tear Shinhao into pieces, otherwise, how could this be possible? At this time, Zhang Jingkong smiled and said, "Actually, there is no need to say too much about this matter now. It's not convenient to talk here, how about we make an appointment and have a good chat?" After Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, Li Feifei in front of him kept shaking her head. "No, this is absolutely not possible. What if by the time comes, Zhang Jingkong has secretly ambushed and takes this opportunity to deal with Shinhao? What should we do then? But now, if we do nothing, it will obviously not work." At this time, Shinhao smiled and said, "Okay, tomorrow." Okay, Mr. Shin is really quick to speak. In this case, let's make it a deal. But on the other end of the phone, after he finished speaking to Shinhao, at this moment, Shinhao hung up the phone. This time, Shinhao turned around and looked at Li Feifei beside him with a faint smile on his face. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" But from Shinhao's perspective, the more he looked at it, the more strange it seemed. At this time, Li Feifei in front of Shinhao was speaking to this side. "Shinhao, how can you be so anxious? Since this guy asked you to come over, it must be something bad." After Li Feifei finished speaking, Shinhao raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he didn't know about such a thing? Obviously, Shinhao naturally understood. But since the head of the Zhang family has already said so, why does Shinhao need to talk so much nonsense to him? If Shinhao had taken action directly now, perhaps the matter would have been resolved long ago. At this time, Shinhao looked at Li Feifei and said directly, "I want to ask, if you say you will meet tomorrow, what do you think he will do?" Shinhao's words made Li Feifei feel a little bored. "What else can I do? Bring a lot of experts to deal with you. You can understand this without even thinking about it." But Shinhao acted very casually. "Of course I understand. The head of the Zhang family wants to take a shortcut, so let's help him. Not only that, let me know that I plan to do a big project here." Shinhao's words made Li Feifei's eyes widen. What is going on here? Why is it so confusing? You are going to start a big project here. If they decide to start a project here, wouldn't that be like walking a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Li Feifei suddenly spoke here and then paused.
Obviously, Li Feifei realized something.
As for Xinhao, he looked in front of him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked in front of him subconsciously.
Seeing this, Xinhao asked directly, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?"
But after Xinhao finished saying this, Li Feifei in front of Xinhao suddenly smiled.
Okay, I know what to do.
Next, let me take care of these things.
Hearing Li Feifei say this, Xinhao knew that she had understood.
Although this method seems somewhat crude, I believe it is necessary to solve this problem with a little arrangement. After watching for a while, Xinhao acted very calm. Very good, in that case, let's quickly arrange the next step.
Anyway, these things are completely under our control. Next, we should act quickly.
Xinhao's gaze fell on what was in front of him and he spoke directly.
Chapter 117 Encountering a School Beauty, a Special Fate.
Xinhao felt that it would be inappropriate to stay here so early. So, Xinhao decided to go out and relax.
As a wealthy person, you must have your own attitude. Just say it and don't let these trivial matters affect your mood.
The world outside is wonderful, and everything feels just right.
Okay, it's settled. See you next time.
At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came into Xinhao's ears.
This immediately made Xinhao's eyes light up.
At first glance, she is indeed a beauty. At second glance, it seems somewhat familiar. Now, Xinhao finally remembered where he had seen him.
Brother, what a coincidence, I actually met you here.
Lin Yushuan's gaze narrowed and fell on Xinhao, and he became even more excited. This was the one who wanted to rent Xinhao's house at that time. Xinhao still remembers that her mother was very enthusiastic towards him. Xinhao even felt a little embarrassed, but looking at the situation now, it was indeed quite interesting. But here, at this moment, Xinhao acted very calmly, subconsciously looking in front of him. Seeing this, Xinhao smiled faintly.
Yeah, what a coincidence, what are you doing?
After Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Yushuan raised his head and looked at Xinhao, speaking subconsciously. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Lin Yushuan's words surprised Xinhao a little.
What is going on? Why do I suddenly feel something is weird?
But we haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's not surprising at all that Lin Yushuan has a boyfriend. But Xinhao felt it was somewhat of a pity.
Oh, you have a boyfriend. Where is your boyfriend?
Xinhao smiled faintly and asked the person in front of him. Lin Yushuan's eyes fell on Xinhao, and a smile appeared on his cheek.
I'm looking at him now.
Lin Yushuan's words suddenly made Xinhao stunned.
Lin Yushuan is looking at me now, which means I have become Lin Yushuan's boyfriend.
Thinking of this in his mind, Xinhao smiled.
I'll take you wherever you're going,
Xinhao said as he opened the door of the Koenigsegg.
Seeing Xinhao like this, Lin Yushuan smiled faintly. Can we really go anywhere?
Of course.
Xinhao nodded.
Anyway, Xinhao has nothing to do now, so it doesn't matter where he goes.
A day in the life of a super rich man is so boring. He has a lot of money and time at his fingertips.
So now, Xinhao plans to spend his boring day doing something meaningful. In front of him, Lin Yushuan covered his mouth and chuckled. Okay, in this case, then I wonder if I can enter your heart.
I want to enter your heart.
Lin Yushuan spoke to Xinhao, and Xinhao patted the car seat. You get in the car first, and we'll talk about the rest later. After Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Yushuan chuckled twice and got into Xinhao's car.
Xinhao had a hint of curiosity on his face regarding Lin Yushuan's behavior.
Where's your mother?
Why can't I see her? After Xinhao finished speaking, Lin Yushuan became unhappy. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you always talk about my mother when you are with me? Xinhao felt that he might not be very good at chatting. However, when you ask this question, there is nothing wrong with it.
At this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. Seeing this, Xinhao was about to speak, but Lin Yushuan spoke directly to the person in front of him. But my mother praised you highly, little brother, and told me to look for more opportunities if I have nothing to do. Lin Yushuan was willing to do so, but the problem was that he never had the chance.
Now, I finally met him.
Compared with before, Xinhao seems to be even better. This also made Lin Yushuan feel a little panicked. What should he do?
How can we take down Xinhao directly? In fact, this is indeed a tricky problem at the moment. Slowly, Lin Yushuan looked at Xinhao and said, Little brother, can you please do me a favor?
In fact, Lin Yushuan had wanted to do this a long time ago.
But I never had this opportunity before, but now I have it. Then there is nothing else to say.
Such a good opportunity and such an outstanding young man must be grabbed as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yushuan saw this side with a smile on his face.
But Shin Hao didn't think much of it.
He had nothing to do anyway, so he decided to go together.
Okay, let's go.
Shin Hao agreed immediately, which made Lin Yushuan feel even happier. This incident touched Lin Yushuan's heart. After all, from now on, the more Lin Yushuan thought about it, the better it seemed. But Shin Hao smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you shopping first."
Ah, little brother, you're taking me clothes shopping before you even know what I'm going to do?
Lin Yushuan's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she blinked twice and looked at Shin Hao, and said directly to Shin Hao, "Little brother, you look like this, isn't it not good?"
If he didn't ask clearly, Lin Yushuan would feel something was strange.
But here, Shin Hao smiled faintly. These words made Shin Hao feel a little strange. But when Shin Hao looked at what was in front of him, Shin Hao said, "No matter what you want to do, it's nothing more than those few things.
Anyway, no matter what, you have to buy things first. Let's go."
Anyway, it's nothing more than a class reunion and bringing it along to show off to other girls. Shin Hao is now very familiar with such scenes. But here, Shin Hao looked ahead. Seeing this, Lin Yushuan suddenly felt good.
Well, little brother, this is what you said, don't regret it. Besides, I am a very greedy person.
Lin Yushuan blinked twice, looked at Shin Hao with his big eyes, and spoke directly to Shin Hao.
Hearing Lin Yushuan say this, Shin Hao didn't care. What a joke! Every woman around Shin Hao says this. Has Shin Hao ever been afraid of anyone?
The most important thing for a man is to have good kidneys and not be afraid of anything.
The key issue is that Shin Hao is very clear in his mind. What is there that he can't handle with a little girl like this? Okay, let's not talk about this for now.
I think it's necessary to deal with these problems properly from now on.
Now, let's buy whatever is expensive here.
As Shin Hao spoke, Lin Yushuan was somewhat surprised.
The clothes in front are very expensive. Did Shin Hao really say that we should buy the expensive ones? If Shin Hao is so good to her, how should Lin Yushuan repay Shin Hao? Do you want to pledge your love to me? Chapter 118 Chapter 118 It's Mr. Zhang again.
I hate him the most.
What's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent?
Shin Hao turned around and glanced at Lin Yushuan beside him, feeling a little confused. Lin Yushuan, on the other hand, opened his mouth wide at this moment, looking at what was in front of him, feeling a little caught off guard.
And right now, Shin Hao was a little confused.
But when he saw this, Shin Hao spoke to the person in front of him.
Actually, these are nothing. You should at least say something now.
When Shin Hao finished speaking, at this moment, Lin Yushuan in front of him slowly came back to his senses.
Obviously, this kind of thing caught people off guard.
After watching for a while, Lin Yushuan said, "Before, I thought you were just talking, but now, I didn't expect that all this is true." When Lin Yushuan was talking to the side, Shin Hao acted very indifferent.
What's wrong? Do I look like someone who can joke?
As he spoke, Shin Hao drove the Koenigsegg directly to the destination. Seeing this, Shin Hao's face was filled with a faint smile. After all, now, seeing this, Shin Hao roughly understands what is going on. Looking in front of him, this time, Shin Hao spoke directly to this side. But judging from the current situation, it looks like a big scene. However, just as Shin Hao was speaking to the people in front of him, many people gathered there. And it seemed obvious that these people were feeling that this matter was becoming more and more difficult. After watching for a while, a young man in his 20s was standing in the middle. His eyes fell here, with a smile on his face, as if he was sure of victory.
Master, school beauty Lin will be here soon. We have already made all the arrangements.
If the time comes, it would be best if everything is resolved quickly. As these people were talking, Zhang Hongfei stood there, looking as if his plan had succeeded. When Zhang Hongfei thought about being with the woman of his dreams tonight, he felt an indescribable sense of pride in his heart. After all, such things have been laid out in the open. From now on, how to deal with the situation depends on Zhang Hongfei.
School beauty Lin is here.
At this time, someone shouted over here. As someone in front of him shouted, Zhang Hongfei's gaze narrowed and fell directly in front of him.
Lin Yushuan was indeed beautiful.
When he saw her again, the thought in Zhang Hongfei's heart became stronger. But next to Lin Yushuan, there was a tall and handsome man standing.
The two people standing there, no matter how you look at them, seemed so well matched. And the people around couldn't help but talk. Wow, I never expected this guy to be so handsome. Who would have thought that? I think he and School Belle Lin are a perfect match.
Now that I think about it, young Master Zhang has a rival. At this time, these people were all there, looking at the joke and talking to the people in front of them. Just as these people were talking to the people in front of them, Zhang Hongfei came in front of Lin Yushuan.
Yushuan, I'm glad you're here. This event is specially held for you.
When Zhang Hongfei spoke to Lin Yushuan remained unmoved. Even from Lin Yushuan's perspective, the more she looked at them, the more she felt that these things could not impress her at all. Lin Yushuan's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she subconsciously looked in front of her. Seeing this, Lin Yushuan spoke directly to the person in front of him.
I'm sorry, Zhang Hongfei, I don't like you. This is my boyfriend.
Lin Yushuan was speaking directly in front of him, and after he finished speaking, Xinhao stood up at this moment. At this moment, Xinhao's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously looked in front of him. It's the Zhang family again. I'm sorry, but the people I hate the most are the Zhang family. When Xinhao finished speaking, there was no doubt that this matter had touched Zhang Hongfei.
Zhang Hongfei set up such a big event just for Lin Yushuan.
Even because of this incident, he bribed Lin Yushuan's best friend at all costs, just for now. But unexpectedly, Lin Yushuan gave him a sudden attack, which Zhang Hongfei was completely unprepared for. And just here, Zhang Hongfei narrowed his gaze and looked forward. Seeing this, Zhang Hongfei found this matter more and more funny.
Kid, don't you know that I'm from the Zhang family?
Who in Jiangzhou can deny my Zhang family's respect?
Are you trying to snatch a woman from me?
When Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, Xinhao's gaze narrowed and he looked in front of him.
Obviously, this incident was undoubtedly somewhat unexpected. He just watched bit by bit.
At this time, in front of Zhang Hongfei, Xinhao raised his head and looked in front of him. After looking at him for a while, Xinhao smiled and said, "You are from the Zhang family.
Do I still need to give you face?
You really take yourself too seriously.
Who do you think you are?"
After Xinhao finished speaking, Zhang Hongfei became even more furious. Zhang Hongfei had never lost so much face as a result of this incident, so when he saw it now, he became even angrier.
Very good, just wait for me, I will never let you go.
Zhang Hongfei said this, and then spoke to the people around him. Soon, the people around rushed forward and came directly in front of Xinhao.
Seeing this, Lin Yushuan was very unhappy. Zhang Hongfei, what are you going to do? I tell you, don't.
Lin Yushuan was about to speak, but Xinhao waved his hand.
It's okay.
There's no need to waste so much time talking to a person like him. Xinhao said this and then waved his hand. Behind Xinhao, more than a dozen burly men rushed out. What a joke, Xinhao doesn't have much free time now. Now that I have decided to resolve this matter, there is no need to wait now. Zhang Hongfei was originally very proud. With so many people on his side, he was planning to take action against Xinhao. However, the scene before him was completely unexpected for Zhang Hongfei. The dozen or so people around Xinhao look very powerful. Although Zhang Hongfei has more people on his side, once the fight really starts, no one knows what will happen next.
Still fighting?
Xinhao raised his head and looked at Zhang Hongfei in front of him, and asked directly. Chapter 119. So you are Xinhao, you are finished.
Get started.
Xinhao waved his hands in front of him and spoke directly. Xinhao had just finished speaking when the people around him rushed forward and started attacking the people in front of them without saying a word.
Even if we were prepared, how could we have imagined that Xinhao would be so powerful? So putting it here, it is completely impossible to defend against it. To be precise, these people now seem to be struggling. Xinhao stood here, glanced in front of him, and said directly to this side, "What's the matter, now, do you still want to continue?"
As Xinhao spoke, everyone else was dumbfounded. After taking a look at Zhang Hongfei who was beaten badly, they suddenly didn't know what to say.
They were not even worried about Zhang Hongfei, so why did they need to say so much? If they don't worry about being beaten, they can speak freely.
As for Xinhao, he slowly looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Xinhao said to the person in front of him, "Since there is nothing, let's go quickly." In front of him, Zhang Hongfei gritted his teeth and looked at Xinhao. "Boy, you dare to snatch a woman from me? If you have the guts, leave your name behind, and I will settle the score with you later." When Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, a large group of people came running over from a distance. These people's eyes fell on Xinhao with excitement on their faces.
"Mr. Xin, I'm glad to see you at last."
As the man in front of him spoke, all the young people around Lin Yushuan were stunned.
What is going on? Why does it suddenly make people feel a little confused?
But here, at this time, Xinhao's vision narrowed and he looked in front of him. Seeing this, Xinhao said directly, "Yes, you are." As Xinhao spoke, the people in front of him were very excited. I said it was Mr. Xinhao.
Mr. Xin is not an ordinary person.
That's right. Now in the whole Jiangzhou, everyone knows that you, Mr. Xin, are a potential stock. You are said to be comparable to the Lin family.
Mr. Xin, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't be shy.
At this moment, with the people in front of me, everyone is talking here. The more these people talked, the more excited they became. After all, from their point of view, this matter is undoubtedly obvious. Seeing this, Xinhao waved his hand. "Okay, let's go in.
Since we are here, let's have a meal first.
You guys should leave first. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm eating." After Xinhao finished speaking, Zhang Hongfei finally understood. He didn't expect that the person he met was Xinhao. Thinking of this in his mind, Zhang Hongfei gritted his teeth, and even when he saw what was happening in front of him, Zhang Hongfei's heart was more or less excited.
"So, you are Xinhao. Xinhao, let me tell you, you are done for. You are dead this time." As a member of the Zhang family, how could Zhang Hongfei not know Xinhao's name?
Not only was he clear about this, but Zhang Hongfei also knew in his heart that Xinhao was the number one enemy of their Zhang family. But when Xinhao turned around and took a look at Zhang Hongfei in front of him, he immediately found it very interesting.
What should Xinhao say about this incident? Subconsciously looking in front of him, Xinhao smiled faintly at him. "Everyone, are you okay?"
When these people heard what Xinhao said, they immediately realized it. One of the fat middle-aged men came here immediately and clasped his fists towards Xinhao.
"Mr. Xin, if you have anything to say, just let me know."
After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Xinhao nodded slightly. But after seeing this, Xinhao waved his hands in front of him.
"Well, in that case, please, everyone, throw this garbage out."
Since these people came to pay a visit to Xinhao, to be precise, they are people who are loyal to Xinhao.
How could they not know what to do now?
At this time, one of them said, "Come here, throw these guys out and don't disturb Mr. Xin's meal." After he finished speaking, the others nodded.
Although the Zhang family is powerful and can deal with one or two of them, can they deal with all of them?
Obviously, if you think about it carefully, you will feel that this matter is unlikely no matter how you look at it. Since it was Xinhao who said that, even if they want to find someone, they should look for Xinhao. It has nothing to do with them. These people have made up their minds now, so they have no worries when doing this.
"I'm really sorry about this."
Right in front of him, someone suddenly spoke to him and then threw Zhang Hongfei out. Although Lin Yushuan had already felt that Xinhao was very powerful. But now, Lin Yushuan had never expected that Xinhao would be so powerful. At this moment, the people around him were stunned at first, and then after they realized what was going on, they began to praise him.
"I didn't expect Mr. Xin to be so amazing."
From this point of view, they are a perfect match made in heaven.
"That's right, Zhang Hongfei is simply courting death. How can he be compared with you?"
If you ask me, the situation just now was purely their own fault. At this moment, as these people in front of me were talking here one after another. Even as these people in front of him were talking and looking at what was happening in front of him, they became more and more excited. But it was happening right in front of him, and Xinhao sighed.
The couple is a good match, but the problem is that this is not what Xinhao wants to see.
Xinhao was just thinking about these things in his mind. At this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Xinhao spoke directly to this side.
"Well, now is not the time to talk about this. Our purpose is to eat."
Xinhao waved his hand and spoke directly. Everyone nodded repeatedly, although they could no longer have any thoughts about Lin Yushuan. But being able to hold Xinhao's thigh is undoubtedly a very good thing. So these people were secretly thinking about it in their hearts, and the more they thought about it, the more excited they felt. Just as he was saying this, the others followed Xinhao. For such a young master, they naturally knew what they should do now.
Now, if they noticed, they would probably come over. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 The Xiao family is very angry and must take action.
Xinhao was having a party here, and the Zhang family learned the news, but they did not take any action. On the other hand, Zhao Tang, the head of the Xiao family, looked up at the scene in front of him, gritting his teeth.
One can imagine the anger in his heart.
After all, as of now, no one knows what this kind of thing means.
Zhao Tang gritted his teeth and asked, "Is he really over there?"
After Zhao Tang finished speaking, the people around him nodded heavily. After all, this incident was definitely a slap in the face for Zhao Tang. Zhao Tang never expected that Shen Hao would actually come to where Zhao Tang was and cause trouble. If Zhao Tang didn't do something now, it would be too embarrassing.
Master, what should we do now? The people around him looked at Zhao Tang and asked.
Just as these people were talking to him, after they finished speaking, Zhao Tang subconsciously looked at what was in front of him. As he looked, a hint of murderous intent emerged in Zhao Tang's heart. After all, from now on, this matter is actually very important to Zhao Tang. But around Zhao Tang, other people were looking at this side, and the more they looked, the more they felt touched. Now, of course, we have to go find Shen Hao to settle this account. I really want to see for myself what else Shen Hao can do. As he said that, Zhao Tang went there in person with a large group of people. After all, from now on, it is still necessary to deal with such problems properly. At this time, in front of Zhao Tang, everyone else looked eager to try. After all, Shen Hao had acted very arrogant before. Now he has come to their place to cause trouble, so naturally he has to settle the score with Shen Hao. At this moment, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After watching for a while, Shen Hao smiled. Strange, why is it so quiet? Little brother, you are so powerful. Everyone is completely affected by your intimidation. Lin Yushuan sat next to Shen Hao and spoke to him. Shen Hao, on the other hand, was very calm at this time. In fact, this matter has no impact on Shen Hao at all. Not only that, even in Shen Hao's opinion, it is necessary to deal with this matter properly from now on. At this moment, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, we've been eating for quite some time, why hasn't the owner of this place come yet?
Shen Hao is not an idiot, he must have known something about this place before. In Shen Hao's mind, he naturally knew very well what the current situation was like here. So here, when Shen Hao subconsciously looked in front of him and saw what was in front of him, Shen Hao said directly.
The Xiao family should be here soon, right?
After Shen Hao finished speaking, the people sitting around him looked at each other and then looked in front of them. It was obvious that these people were completely unaware of what was happening. But just as Shen Hao finished speaking, the door in front of him suddenly opened with a bang. A man was walking towards them. This man was none other than Zhao Tang, the head of the Xiao family. Zhao Tang walked towards him, his whole body filled with murderous intent. In front of Zhao Tang, the people around him looked at each other and looked over here. These people naturally recognized that the person in front of them was Zhao Tang, the head of the Xiao family.
Master Xiao, why is he here?
That's right, could it be that he is here to cause trouble for Mr. Shen?
It's hard to say. After all, this is Patriarch Xiao's place. It's understandable that he did this.
Now, as these people in front of me were talking one after another, I felt more and more excited. Standing in the same place, Zhao Tang slowly raised his head and looked over here. After watching for a while, Zhao Tang said directly to the person in front of him, Shen Hao, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to cause trouble in my place.
This time, I want to see how you explain it.
After Zhao Tang said this, his gaze narrowed and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. But when Zhao Tang subconsciously looked in front of him, he saw Shen Hao sitting there, not moving at all. Not only that, Shen Hao also raised his head little by little and looked at Zhao Tang in front of him.
Seeing this, Shen Hao said directly, it's a bit interesting, but Patriarch Xiao, you came to me directly just to tell me this?
After Shen Hao said this, he raised his head again and looked in front of him. However, when they saw this, the people in front of Shen Hao raised their heads and looked at Shen Hao. They were all shocked. You know, the man in front of them was the patriarch of the Xiao family, and Shen Hao actually dared to speak directly to the patriarch of the Xiao family in such a tone. This also shows where the problem lies. It was right in front of him. At this moment, Shen Hao was looking subconsciously at what was in front of him. When he saw this, Shen Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke directly to the person in front of him.
What's wrong? You're suddenly silent now, right?
Master Xiao, Master Zhang said that we can talk tomorrow.
Do you mean to fight me here?
After Shen Hao finished speaking, Zhao Tang actually had this idea in his mind. But when he saw what was in front of him, Zhao Tang was furious deep down in his heart, and he even wanted to tear the person in front of him into pieces. However, at this moment, Zhao Tang vaguely felt that Shen Hao's words were a little unusual.
Strange, what do you mean? Do you really think that I don't dare?
Zhao Tang gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Hao, and spoke directly to this side. However, Shen Hao looked at Zhao Tang in front of him and suddenly smiled. Of course he knew that Zhao Tang dared to do it, but the problem was that in Shin Hao's heart, he was actually looking forward to Zhao Tang taking action. Because of this, Shin Hao can get rid of Zhao Tang first. Zhao Tang in front of him raised his head and looked at Shin Hao, gritting his teeth and saying, "If you have the guts, I won't embarrass you today. But tomorrow, it's hard to say." After saying that, Zhao Tang stood up and left. Shin Hao looked at the people around him and suddenly smiled. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Eat quickly. If it's not enough, just order more. The head of the Zhao family is treating us today. You are so polite, but you are not giving face to the patriarch of the Zhao family." Not far away, Xiao Tang was almost on the verge of collapse. Treating the guests himself? Chapter 121 Day 11 Sign in, Tai Chi Master. It was a very enjoyable meal. A meal costing over 1 million yuan, it was both grand and prestigious, and most importantly, it was filling. Therefore, for all this, Shin Hao should thank Xiao Tang, the head of the Zhao family. Go back and tell your master, and thank him for the hospitality. Shin Hao looked in front of him and spoke directly to this side. Behind him, the people from the Zhao family were even more furious. After all, what happened before was so embarrassing that they don't even want to mention it again. The head of the Zhao family originally wanted to come and deal with Shin Hao, but now, before he could do so, he was instead tricked by Shin Hao. Lin Yushuan felt that Shin Hao gave her a very different feeling, and with such an outstanding little brother, was there really nothing that should happen? "Little brother, thank you so much today." Lin Yushuan's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Shin Hao in front of him, and asked subconsciously. But after Lin Yushuan finished speaking, Shin Hao waved his hand. "It's okay, these are what I should do. Besides, since I promised to protect you, I will never let anything happen to you." Shin Hao's gaze narrowed and subconsciously fell on what was in front of him. He looked very confident and spoke directly to this side. But after Shin Hao finished speaking, at this moment, the thought in Lin Yushuan's mind became stronger and stronger in front of Shin Hao. "Little brother, since you are already here, why don't you go up and sit for a while?" After Lin Yushuan finished speaking, he winked at Shin Hao mischievously. "Come up and sit for a while?" Shin Hao was worried that once he went up, he would never be able to come down again. "Dear female donors, please forgive me. I just want to obtain the scriptures in peace. Maybe next time." Shin Hao came back to his senses, smiled faintly at Lin Yushuan, and spoke directly. "Oh, okay, then little brother, please drive slowly." Lin Yushuan looked a little disappointed. But this matter has been almost dealt with. So now, when Lin Yushuan deals with this matter again, he has to appear very direct. Standing here, at this time, Shin Hao subconsciously looked in front of him. While looking in front of him, Shin Hao spoke directly to the person in front of him. "Okay, I understand. Now, let us go back first. Wouldn't it be better for you to go home and have a good rest? Besides, Shin Hao has important things to do tomorrow, so now, the most important thing is to go back." "But where should we go tonight?" Shin Hao was very distressed. People who were too charming would always make him worry about where to go tonight. Unlike ordinary people, it's different. When I was in school, I either stayed in the dormitory or in an internet cafe. When working, I either work at home or share a large bunk bed with my colleagues. While Shin Hao was still thinking, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, this call was from Zhang Jie. Seeing this, Shin Hao picked up the phone directly. "Hey, Jie." Shin Hao picked up the phone, only to hear Zhang Jie speaking softly on the other end of the line. "Brother Hao, when will you come back? We have an appointment together tomorrow." Originally, I was still hesitant in my heart. But now, Shin Hao was very determined. "Okay, right away." Shin Hao woke up early the next morning. It's time for the exciting sign-in moment again. Shin Hao has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let us start the lottery directly. What kind of reward will Shin Hao get today? Sign in on the 11th day, reward for Tai Chi Mastery, rank Tai Chi Grandmaster. What, has he become a master? Does this mean that Shin Hao is now a Tai Chi master? However, as Shin Hao thought about this matter secretly in his heart, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was actually a good thing. Shin Hao was just secretly pondering the matter in his heart. At this moment, in front of Shin Hao, Zhang Jie rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Shin Hao. "Why, you woke up so early?" Shin Hao nodded, of course. Thinking back to what happened yesterday, Shin Hao felt that he should exercise. Sure enough, the greater a person's ability, the greater the responsibility. He couldn't hold on for more than an hour. I should exercise more in the future and try to break through to 2 hours. It was such a happy decision. Shinhao looked at Zhang Jieja, but found that Zhang Jieja was blinking her big eyes and looking at Shinhao.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
Seeing Zhang Jieja like this, Shinhao was very curious. But when he looked at Zhang Jieja again, he pointed in Shinhao's direction.
Brother Hao, do we need to call for more help?
If Zhang Jingkong lets us go, it might be bad for us.
We have to be on guard.
Zhang Jieja's words made Shinhao feel that it was indeed the case. After all, looking at it now, this matter is indeed a headache. As the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Jingkong was probably not a simple matter because of this series of events. So when seeing this, Zhang Jieja was naturally very worried, but she didn't know what to do now. At this time, in front of Zhang Jingkong, Shinhao looked here and smiled faintly.
I actually know about this matter, but these are not what I am worried about. This time, let's go together.
Shinhao's words surprised Zhang Jieja a little.
What was Shinhao saying just now? It seemed like he was saying that the two of them were together. But if these two people work together, how should they solve this problem?
Now, the more Zhang Jieja thought about it, the more curious she became. But looking at Shinhao again, he had almost finished cleaning up.
Okay, hurry up and pack up, I don't like to be late. Yes, how can such an exciting thing be delayed? Moreover, Shinhao was very worried before, but now, what does he have to worry about? After all, Shinhao is now a Tai Chi master. Even if the other party really has the courage to do so, just come at him. Anyway, at the moment, Shinhao is not worried about this matter at all. If the other party has this ability, just use it. Anyway, by then, the person who will suffer losses will be Zhang Jingkong, not Shinhao. So from now on, Shinhao naturally won't be so anxious. Remember, no matter what, this matter must be arranged as soon as possible, and don't be lenient. Our goal this time is to get rid of them all at once.
As Shinhao was speaking, Zhang Jieja was wondering whether she needed to ask for help from outside. Shinhao said so much in one breath, and Zhang Jieja felt that she was a little overwhelmed.
Chapter 122 What are you afraid of? This is our home court.
In the Marriott Hotel, Zhang Jingkong sat there. Next to Zhang Jingkong stood a young man, who began to complain to Zhang Jingkong.
Master, you have to make the decision for me on this matter. This kid has really gone too far.
If I don't teach him a lesson, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. As the young man beside him finished speaking to Zhang Jingkong, at this moment, Zhang Jingkong looked over here little by little.
In fact, Zhang Jingkong already knew about what was happening.
At this moment, Zhang Jingkong looked over here and waved his hand.
Well, I already know about this.
As Zhang Jingkong spoke, the young man in front of him looked a little surprised.
Is this the end? Shouldn't you say something more?
At this time, Zhang Jingkong seemed to know what the young man in front of him was going to say. He looked in front of him and asked directly.
According to the time, Shinhao should be here by now, right?
When Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the eyes of the people around him moved and they subconsciously looked over here.
Yes, Master, we have made an appointment, but he is not late, we came too early.
As the people around him were talking, the young man suddenly became quiet.
What is this? It turns out that this has already been decided? If that's the case, then what is there to worry about? This time, the young man waited quietly, and at this moment, Zhang Jingkong looked at the front and said directly, "What are you afraid of? This is our home court. And this time, I have arranged enough manpower. If he dares to come over, I will make sure he is left with a miserable fate."
When Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the gazes of the people around him narrowed and they all looked towards the front.
After all, from now on, this kind of problem actually needs to be properly solved. At this moment, Zhang Jingkong looked in front of him and said directly, "Now, let's see what else he can do."
As Zhang Jingkong spoke, the people around him all laughed. Outside the Marriott Hotel, Shinhao parked the Laken on the side of the road. Now, Shinhao thinks that this car is good. It is worthy of being the world's #1 racing car, although this #1 status is still subject to great variability. But it is an indisputable fact that this car is worth over 100 million.
"Mr. Shin, you are here."
The manager of the Marriott Hotel was very polite and treated Shinhao with great respect.
As for Shinhao, he looked at what was in front of him and nodded slightly. "Well, where's Zhang Jingkong?"
As Shinhao was speaking, the manager in front of him waved his hand and took Shinhao in. "Our Zhang family master has been waiting for you inside for a long time. You just need to follow us." Seeing the people around him say this, Shinhao nodded slightly. Shinhao naturally understood such things. At first, Zhang Jiejie thought that Shinhao had already made some arrangements for Shinhao. But now, Zhang Jiejie understood in her heart that what Shinhao said before was true. It was indeed she and Shinhao who went there directly, without any help from anyone else. This shocked Zhang Jiejie somewhat. Shinhao, it seems a little inappropriate for us to be like this. In front of me, Zhang Jiejie raised her head and looked over here. While looking in front of her, she spoke to what was in front of her. But here, Shinhao behaved very calmly.
Will these things have any effect on Shinhao? Obviously, Shinhao doesn't take these things seriously at all.
Slowly, when Shinhao suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him, the more this happened, Shinhao looked at what was in front of him and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Shinhao said this and blinked twice at Zhang Jiejie.
And what about Zhang Jiejie? How could she not be worried? Brother Hao, didn't you say before that you were already prepared? Why now?
When Zhang Jiejie saw Shinhao like this, she opened her mouth. But Shinhao found it interesting.
It's okay. In fact, we don't need so many people to deal with them. The two of us can just go together.
The manager of the Marriott Hotel in front of him immediately found it very ridiculous. If Shinhao had 30 to 50 people around him, there would be no problem with what he said.
But now, Shinhao and Zhang Jiejie want to deal with Zhang Jingkong, is it possible?
If you think about it carefully, you will realize that this possibility is actually not that great at all. This time, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Shinhao suddenly smiled. This matter is much more interesting than Shinhao had imagined. Slowly, when Shinhao raised his head and looked into the distance, he found Zhang Jingkong sitting not far away. Zhang Jingkong was also a little surprised when he heard his men say this. What, only 2 people? Others around Zhang Jingkong also felt the same way. There are only 2 of us, how can we deal with this situation?
But now is not the time to talk about this. Now that we have encountered it, let us not talk about other problems for now. The best thing to do is to think of a way to solve this problem properly.
While I was thinking about it, Shinhao and Zhang Jiejie arrived not far away. Zhang Jingkong stood up and said, Mr. Shin, you are finally here.
I thought you would not come.
As Zhang Jingkong said this, Shinhao looked in front of him. As he looked, Shinhao felt that this scene was extremely ridiculous. After all, from now on, it is undoubtedly obvious what extent this incident will bring. At this time, Shinhao said, Master Zhang, we all know what our purpose is.
If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Shinhao didn't want to beat around the bush.
Since he was facing it directly now, he might as well just solve any problem he had. At this time, Zhang Jingkong clapped his hands and looked at Shinhao. Very good, Mr. Shin is indeed quick to speak.
Since Mr. Shin is like this, I won't say much. These are the plans we have drawn up before. Take a look at them.
If you are sure there is no problem, then sign them directly. When Zhang Jingkong was speaking to the person in front of him, Shinhao saw the piece of paper on the table. Seeing this, Shinhao frowned slightly. This incident made Shinhao feel that this matter was a bit strange. It was only here that Shinhao suddenly saw a few words written in large letters, all equity transfer agreements under your name.
Seeing this, Zhang Jiejie was very angry. What are you doing?
Chapter 123 I don't take your Zhang family seriously. At this moment, Shinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. In fact, Shinhao didn't care about this matter at all. But here, at this moment, in front of Shinhao, Zhang Jingkong raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the person in front of him.
What's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent?
What Zhang Jingkong said actually meant one thing: he had already taken control of the overall situation. At this time, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked over here. After seeing this, Shinhao's face showed a faint smile. The more this was the case, the more Shinhao spoke directly to the person in front of him.
Now, actually, I have already made a plan in my mind. I won't sign this.
I don't even take your Zhang family seriously. Shinhao's words were like a wake-up call to the people in front of him.
The people around were very excited. From now on, these people are even a little impatient. Next, should we do something? If you do nothing, they will never give up.
At this moment, as Shinhao looked towards him little by little, Zhang Jingkong in front of Shinhao waved his hand and looked towards Shinhao.
In fact, there is something that is happening very directly at the moment. Since you don't take it seriously, then why did you come here next?
Zhang Jingkong was actually on the verge of anger, but now, Zhang Jingkong still felt that he had to get things clear on this matter. This time, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. When he saw what was in front of him, Shen Hao acted very calm. After all, compared with these things, Shen Hao felt that this matter still needed to be resolved. Slowly, seeing this, Shen Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke directly.
Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Now that you've decided to do this, don't just stand there and do it. Shen Hao's words made Zhang Jingkong even more angry.
This matter has actually been before our eyes for a long time. Now that we have decided to do this next, there is no need to hesitate about other things. Zhang Jingkong waved his hand and spoke directly to the person in front of him.
What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and get to me.
When Zhang Jingkong said this, the people around him rushed forward even more.
In the blink of an eye, these people had arrived in front of Shen Hao.
Zhang Jiajia got ready and rushed over here.
Then why are you still wasting time? Come on.
As Zhang Jiajia spoke, she slapped a Zhang family guard in the face. The Zhang family guard fell down directly.
When Zhang Jingkong saw this, he said directly, "Our target is Shen Hao, this woman, find a few people to stop him."
When Zhang Jingkong said this, the others understood and came directly towards Shen Hao. But here, Shen Hao stood in place, slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing these people like this, Shen Hao remained very calm.
Can these people really have an impact on Shen Hao?
Obviously, even if it can really have an impact, it is obviously not enough. At this moment, Shen Hao subconsciously looked in front of him. When he saw this side, Shen Hao just smiled.
This matter is actually simpler than Shen Hao thought. Shen Hao, you are dead. Just surrender now.
The Zhang family guard who was closest to Shen Hao gritted his teeth and spoke directly to Shen Hao. However, the man in front of him was talking to Shen Hao and was ready to take action at any time. But here, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and glanced at the scene in front of him. While looking over here, Shen Hao acted very casually.
Is that all? You guys, it's not enough.
After saying this, Shen Hao didn't say anything else and suddenly started to attack the person in front of him. And right in front of Shen Hao, these people looked at each other and were about to attack the people in front of them. However, before these people started to approach, Shen Hao looked in front of him. The more he looked, the more interesting he found it.
Okay, you are not my target, get out of here quickly, otherwise, don't blame me.
Shen Hao said this, but these people had no intention of giving up. These people continued to come, and their goal was very direct. These people just want to capture Shen Hao and control him completely. But here, at this time, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. While looking at the scene in front of him, Shen Hao felt a strong touch deep in his heart.
These people were defeated one after another. Not to mention fighting with Shen Hao, even if they had this idea in their minds, it was suppressed. Too strong.
We are no match for Shen Hao.
What should I do? The more I think about it, the more difficult it becomes. We are all together, do we need to worry so much?
These people talked one after another, then gritted their teeth and quickly stepped forward, intending to deal with Shen Hao directly. Zhang Jingkong was also stunned, but later it was obvious that he had not thought about these things. He just subconsciously looked over there, and when he saw this side, Zhang Jingkong spoke directly to the person in front of him.
Now, don't say anything more. Whoever can kill him will be given 1 million by me.
After Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, the people around him began to take action.
Obviously, this matter is obvious to them.
And from now on, they actually need to deal with this matter properly. Zhang Jiajia did not expect this. Shen Hao's strength was completely beyond her imagination.
Is it that amazing?
Zhang Jiajia was a little surprised. No wonder Shen Hao asked her to join him.
But the problem now is that there are more and more people around. How can Shen Hao cope with it alone?
Moreover, it seems that Shen Hao's moves are weak and powerless, and it seems that he may collapse at any time.
What should we do? Is Shen Hao going to die?
Zhang Jiejia's gaze narrowed and fell on what was in front of her, with an indescribable excitement on her face.
After all, from now on, such things still catch people off guard.
At this time, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him.
After looking for a while, Shen Hao asked, "Are you the only one who brought so many people? Otherwise, I'll give you another chance. Go call some people over. Otherwise, I'm worried that you'll say I'm bullying you."
Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Everything is as expected. What does the Zhang family say?
Humph, you're still stubborn. I'd really like to see you for yourself.
In front of him, Zhang Jingkong said directly, very excited about what was in front of him. It was here that Shin Hao saw Zhang Jingkong like this and subconsciously looked over there. Shin Hao just looked over here little by little. In fact, he didn't take what was happening in front of him seriously at all. Obviously, how could Shin Hao worry about this matter? Actually, all of this is within my expectations.
What do you think of the Zhang family? Have you decided to fight me to the death?
After Shin Hao finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong in front of him felt that such things did require special attention. But Zhang Jingkong disagreed.
Are these things really a big deal? Obviously, Zhang Jingkong didn't think so.
At this moment, Zhang Jingkong looked proud.
Humph, even if you continue to fight, what can you do? Do you think you can defeat me? In Zhang Jingkong's opinion, this matter itself is nothing at all.
So after Zhang Jingkong finished speaking, Shin Hao in front of him was no longer worried about these things.
Is that all?
Shin Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. While looking in front of him, Shin Hao acted very calm and casual.
Shin Hao didn't think much of this matter.
However, seeing Zhang Jingkong like this, Shin Hao felt that he should tell him about this matter. Otherwise, Zhang Jingkong might not know what happened until he died. While looking at the scene in front of him, Shin Hao now appeared to be very calm and casual. Although he said so at the moment, here, Shin Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Shin Hao said, in fact, when I arranged all this, I was already prepared. So next, all I can tell you is that before I came here, I had already asked my people to deal with your Zhang family.
What?
Zhang Jingkong had never thought of this. At this moment, Zhang Jingkong subconsciously looked in front of him, and then asked in a cold voice, then what? Obviously, Zhang Jingkong was extremely anxious about this matter. After all, now that this matter has been laid bare, it is actually very obvious what to do next. Looking at the front, Shin Hao said, and now, it has been almost resolved. After Shin Hao finished speaking, it was obvious that something was suppressing him directly. Now, for Zhang Jingkong in front of him, there is no doubt about this matter.
It makes people feel that such things are not that simple at all.
Zhang Jingkong gritted his teeth, and when he looked at Shin Hao, it was as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Originally, I wanted to plot against Shin Hao, but I didn't expect that it would turn out like this.
But if this is the case now, what should Zhang Jingkong say?
In fact, for the current situation, Zhang Jingkong knows very well in his heart what he should do now.
You, the Zhang family, will you choose to surrender, or fight to the end?
Shin Hao looked at Zhang Jingkong and asked in a cold voice. Just after Shin Hao finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong, who was standing in front of Shin Hao, saw this and didn't say anything, but rushed towards Shin Hao quickly. After all, from now on, this matter has become very obvious.
Obviously, from now on, how to deal with this matter has become very direct. Brother Hao, be careful.
Zhang Jiajia looked in front of her, with a hint of excitement on her face. Zhang Jiajia had never expected such a thing before. But here, Shin Hao smiled, it's okay, since Master Zhang has decided to have some fun, then I will play with you. As Shin Hao spoke, he walked straight towards this side. In front of Shin Hao, Zhang Jingkong saw this, gritted his teeth, and became more and more angry.
There were also some people who joined Zhang Jingkong in attacking Shin Hao. But more people just stood there without making any movement.
After all, such things, strictly speaking, are actually quite important.
Shin Hao has already defeated the Zhang family. Is it really meaningful for them to continue to resist now? In fact, everyone already knows this, how could they not know it? Shin Hao looked at what was in front of him and said directly, Master Zhang, I don't know where you get the seriousness from. But now, I will let you know where the gap between us lies. When Shin Hao spoke directly to the person in front of him, after he finished speaking, Zhang Jingkong had no strength left in front of Shin Hao. Soon, Zhang Jingkong fell down. When Shin Hao saw this, he waved his hand in front of him and said, now, who else wants to continue trying? As Shin Hao spoke, these people looked at each other. Why are we still fighting? It's enough that we have held on until now. That's right, and I don't have the strength anymore. It's better to just surrender. It's not shameful to surrender now.
These people said one after another that, in fact, now they have a very thorough understanding of this matter.
And now that we have come to this point, it is actually very critical.
At this moment, Shin Hao slowly raised his head and looked at Zhang Jingkong in front of him and asked directly.
Now, do you want to continue?
When Shin Hao said this to the person in front of him, Zhang Jingkong sighed.
How can we continue like this?
At least, in Zhang Jingkong's opinion, this is indeed the case at the moment. Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Zhang Jingkong without saying anything. Because Shinhao knew that Zhang Jingkong would make the right choice. Soon, Zhang Jingkong waved his hand, Zhang family, surrender. How can this continue? At least from the current perspective, Zhang Jingkong sees things very clearly. After all, starting from now, in fact, judging from the current incident, these things are actually very important. After looking at the front, Shinhao said directly, okay, you can go find Jia Jia or Li Feifei later. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Shinhao said this and simply stood up and left. Zhang Jiajia smiled slightly. Now it seems that you have solved this matter, and the Zhang family has surrendered.
That's nothing.
Now it depends on what the Zhao family does.
Chapter 125 Chapter 125 How could you surrender? It's impossible.
At this moment, while I was still secretly pondering it here.
For the Zhang family, they actually didn't think anything would happen.
But from the Zhao family's perspective, their reaction was different after they learned about this. Such a thing was totally unexpected.
Before, who could have thought that something like this would happen?
At this moment, Zhao Tang, the head of the Zhao family, narrowed his sight and fell directly in front of him, which was somewhat unexpected.
How could you surrender? That's impossible.
The more Zhao Tang spoke, the more excited he became, and even the things he was facing seemed to be giving him a headache. But around Zhao Tang, the others were looking towards the front. It was obvious that this matter was actually a major problem they needed to face at the moment.
Master, what should we do now?
The people around him looked at Zhao Tang, and they seemed eager to try. After all, let us not talk about other issues for now, but from the current perspective, these problems actually need to be solved properly. But after seeing this, from Zhao Tang's point of view, he was very clear about how to solve the problem next. I have to say, there are still many things we need to pay attention to now. Zhao Tang's vision narrowed and he subconsciously raised his head to look in front of him.
The people around them took a deep breath. They also know this. But if the Zhang family surrenders to Shinhao, what else can they do next?
These people didn't think about it or feel anything before, but now thinking about it, these people feel more and more that this incident is quite depressing. Seeing this, Zhao Tang said, actually, we still need to solve this matter first.
Contact me right now.
I'm planning on having a bloody fight with Shinhao. As Zhao Tang spoke, he raised his head and looked in front of him, gritting his teeth. After seeing this, the other people around nodded their heads one after another, looking very confident.
After all, looking at it now, it's actually a pretty good outcome. To be honest, this matter is beyond doubt. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will all be prepared.
Of course.
Why are we still wasting time with them? Let's find a way to deal with this matter first. Let's fight Shinhao.
If we don't look for him, he will come looking for us. These people looked at what was in front of them and talked to each other. Even the people in front of him were quite excited.
After all, from now on, if these issues cannot be resolved as soon as possible, it will indeed be a headache.
After watching for a while, Zhao Tang in front of him waved his hand and said, you guys go down first.
If you have any news, please let me know. The others went down one after another.
Of course they knew how to deal with this matter. At this moment, Shinhao was in a good mood. After all, the matter was solved so easily.
What could be easier than what is happening right now?
Ryan Yu and Jiang Peng all came to Shinhao's side.
How could these people not know about this?
Originally, other people were somewhat worried. But now it seems that there is actually nothing to worry about. Ren Yu patted Shinhao on the shoulder and said, great, Haozi.
I didn't expect that you could take down the Zhang family without making any noise. The same goes for Jiang Peng beside me.
After all, even though Jiang Peng considered this matter very carefully, he could not imagine how Shinhao won.
This is something that completely caught people off guard.
However, Jiang Peng still said, Haozi, although you say that, you still have to be more careful.
The Xiao family will definitely not let it go so easily.
When Jiang Peng spoke directly to the people in front of him, one can imagine the shock they felt after hearing these words. On this side, as Jiang Peng looked over here little by little, he saw what was in front of him. In fact, for Jiang Peng, the things he was encountering at the moment, to be precise, still needed to be dealt with specially. As Jiang Peng finished speaking, Ren Yu actually saw it here. In fact, regarding this matter, now, Ren Yu said, actually, this matter is very simple. Next, if we need to deal with it, we can buy out the Xiao family's shares. Ren Yu spoke very straightforwardly, speaking directly to the person in front of him. After he finished speaking, even for the person in front of him, such a thing was too shocking.
Shinhao actually noticed what Ren Yu said.
In fact, in Shinhao's opinion, this is a very good thing.
Okay, let's do as you say.
When Shinhao raised his head and looked at what was in front of him, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that these things were happening at a good time. After watching for a while, this time, Shinhao felt something vaguely in his heart when he saw this.
In fact, from the current perspective, these issues are already very clear.
When Shinhao saw this, he felt that the Xiao family was a very troublesome thing.
If the Xiao family is not dealt with as soon as possible, then these problems will become obvious next.
Shinhao looked at what was in front of him, appearing very calm.
It's okay, but since the Xiao family is planning to attack us, then we should teach them a lesson.
After Shinhao said this, it was obvious that Shinhao had already felt it in his heart. In fact, at present, this matter could be accelerated from now on. But what surprised Shinhao was that during this period, the Lin family was very quiet without any news at all.
What is going on with all this?
This made Shinhao feel very strange.
What was the reason for all this?
Shinhao subconsciously looked in front of him. While looking in front of him, Shinhao was secretly thinking about this matter in his heart. Just thinking about this, Shinhao slowly looked at what was in front of him. After looking at the front for a while, Shinhao said directly, during this period of time, we still have to be careful of the Lin family. I am always worried that the Lin family will launch unexpected means against us.
It's not okay to even ignore such things. So now, we must be on guard. Chapter 126 Lin Wanqing's plan, continue to observe. Shinhao's prediction was completely correct.
The Lin family did not relax at all. In fact, the Lin family had already made complete arrangements for this matter. Lin Wanqing slowly raised her head and looked in front of her. As she looked in front of her, she suddenly smiled.
Now, what's the situation?
Lin Wanqing's eyes moved slightly, she looked around and asked directly. The people around her looked at what was happening and told Lin Wanqing everything that had happened during this period. At this moment, Lin Wanqing slowly raised her head and looked in front of her.
Obviously, this happened too fast. Even Lin Wanqing did not expect this.
Unexpectedly, Shinhao's growth rate is completely beyond our expectations. Lin Wanqing was talking here, and the people around her actually felt the same way. But now, saying so much actually has no meaning at all. At this time, Lin Wanqing looked over slowly in front of her. After seeing this, Lin Wanqing said, now, continue to observe. When Lin Wanqing said this, the people around her were very worried.
Now, if we don't think of a way to deal with Shinhao, should we continue to wait?
You know, if he continues to waste time like this, Shinhao might be able to get rid of the Xiao family as well.
If even the Xiao family is eliminated, then it will be their turn next. This point is beyond doubt.
But looking at what was in front of her, this time, Lin Wanqing slowly raised her head and looked in front of her, speaking lightly.
Actually, I know about this matter, and it's not just Shinhao who is developing, we are also developing. Even if Shinhao really took over the entire Jiangzhou, what would happen?
Lin Wanqing suddenly laughed, because at this moment, Lin Wanqing's perspective was completely different from that of others.
This is something that no one else can even approach.
After all, these things are actually very important now.
Looking ahead, Lin Wanqing said to the people around her, don't worry, our Lin family is now more than 3 times stronger than before.
When Lin Wanqing said this, the people around her took a deep breath.
This matter is indeed not easy.
These problems had actually been completely exposed before, and then the people around me were very excited. In that case, we are sure to win this time.
That's right. No matter how strong Shinhao is, can he still compare with us? But for now, these problems still need us to deal with them urgently. Let's solve this matter as soon as possible.
At this moment, when these people in front of me were talking here,
and the people in front of him were even more eager to try.
But now, judging from the current situation, this matter still makes people feel more or less touched.
Just looking at it little by little, Lin Wanqing said, during this period of time, we should think of a way to solve this problem first.
At this moment, Lin Wanqing spoke directly to the people in front of her, and after she finished speaking, the others nodded repeatedly. After all, this matter is really important now. If we don't find a way to quickly investigate this matter now, then by then, there is no doubt that it will be quite difficult. At this time, Zhao Tang of the Xiao family frowned slightly.
The Lin family didn't make any movement at all. What do they want to do?
Zhao Tang was very confused.
He had actually made 2 preparations for this matter.
On the one hand, in order to guard against these things, Zhao Tang had people here to defend against the current situation. But on the other hand, Zhao Tang sought help from the Lin family. After all, the lips and teeth are interdependent. In fact, from the current perspective, it is necessary to deal with such matters properly. At this time, Zhao Tang slowly raised his head and looked at the situation in front of him. What do you think we should do about this? When Zhao Tang spoke directly to this side, just after he finished speaking, in fact, for the current situation, these problems should be solved properly. This time, Zhao Tang slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. As Zhao Tang looked in front of him, he felt more and more in his heart that, in fact, these problems still needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Slowly, when Zhao Tang suddenly looked at what was in front of him, the more this was the case, the more Zhao Tang felt in his heart that this matter was not that simple. But when he saw this, Zhao Tang suddenly laughed. "Ha, what are you afraid of? There are so many of us, do we still need to worry about him? Also, although Shen Hao is very powerful, does he really think I'm a vegetarian?" Zhao Tang's eyes narrowed and he looked directly in front of him. He raised his head and spoke here. Others around Zhao Tang felt the same way. And now, this good opportunity is here, and it has become obvious what to do next. How could these people not know about this? At this moment, Zhao Tang raised his head and looked straight ahead. The more this is the case, the more Zhao Tang feels that some things should be resolved at the moment. But if we consider it from Zhao Tang's perspective, there are actually some things that need to be dealt with as soon as possible. So this time, Zhao Tang slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After looking for a while, Zhao Tang said, "My goal is very simple, I hope that Shen Hao will be hit hard." Zhao Tang's words made others nod their heads repeatedly. Moreover, Zhao Tang has already found out everything. So now, Zhao Tang said, "Hurry up, everyone, get ready, this matter depends on you." How could Zhao Tang not be aware of such a thing? Now, this matter has been handed over to these people to deal with. Then, it becomes obvious how to solve this problem. Slowly, Zhao Tang's vision narrowed, and he subconsciously raised his head to look in front of him. Obviously, in Zhao Tang's opinion, these things have actually been dealt with almost completely. After all, from now on, these things are becoming very obvious. Slowly, he saw what was in front of him, and Zhao Tang suddenly smiled. Very good, but judging from the current situation, this matter has actually become very obvious. Everyone, come on, get rid of Shen Hao first. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Confident Zhao Wudi is sure to win this time. Shen Hao sat there, looking calmly at what was in front of him. In fact, Shen Hao himself doesn't feel that there is anything to worry about regarding the current situation. What's wrong, Hao brother, aren't you worried? This time, Zhang Jiejia raised her head and subconsciously looked in front of her. Just by looking at this side, Zhang Jiejia had obviously guessed what Shen Hao was trying to do. However, Zhang Jiejia couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is there really no problem in this situation? Actually, as of now, Zhang Jiejia doesn't know either. But from Zhang Jiejia's perspective, deep down in her heart, she was quite clear about what was going on. Shen Hao had planned this kind of thing long ago. You mean, they will come and deal with you then? Zhang Jiejia is not stupid. Based on previous situations, she obviously had guessed it. At this time, Shen Hao smiled but said nothing. After all, some things, strictly speaking, are a bit weird. Now there are only 2 opponents left, but for Shen Hao, it feels like facing thousands of troops. I heard a bang in the distance, as if something had hit me hard. Shen Hao glanced sideways slightly, then raised his head and looked over here. But when Shen Hao saw this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this opponent was not simple. Standing in the same place, at this moment, Shen Hao slowly raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. Seeing this, Shen Hao smiled indifferently. Actually, at the moment, these things are not that simple. You are from the Zhao family, what are you doing here? Shen Hao's vision narrowed and he subconsciously swept it directly in front of him. While looking at the situation in front of him, for Shen Hao, what he was facing now was actually nothing. Slowly, I looked at what was in front of me. At this moment, Zhao Wudi was standing there. Are you Shen Hao? Zhao Wudi looked at Shen Hao with a hint of contempt in his eyes. But here, Zhao Wudi was actually still very proud in his heart. After all, from what we have seen so far, it seems that how to deal with this matter is very obvious. Standing in the same place, Zhao Wudi subconsciously glanced in front of him. While looking in front of him, Zhao Wudi felt that these problems were actually very common. Standing in the same place, at this moment, Zhao Wudi slowly raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. After watching for a while, Zhao Wudi said in a cold voice, Shenhao, our Zhao family is so powerful that you can't compete with it.
If you know what's best for you, surrender quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking you.
After Zhao Wudi finished speaking, the people around him looked towards the front. It was here that the people around moved along with the situation and arrived directly in front of him. But seeing this, Shenhao acted very calm. Even from Shenhao's perspective, he didn't think there was anything to worry about.
Is that all?
Shenhao looked at what was in front of him and spoke in a cold voice. Just after Shenhao finished speaking, the people in front of Shenhao slowly looked at him. Suddenly, these people burst into laughter.
Ha, are you talking to us? Why do I suddenly find it so ridiculous? Don't say it's you guys. Actually, I feel the same way now. If you ask me, why bother talking to him so much? If he doesn't accept it, then let's just teach him a lesson.
At this moment, when the people around looked at what was in front of them, they became more and more excited as they talked.
As for Shenhao, he was not worried at all. You Xiao family, are you just talking nonsense? I don't think there will be anything wrong with you.
Shenhao's words completely aroused Zhao Wudi's fighting spirit.
At this moment, Zhao Wudi suddenly raised his head and looked at Shenhao, then waved to the people around him. If that's the case, then why are you still talking to him so much? Why don't you just do it quickly?
Zhao Wudi's gaze narrowed and fell directly in front of him, and he spoke bluntly. Just after Zhao Wudi finished speaking, the people around him saw what was happening and rushed towards him quickly. But as these people increased their speed, they arrived in front of Shenhao in an instant. Seeing this, Shenhao acted very calm. Even from Shenhao's point of view, deep in his heart, he felt more and more that these problems should be dealt with now.
Shenhao, you are looking for death.
One of his men, as if seeking credit, rushed directly to Shenhao and wanted to capture him. Zhang Jiajia saw this and was about to take action.
But Shenhao was very calm. It's okay, leave it to me.
Shenhao's words made Zhang Jiajia feel a little bored.
Oh, how boring. If you are willing to solve it, then I will leave it to you. Hearing what Zhang Jiajia said, Shenhao remained calm. How could Shenhao not be aware of such a thing? He just looked at it little by little, and when he saw what was in front of him, Shenhao acted very casually. Is this really enough for Shenhao? Obviously, Shenhao didn't think so in his heart. With a slight movement, a crisp sound was heard in front of my eyes. The others stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and it took them a long time to recover from the shock. And right before his eyes, Shenhao's attention was narrowed and he looked straight ahead. While seeing this, Shenhao acted very casually. What's wrong? Is this all you can do? If you can't come up with anything else now, don't blame me for being rude. Shenhao's gaze narrowed and fell directly in front of him. He was very straightforward and spoke directly to this side. But as soon as Shenhao said this, Zhao Wudi in front of Shenhao became very angry. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Come on together. Zhao Wudi could see that Shenhao was indeed quite capable. If they don't solve the problem together now, the consequences will be disastrous. So up to now, what they need to do is to try every possible means to deal with the current problem first. Slowly, looking in front of him, Zhao Wudi said directly, Shenhao, this time, let's see how you deal with it. When Zhao Wudi spoke directly to the people in front of him, as he finished speaking, it actually seemed to Zhao Wudi that he was full of confidence. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 You are not good enough to deal with me. There were bang sounds. These people originally wanted to suppress Shenhao and control him. But now, they finally realized how powerful Shenhao was. Zhang Jiajia originally didn't intend to take action, but after seeing Shenhao take action, Zhang Jiajia couldn't hold back anymore, so she took action directly. Soon, the people in front of him were completely under control. At this moment, Shenhao was looking at the scene in front of him, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I tell you not to do it? Why did you do it now? After Shenhao finished speaking, Zhang Jiajia stuck out her tongue and spoke to Shenhao. Sorry, I just saw you do it, so I felt a little itchy. When Zhang Jiajia finished speaking, Shenhao couldn't help but feel helpless. What should Shenhao say about this? Right in front of him, Shenhao slowly turned around and looked over. Just looking at what was in front of him, at this moment, Shenhao smiled faintly. You can't handle me. As soon as these words came out, it was like a needle piercing my eyes. At this moment, the people in front of him all raised their heads and looked towards the front. Obviously, for these people, they felt the horror of Shenhao deep in their hearts. Do you know why I don't have so many bodyguards here? Shenhao looked at Zhao Wudi in front of him and asked directly.
However, after Shinhao said this, Zhao Wudi in front of him shook his head.
How does he know this?
At this time, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked at Zhao Wudi and continued speaking.
It's simple. Because of my skills, I don't need anyone to protect me.
Although Shinhao spoke in a very arrogant tone, when he thought about it carefully, he actually felt that this was the case. At this moment, even Zhao Wudi was very touched when he saw Shinhao like this.
Don't come over here, I'll take care of him myself.
Zhao Wudi waved his hands around him, signaling those around him not to act rashly. Just after Zhao Wudi finished speaking, he let out a loud shout and without saying a word, quickly came towards Shinhao. As for Zhang Jia, she had no intention of helping at all. Even in Zhang Jiajia's opinion, Zhao Wudi in front of him was not Shinhao's opponent. In front of him, Zhao Wudi shouted and quickly attacked Shinhao. I'll let you know what the consequences of offending me are. After Zhao Wudi finished speaking, he began to speed up and quickly attack the person in front of him. But just after Zhao Wudi said this, Zhao Wudi could actually feel deep in his heart that this matter was extremely tricky at the moment.
Damn it, how could this guy be so strong?
Zhao Wudi punched Shinhao, but his fist did not shake Shinhao at all, and was directly blocked by Shinhao. Shinhao looked at Zhao Wudi in front of him and spoke to him.
Are these the only means you have?
Shinhao's words were like a wake-up call to those present. Zhao Wudi stood there, looking at Shinhao with gritted teeth.
Let go quickly.
Being held so tightly by Shinhao on his wrist was quite a headache for Zhao Wudi. Standing here, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. After watching for a while, Shinhao smiled. Okay, that's what you said.
Shinhao said this and let go.
In front of him, Zhao Wudi was completely caught off guard, and he fell directly to the ground with a bang. At this moment, Shinhao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. As he watched, Shinhao acted very calm.
What's wrong? You asked me to let go, why are you looking at me like that?
As Shinhao spoke, Zhao Wudi's cheeks turned red. He wanted to struggle here, but found that he could not get free at all.
Let go of me now.
Zhao Wudi was talking here, but Shinhao just attacked casually. This time, Zhao Wudi rolled on the ground several times before he slowly stopped. The people around were completely shocked when they saw this scene.
What is going on with all this?
As for Shinhao, after taking a look at the people in front of him, he waved his hand and spoke directly.
Okay, let's take all these people back first.
At this time, all of Shinhao's men had arrived. So when these people saw this, they all stepped forward and clasped their fists.
Yes, Alliance leader. Don't worry, we will handle this matter.
When these people finished speaking, the people from the Xiao family looked at each other and then looked at Shinhao. Just now, these people called Shinhao as if he was the leader of the alliance.
Some of these people do know.
At this moment, these people were all looking at Shinhao.
Could it be that you are the leader of the Southern Alliance?
As these words were spoken, the people around him took a deep breath. When it comes to this, these people are actually very scared deep down in their hearts. After all, judging from the current situation, these problems are not simple.
But what to do next is actually very obvious.
Standing there, Shinhao said, "You know, there are not many people who can remain safe and sound knowing my identity.
So, now you know what to do?"
In fact, Shinhao had no intention of doing anything to these people. But as Shinhao spoke, the people in front of him looked at each other, and then spoke to Shinhao with a solemn look. "We surrender, and we also want to join the Southern Alliance. We hope that you, the leader of the alliance, can take us in." I don't know who said this here suddenly. At this moment, the people around saw this and started talking. Seeing this, Shinhao smiled. "Joining our Southern Alliance requires an assessment. However, you should follow them first.
Once they think it's okay, you can join them."
When Shinhao said this, the people in front of him nodded repeatedly. As for Zhao Wudi, he was a little depressed. He had just woken up, so why were all his men smiling and following Shinhao's men?
What on earth is going on?
Zhao Wudi looked in front of him and asked, "Strange, what's wrong with you?
You are from the Zhao family, how can you follow him?"
When Zhao Wudi finished speaking, Shinhao looked at what was in front of him and smiled faintly.
There's nothing I can do. Your people have already surrendered. If you don't want anything to happen, you'd better join in.
Besides, your Zhao family will soon be finished. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. The next target is the Xiao family.
Zhao Wudi finally chose to surrender because he clearly understood Shinhao's plan.
However, when he saw this, Zhao Wudi's face was filled with a faint smile.
"Mr. Shin, what are you going to do now?" If there is anything I can help you with, just tell me.
Zhao Wudi knew that Xin Hao's perspective was completely different from theirs. So next, how to deal with this matter is actually very important. Slowly, right in front of him, Xin Hao looked over. Actually, my next target is the Zhao family. In fact, Xin Hao had wanted to do this before. So now, as Xin Hao said this, there is no doubt that this scene happened very suddenly. Just here, as Xin Hao looked towards the front little by little. Just looking at it, this time, Xin Hao was speaking directly to the person in front of him. Actually, at the moment, there's no need to worry. The Zhao family can't stand up to us at all. After all, Xin Hao had already done it before and bought back all these shares. So next, this matter actually needs to be dealt with properly and urgently. At this time, Xin Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Seeing this, Xin Hao spoke directly to the person in front of him. Actually, judging from the current situation, let's not talk about other things for now. The shares of the Zhao family have actually been acquired almost completely. When Xin Hao spoke directly to the people in front of him, the people around him took a deep breath. If things continue to develop in this direction, then what will happen next? In fact, other people here are even more surprised. Oh my god, I never thought it would be like this. Yes, we did not expect this at all. This means that the Zhao family can no longer hold on. Then we can act quickly. After all, we should all just listen to Mr. Xin on this matter. As these people spoke to the people in front of them, they became more and more excited. But these people just looked in front of them in unison. At this time, Xin Hao said, Ren Yu, you and Zhang Peng will manage all the peripheral affairs together. Xin Hao's words showed his absolute trust in the two people. You know, the current net worth of the two of them is at least several million, close to tens of millions. So in this case, there would be no problem at all if we deal with these things again. At this time, Xin Hao slowly raised his head and looked in front of him. Okay Haozi, you must be careful too. The Zhao family has a lot of people. If you can't handle it, just let us know and we'll be there anytime. Ren Yu raised his head and looked in front of him. In fact, this matter needed to be handled properly. At this moment, Zhang Peng on the other side was a little worried. What if the Lin family suddenly attacks us? It seems that this matter actually needs to be dealt with urgently. Otherwise, continuing to waste time may not be a good thing. At this time, Xin Hao was of course clear. You don't have to worry about this matter. The Lin family will not take action against us for the time being. After Xin Hao finished speaking, everyone was confused. But Xin Hao did not explain too much about this matter. After all, this is actually the case. If we really deal with it from this aspect, then this matter is not simple. In fact, Xin Hao and Lin Wanqing had already made an agreement. After all, looking at this incident, these issues are actually very necessary. Looking at what was in front of him, Xin Hao smiled faintly. Very good. Actually, this scene is much more interesting than I imagined. But in my opinion, we can at least solve these problems from this matter. Xin Hao looked at what was in front of him and spoke directly. The other people around looked at each other. They could all feel what Xin Hao's words revealed. But now that Xin Hao has said this, they don't need to worry at all. Lin Wanqing now wants to develop the Lin family and starts to expand it. As for Xin Hao, he unified all the forces in Jiangzhou. In fact, if calculated solely based on assets, Xin Hao is already the richest man in Jiangzhou. However, the Lin family, once the richest family in Jiangzhou, is like a behemoth. There is no doubt that it is very obvious what it represents. However, here, at this moment, Xin Hao smiled faintly. Even so, for the moment, Xin Hao subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. After looking for a while, Xin Hao smiled and said, "It seems that the Xiao family is very busy now. People come in from time to time. In order to deal with the Zhao family, the place chosen by Xin Hao now is actually the best place to start from the current perspective." Xin Hao prepared so much, but he actually had only one purpose, which was to deal with the Zhao family. After all, only if the Zhao family is truly eliminated, all of Xin Hao's problems will no longer be problems. Otherwise, continuing to waste time here would probably not be a good thing. At this moment, the people around didn't care so much at all. Although the Zhao family was powerful, they were not weak either. These people from the Southern Alliance are ready. With just a word from Xin Hao, these people can attack directly at any time and anywhere to let the other side know how powerful they are. This point is beyond doubt. As for Xin Hao, he looked ahead and smiled when he saw this. Okay, it looks like everyone is ready. In that case, let's think of a way to deal with this matter first. Xinhao subconsciously looked in front of him, and as he looked, he saw that all the people in front of Xinhao were rubbing their hands, looking eager to try. After all, this matter has been made public, and now it is time to witness the strength. As for Xinhao, he looked into the distance and suddenly smiled. Very interesting, since we have already met, let's do it. This time, we will directly deal with the Zhao family. After Xinhao finished speaking, the others were even more eager to try.
This moment is finally approaching. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. The Zhao family is preparing to come out in full force. At this time, the Xiao family was actually very anxious. After all, they had already received news that Xinhao was going to take action against them. Zhao Tang, the patriarch of the Xiao family, gritted his teeth, and even when he saw what was happening, one could imagine how excited he was deep inside. But when Zhao Tang was looking at the person in front of him, he was speaking to this side with gritted teeth. Now, we have to do something. If we don't solve this problem, I won't be able to sleep or eat.
What Zhao Tang said is actually what these people are very eager to solve.
But the question now is, how should these problems be solved so far? In fact, these people in front of us have no idea about this matter. So there is no doubt about how to solve the problem next. And in front of him, Zhao Tang asked, "How are you preparing for what I asked you to prepare before?" Slowly, Zhao Tang spoke directly to the people in front of him. After he finished speaking, the people around him raised their heads and looked at what was in front of them. After all, Xinhao's appearance now completely threatens them. Now, in the entire Jiangzhou, there are only two forces that can fight against Xinhao. The first is the Zhao family, and the second is the Lin family. Now that the Lin family is not taking any action, the Zhao family feels like they are about to collapse. Master, what should we do now?
The people around him looked at what was in front of them and spoke anxiously. However, after the person next to him finished speaking, Zhao Tang slowly raised his head and looked in front of him.
Obviously, the current situation is actually very tricky.
After watching for a while, Zhao Tang said, "What else can we do? From now on, our first priority is to deal with these people first. Since Xinhao wants to play, then we should play with him." When Zhao Tang spoke directly to the people in front of him, the others around him saw this and looked even more eager to try.
What a good opportunity! If they can't seize it now, wouldn't it be too tragic? So now, these people are looking at what is in front of them, and they are even more eager to try.
However, the people in front of him did not forget to look over here.
At this time, Zhao Tang said, "Contact those people immediately and tell them directly that if they don't agree to help, then they will be killed by Xinhao together." Zhao Tang is not exaggerating here. Every word Zhao Tang said is true. Other people around were looking at what was happening in front of them. After all, this matter needed a lot of attention from now on. Zhao Tang looked at what was in front of him for a while, and then he said directly to what was in front of him, "Although this is the case, it is actually a good opportunity now. Xinhao is here, let's just kill him." When Zhao Tang spoke directly to the people in front of him, after he finished speaking, the others looked at what was in front of them, and they looked even more eager to try. Xinhao was very calm and looked in front of him. When Xinhao saw this, he asked directly, "What is the situation at the Zhao family now?" After Xinhao finished speaking, the people around him spoke to Xinhao. "Alliance leader, these people from the Zhao family are too stubborn. We must do something now." When the people around me looked at this side, they looked eager to try. But here, others were very worried. Is it really possible? But the other party seems to have too many people. Alliance leader, there are so many people here. I'm worried that we won't be able to handle it. Instead, the person next to him was talking to Xinhao. At this time, Xinhao slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. Not far away, a large group of people were standing there, and they looked like they didn't take Xinhao and the others seriously at all. Xinhao found it interesting. "What's the matter? Are you sincere? Do you think your Zhao family still has the ability to resist?" Xinhao's words were like a wake-up call to those present. After all, so far, these things have been much simpler than expected. At this moment, one of the Zhao family guards gritted his teeth and said to this side, "Humph, Xinhao, I tell you, even if there is only one person left in the Zhao family today, I will never surrender to you." After the guard finished speaking, everyone else looked ready to fight. After all, this matter cannot be wasted like this now. Next, it is necessary to solve the problems that need to be solved quickly and not waste time here. So, thinking about this, these people are actually more eager to try it out. After all, now, judging from the current situation, how these issues need to be resolved is actually beyond doubt.
Looking at the situation in front of me, now, actually, from the current point of view, these problems need to be dealt with as soon as possible. At this time, Shenhao said, it seems that there is no room for negotiation. Let's get started. As soon as Shenhao finished speaking, the people around him began to attack this side. And these people from the Xiao family were struggling to resist here. Especially Xiao Tang, the head of the Xiao family, was the most painful at this time. Now, what should we do? Hold a shareholders' meeting immediately. I want to fight Shenhao to the death. After Zhao Tang finished speaking, the people around him looked embarrassed. In fact, they have already investigated this matter, but they don't know what to say next. Zhao Tang didn't know what these people were thinking. He looked at them with a little curiosity. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Zhao Tang subconsciously looked in front of him and asked directly. Just as Zhao Tang said this, the people in front of him looked at Zhao Tang. Finally, one of them mustered up the courage to say to Zhao Tang, Master, most of the shares of our Zhao group have been acquired. Currently, our largest shareholder is Shenhao. What? As these words came out of his mouth, Zhao Tang stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. What should I do? What should Zhao Tang say about this matter? At this moment, Zhao Tang subconsciously looked at what was in front of him. He was silent for a moment, and then he said, Since the company has been acquired by Shenhao, what are you all waiting for? Take me out quickly. Zhao Tang said this with a look of hatred. The people around looked at the scene in front of them in confusion, not knowing what was going on here.